Li's eyes flashed. He immediately rose to his feet, cupped his fists, and said, "The Tower Master has already shown great mercy by granting them half a month's grace. Since they refuse to appreciate such kindness, they can blame no one but themselves. Tianhe sect is willing to make this trip on behalf of the Tower Master and persuade them to move out as soon as possible." Jin Yuanba slapped his thigh and growled in a coarse voice, "Persuade what? We should just blast them out directly. My Jindao sect will take the lead, and I'd like to see whether those brats dare bare their fangs in front of your grandpa." The cultivators present responded one after another, rubbing their fists and flexing their muscles, as if wishing they could rush down the mountain right then and there. Only when the noisy clamor had subsided did Chun Yi speak in a faint tone, "All of you may handle it as you see fit. Just be sure not to cause too great a commotion lest word spread that my Wanbao Tower bullies others." Jin Yuanba grinned broadly. "Rest assured, Tower Master, we are particular about how we do things." Liu also cupped his fists. "We will not let Tower Master down." Chun Yi nodded and rose to his feet. The cultivators in the hall hastily stood and saluted. "Then so be it. In future, should any of you encounter difficulties within Tianyang County, you may come to Qingyang Mountain. So long as you abide by the rules, Wanbao Tower treats all equally." With that said, Chun Yi turned and walked into the main hall, the four hall masters following closely behind. Only after the great doors had fully closed did the cultivators in the square straighten their backs. They looked at one another, excitement barely contained in their eyes. Once they left Qingyang Mountain, Jin Yuanba was the first to speak, his rough voice sounding, "Everyone, what do you say? What else can we say? We can't possibly let a few families delay the livelihood of us all," someone replied. A gray-robed elder stroked his beard and said, "This old man proposes that our sects act separately, each one going to persuade a single family. If they know what's good for them, so be it. If they don't." A cold light flashed in the elder's eyes as he made a slicing gesture downward. Liu, however, waved his hand. The Tang clan's old ancestor once served as an outer sect disciple of Ling Shou Mountain 100 years ago. Though he only established his foundation after leaving the sect, he still maintains contact with several inner sect disciples of Ling Shou Mountain. As for the Yu clan, the current patriarch's younger sister married as a concubine to an inner sect disciple of the Wudu sect. She may be only a concubine, but a connection is a connection nonetheless. So this is why all these years the Tang and Yu clans have not even paid their offerings within Tianyang County, and yet Dilong Mountain has turned a blind eye. Jin Yuanba swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The bold momentum with which he had just pounded his chest and vowed to be in the vanguard vanished without a trace. Liu cast Jin Yuanba a sidelong glance. "Why else do you think Wanbao Tower only drives them away instead of dealing with them the way it does those shady forces, by killing them and being done with it?" At Liu's words, the cultivators present all looked at one another in dismay. The enthusiasm with which they had just been itching for a fight was doused, as though by a bucket of cold water. Jin Yuanba scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Then, are we still going or not?" "Go, of course we're going," Liu replied, his gaze flickering, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Precisely because these two clans have such backing that we all the more must go. Think about it, everyone. If Wanbao Tower personally took action to drive these two clans out of Tianyang, would the inner sect disciples of Ling Shou Mountain and Wudu sect step forward on their behalf? And even if they did, what then?" The crowd was taken aback. Indeed, those two clans had backing, but did Wanbao Tower not? It was said that Chun Yi's relationship with the Qingyun sect master was far from shallow, let alone merely driving these two clans out. Even if they were killed outright, what storm could a few Foundation establishment inner sect disciples kick up by crossing prefectural borders? So this is a pledge of loyalty prepared especially for us. Jin Yuanba slapped his thigh, suddenly enlightened. Liu nodded. "Exactly. Wanbao Tower refuses our offerings not because it looks down on our paltry sums, but because it does not look down on us as people. What it wants is for us to truly stand on its side, not be fence-sitters cowed merely by its power." The crowd exchanged looks once more. The hot-blooded bravado from earlier had now cooled several degrees. Scratching his head, Jin Yuanba said hoarsely, "Sect Master Li, just say it straight. What exactly should we do about this? This old Jin's head is thick. I can't wrap my mind around all these twists and turns." "It's simple," Liu replied. "Those who have decided to follow Wanbao Tower will go and invite those two clans to move out of Tianyang. Those who don't wish to board Wanbao Tower's ship should move out early so as not to become an eyesore in the future." His words were blunt, but no less merciless for it. The group fell silent for a moment before people began to speak up one after another. "My Jindao sect will follow Wanbao Tower. My Liuhua Valley as well. And my Qingshan sect." One after another, more than 20 powers declared their stance, not a single one retreating. It was not that they were particularly loyal to Wanbao Tower, rather this was a calculation too easy to make. No matter how solid the backing of those two clans might be, it was distant water that could not quench a present thirst. And even if it could, would Wanbao Tower simply stand aside and not intervene? Moreover, if those clans could truly relocate, would they have remained in Izhou, a land so barren in resources? In the days that followed, Tianyang County was lively beyond measure. Jindao sect master Jin Yuanba led more than a dozen of his men to sit swaggeringly before the Tang clan's mountain gate. He neither cursed nor lifted a hand, simply stared fixedly at everyone entering and leaving. The Tang clan's gatekeeping disciples grew uneasy under his gaze. Forcing themselves to steel their nerves, they stepped forward to inquire. Jin Yuanba glared, his eyes bulging. Your grandpa's sunbathing here. How does that offend you? On the first day, the Tang clan endured it. On the second day, Jindao sect brought a grill and began roasting meat at the gate. Smoke curled upward, and the scent of cumin drifted throughout the mountain. The protective mountain formation was all but useless against such mundane objects. Tang clan disciples had to cover their noses whenever they passed, yet since the intruders were outside, there was no proper pretext to lash out. The third day was the most outrageous yet. No one knew where Jindao sect had procured such an abundance of manure, but they mobilized a large group and thoroughly splashed a ring of it around the perimeter of the Tang clan's formation. It was the height of summer, the sun brutal overhead. In less than half a day, the stench. Tang clan disciples could not even speak of cultivating, they had to hold their breath just to breathe at all. Tang clan old ancestor Tang Wanshan trembled all over with rage. Standing just inside the mountain gate, he pointed at Jin Yuanba's nose and cursed, Jin Yuanba, you filthy lout. My Tang clan has no past grudges nor recent grievances with you. Why do you humiliate us so? Jin Yuanba lounged with one leg crossed over the other, popping a peanut into his mouth. He said lazily, Old Tang, don't you wrong a good man here. My Jindao sect is just sunbathing, roasting some meat, watering the ground in front of your gate. How does that offend you? You're watering with manure. What about manure? Manure is treasure for crops. I'm enriching the soil for Jindao sect's spiritual fields. What business is that of yours? Tang Wanshan nearly spat a mouthful of old blood. Since when had someone's spiritual fields been opened at another's doorstep? Yet Jin Yuanba truly remained outside the Tang clan's formation. He had not barged into the mountain gate, nor lifted a hand against anyone. Even if Tang Wanshan wanted to act, he had no excuse. Nor did he dare act. They had dared to snub Wanbao Tower's face only because they relied on their connections within Lingshou Mountain. Secondly, Wanbao Tower monopolizing affairs in Qingnan in such a domineering fashion ran counter to Qingyun sect's rules. Throughout the 3 provinces and 18 counties, the heavens above could only be Qingyun sect. But once he struck first, it would be a different matter. If you attack Wanbao Tower's allies, others would have a perfectly legitimate excuse to come knocking on your door. Tang Wanshan had lived for more than 100 years, he understood at least this much. Yet this breath he simply could not swallow. Old ancestor, shall we ask Uncle Master Li of Lingshou Mountain to intervene? A middle-aged man at his side suggested in a low voice. Tang Wanshan took a deep breath, suppressing the surging fury in his chest. Gritting his teeth, he said, send a message. Say that Wanbao Tower has gone too far, forcing my Tang clan to move out of Tianyang, and ask Senior Brother Li to take charge for us. The middle-aged man accepted the order and departed. Tang Wanshan stared at the swaying figure of Jin Yuanba outside the mountain gate, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Once Senior Brother Li arrives, we'll see how you die. Meanwhile, matters on the Yu clan side were much the same. The only difference was that those standing guard outside the Yu clan's gate were from Tiana's sect, not Jindao sect. Li Yu's methods were far more refined than Jin Yuanba's. He led his people to set up a tea stall outside the Yu clan's mountain gate, brewing and savoring tea there each day in relaxed contentment. Whenever members of the Yu clan passed in or out, he would smile and nod in greeting, his manners impeccable. Yet the tea stall just so happened to occupy the only path to and from the Yu clan's gate. Want to come and go? You could, by detouring around the tea stall. No one physically stopped you. Yet each time a dozen pairs of eyes would follow you, that prickling sensation between your shoulder blades even more unbearable than Jin Yuanba's manure offensive. Patriarch Yu Tianxing was a man who could endure. For 3 straight days he held back and did not explode. On the 4th day, he could no longer restrain himself. Standing before the mountain gate, he said coldly, Li Yu, what exactly do you intend? Li Yu lifted his teacup, took a light sip, and replied leisurely, Patriarch Yu, what an odd question. My Tiana sect is selling tea here. We neither steal nor rob. If you wish to drink tea, you're welcome anytime. Why such a temper? Yu Tianxing drew a deep breath, forcing down his anger. Li Yu, let's not speak in riddles. Your Tianhe sect has dwelt in Tianyang for generations. My Yu clan has been rooted here for 100 years as well. We have neither past grudges nor recent enmity. Why go to such lengths on Wanbao Tower's behalf? Li Yu set down his cup and raised his eyes to Yu Tianqing, his gaze calm. Patriarch Yu is mistaken. I, Li Yu, am not speaking for Wanbao Tower. I am speaking for the future of Tianyang County. The future? Indeed. Li Yu rose, hands clasped behind his back. Does Patriarch Yu know what it means for Wanbao Tower to establish itself in Tianyang? Yu Tianqing let out a cold laugh. It means nothing more than one more great power to squeeze us dry. Li Yu shook his head slowly. If that is truly how Patriarch Yu sees it, then there is nothing more to discuss. The tea has cooled. I shall return to the mountain. I will come again tomorrow. With that, Li Yu gathered his people, packed up the tea stall, and drifted away. Yu Tianqing stood where he was, his expression flickering between gloom and uncertainty. An elder of the clan approached and whispered, Patriarch, shall we also ask someone from Wudu's sect to step in? Yu Tianqing pondered a moment, then slowly nodded. Very well. Have our younger sister send a message and invite that one to come. So long as he arrives, no matter how overbearing Wanbao Tower may be, it will have to give Wudu's sect some face. The elder accepted the order and withdrew. Yu Tianqing turned to gaze in the direction where Li Yu had departed, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Li Yu, today you trample on the face of my Yu clan. One day, I will make you repay it double. 3 days later, a streak of escape light flew over from the direction of Tiandang Prefecture and descended straight down outside the Yu family's mountain gate. When the light withdrew, it revealed a young man clad in the intersect robes of the Wudu sect. His features were sinister and fierce, his complexion deathly pale. A pair of triangular eyes glinted with a chilling coldness. At his waist hung a palm-sized jade box from which a faintly sweet, yet fishy scent seeped out. This was none other than Sikong Tu, an intersect disciple of the Wudu sect. Yu Tianqing had long since led his clansmen out to wait in reverent welcome. Seeing Sikong Tu descend, he hastily bowed low and saluted, saying, Yu Tianqing together with the Yu clan respectfully welcomes Lord Sikong. Sikong Tu's gaze fell upon the tea stall set up before the Yu family's gate. His brows knitted slightly as he turned his head toward Yu Tianqing and said, for such a trivial matter you actually deemed it worthy of disturbing me. Yu Tianqing's expression stiffened, but he quickly forced a fawning smile and said, please discern clearly, Lord Sikong. If it were only Tianhe sect blocking our gate, I would never dare trouble you. It is just that Wanbao Pavilion, relying on certain means at their disposal, not only seized Qingyang Mountain by force, but also coerces small forces like us to either submit in vassalage or uproot ourselves and leave Tianyang altogether. I truly had no other recourse, and only then did I. Enough, Sikong Tu waved his hand, too lazy to listen to his complaints. Prepare 2 fine furnace cauldrons for me tonight, and I will settle this matter for you. Yu Tianqing was overjoyed, bowing repeatedly. Yes, Lord Sikong can rest assured. I shall select the most outstanding youths of our clan and send them to your quarters tonight. The Yu family carried within their bloodline a trace of Jiren heritage. Though it was of no real use in cultivation, it produced exceptionally handsome men and beautiful women. For a lecher like Sikong Tu, this was more enticing than any offering of tribute. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile surfaced on Sikong Tu's pale face. He raised a hand and patted Yu Tianqing's shoulder. I do appreciate how sensible you are. Then he strode in great confident steps toward the group from Tianhe sect seated at the tea stall. Seeing Sikong Tu advancing, Li Yu felt his heart tighten slightly, yet he did not rise. He merely lifted his teacup and took a slow, unhurried sip. Sikong Tu halted before the tea stall, looking down on Li Yu from above, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his lips. You dare block the gate of my woman's maiden home? Boy, you've quite some nerve. Li Yu's hand, which held the teacup, paused slightly. He lifted his gaze to this intersect disciple of the Wudu sect and said with neither servility nor arrogance, please judge fairly, Lord Sikong. I have merely set up a stall here to sell tea with no intention of blocking any gate. Sell tea. Sikong Tu let out a derisive chuckle, his gaze sweeping over the few simple tea utensils upon the stall. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Before his words had fully fallen, the jade box at his waist suddenly opened of its own accord. A crimson thread-like streak shot out like lightning, aiming straight at Li Yu's face. Li Yu's figure retreated swiftly, and at the same time a scroll-shaped magical artifact flew from his sleeve. As its pages fluttered open, they transformed into a golden light screen that unfolded before him. The crimson thread struck the golden light screen with a shrill, piercing screech. It was no mere filament, but a centipede entirely blood-red, and as thin as a strand of hair. Segmented in hundreds of joints with 1,000 skittering legs, each dorsal segment bore a strange, shifting sheen. When its mouthparts opened, they revealed 2 rows of fangs like backward curving barbs. Blood-patterned centipede. Li Yu's expression changed. The Wudu sects renowned throughout the Yu Kingdom rested upon the various venomous creatures they cultivated through secret arts. This blood-patterned centipede ranked among the notorious 5 poisons. The smaller its body, the more virulent its toxin. This one, fine as a strand of hair, had evidently been nurtured by Sikong Tu to a terrifying degree. Hands clasped behind his back, Sikong Tu watched the light screen formed of flowing characters with great interest. For a mere Foundation establishment rogue cultivator to actually withstand my blood-patterned centipede's sudden strike, you do have some skill. It's just that your foundations are far too poor. Before his voice died away, Sikong Tu tapped 3 times upon the jade box at his waist. A thread of spiritual light shot into the blood-patterned centipede's body. In the blink of an eye, the hair-thin creature swelled into a ferocious monstrosity 3 zhang long. Like a giant python constricting its prey, its massive body suddenly tightened, coiling around the golden light screen and squeezing until it creaked and groaned. Heaven and earth possessed righteous chi diffused and manifest in myriad forms. Li Yu chanted urgently, and the scroll artifact blazed with light. One golden character after another flew from its pages, transforming into chains that coiled around the centipede's colossal body. Yet the blood-patterned centipede's strength was overwhelming. The moment the golden chains wrapped around it, they snapped apart inch by inch. A teasing smile tugged at Sikong Tu's lips. His 5 fingers curled slightly in the air, and the centipede's constricting force surged even stronger. Interesting, Confucian techniques. That is a rarity, he drawled slowly. But alas, does a firefly's glow dare vie with the brilliance of the full moon? As his words fell, 4 more fine threads flew out from the jade box at his waist, green, white, black, and yellow. Each transformed respectively into a green-scaled snake, a white-backed toad, a black-marked scorpion, and a yellow-spotted gecko. The 4 poisons emerged together, and with the blood-patterned centipede completely encircled Li Yu. The Wudu sect signature was naturally the complete assemblage of the 5 poisons. Li Yu's face turned ashen, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Though his cultivation technique was special, he was in the end only a rogue cultivator. Being able to resist a single blood-patterned centipede already pushed him to his limits. Now that all 5 poisons were unleashed, how could he possibly withstand them? Just as Li Yu felt certain he would not escape this calamity. Hey, what ugly freak dares run wild in our Tianyang County? A bellow like rolling thunder exploded overhead, and immediately afterward a streak of profound yellow light tore through the sky, riding a roaring wind as it plunged straight into the encirclement of the 5 poisons. Boom! Amid billowing smoke and dust, a towering giant of a man, a zhang and 2 tall, landed firmly on the ground. His fists were clenched tight, his entire body knotted with corded muscle, a murderous aura surging around him. The newcomer was Zhao Hu. Before the smoke fully dispersed, Zhao Hu had already yanked Li Yu behind him with one sweep of his arm. His bell-like eyes glared at Sikong Tu up and down as he bared his teeth in a grin. Oh, Wudu sect is it? I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's just a bugkeeper. Sikong Tu's face darkened. He had seen clearly just now that this brute had barged into the encirclement of the 5 poisons, relying solely on his physical body. Those 5 poisons were his painstaking cultivation of 20 years. An ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator, so much as brushing them with their skin, would be bettered in for 3 months. Yet this man, aside from a few tears in his clothing, did not even bear a single red mark on his flesh. A body-tempering cultivator. Sikong Tu narrowed his eyes. There was a common saying in the world that if one's aptitude was too poor, one could try walking the path of physical cultivation instead. That with enough effort one might still achieve something, as though physical cultivators were born a tier lower than others. In truth, this was not so. The path of body tempering consumed resources no less, and often more, than ordinary cultivation methods, and its process was excruciating beyond measure. The slightest misstep could result in shattered meridians and a collapsed body. Those who could walk far along this road were all people of unyielding temperament and iron will, and their combat strength far surpassed their peers. Yet according to intelligence Sikong Tu had received from outside, this Zhao, who had only entered Foundation establishment 2 months prior, and had previously walked the path of an ordinary cultivator. For him now to pit his flesh alone against the 5 poisons without sustaining injury was simply beyond belief. A faint chill pricked Sikong Tu's heart, and the frivolity on his face receded somewhat. So you are Zhao Hu, Hall Master of Jinhua Hall under Wanbao Pavilion? He asked coldly. Zhao Hu grinned broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Well, so my reputation has even reached the 5 Venom sect. Excellent. Since you know my name, you ought to know who rules Tianyang Commandery now. To lay hands on our people within our own territory, you're slapping the face of Wanbao Tower itself. Sikong Tu let out a cold snort. And what if I do? I have slapped it. What will you do about it? No sooner had the words left his lips than the 5 venomous beasts simultaneously reared their heads, issuing threatening hisses toward Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu remained unruffled. Instead, he broke into an especially radiant grin. What will I do? He scratched his head, twisted his neck toward a spot behind him, and bellowed, Master Tower Lord. This bug breeder says he'll slap our face. May I lay hands on him? All eyes followed his gaze, only to find atop a nearby earthen hillock several figures had appeared without warning. Chun-Yi stood with hands clasped behind his back. Beside him stood Sun Qing, and 2 others observing the scene with quiet amusement. Hearing Zhao Hu shout, Chun-Yi smiled faintly and said calmly, They are guests from afar, don't go too far. Understood. Zhao Hu replied cheerfully, then turned back to Sikong Tu and crooked a finger at him. Did you hear that? The Master Tower Lord has spoken. He says I mustn't go too far. Then I'll just play with you a little. Sikong Tu's expression froze. How dare they? On what grounds do they dare? He was an inner disciple of the 5 Venom sect, a sect backed by a nascent soul-level cultivation base. How could Wanbao Tower, a mere fledgling establishment newly settled in Ezhou lacking even a golden core cultivator, dare raise a hand against him? Feeling profoundly insulted, Sikong Tu roared, You seek death. His wide sleeves swept outward. The 5 venomous beasts shrieked in unison and lunged as one toward Zhao Hu. The blood-veined centipede led the charge. Its colossal 3's hang-long body arced down like a crimson thunderbolt aimed straight at Zhao Hu's head. Excellent. Zhao Hu neither flinched nor evaded. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter, spread his arms wide, and charged straight into its path. His hands clamped onto the centipede's massive body like iron vices. Lifted clean off the ground by the creature's momentum, he remained utterly composed. Then, twisting his waist and abdomen, executed a flawless midair somersault using the centipede's own forward surge to whirl it overhead. Smash it for me. Boom. The blood-veined centipede crashed violently to earth, carving a crater deep into the soil. By then, the other 4 venomous beasts had already closed in. The azure-scaled serpent shot forward like lightning, its form swelling as it opened a blood-drenched maw wide enough to swallow Zhao Hu whole. Zhao Hu did not retreat, not even a step. Instead, he grinned again, thrust both hands forward, seized the serpent's upper jaw in one hand and its lower jaw in the other, and wrenched with all his might. He lifted the serpent clear off the ground and swung it like a living whip, slamming it with crushing force into the leaping white-backed toad. Thud! A heavy, muffled impact echoed. The toad was hurled backward, crashing into a cliffside and collapsing it entirely. It lay belly up, limbs convulsing wildly. Zhao Hu swung again. Thud! Thud! 2 more dull detonations erupted almost simultaneously. Black-striped scorpion and yellow-spotted gecko were flung backward, vanishing into boulders amid billowing clouds of dust. All 5 venomous beasts, deployed together, had been subdued in less than 3 breaths. Sikong Tu's lips twitched uncontrollably. Though his 5 beasts were not famed for brute force combat, each had taken him 20 years of painstaking cultivation, and each possessed the combat prowess of a level 4 demonic beast. Yet Zhao Hu had treated them like rag dolls, flinging them aside in mere seconds. Was this not absurdly exaggerated? What Sikong Tu did not know was that every one of Chun-Yi's core disciples had emerged blood-soaked from the Wuhuan Mountains. Zhao Hu alone had slain no fewer than 800 demonic beasts, perhaps even 1,000, and knew their attack patterns by heart. Zhao Hu brushed toxic residue from his palms. A faint amberandulo radiance shimmered across his skin, and the venom sizzled away like snow beneath scorching sun, evaporating into wisps of acrid white smoke. Brother, I've waited half a month for you. If this is all you've got, I'm terribly disappointed. Seeing Zhao Hu's insolent demeanor, Sikong Tu laughed, a sharp, furious laugh. Very well, very well. I'd intended to spare you some dignity, but since you court death, don't blame me. He gestured with his hand. The 5 venomous beasts instantly withdrew into jade caskets at his waist. With a flick of his right wrist, a uniquely shaped flying sword materialized in his grasp. Its hilt resembled a venomous spider coiled tightly into itself. Its slightly curved blade appeared assembled from overlapping scales, uncannily serpentine, while its bifurcated tip mimicked a snake's flickering tongue, glowing with an eerie emerald-green luminescence. The 100-scale, 1,000-spider sword. From the distant hillock, Chun-Yi raised an eyebrow lightly and murmured, This fellow carries quite the fortune, such a treasure in his possession. Does this sword have a history? Lin Bin asked. Tanya and Sun Qing also turned intrigued. Forged exclusively by the 5 Venom sect, this artifact is refined from 1,000 scales of venomous dragon jaws and the silk sacs of 100 Shining venom spiders. At completion, it must be tempered in the blood of 99 distinct poisons to achieve perfection. It harbors terrifying toxins. Those struck by it suffer not only rapid corporeal decay, but also spiritual corrosion. Among the cultivation world's most sinister artifacts, it stands among the most feared. Sun Qing gasped, then Zhao, who is he? Chun Yi waved a dismissive hand. Relax. Zhao Hu cultivates a unique art, one perfectly suited to counter such toxins. And besides, this sword's materials are subpar. It's a counterfeit. Before the last word left his mouth, the battlefield shifted. Sikong too gave the 100-scale 1,000-spider sword a slight tremor. The blade flared with an eerie emerald light, and a cloyingly sweet, nauseating scent spread outward. Grass and trees touched by that vapor withered and blackened before the naked eye. Fool! Today I shall show you the true arts of a five-venom disciple. Zhao Hu showed no fear. He raised a hand, and the black-scale spear flew into his palm. The spear trembled. Amberandiolo light rippled along its length, clashing with the emerald sword light across the distance. Too many words. My master Tower Lord says in battle speak less. With that, Zhao Hu stamped his foot, launching himself forward like a cannonball. The black-scale spear blazed with Amberandiolo radiance, streaking straight for Sikong Tu's throat. Go! Sikong Tu commanded softly. His 100-scale 1,000-spider sword emitted a crystalline ringing chime, and shot forth as a streak of obsidian light to intercept the black-scale spear. Spear met sword in a piercing shriek of metal on metal. Split. Sikong Tu formed a sword seal with his fingers. The blade exploded outward, dissolving into countless emerald motes that rained down upon Zhao Hu like a lethal storm. Each mote was a venomous dragon jaw scale, razor-edged, dripping with toxin potent enough to dissolve flesh on contact. Zhao Hu's pupils contracted sharply. He leapt backward and spun the black-scale spear before him, weaving a whirling barrier of Amberandiolo light. Think, 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 think. A rapid-fire cascade of impacts rang out, like monsoon rain hammering banana leaves, as the countless scales struck the luminous barrier, sparking bursts of sickly green flame. Yet dozens pierced the barrier, slashing through Zhao Hu's robes and drawing thin crimson lines across his skin. Strangely, the moment each wound appeared, viridian traceries bloomed along its edges, spreading outward like creeping spiderwebs. Ha ha ha! Sikong Tu roared with triumph. A brute is a brute. Do you truly believe you can withstand my 100-scale 1,000-spider sword? Even a single graze will rot your flesh and shatter your soul. Seeing this, Sun Qing and the others were about to rush forward, but upon noticing Chun Yi's calm demeanor, they abruptly halted. Sikong Tu's laughter suddenly ceased, for Zhao Hu was also laughing. On his dark face, the sinister green patterns were densely etched, yet they could not conceal the brilliant smile that revealed his white teeth. Looking down at the poisonous patterns on his body, as if observing a curious object, he remarked, "Your sword is lacking. It tingles. Could it be a fake?" Sikong Tu's pupils constricted suddenly. Something was amiss. How could this brute still be standing? The poison of the 100-scale's 1,000-spider's sword corrupts flesh and blood, invading the soul, and even a golden core cultivator must treat it with caution. How could this fellow? His sword may be substandard, but it shouldn't be something a novice in Foundation establishment can withstand. Brother, Zhao Hu lifted his head, his eyes shining with an incredible brightness. Your poison isn't strong enough. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from his body. This aura was entirely different from before. If the previous Zhao Hu was like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, dominating and ferocious, then at this moment he was a waking ferocious beast. Scales began to emerge from under Zhao Hu's skin. They spread from his arms, quickly covering his shoulders, back, and chest until he was entirely enveloped in a thick layer of dark yellow scales. The sinister green poison patterns clung to them, but like streams flowing into the sea, they were consumed entirely by the dark yellow radiance, disappearing without a trace. Sikong Tu's eyes widened, his manic laughter frozen into disbelief. This is dragon scales. Impossible. How could a mere rogue cultivator possess the bloodline of a flood dragon? Sun Qing and the others also looked at Chun Yi with suspicion. Although Zhao Hu had always been stronger than others, he did not seem like someone who held the bloodline of a flood dragon. Chun Yi replied calmly, Zhao Hu practices the art he obtained from the Dragon Abyss inheritance, the Jinglong Ju. Jinglong Ju. Everyone was taken aback. After the establishment of the Scripture Pavilion, Chun Yi had placed all the Dragon Abyss inheritance he received from Bai Ziliang within it, and he had open access to those four. Thus they naturally knew about this Jinglong Ju. It was the most domineering physical cultivation technique in the Dragon Abyss inheritance, claiming that when perfected it could transform the body into that of a true dragon, allowing the physical form to traverse the void impervious to all loss. However, the problem was that the cultivation conditions were extremely harsh, requiring dragon blood as a guide to enter the path. Moreover, it necessitated the continuous consumption of bloodlines from such monsters to absorb their essence for gradual advancement. So that brat really. Sun Qing swallowed. He truly cultivated it. Chun Yi nodded slightly, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. A friend of mine just happened to have some 7th grade flood dragon essence blood, so I asked for a few drops for him. 7th grade flood dragon essence blood. Lin Bin inhaled sharply. That is equivalent to a golden core existence. No wonder Zhao, who has been so eager to excel these days, the root of the problem lies here. Sun Qing also showed a look of realization. Where did the item come from? Naturally, it was synthesized by the system. Previously, Zhang Guangling had sent over a monster snake that was on the verge of transforming into a flood dragon right. After decomposition, it produced this 7th grade flood dragon essence blood blueprint. To be honest, Chun Yi was rather disappointed. He originally thought he could obtain the legendary true dragon essence blood. Unfortunately, it was just a flood dragon. However, for Zhao Hu it was already a tremendous opportunity. A 7th grade flood dragon is equivalent to a golden core existence. The bloodline power contained within its essence is enough for him to enter the Jinglong Ju. As a result, Zhao Hu had taken on a significant amount of debt again. Otherwise, would anyone really consider him a battle maniac? He was trying his best to earn merit points. Faced with Sikong Tu's questions, Zhao Hu had no inclination to respond. He simply wanted to knock this fellow down quickly and rush to the next round. If that spirit beast from Mount Ling arrived while their battle was still ongoing, wouldn't that delay a great opportunity to earn merit points? With this thought in mind, Zhao Hu grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp, white teeth complemented by the terrifying visage of his dragon scales. Let's go again. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped down, and the ground exploded into a large pit of about 10 feet in diameter, his entire being shot forth like a cannonball propelled by a tempestuous wave of energy towards Sikong Tu. Sikong Tu's expression changed drastically. He quickly formed a sword seal, and the myriad green scales converged once again, transforming into the 100 scales 1,000 spiders sword positioned before him to block. The dragon, a master of scaled armor insects. Although the 100 scales 1,000 spider sword was formidable, it was ultimately refined from poisonous flood dragon scales and poisonous spider silk. In the face of the flood dragon, it naturally paled in comparison. Its treacherous toxicity was virtually meaningless against Zhao Hu. After entering the Jinglong Ju, a trace of dragon might had already gathered within him. While he might still lack in being immune to all poisons, mere snake and insect toxins were nothing more than supplements to him. Boom. The black-scaled spear imbued with immense power slammed into the 100 scales 1,000 spiders sword. This unique treasure from the 5 poisons sect emitted a mournful cry, and several scales on the blade actually fell off, the green glow dimming significantly. Sikong Tu was horrified. He had exhausted his family fortune to forge this treasure. Now to see it damaged by this brute's spear, he was nearly spitting blood from the pain. Zhao Hu did not care about his feelings. He swung the black-scaled spear in a wide arc at the 100 scales 1,000 spiders sword again. Sikong Tu's heart sank. How could he dare to receive it? For the sake of the Yujia family, and such a monster. Not worth it. He began to contemplate withdrawal. The 100 scales 1,000 spiders sword transformed into a wisp of green light, flying back into his hand. With a flicker of his figure, he turned into a streak of escape, light shooting away. He fled. This inner disciple of the 5 poisons sect, who had just been strutting around boasting about teaching Zhao Hu a lesson, was now fleeing without a backward glance. Hey, don't run. Zhao Hu was taken aback, then immediately panicked. He had finally found someone capable of fighting, yet the merit points were still not earned. Why was this fellow running away? However, Sikong Tu was indeed an inner disciple of the 5 poisons sect, and his escape technique was quite unique. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished over 100 feet away. Although Zhao Hu's power had surged dramatically with the Jinglong Ju, his speed and escape was not his strong suit. Seeing the distance increasing, he shouted in frustration. Alright, this time the merit points will be calculated based on defeating the enemy. You won't lose out. Chun Yi's voice timely rang out, causing Zhao Hu to stop in resignation and grin. That's good, the owner keeps his word. Sikong Tu, having already fled far, turned back to see Zhao Hu not pursuing him. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, his face dark enough to drip water. As a prestigious inner disciple of the 5 poisons sect, how could he have faced humiliation by being driven to flee by a mere foundation establishment rogue cultivator? If this news got out, how would he show his face in the sect? Yet when he recalled Zhao Hu's terrifying appearance with dragon scales, he couldn't help but shiver. Sikong Tu's escape light continued uninterrupted, heading straight toward Tiandang Prefecture. He needed to return to the sect and fetch reinforcements. At the tea stall, Yu Tianqing stared blankly at the fleeing light of Sikong Tu, feeling as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. It's over. Everything is over. The ally he had called upon was so easily driven away by mere fists and kicks. Li Daoyu. A gentle voice rang out, causing Yu Tianqing to shiver all over. Following the sound, he saw Chun Yi had somehow descended from the hill and was standing with his hands clasped behind his back at the tea stall. Li Yu hurriedly stood up and saluted, saying, "Master." Chun Yi nodded slightly, his gaze landing on Yu Tianqing, his expression hinting at a smile that was neither here nor there. "You must be the head of the Yu family." Yu Tianqing felt his throat tighten, cold sweat rolling down his forehead, and he managed to squeeze out a few words. "Indeed. It is I. Chun Yi chuckled lightly. "The head of the Yu family certainly holds significant weight. When I invited you to the mountain last time, you could not decline, and today you've even brought the 5 poison cult to bolster your stance. What? Are you trying to challenge me in Tianyang County?" A chill shot up Yu Tianxing's spine, his legs went weak, and he almost knelt down on the spot. "Master, please see reason." His voice trembled, cold sweat pouring down from his forehead. "I have absolutely no intention of challenging Wanbao Tower, it's just that. It's just..." After struggling to find his words for a long time, he could not articulate his reasoning. Chun Yi did not rush him, merely observing quietly, his gaze calm like a still pond, yet it made Yu Tianqing feel as if he was being scrutinized by an ancient beast, making even breathing difficult. "Is it that you think Wanbao Tower is not to be feared because we are newcomers?" Chun Yi completed his sentence for him. "Or do you believe that by associating with the 5 poison cult you can stand tall before Wanbao Tower?" "No, it's not." Yu Tianqing finally could not hold on any longer, collapsing to the ground with a thud, his forehead pressed against the ground, his voice choked with sobs. "I know my wrongs. I know my wrongs. I beg you, Master, to show mercy and spare the Yu family a path to survival. In the future, my clan will certainly follow you loyally." Chun Yi looked down at the prostrated Yu Tianqing, his gaze as calm as water. "I know my wrongs. I beg you, Master, to show mercy and spare the Yu family a path to survival. In the future, my clan will certainly follow you loyally." Chun Yi looked down at the half-month deadline was a chance for you to relocate. I offered you a way out. You did not move, but instead invited the 5 poison cult to back you up. Chun Yi's expression remained. "Even now that you have lost, you kneel and beg for mercy, and you wish to brush it aside." Yu Tianqing lay on the ground, trembling like a leaf in the wind, his mind blank. The members of the Yu family behind him were even more silent, several younger ones weak at the knees, kneeling down as well. Chun Yi looked down at them from above, his calm gaze sending chills down their spines. "Li Min, Master Li," Yu quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Here. In your opinion, how should this matter be dealt with?" Li Yi's body shook, and he suddenly raised his head. Seeing the faint smile at the corner of Chun Yi's mouth, he understood that Tianyang County was likely already in his grasp. Without waiting for his response, Chun Yi stood up and patted his shoulder, saying, "I will leave the Yu family to you." "Li, certain." Li Yu took a deep breath, clasped his fists, and bowed deeply. "Thank you for your trust, Master." Chun Yi nodded slightly and turned to leave. Once Chun Yi and his entourage departed, Yu Tianqing suddenly lunged at Li Yi's feet, grabbing his calves and weeping, "Li Min, Master. Li Min, Master, save me. Our 2 families are both in Izhou, with no enmity in the past and no grudges in recent days. I beg you, for the sake of our past friendship, to speak a good word for me in front of the Master." After a long while, there was still no response from Li Yu. When he looked up, he saw Li Yu staring at him with an intense hatred in his eyes. Yu Tianqing shivered under that gaze, instinctively loosening his grip and shrinking back half a foot. Li Yu slowly squatted down, meeting Yu Tianxing's gaze as he knelt on the ground. "No enmity, no grudges. Do you know how long we have waited for today?" "A full 137 years. Yu Tianxing's pupils contracted sharply, unable to believe the man before him, who had always been gentle and refined. "Li Min, Master, what do you mean by this?" Li Yu stood up slowly, his gaze passing over Yu Tianxing kneeling on the ground as he looked toward the distant horizon. There once was a small village there, nestled among mountains and waters, with smoke curling from kitchen chimneys. 137 years ago, at the foot of Langdang Mountain, there was a Qingxi village with 37 households and over 100 people living off hunting and farming. That winter was especially cold. Li Yu continued, his tone devoid of fluctuation. "The villagers lived tightly, but they managed to get by. Until one day a group of immortals suddenly descended from the sky, saying they wanted to establish a market here, having their eyes set on the village's excellent feng shui. The village chief led the men, women, and children of the village to kneel in the snow, their foreheads bleeding from the bowing, pleading to keep their ancestral home. But those immortals did not even glance at them. The leading young master only uttered one word, clear. Then there was a blaze of fire. Li Yi's voice remained calm, yet his eyes burned with two flames that had been smoldering for 137 years, still unextinguished. I was 7 that year, hidden by my mother in a dry well behind the village. Before she left, she covered my mouth and said, "No matter what you hear, do not make a sound, do not come out." I lay at the bottom of the well listening to the screams, the pleas for mercy, and the laughter of those immortals, listening all night long. Li Min Master. Yu Tianxing's face turned as pale as paper, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. That was over 100 years ago. Li Yu seemed not to hear him, slowly rising, and saying to himself, later I was taken in by my master, and became a disciple of Tianhe's sect, learning the path of immortality, and I came to know your identity. It's truly despairing. Though Tianhe's sect is also a sect of immortality, compared to your Yu family we are but a small establishment. So I endured, I waited, nearly forgetting the taste of smoke from Qingxi village, until I finally succeeded in Foundation establishment. I thought I could take my revenge no matter the cost, even if it meant shattering my body into pieces. Li Yu seemed to go mad. Suddenly sighing in despair, he forced a bitter smile, but my master passed away that year, entrusting the sect to me before his death. I knelt before the bed looking at my master's withered face, unable to utter a single word. My master said, "Your Tianhe sect is entrusted to you." I replied, "Understood." My master said, "Some matters must be let go." I replied, "Understood." My master sighed, and said nothing more. On the day he passed, it rained lightly from the sky. I buried my master on the back mountain, standing at his grave for a day and a night. The next day I returned to the sect to deal with the mountain of accumulated trivial matters. Revenge. I sat in the position my master once occupied, looking at the stacks of jade slips on the table, and suddenly laughed. Your Yu family is powerful. If I were to strike at a stone with an egg, Tianhe's sect would be obliterated in an instant. The legacy my master built throughout his life, those disciples who called me senior brother and uncle master, would all follow me to the grave. I cannot. So I continued to endure, continued to wait, waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity that would bring your Yu family to ruin. And today that opportunity has finally arrived. On the flying boat, Sun Qing looked at the blazing inferno at the ancestral land of the Yu family, and asked Chun Yi beside him, "Master, did you already know about Li Yi's background?" Chun Yi stood with his hands behind his back, the night wind rustling his robes. "I knew." Sun Qing appeared bewildered. In ordinary sects they focused on territorial expansion, and land was indispensable. However, Wanbao Tower operated on a business-fueled path, so their demand for territory was not urgent. Previously, they gathered the families of Tianyang to discuss matters at Xingyang Mountain, established rules, and announced the principles of Wanbao Tower, thus concluding the matter. He was quite puzzled at the time. Why did Chun Yi place Li Yu at the forefront during the discussions, and why did he fixate on the Tang and Yu families, even requiring the Tianyang forces to take action themselves? Now it seemed to be directed at this Master Li. But was it truly necessary to go through such great lengths? Indeed, Li Yu was a rare Foundation establishment loose cultivator. Yet now Wanbao Tower had distanced itself from Qingyun's sect, and they had no shortage of Foundation establishment pills, so more cultivators would emerge from within the sect in the future. Was a mere master of Tianhe's sect worth such effort from the master? Sun Qing hesitated for a moment, then voiced his doubts. Lin Bin interjected, "Brother Sun, you may not be aware, but our Master Li is not simple at all." Oh. Sun Qing was taken aback upon hearing this. Tanya and the others also looked at Lin Bin, waiting for more. "Do you all remember how our tower learned about the Dragon Abyss ruins, eh?" Sun Qing was stunned, then seemed to ponder. "Are you saying?" "Exactly," Lin Bin nodded. "After verification by my Wind Letter Hall, the cultivator who provided the ruins information was arranged by Li Yu." "What?" The three of them changed their expressions. Tanya's face showed astonishment. Did that cultivator not say that his father discovered that ruins? How could it be arranged by Li Yu? Lin Bin shook his head. What that cultivator said is not entirely false. His father indeed discovered that ruins. But the problem lies in the fact that his father is Li Yi's senior brother. Not only did he discover the ruins, but so did Li Yu. Sun Qing's brow furrowed tightly. At that time our tower only set up a hidden outpost in Tianyang, without even using the name of Wanbao Tower. Why would he send such a generous gift to us? Sun Qing's question echoed the thoughts of Tanya and Lin Bin. The Dragon Abyss ruins were the remnants of an ancient artifact refining sect, their value immeasurable. Such information would entice even Golden Core cultivators. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, why would Li Yu not keep it for himself, to explore slowly, instead opting to deliver it to them, through such a convoluted method? Chun-Yi gazed at the distant flames, his tone calm. A Foundation establishment cultivator only has a lifespan of a little over 200 years. 137 years is indeed too long. Sun Qing instantly understood Li Yes' motives. 137 years for someone burdened with a deep-seated enmity was indeed far too long. Long enough for a 7-year-old child to grow into a Foundation establishment cultivator, long enough to blur the smoke of Qingxi village into a memory of nothingness, long enough for hatred to transform from a deeply felt pain into a deeply ingrained habit. But habit does not equal letting go. Liu could not afford to wait for another 137 years. As the master of Tianhe sect, he bore the responsibility of the sect below and the trust of his master above, unable to fight recklessly like a lone loose cultivator. The Earth Dragon Mountain that previously occupied this land did not dare to act against the Yu family. Even as the time for his death approached, the matter of vengeance remained distant. Just then Wanbao Tower arrived. Although it was just a hidden outpost, the financial power displayed was far beyond that of an ordinary Foundation establishment force. Thus Liu took the initiative to present the Dragon Abyss ruins. Liu stood before the ruins of the Yu family's ancestral land, the head of Yu Tianxing already cold in his hand. 137 years of waiting seemed to finally conclude at this moment. Master, a disciple of Tianhe sect, stepped forward, cupping his hands. All members of the Yu family have been controlled. How should we proceed, Master? Liu slowly turned around. Behind him, the disciples of Tianhe sect were confronting the members of the Yu family. Those Yu family members, young and old, male and female, all appeared ashen, some trembling, others sobbing softly. A few young men had red eyes, staring fiercely at Liu, wishing to pounce and tear him apart. Those Yu family members, young and old, male and female, all appeared ashen, some trembling, others sobbing softly. A few young men had red eyes, staring fiercely at Liu, wishing to pounce and tear him apart. But why did those faces now blur into a mass at this moment? And why did the voices of his master and senior brothers grow clearer? Just as Sun Qing suspected, he had plotted against Wanbao Tower. He initially had his disciple make contact with Wanbao Tower's hidden outpost to draw them into Tianyang. If the person behind it was greedy and after obtaining the information about the ruins betrayed them, he would then disseminate the news of the Dragon Abyss ruins widely, and the major forces of Ezhou would surely swarm in. Once the situation was chaotic, who would still care about the Yu family? If the person behind it kept their promise, they would proceed to the next step. He knew how powerful the formations of the Dragon Abyss ruins were. Ordinary golden core cultivators would find it difficult to break through. If they could not break through with the forces behind them, just leave the ruins unattended. They would surely mobilize more manpower, even occupying Xinjiang Mountain. At that point, he could approach them as a local force, smoothly submitting and using them to eliminate the Yu family. In either scenario, the Yu family would undoubtedly perish. But he never expected that Chun-Yi and his group would easily access the ruins, and they had no intention of remaining in Ezhou at all. This left Liu greatly disappointed. Yet he did not dare to act rashly, and could only continue to lie in wait. Who would have thought that heaven would not completely shut the door? Wanbao Tower moved to Ezhou, and even directly claimed Xinjiang Mountain as their own sect's mountain. He immediately realized that Wanbao Tower was the mastermind behind those mysterious shops in remote areas. Moreover, they began by purging the bandits, displaying a strong stance to restore Tianyang. Undoubtedly, this was the powerful support he had been longing for. Thus, the moment Zhao Hu came to the door, he responded immediately, completely different from his previous passive attitude towards Earth Dragon Mountain. When Chun-Yi firmly stated that they must drive out the Tang and Yu families from Tianyang County, and that the local forces must act personally, Li Yes' heartbeat nearly stopped. In that moment, he almost thought that Chun-Yi had seen through his thoughts and intentionally gave him this opportunity. But he could not be certain. So he suppressed his surging emotions and responded as usual. As long as Wanbao Tower could withstand the pressure from the Five Poisons intersect and drive the Yu family out of Tianyang County, he could take revenge without any reservations. But, Master, the disciple called tentatively, sensing Li Yes' prolonged silence. Li Yes' gaze fell upon the members of the Yu family. After a long moment, he slowly spoke. Have them move. Move? The disciple was taken aback. Master, do you mean? Pack their belongings and leave Tianyang County within 3 days. Li Yes' voice was unwavering. If anyone dares to stay even a moment longer, they will be killed without mercy. The disciple opened his mouth wanting to say something, but ultimately only clasped his hands and replied, yes. Liu turned away, no longer glancing at the Yu family members. After walking a distance, he suddenly stopped, looking back at the disciples of the Tianhe sect. The disciples were busy. Some were counting the spoils of war, some were guarding the Yu family members, while a few young ones huddled together, excitedly discussing something. Li Yi's gaze swept over them one by one, finally landing on the faint outlines of the mountains shrouded in the night. There lay the mountain gate of the Tianhe sect, the place where he had lived for 137 years. Master, Li Yu murmured to himself, you always tell your disciples to let go, but have you ever truly let go yourself? He retracted his gaze and resolutely flew toward Qingyang Mountain. At Qingyang Mountain in the main hall, Chun Yi sat in the main seat, a cup of tea placed before him, the tea smoke curling and rising. Footsteps were heard approaching from afar, stopping at the threshold. Li Yu of the Tianhe sect seeks an audience with the master of the building. Chun Yi lifted the teacup, took a gentle sip, and said lightly, come in. Li Yu stepped over the threshold and entered the hall. He walked steadily, his expression calm, and upon reaching the center of the hall, knelt down, his back straight. Li Yu comes to plead for forgiveness. Chun Yi set down his teacup, his gaze fixed upon Li Yu without immediately speaking. The hall was silent, with only the occasional soft crackle of the candlelight. After a long while, Chun Yi finally spoke. What crime is there? Li Yu raised his head, meeting Chun Yi's gaze, and said calmly, the news of the Longyuan ruins was deliberately delivered to your building by Li Yu. The intention was to draw your building into the affairs of Tianyang, using your hands to eradicate the entire Yu family. Li Yu acted with the heart of a villain committing this crime. Although Li Yu wished to affiliate with your building upon its entry into Tianyang, he concealed his true intentions and did not disclose them honestly. This is the second crime. With two crimes standing, Li Yu knows he is beyond forgiveness and requests the master to punish him. Li Yu knelt in the hall, his back straight, his gaze calmly meeting Chun Yi's. The hall remained silent, the candlelight flickering. You truly have a bold heart. Chun Yi set down his teacup, looking calmly at the kneeling Li Yu. You plotted against my Wanbao building, and still dare to come here to plead for forgiveness openly. Li Yu, do you think I am soft-hearted and will not kill you? Li Yi's forehead touched the ground, his voice steady. Li Yu does not dare. If the master wishes to kill me, Li, you would have no complaint. However, my disciples are unaware of this matter. I request the master to show mercy and spare their lives. Oh. Chun Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you not wish to plead for yourself? Li Yu lifted his head, meeting Chun Yi's gaze, and said calmly, for 137 years Li Yu has lived for this day. To avenge the great enmity, my wish has been fulfilled. Matters of life and death have long been seen with indifference. Chun Yi looked at him and suddenly smiled, lifting his teacup, speaking casually. If I truly wanted to pursue this matter, you would have already been dead long before my building moved to Tianyang. Li Yu knew this statement was not false. Since Wanbao building could investigate his enmity with the Yu family so thoroughly, how could their terrifying intelligence network lack countermeasures? Yet unexpectedly, Wanbao building did not act, and even facilitated him in fulfilling his wishes. Why? Can't figure it out. Chun Yi remarked lightly, observing Li Yi's confused expression. Li Yu raised his head, meeting Chun Yi's gaze, and said calmly, please, master, clarify. Chun Yi did not answer immediately. Instead, he lifted his teacup, took a gentle sip, and said casually, Li Yu, what do you think my Wanbao building lacks? Li Yu was taken aback, pondering for a moment, and cautiously replied, your building lacks nothing. In terms of resources, Wanbao building already possesses the treasure land of the Longyuan ruins and the entire Tianyang County, not to mention the lucrative business of Essence of Life. In terms of combat power, Wanbao building possesses puppets that can exert golden core strength, and the foundation establishment cultivators within the building can match the disciples of nascent soul sects. It is said there is also a connection with Qingyun sect, ensuring a stable source for foundation establishment pills. Resources, combat power, connections, and financial avenues are all abundant. It can be considered that both the spear and the money bag are full. Viewing it as a complete golden core level force is not an exaggeration. Why would such a force be so lenient toward a scheming foundation establishment rogue like him? No. Chun Yi set down his teacup. What my Wanbao building lacks is talent. Talent? Li Yu frowned slightly. Your building has 4 hall masters, all of whom are outstanding among foundation establishment cultivators. Today, Hall Master Zhao even repelled 5 inner disciples of the Wudu sect single-handedly. With such strength, even placed within a nascent soul sect, they could hold important positions. How could you say you lack talent? Chun Yi shook his head. Sun Xing excels in management, Tanya in coordination, Lin Bin in intelligence, and Zhao Hu in battle. Each of them has their strengths and plays their roles. They are all capable talents. But they share a common weakness: too low of a background and too narrow of a vision. Chun Yi's gaze fell upon Li Yu, his tone calm, yet profound. What my Wanbao building lacks is a commander. Li Yu trembled all over, raising his head in disbelief. A commander? Is he referring to himself? Do not belittle yourself. Chun Yi noticed the astonishment in Li Yi's eyes and spoke in a calm tone. You have achieved foundation establishment in a place like Tianyang and have managed the Tianhe sect for over 100 years, organizing it well. Isn't that a skill, eh? In the face of the pressure from the Dilong Mountain, you neither resisted nor submitted, dragging it out for several decades. Isn't that a means? When our building first arrived in Tianyang, based on only a few clues, you discerned that our building is not an ordinary force and willingly offered the opportunity of the Longyuan ruins. Does such insight and courage exist among ordinary cultivators? What is even more admirable is Chun Yi leaned slightly forward, his gaze piercing, that for the sake of avenging your blood feud you could endure for 137 years, during which you clearly had the opportunity to perish together, yet you always kept your disciples in mind, refusing to let them accompany you to the grave. This kind of character and responsibility, how many can possess? Liu knelt on the ground, his forehead touching the floor, remaining silent for a long time. After a long while he finally lifted his head, his eyes slightly red, yet his voice surprisingly calm. Your kindness overwhelms me, Master. However, he paused, bitterly smiling. However, I have just honestly confessed that I plotted against your building. Isn't the Master afraid that Liu will employ the same tactics again in the future? Chen Yi, upon hearing this, not only did not get angry, but instead smiled. A person who cannot even bear to harm the elderly, weak women and children of his enemies, how much harm could he possibly do? Liu trembled all over, looking at Chun Yi in disbelief. Entrusting the Yu family to him was Chun Yi's final test of him. Lord, do you mean the disposition of the Yu clan was your own doing? Chun Yi lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. What else could it be? This sovereign possesses no mind-reading art. If your abilities are extraordinary yet your moral character remains unknown, how dare I entrust you with great responsibility? Liu knelt in the hall, his heart churning like a tempestuous sea. 137 years of concealed endurance had long accustomed him to wrapping his true self layer upon layer in veils. Yet now, in just 3 brief sentences, Chun Yi had stripped him bare, exposed, unguarded, utterly transparent. Lord, Liu's voice grew hoarse, 1,000 words choked his throat until at last he bowed deeply, forehead touching the floor. Liu pledges his life and service to Lord. Chun Yi set down his teacup and gestured for Liu to rise. Rise and speak. Kneeling is not practiced in Wanbao Tower. Perform your duties well. That is worth more than any gesture. Liu rose, but did not sit. Instead, he stood respectfully at the center of the hall, hands clasped before him, and said in reverent tone, What commands does Lord have? Liu shall spare no effort to fulfill them. Chun Yi placed his teacup aside and fixed his gaze upon him. How do you intend to handle matters concerning the Tianhe sect? At these words, Liu paused, then instantly grasped their meaning. This was an ultimatum, a choice between the Tianhe sect and Wanbao Tower. He remained silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. Though the Tianhe sect is but a modest sect, it remains the legacy left by my master. For over a century its disciples have followed me, calling me sect master. I cannot abandon them to peril or neglect. If Lord deems me worthy, Liu humbly offers to integrate the Tianhe sect, root and branch, into Wanbao Tower's domain. Should any disciples prove promising, Lord may freely assign them to positions within the central hall. Chun Yi gave a slight nod, neither approval nor refusal. You part with it so readily. Was this not your master's lifelong endeavor? Liu showed no trace of reluctance, only a faint serene smile imbued with quiet release and profound clarity. What my master could not relinquish were we his Tianhe disciples, not the name Tianhe sect itself. So long as the disciples thrive and the lineage endures, what difference does it make whether the Tianhe sect exists in name or not? Chun Yi clapped his hands once, then turned with a hearty laugh. Excellent. Truly excellent. What say you all? From behind the screen on the hall's side, Sun Qing and 3 others emerged one by one. Sun Qing sighed softly and offered Liu a respectful bow. Brother Li's magnanimity astounds me. I am deeply impressed. Wanbao Tower was no longer an ad hoc assembly. It had matured into a formidable institution. As its Lord, Chun Yi could no longer attend personally to every matter. A trusted proxy was indispensable. Sun Qing had always believed himself the natural choice for Wanbao Tower's first-generation patriarch. In seniority, he was among the earliest to follow Chun Yi. In capability, he had managed Wanbao Tower's commercial enterprises for years, turning them into thriving ventures. In loyalty, he was beyond reproach. Yet today's exchange revealed a sobering truth to him. Strategic command and tactical execution were fundamentally distinct. He could manage a business with flawless precision, yet he lacked Liu's capacity to endure a blood feud in silence for a century, all while calculating every move his sect, his enemies, the shifting tides of power. Each element weighed, each variable accounted for. This was not a matter of skill, it was one of vision and scope. Sun Qing had encountered many rugged heroes and bold warriors in his time. Yet only Chun Yi surpassed Li Yu in foresight and strategic mastery. Wanbao Tower. Sun Qing was simply not equal to its weight. Li Yu hurriedly returned the bow, his expression sincere. Senior brother Sun flatters me unduly. I have merely been confined to the remote corner of Tianyang, surviving these past 100 years on nothing but hatred. How can such a man claim broad-mindedness? By contrast, senior brother Sun has accompanied Lord across north and south, building Wanbao Tower's foundations. Truly a master of grand enterprise. Sun Qing waved his hand, smiling wryly. Brother Li need not humble himself, or spare my pride. I know my own limits well. Lord is right. I am a general, not a commander. Entrust me with Wanbao Tower's commerce, and I shall make it flourish. But to orchestrate strategy on the grandest scale, I confess I fall short. Tanya stepped forward and bowed to Li Yu. Sect Master Li, we all witnessed your handling of the Yu clan. Frankly, had it been me, I doubt I could have exercised such restraint. Lin Bin nodded in agreement, indeed. A sea of blood vendetta, a century of concealed patience. Then when vengeance finally came, retaining full composure and sparing the innocent. Such moral fortitude leaves me humbled beyond measure. Zhao, who strode forward without hesitation, slapped Li Yu's shoulder with a palm like a broad fan and grinned broadly. Old Zhao bows to you. Just now I thought you'd slaughter the entire Yu clan. Instead you spared them. For that alone, I salute you as a true man of honor. Li Yu swayed slightly under Zhao, whose vigorous patting offering a wry smile. Senior brother, Zhao overpraises me. I merely. Enough. Chun Yi waved his hand, cutting off the courteous exchanges. From now on we are all family. No need for mutual flattery. His gaze turned solemn as he addressed Li Yu directly. Li Yu, will you become my disciple? Li Yu froze, utterly speechless. Having lived nearly 150 years and witnessed countless extraordinary scenes, he had never encountered anything like this. A youth whose cultivation matched his own, and whose age was but a fraction of his, wished to take him as a disciple. Had this come from anyone else, he would have deemed it a deliberate insult. Yet Chun Yi's gaze was calm as still water, devoid of mockery, free of condescension. Only unwavering certainty resided there, absolute, unshakable, as if stating the most ordinary fact. As if it were the most natural thing in the world. Sun Qing and the others exchanged startled glances. Then understanding dawned in their eyes. Ah, so that was it. Lord sought to grant Li Yu formal standing. Entering as a disciple with foundation establishment cultivation, Li Yu would not begin at the lowest rank. Though the four hall masters had accepted him wholeheartedly. What of those beneath them? Though Wanbao Tower had existed only a few years, its cultivators hailed from the old forces of Qingnan Commandery. These cultivators had walked beside Chun Yi all this way, not bound by deep affection perhaps, yet united by shared history as veterans. How could they accept a newly sworn cultivator, without a single meritorious deed, rising instantly above them? Even if the four hall masters voiced no objection, would the rank-and-file cultivators truly submit? But should he become Lord's personal disciple, everything changed. Once the master-disciple bond was sealed, Li Yu's status would be legitimate, beyond question, beyond reproach. Li Yu, perceptive and incisive, grasped the subtlety at once. He dropped to both knees, pressed his forehead to the floor, and declared with solemn gravity, Disciple Li Yu pays homage to master. With that bow all was settled. Chun Yi sat serenely upon the high seat, accepting Li Yu's 3 full prostrations and 9 kowtows, then rose to lift him gently to his feet. Rise, Chun Yi said, patting his shoulder. Now that you have entered my sect, Wanbao Tower's affairs demand your diligent attention. Li Yu bowed deeply. Disciple accepts master's decree without reservation. Chun Yi then turned to Sun Qing and the other 3. Today I have taken my first disciple. Surely you 4 senior uncles will offer some token of welcome. Li Yu immediately understood and performed a formal bow before the 4. Disciple Li Yu greets my 4 senior uncles. Sun Qing and the others exchanged glances, then shared a wry, knowing smile. Tanya immediately smiled and said, this title of master uncle is not given in vain. As she spoke, she took out a jade pendant from her bosom and handed it over, saying, this is a piece of green jade. It may not be of great use, but wearing it aids in calming the mind, so consider it a welcome gift. Seeing this, Lin Bin also took out a short sword from his storage pouch. The sword sheath was ancient and faintly shimmered with a chill. This sword is named Frostbite. While it is not a peerless divine weapon, it is nonetheless a fine treasure of the magical artifact level, and I gift it to my nephew for self-defense. Not wanting to fall behind, Sun Qing thought for a moment, and took out a storage pouch from his bosom, laughing. Master uncle, I am but a mundane person fond of managing these yellow and white items. These over 100 mid-grade spirit stones are a gift for my nephew to serve as pocket money. Zhao Hu looked at his three colleagues with a puzzled expression. They had all exhausted their resources for Foundation establishment contributions. He himself owed Chun-Yi a mountain of debt. Where did they get all these good things? Seeing that he couldn't produce anything, Zhao Hu rolled his eyes and shouted at Chun, "Master, I Zhao want to report that these three guys are abusing their power for personal gain." The smiles on Sun Qing and the others' faces instantly froze, and they turned to Zhao Hu with looks that said, "Are you an idiot? Am I wrong in saying this?" Zhao Hu, completely oblivious, pointed at Sun Qing with indignation. "Old son, what do you have in your storage pouch? I have seen the accounts from last month. The spirit stones you handled are all recorded. Where did these over 100 mid-grade spirit stones come from?" He then turned to Lin Bin saying, "I won't even mention Tanya. Old Lin, you are in charge of the sect's discipline." He looked at Zhao Hu with a pained expression. Chun-Yi picked up his teacup and leisurely took a sip, saying nothing, only watching the scene with a half-smile. Li Yu, holding the three welcome gifts he had just received, was momentarily unsure whether to remain bowing or to stand up. "Do you not pay any attention to the sect rules?" Sun Qing gritted his teeth, wishing he could sew up Zhao Hu's big mouth. "There are regulations in place. All gifts received by the treasure gathering hall can have half taken for personal use. This rule was set by the master himself." Lin Bin added with a grim expression, "And in my wind message hall, the spoils obtained from killing enemies must return 30% to the sect, while the rest can be kept. This is also a rule determined by the master." Tanya smiled slightly, adding nonchalantly, "I support our hall and oversee the resources within the sect. Though there is not much external revenue, Brother Bin's accounts have always been managed by me. Brother Hu, you wouldn't want to meddle in my family affairs, would you?" Zhao Hu was left speechless by the three's rebuttal. The confident look on his face gradually turned into embarrassment as he scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Hi, I was just joking with you all, haha." Sun Qing snorted coldly, giving him a sidelong glance. "Joking? Do you think we can't see through your little schemes?" Lin Bin also wore a stern face, though there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. "If you want to get rich, just say, so why go through all this?" Zhao Hu, exposed, was not angry. Instead, he shamelessly leaned forward, saying, "Three elder siblings, what do you think of my welcome gift?" Sun Qing irritably swatted his hand away, saying, "As a master uncle, you don't give a welcome gift to your nephew, and yet you still want to take something from us. What about your dignity?" Zhao Hu sheepishly withdrew his hand, scratching his head. Suddenly his eyes brightened as he turned to Li Yu, grinning. "Nephew, although I Zhao can't produce any treasures, I have strength. From now on in the treasure gathering tower, if anyone dares to bully you, just report my name. I'll help you deal with them." Li Yu was slightly taken aback, then cupped his hands and smiled. "Thank you, Master Uncle Zhao." Chun-Yi watched this scene with a slight smile at the corners of his lips. This was exactly the kind of treasure gathering tower he wanted. There are rules, human connections, calculations, and also sincerity. "All right." Chun-Yi set down the teacup and said, "If you've had your fun, then let's all sit down and talk." Only then did everyone restrain their smiles and take their seats. Li Yu still stood. Chun-Yi glanced at him and said, "You sit too." Only then did Li Yu sit, half of his body at the end of the table, maintaining a respectful posture. Chun-Yi surveyed the crowd and slowly spoke. "Today we shall finalize Li Ye's entrance into the sect. As my chief disciple, you represent the face of your master, and from now on you will be the first-generation leader of the treasure-gathering tower, exercising the authority of the master. You must oversee the sect's daily affairs. For major decisions, you must participate in the planning. Within 3 months, I want you to be completely familiar with all matters within the tower." Li Yu suddenly looked up, disbelief in his eyes. "Master, this?" Although he knew Chun-Yi would value him, he never expected such unreserved trust. Exercising the authority of the master meant that Chun-Yi was entrusting the entire operation of the treasure-gathering tower to him. "Master," Li Ye's voice was slightly strained. "I am new here and have yet to accomplish anything. How can I bear such a heavy responsibility? I ask Master to reconsider." Chun-Yi waved his hand, his tone indifferent. "I say you can bear it, so you can bear it." Sun Qing and the others exchanged glances, although they had anticipated this. Hearing Chun-Yi's arrangement still left them somewhat shaken. However, despite their surprise, no one voiced any. While they acknowledged Li Ye's abilities, they still felt some discomfort in their hearts about Chun-Yi placing an outsider in a position above them. However, now that Li Yu had become Chun-Yi's chief disciple, even if he held a higher position, he still had to address them as master uncles. In terms of seniority, he was inherently below them, so what more could they say? The master is right. As his chief disciple, it is only natural for you to take charge of the sect's affairs. Sun Qing was the first to speak. Moreover, our tower is expanding, and the master often enters seclusion, so we indeed need someone who can take charge. Master Nephew Li, you should not decline. Lin Bin nodded in agreement. What Hall Master Sun said makes sense. Master Nephew Li's temperament and abilities I feel ashamed to compare. I am at ease with you managing daily affairs. Tanya smiled slightly, speaking gently. Master nephew need not worry. Although we are older, we are not the kind who envy the talented. Since the master trusts you, we will trust you too. Zhao, who even more direct, waved his hand. I Zhao am a simple person not understanding all those twists and turns. Anyway, what the master says goes. From now on, master nephew, if you have any orders, just say them. I Zhao will not have any second thoughts. Hearing the four master uncles' affirmations, the last shred of doubt in Li Ye's heart dissipated. He took a deep breath, stood up from his seat, and first gave a deep bow to Chun. He then turned to bow to Sun Qing and the others. The master's kindness and the trust of the four master uncles Li Yu will remember in his heart. I will certainly do my utmost to live up to the trust. Chun Yi nodded slightly, indicating he could sit again. Since there are no objections, this matter is settled. Chun Yi's gaze swept over everyone. However, since Li Yu is new and not yet familiar with the affairs of the tower, in these 3 months the 4 hall masters must assist him diligently and not hold back. Sun Qing and the others replied in unison, we will comply with the master's orders. Chun Yi then looked at Li Yu. Now that the mountain gate has just been established, it is a time of countless tasks. Your succession ceremony will be held together with the opening of the market in a few days. Li Yu was taken aback, then bowed, saying, I will follow the master's arrangements. Chun Yi nodded. However, during this period you must also shoulder the responsibilities of the master. Currently, the follow-up from the 5 poisoned sects Sikong II and the Inner Sect Foundation establishment disciple from Spirit Beast Mountain are both top priorities within the tower. As the master, how do you think we should respond? Upon hearing this, Li Ye's expression became serious, knowing this was Chun Yi's first test for him. He pondered for a moment before slowly speaking, Master, I believe that these 2 are not worth worrying about. Oh. Chun Yi picked up his teacup, non-committal, go on. Li Yu stood up calmly and laid out his strategies. The others nodded in agreement. Sun Qing was especially amazed, saying, is managing in this way really possible? Master nephew Li truly possesses great talent. With this plan, Li Yu quickly established himself within the tower. Under his coordination, the 4 halls began to operate in an orderly manner. In the blink of an eye, Sikong II had returned to the 5 poisoned sect. Although he had lost face due to Zhao, who had also revealed a tremendous opportunity to him. The 5 poisoned sect primarily relies on the concept of poison. If Zhao, who truly possesses the bloodline of the poison flood dragon, which can immunize against serpent and insect poison, then he. With this thought in mind, Sikong II headed straight for his friend upon returning to the sect. However, as soon as he entered the mountain gate, he sensed that something was off. In the great sect of nascent soul, as long as the disciples in the Qi refinement stage diligently cultivate and accumulate merit, they can advance. However, when it comes to foundation establishment and entering the inner sect, it is all about opportunities, comprehension, connections, and choosing the right side. Although Sikong II had already reached foundation establishment for over 20 years, he had no roots within the sect. Even with his chosen side, he was merely an inconspicuous presence within the power circles. Thus he exhausted his family fortune to refine the subpar Baolin Qianzhu sword just to gain a bit of competitive edge. But upon returning to the sect, what was the meaning of his fellow disciples' attention? Could it be that his defeat at the hands of a rogue cultivator had already spread? Just as he was pondering this, the leading foundation establishment disciple of their faction, Zhou Han, unexpectedly came forward. His face looked quite grim. Did you go to Yizhou? Sikong Tu's heart sank. Zhou Han was known for his lofty demeanor and was one of the potential golden core candidates of their faction, rarely speaking to others, let alone personally welcoming anyone. This kind of attitude was clearly unfriendly. He hurriedly cupped his hands in salute. Greetings, senior brother Zhou. I indeed went to Yizhou for personal matters, so. Yizhou. Zhou Han interrupted him, his voice cold, as if it had been poisoned. Sikong Tu's unease grew, but he dared not conceal the truth. Tianyang County. So you provoked Wanbao Tower. Zhou Han's voice grew even colder, a glint of anger flashing in his eyes. Sikong Tu's heart trembled, and he instinctively took half a step back. What do you mean by that, senior brother Zhou? He forced himself to remain calm. I merely went to handle some personal affairs at Wanbao Tower. Handling personal affairs. Zhou Han sneered coldly. Do you know that because of your little personal matter, Wanbao Tower has already sent a message to all the affiliated forces of my Wudu sect in the 3 states, stating that due to a conflict with a certain inner sect disciple of Wudu sect, they have suspended all supplies of vital essence. Vital essence? Sikong II was bewildered. Isn't that the little item that can accelerate the growth of first-tier spiritual herbs? Senior brother Zhou, while that thing is indeed rare, it can't be that serious. Not serious. Zhou Han seemed to have heard the greatest joke, sneering repeatedly. Wanbao Tower sells a vial for 10 spirit stones, while my trading company in the 3 states sells it to neighboring countries for 30 spirit stones a vial. yet it is still in short supply. Do you know how much profit there is in this thing? Do you know that currently 30% of the income of the trading companies under the elders is relying on this item? Sikong Tu's face lost all color. He finally realized the magnitude of the trouble he had caused. Although Wudu sect was a nascent soul sect, the nascent soul ancestor had been in seclusion for many years, and the daily operations of the sect relied entirely on the support of the Golden Core elders. The Golden Core elders had to support their disciples maintain the sect's dignity and accumulate cultivation resources. What did they rely on? It was the income from their respective trading companies. Cutting off someone's financial path is like killing their parents. This is an unbreakable truth in the cultivation world. Sikong Tu was merely a foundation establishment inner disciple hardly ranking in the faction, yet he had cut off the financial pathways of numerous elders. Unable to help himself, Sikong Tu swallowed hard. Since this item is so profitable, why don't we directly seize it? Before Sikong Tu could finish his sentence, a flash of anger crossed Johan's eyes, and he raised his hand to deliver a slap. Smack! Sikong Tu was sent flying crashing into a stone pillar at the mountain gate. Half of his face instantly swelled up and dark red blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Seize! Johan approached slowly, looking down at the prostrate Sikong Tu with derision in his eyes. Do you think Wanbao Tower is something you can just pluck like a weed? They bear the Qingyun emblem and are located under the Qingyun sect in Izhou. Are you trying to incite a war between the two sects? Sikong Tu lay on the ground, trembling all over, yet he dared not utter a sound. Johan crouched down, patted his swollen cheek, and lowered his voice, becoming even colder. Do you know that just before you returned, the message from Wanbao Tower had already been delivered to the elders? Do you know that the elders are currently in the discussion hall, deliberating how to deal with you? Sikong Tu's pupils constricted as he grabbed Johan's robe. Senior brother Zhou, save me. I really didn't know there were such connections behind Wanbao Tower. Only what? Johan shrugged off his hand, and slowly stood up, only to support your paramour. Only to bully a few rogue cultivators. Sikong Tu, oh Sikong Tu, you have truly lived like a dog for nearly 100 years. He turned his back to Sikong Tu, speaking indifferently. The elders have issued an order for you to immediately go to the discussion hall for trial. As for how to deal with it, you can listen for yourself. Sikong Tu felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. The discussion hall. The 7 Golden Core elders of Wudu sect who managed the sect's finances sat on either side of the hall, with the central seat vacant, which was the position of the nascent soul ancestor. Sikong Tu knelt in the center of the hall, forehead touching the ground, trembling all over. Sikong Tu. From the left side, a white-haired elder slowly spoke. Do you know your crime? Sikong Tu lay on the ground, his voice trembling. Disciple knows my crime. Knows your crime. A middle-aged woman with a stern face on the right side sneered. You admit it quite quickly. Then why don't you tell us where your crime lies? Sikong Tu's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he gritted his teeth. Disciple should not prioritize personal matters over public ones, offending Wanbao Tower and cutting off our sect's financial resources. Prioritizing personal matters over public ones. The white-haired elder on the left side shook his head. Sikong Tu, you still don't understand. He slowly stood up, walking towards Sikong Tu, looking down at him. Offending Wanbao Tower is not a big deal. In the cultivation world, the strong prey on the weak. You relied on the sect's reputation to bully a few rogue cultivators, and even if it spread, it would merely be a common occurrence. But your mistake lies in not even understanding the opponent's background before bullying them. The elder's voice suddenly turned stern. Although Wanbao Tower is newly established, it bears the Qingyun emblem. The Qingyun sect has had ties with my Wudu sect for 1,000 years. What do you think your actions have done to our sect's reputation? Do they think our sect is blind to the world, or do they think we are intentionally provoking them? Sikong Tu's forehead pressed against the ground, not daring to raise his head, only able to listen to the elder's reprimand like thunder erupting above. What is even more hateful, the middle-aged woman on the right interjected, her voice sharp as a knife, is that you stirred up trouble and didn't think of remedies, but instead fled back to the sect. If you had apologized on the spot, even if you had to lower yourself, at least it could have quelled the matter. Even if you died there, our sect would have avenged you. Yet you chose to leave with harsh words. Sikong Tu trembled all over, his lips quivering as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately dared not speak. At that time, how could he have considered so much? Driven to a desperate escape by Zhao, who all he wanted was to return to the sect and find help to regain his dignity, never expecting that this escape would lead to a colossal disaster. The elder on the left side waved his hand and sat back down. Now that things have come to this, let's discuss how to resolve this matter. The middle-aged woman on the right with a sinister expression sneered, ending this. How can we end it? The Wanbao Tower is quite clever. Their message only states to pause supplies until this matter is resolved before discussing further. This means they have kicked the ball to us, waiting to see how we deal with Sikong 2. Indeed. The thin old man on the left, who had been silent, finally spoke slowly. If we handle this too leniently, Wanbao Tower will have something to say, and it may jeopardize our future dealings. If we handle it too harshly. His gaze fell upon the kneeling Sikong 2, and he did not continue. Sikong 2 knelt on the ground, listening to the elders' discussions, feeling a chill run down his spine, sweat soaking through his clothes. At that moment, he realized the gravity of what he had stirred up. What he had provoked was not just some easily manageable loose cultivator force, but a colossal entity intricately woven into the fabric of power. It was laughable that before setting off he thought Yu Tianqing was overreacting for being concerned about a mere foundation establishment force. It turned out the fool was himself. Enough. The white-haired elder at the head of the left side pondered for a long time before finally speaking slowly. Sikong 2, your actions have been reckless, stirring trouble and causing damage to the sect's interests. According to the sect rules, your cultivation must be abolished and you are to be expelled from the mountain. Sikong 2 felt as if struck by lightning, abruptly raising his head, his face filled with terror and despair. Elder, I realize my mistake. I truly realize my mistake. I beg the elder for mercy. I beg all the elders for mercy. He crawled forward, intending to hug the elder's leg, but was blocked by an invisible force 3 feet away. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not advance an inch. However, the elder's tone shifted, his gaze landing on Sikong 2, and he said calmly, considering you have been a disciple for many years and have generally behaved respectfully, I will issue a lighter punishment. You are to go to Wanbao Tower and apologize in person until they are satisfied. Additionally, you will receive a fine of 10 years of salary and be confined for 3 years as a warning to others. Sikong 2 felt his body relax, completely collapsing to the ground, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, yet he did not dare to utter a word of complaint, only repeatedly bowing his head. Thank you, elder, for your mercy. Thank you, esteemed elders, for your mercy. I will definitely handle this matter well, and will not cause trouble for the sect again. The sinister-looking middle-aged woman snorted coldly. As for the matter of compensation, you will have to handle it yourself. But remember this. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing into Sikong 2's heart. If that business cannot be restored, then your identity as an inner sect disciple will come to an end. Sikong 2 felt a chill in his heart and bowed down, saying, I understand. I will do everything in my power to satisfy Wanbao Tower. Go now? The elder waved his hand. Sikong 2 bowed once more, stood up, and retreated a few steps before turning to exit the discussion hall. The hall door slowly closed behind him, cutting off the gaze of the 7 Golden Core elders, yet it could not sever the turbulent waves surging within Sikong 2's heart. He stood outside the hall, gazing at the overcast sky, feeling as though he had just awakened from a great dream. When the dream ended, everything had changed. Just as Sikong 2 was lost in thought, a sharp sound of silver bells approached from afar. He instinctively looked up and saw a streak of azure light sweeping in from the mountain path, arriving in an instant. The person was dressed in a light pink immortality robe with a string of silver bells hanging at her waist, making a jingling sound as she walked, yet she did not appear frivolous. Instead, her cold features seemed to repel anyone from coming close. Sikong 2's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, senior sister Chiao. Chiao Mingxin, the only descendant of Sikong 2's master, and the senior sister of their lineage, was at the late foundation establishment stage, and was rumored to have touched the threshold of the Golden Core. She rarely appeared in public, making her difficult to encounter. How could she appear here? Chiao Mingxin paused slightly, her indifferent gaze sweeping over the swollen half of Sikong 2's face, showing no sign of emotion, as if she were looking at an inconsequential dead object. Master wants me to take you with me. Her voice was cold, devoid of any warmth. After saying this, she turned to leave without a single additional word. Yet Sikong 2 felt a warmth in his heart. The 5 Poison sect had 2 factions, economics and martial arts. Their lineage belonged to the martial arts faction. Although the master he had joined was a Golden Core true person, he devoted himself to rigorous training, having more than 10 disciples under him, and he was always at the bottom, rarely receiving guidance. Having caused such a catastrophe, the master had not even shown his face. Yet unexpectedly, he sent the senior sister to support him. What are you still dawdling for? Chiao Mingxin did not stop her pace, and her cold voice drifted back on the wind. Sikong 2 quickly collected his thoughts and hurried to catch up. On the other side, Spirit Beast Mountain. Li Zhe also received a message from Tang Wanshan. To be honest, he had a good relationship with this junior brother during their time in the outer sect. Later, Tang Wanshan felt that he had no hope of foundation establishment, withdrew from the sect to start a family, but through a stroke of fortune, he succeeded in foundation establishment. At that time, Li Zhe was happy for this junior brother for a while. Considering their past camaraderie, he would occasionally visit the Tang family to show his support. However, this message now made Li Zhe feel troubled. Just then, several other disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain, who were familiar with Tang Wanshan, arrived together. Leading them was Brother Zhang from the Elder Hall, who entered and immediately cupped his hands, saying, "Brother Zhang, have you received the message regarding the Tang family?" Li Zhe nodded, inviting the others to sit, and smiled bitterly. "I have received it. I'm quite troubled about it." Brother Zhang sighed. Who doesn't know? That Wanbao Tower is backed by the Qingyan sect. Although we Spirit Beast Mountain are also a nascent soul sect, it doesn't make sense to provoke the Qingyun sect for an outer sect disciple who withdrew from the sect many years ago. Another junior brother frowned and said, "But if we ignore it, won't it seem we are being too cold? After all, Wanshan has always sent gifts during the festivals." Li Zhe fell silent, scanning the faces of his fellow disciples. Brother Zhang cleared his throat and lowered his voice, saying, "In fact, someone has hinted to me not to get involved in this matter." Oh, everyone turned to look at him. "You know about the Filong Merchant Association?" As soon as Brother Zhang said this, the expressions of everyone present changed. Brother Zhang's voice dropped even lower. "The manager of the Filong Merchant Association personally sent someone to tell me that Wanbao Tower has already informed them this matter is a private dispute between Wanbao Tower and the Tang family and has nothing to do with outsiders. If any disciples from Spirit Beast Mountain insist on getting involved, it would mean we are at odds with the Filong Merchant Association." Li Zhe drew a sharp breath. He was well aware of the position of the Filong Merchant Association within Spirit Beast Mountain. Although it was called a merchant association, in reality, it controlled the external channels for 30% of the sect's Spirit Beast materials and had the interests of 3 Golden Core elders behind it. "Does Wanbao Tower have such long reach?" one junior brother asked incredulously. "Can they even send a message to our merchant association within the sect?" Brother Zhang smiled wryly and said, "It's not that Wanbao Tower has long reach, it's that the essence of life is too critical. Since the Filong Merchant Association got involved with Wanbao Tower, their profits have multiplied several times. I heard that because of Sikong Tu causing trouble at Wanbao Tower, they directly halted business transactions with the Five Poisons sect. Do you think they would allow anyone to provoke Wanbao Tower at this time?" As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Li Zhe pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. "So we cannot help Wanshan with this problem." Brother Zhang sighed, took out a jade slip from his sleeve, and handed it over. "Junior brother Li, this is the message I drafted. Take a look. If you find it appropriate, then send it back to the Tang family." Li Zhe took the jade slip, probing his divine sense into it, and after a moment he looked up with a complex expression. The words in the jade slip were earnest, first recalling their past camaraderie as fellow disciples, then mentioning the sect's rules and the difficulties of being caught, between ultimately advising Tang Wanshan that those who understand the times are the heroes, and not to confront Wanbao Tower directly. This statement was crafted flawlessly, distancing themselves from the relationship while leaving no room for argument. Brother Zhang is truly insightful. Li Zhe returned the jade slip with a bitter smile, but I find it hard to say this. Brother Zhang patted his shoulders, saying, "Even if it's hard to say, you must say it. For us cultivators, the most important thing is to be clear about our stance. If Wanshan cannot see clearly, we must not accompany him in his foolishness." With that, he stood up to take his leave. The others also rose one after another, each returning to prepare their messages. Li Zhe sat alone for a long time, ultimately taking out the communication jade talisman, recording that message within, and with a flick of his hand sent it off. Tianyang Commandery, the Tang family. These past few days had dragged on interminably for Tang Wanshan. Outside the mountain gate, Jin Yuanba's barrage of humiliation continued unabated, a matter of mere face, nothing more. Far more alarming, however, was the fate of the Yu family, likewise defiant and backed by an inner-sect disciple of the Five Venom sect, who had already been eradicated by Wanbao Tower. The sight left Tang Wanshan trembling to his very core. If even an inner-sect disciple of the Five Venom sect could be struck down without hesitation, would his friends from Lingshou Mountain truly make any difference? At last on this day a streak of light pierced the sky and descended in haste. Overjoyed, Tang Wanshan swiftly raised his hand to catch the jade talisman and probed it with his spiritual sense. Moments later the joy froze upon his face, then drained into pallor, then into ashen desolation. "Ancestor! Ancestor! What word from Lingshou Mountain?" A middle-aged man beside him asked urgently. Tang Wanshan slowly lowered the talisman, his lips trembling violently, unable to utter a single word for a long while. A premonition of dread rose within the man, who, stepping forward, he seized the talisman himself and examined its message. This, he stared dumbfounded. How dare they act thus? Year after year without fail our Tang family's offerings at festivals and holidays never ceased. Enough. Tang Wanshan barked, his voice sharp, with anguish his face ashen. No one else is to blame. It is I, this old man, who failed to see clearly. He turned, gazing outward beyond the mountain gate, where Jin Yuanba sat sprawled with legs crossed, casually tossing peanuts into his mouth, his eyes filled with bitter sorrow. Go tell Master Jin, he said quietly, that the Tang family shall depart Tianyang in 3 days. The middle-aged man recoiled in shock. Ancestor. We have rooted ourselves in Ezhou for over a century. Shall we simply abandon it all? And what choice remains? Tang Wanshan gave a hollow, wretched smile. Did you not witness the Yu family's end? The man paled, further speechless. Tang Wanshan waved his hand weakly, as if aged decades in an instant. Go. Pack what you can. We go to Hangzhou. I still hold a sliver of goodwill there, surely enough to find shelter. The man staggered away, unsteady on his feet. Alone in the hall, Tang Wanshan gazed upward at the plaque inscribed with Tang Family Ancestral Shrine, his eyes faintly glistening. A century of legacy, scattered to the winds in a single dawn. Whom to blame? The overwhelming might of Wanbao Tower. Jin Yuanba's brazen insolence? Neither. Only himself, for misreading the currents of power, for forgetting his rightful place. 3 days later the Tang family departed en masse. Jin Yuanba for once did not loiter before the mountain gate, but stood atop a distant hill watching in silence as the long procession of vessels faded into the horizon. Second Master, ventured a Jin Dao sect disciple stepping near, are we truly letting them go like this? Jin Yuanba slapped the back of his head. What else would you have us do? Master Chen demands their departure, not their demise. If you lack even this measure of discernment, how have I survived so long in the cultivation world? The disciple rubbed his skull sheepishly, then asked, shall we return now to report? Report? To whom? Jin Yuanba rolled his eyes. Master Chen said, handle it as you see fit. Meaning once the deed is done, return to your post, and keep clear of his presence. If you cannot read such simple cues, how do you expect to follow me? With a broad sweep of his arm, he declared back to the mountain. These past 7 or 8 days have worn me ragged. I need proper rest. A chorus of affirmations rose as the Jin Dao sect disciples surged down the slope behind their master. Meanwhile 2 guests arrived at Wanbao Tower. Chun Yi sat upright upon the central dais holding a newly acquired scroll, Geographic Records of Ezhou, and reading the chapter on local products of Tianyang Commandery, when soft footfalls sounded outside the door. Master visitors await audience, Zhao Hu announced from beyond the threshold. Chun Yi set aside the scroll. Who are they? Xiao Mingxin and Sikong, 2 of the 5 Venom sect, sent by their sect to offer formal apologies. A flicker of surprise passed through Chun Yi's eyes, then vanished, replaced by calm composure. The 5 Venom sect had arrived sooner than anticipated. With a gentle sweep of his divine sense, he perceived the 2 presences beyond the door. One emanated the unstable, shallow aura of Foundation establishment, early stage, the same Sikong 2 who had issued threats before the Yu family's gate. The other bore the deep, steady resonance of a latest-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, clearly a core disciple. Escort them to the side hall to wait. Chen Yi rose. I shall change attire and join them shortly. Zhao Hu bowed and withdrew. Chun Yi entered the rear chamber, unhurriedly retrieved a moon-white robe from the cabinet, and donned it. Before a bronze mirror he smoothed his temples. A measured delay, this was protocol. To let guests know he had not been waiting for them was to claim dominion over the dialogue itself. In the side hall, Sikong 2 fidgeted incessantly. Ever since crossing into Wanbao Tower's territory, fragments of intelligence he'd previously overlooked had begun reaching his ears. Though Chun Yi cultivated only at early Foundation establishment, he had effortlessly bested elders of late stage, and wielded an unknown number of puppets capable of unleashing strikes rivaling Golden Core cultivators. Not to mention his open defiance of a Golden Core elder from Qingyun sect in Qingnan. As a mere inner sect disciple of the 5 Venom sect, causing trouble upon his turf, and yet surviving unharmed, was itself a profound concession to the sect's dignity. Xiao Mingxin, by contrast, sat serenely in her seat, cradling a cup of spirit tea, delicately inhaling its fragrance, then sipping it with quiet, unhurried appreciation. Senior Sister Qiao, that Chen Yi, Sikong 2 murmured, unable to contain himself. The tea is excellent, she interrupted, not lifting her gaze. Calm your heart. Sikong 2 opened his mouth, then closed it again, daunted into silence. Forcing down his anxiety, he mimicked her posture and lifted his own cup. Yet the brew tasted bitterly acrid, devoid of any grace or nuance. After roughly the time it took for an incense stick to burn, measured footsteps echoed outside. Chun Yi entered the side hall, his gaze sweeping across both guests before offering a slight, bow my apologies for keeping you waiting." Only then did Xiaomingxin set down her cup and rise gracefully, returning the gesture without a trace of impatience. Wanbao Tower's tea is exquisite. Waiting longer only enhances its worth. A subtle lift of Chun Yi's brow. This female cultivator knew how to speak. He seated himself upon the dais, gesturing for them to sit, then turned his attention to Sikong Tu, voice level and detached. "Brother Sikong, we meet again." Sikong Tu stiffened entirely, his cheeks burned faintly, as though the memory of that earlier blow still throbbed. He sprang up and bowed deeply, forehead nearly touching the floor. "Previously, I was blind and foolish, insulting both your tower and senior brother Zhao. Today I come solely to beg forgiveness." So saying, he drew forth a storage pouch from his robes and offered it with both hands, a modest token, hardly worthy of your esteem. "Yet I beg Master Chun to overlook my transgression with magnanimity." Chun Yi's gaze skimmed the pouch, without reaching for it, and shifted instead to Xiaomingxin. Only then did she speak. "Master Chun, my junior brother acted rashly and disturbed your tower's peace. The Five Venom sect offers its deepest regrets. Beyond apology, my master has entrusted me with a message." "Oh, pray continue." He says, "For 1,000 years the Five Venom sect and Qingyun sect have coexisted in harmony, and wish not to let momentary folly among disciples tarnish that bond. Since your tower bears the Qingyun sigil, it stands as our neighbor and ally. Should you ever require our aid, do not hesitate to ask." A glint of wry amusement flickered in Chun Yi's eyes. Elegant words, ostensibly conciliatory, yet subtly underscoring a truth. "We acknowledge not you Wanbao Tower, but the Qingyun sect behind you." Still, it was no surprise. Whether the Five Venom sect acknowledged him, or only the sect behind him, mattered little, so long as they refrained from stirring chaos here. Chun Yi nodded, signaling Zhao Hu to accept the pouch, then replied, "Senior Sister Chiu is too kind. Your sect's sincerity has been received. What transpired earlier was but a minor misunderstanding. Clarified, it vanishes." Hearing these words, Sikong Tu exhaled a long, shuddering breath, nearly collapsing onto his seat. Xiaomingxin remained unperturbed, as though every turn had unfolded precisely as foreseen. She lifted her cup once more, sipped thoughtfully, and spoke at last. "Master Chen's generosity honors us. I thank you on my junior brother's behalf." She paused, then shifted tone with quiet precision. "Yet this visit serves another purpose beyond apology." Chun Yi slightly raised an eyebrow, leaning back against the chair. He picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip, saying unhurriedly, "Please speak, Taoist Chiu. I have heard that although Master Chun is only at the early stage of Foundation establishment, he has already mastered the sword Qi, and has even lightly defeated latest-stage cultivators." Xiaomingxin spoke in a calm tone, as if commenting on the pleasant weather. "I have practiced for many years, and have some insights in the art of battle. It is rare to meet a person like Master today, so I wish to ask for some guidance on a few moves." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the side hall suddenly became tense. Sikong Tu's expression changed dramatically as he turned to look at his senior sister, his eyes filled with disbelief. This visit was solely for an apology. It was imperative not to cause any more trouble. "What is my senior sister doing? If you want me dead, just say it." He opened his mouth to say something, but was stopped by a glance from Xiaomingxin. Zhao Hu stood beside Chun Yi, frowning slightly, instinctively taking half a step forward. However, Chun Yi waved his hand, indicating that he need not worry. With a light chuckle, he slowly rose and said, "Taoist Chiu has come from afar. Since you have this interest, I shall accompany you." "Master." Zhao Hu could not help but speak out. Chun Yi waved his hand, signaling him not to say more. Xiaomingxin stood up and cupped her hands, saying, "Master is forthright." Chun Yi walked towards the hall's exit with his hands behind his back, saying, "Since the martial arts arena of Wanbao Tower has been completed, it has yet to be used. Today I shall borrow Taoist Chiu's hand to initiate it." A gleam of excitement flashed in Xiaomingxin's eyes, but she quickly returned to her cool demeanor, lightly stepping forward to follow. Sikong Tu stood in place, his face full of conflict, wanting to advise, yet daring not to. He could only stamp his foot and follow behind. The two landed on the martial arts stage, each with different thoughts. For Xiaomingxin, this match was one she must win. She represented not just herself, but the honor of the Wudu sect's martial arts faction. Although Sikong Tu was merely a peripheral character, losing to a loose cultivator at the early stage of Foundation establishment would be an embarrassment. If this matter was not resolved, how could she show her face as a member of the martial arts faction in the future? For Chun Yi, however, this was a match he could not afford to lose. If he won, he could naturally intimidate all sides, proving that even without the support of the Qingyun sect, Wanbao Tower was no soft persimmon to be squeezed. If he lost, it was no problem. After all, he was only at the early stage of Foundation establishment, and losing to a core disciple of the Wudu sect was entirely normal. Others would only say that Xiao Mingxin won unfairly and took advantage of him, which would instead elevate Chenyi's standing. Master Chen, please. Xiao Mingxin's right hand flipped, and a sword of hundreds of scales and thousands of spiders was already in her grasp. The sword's body was dark green with a vivid poisonous spider relief coiled at the sword's edge. On the spine of the sword, scale-like patterns could be faintly seen, each scale seeming to shimmer with a ghostly light. Compared to Sikong Tu's version, this sword's aura was no less than that of the Qingyue sword, which had been refined by the family for generations. As the sword emerged, a faintly sweet and fishy aroma began to waft across the martial arts stage. What a good sword! Chen Yi praised sincerely. In his collection of swords, the poisonous sword named Bailin bore some resemblance to this sword, though its quality was far inferior to the one before him. He reached out, and a Bailin sword fell into his hand. Daoist Qiu, please. Upon seeing this, a trace of coldness flashed in Xiao Mingxin's eyes. She already knew that Chen Yi had refined dozens of his own flying swords. Why did he only take out a poisonous sword to compete with her? Did he want to prove that in the matter of poison he was not inferior to her as a core disciple of the Wudu sect? Or was it simply a sign of disdain for her? Regardless of which, it left her with an uncomfortable feeling. Master Chen is quite confident. Xiao Mingxin's tone remained calm, but the sword of hundreds of scales and thousands of spiders trembled slightly in her hand, emitting a faint humming sound. Then I shall ask for your guidance, master. With a hand gesture, the sword of hundreds of scales and thousands of spiders suddenly transformed into a dark green stream of light, carrying a strong, sweet, and fishy aroma, shooting swiftly towards Chen Yi. Before the sword arrived, the sweet and fishy aroma had already rushed toward him. Chen Yi felt a slight dizziness, and his heart instantly understood. This aroma is poisonous. With a light snort, the seed of Yuan gold within him surged, and that discomfort vanished in an instant. With a shake of his hand, the Bailin sword also transformed into a blue light to meet it. Clink! The two swords clashed in midair, producing a clear ringing sound. Xiao Mingxin furrowed her brow slightly. The poison mist from her sword of hundreds of scales and thousands of spiders would cause an ordinary early-stage foundation establishment cultivator to faint. Even cultivators of the same rank had to be distracted to defend against it. Yet Chen Yi seemed utterly unfazed, his sword momentum unwavering. Its sword quality was evidently inferior to hers, yet under the enhancement of sword qi, it was able to counter her sword of hundreds of scales and thousands of spiders without losing ground. This is interesting, she thought to herself, changing her sword technique once more. The sword of hundreds of scales and thousands of spiders suddenly paused in midair, then trembled violently. The scale-like patterns on it truly released tiny scales of light, transforming into countless small sword shadows that descended upon Chen Yi like a torrential rain. Chen Yi remained unflustered, lightly calling out, "Split." The Bailin sword also trembled, splitting into dozens of sword shadows to meet the onslaught. Clink, clink, clink. The sounds of dense clashes rang out like rain on banana leaves, echoing across the martial arts stage. Amid the countless sword shadows, dark green and azure light intertwined and collided. Each clash sparked tiny bursts of fire and spread the sweet and fishy aroma. Xiao Mingxin's eyes revealed a deeper intrigue. Although this move, thousand-scale sword rain, was not her ultimate technique, it was still a closely guarded secret of the Wudu sect. Ordinary cultivators encountering it for the first time would often be dazzled by the myriad of sword shadows, unable to discern the truth from the illusion. However, Chen Yi appeared to have anticipated this, maintaining a steady sword momentum. The number of sword shadows he created was neither too many nor too few, perfectly intercepting each of her scales of light. His demeanor was so relaxed that it was clear he was not exerting himself fully. This person's swordsmanship is likely even higher than reported, Xiao Mingxin thought, warily changing her sword technique again. The myriad scales of light suddenly converged, reforming the sword of hundreds of scales and thousands of spiders. However, it did not retreat, but spun in midair. The poisonous spider relief on the sword seemed to come alive, its 8 eyes shining with a ghostly green glow. A wave of intense, sweet, and fishy aroma erupted, enveloping the entire martial arts stage in an instant. Sikong Tu, watching from below, turned pale and instinctively retreated several steps until his back hit the wall. His eyes were filled with horror. The thousand spiders devouring soul. Senior sister has been forced to use this move. The sweet and fishy aroma on the martial arts stage had thickened to a visible extent, transforming into a faint green mist that spread out. Within the green mist, numerous spider shadows flickered, exuding a chilling aura. Chen Yi stood at the center of the green mist, his brow slightly raised. This move was indeed intriguing. The green mist could not only erode the flesh, but also directly attack the soul. If it were an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator, they would likely be in a daze at this moment, letting those spider shadows devour them without the strength to resist. Unfortunately, the wind comes. Chun-Yi softly called out, and the wind sword flew out from the 10,000 swords diagram, suddenly transforming into a stream of azure white light, swiftly circling around the martial arts platform. In an instant, a raging wind arose. The dense green mist was swept away by the gale, ascending into the sky. Xiaomingxin snorted lightly, naive. The 5 Poisons sect specializes in poisons. If this technique could be blown away by the wind, what would be called the 1,000 spiders devouring the soul? Indeed, although the green mist was caught up in the whirlwind, it rose, without dispersing, becoming even denser. Gradually it gathered into a gigantic silhouette. Chun-Yi looked up, finally revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes. Amidst the swirling mist, a massive poisonous spider, entirely dark green, gradually took shape. Its body was like a small mountain, its 8 legs resembling long spears with ghastly faces etched all over its back and belly. Each face silently twisted and howled. Its 8 eyes were as deep as abysses, gazing downward in stilling terror. Hiss! The giant spider emitted a piercing hiss, the sound waves spreading like tangible force, causing the protective formations around the martial arts platform to ripple. Sikong Tu's legs grew weak, and he collapsed directly to the ground, his face as pale as paper. 1,000 spiders devouring the soul. The real 1,000 spiders devouring the soul. Senior sister is serious now. Though he was a disciple of the 5 Poisons sect, he had never seen the complete form of this technique. Witnessing the true form of that gigantic spider now, he felt his soul tremble, as if he would be consumed by those 8 deep eyes in the next moment. Poison gas solidifying. Chun-Yi's gaze shifted slightly, the corners of his mouth curling with intrigue. This is quite interesting. Then he'll join in. Chun-Yi pointed his fingers like a sword and softly commanded, rise. 8 more azure scales swords flew out from his Danshan's 10,000 swords diagram. 9 azure scales swords hovered around Chun-Yi, arranged in a circular formation. The 10,000 swords diagram in his Dantian trembled slightly. Streams of pure magical power flowed out, merging into the 9 swords. Buzz! The 9 swords chimed in unison, azure mist glowing on their blades. The mist spiraled upwards, and in the blink of an eye, a fully azure snake condensed in midair. Chun-Yi landed on the snake's head, facing Xiaomingxin on the back of the spider from a distance. A poison formation. Xiaomingxin's brows furrowed. No, it's a sword formation. Chun-Yi gently shook his head. Although the 5 Poisons sect's 100 scales 1,000 spiders sword took the form of a sword, its essence was poison. In contrast, the Taibai sword sect's azure scales sword, while also a poison sword, had sword as its essence. This subtle difference represented 2 completely different paths. You're reversing the roles, Xiaomingxin coldly snorted. The sword path is orthodox, Chun-Yi said with an air of indifference. Hearing this, a glint of coldness flashed in Xiaomingxin's eyes. Having cultivated for more than 60 years, she had always known the sword as a vessel for poison, with poison being the path of killing. The combination of the 2 was the true essence of the 5 Poison sword path. You speak arrogantly. She coldly snorted, pulling her hand. The giant spider moved in response, its 8 legs stomping down like a mountain, collapsing toward the azure snake. Chun-Yi lightly tapped his toes. The azure snake's long tail whipped out, directly confronting it. But the azure snake collided with the giant spider, the poisonous mist surging like waves, intertwining 2 colors of light to form a massive vortex enveloping the entire martial arts platform. Within the vortex, the azure and emerald colors intertwined, and with each collision, clouds of poisonous mist splashed up. Xiaomingxin stood on the spider's back, her brows gradually tightening. Her 1,000 spiders devouring the soul, a secret transmission of the 5 Poisons sect. Though the giant spider was formed from poisonous gas, it possessed a tangible might. With its 8 legs stomping down, even black iron would be pierced through. But the azure snake opposite was as slippery as an eel. No, it was like a sword. Wherever the sword edge passed, her spider poison was torn apart. Not right. A glint of insight flashed in Xiaomingxin's eyes. She focused intently and finally noticed the clue. That azure snake was not merely condensed from pure poisonous gas. Within the snake's body, the 9 azure scales swords navigated through a mysterious trajectory, each rotation infusing sword chi into various parts of the snake's body. That azure mist, rather than being poison, was more like the external manifestation of sword chi. This is... She was suddenly taken aback. Using the sword as bone, chi as flesh, and poison as skin. Such a method she had never heard of before. Hiss! The giant spider pounced again, its spear-like front legs stabbing fiercely into the snake's body. The azure snake cried out in pain, emitting a hiss, its long tail sweeping across, leaving a deep gash on the giant spider's back. At the sight of the gash, countless tiny sword chi swirled violently, shredding the poisonous mist that tried to heal. Qiu Mingxin's expression changed slightly. As long as the poisonous mist did not disperse, this giant spider could continuously regenerate. However, the wound caused by Chun Yi's azure snake, due to the residual sword chi, healed extremely slowly. Is he consuming me? The moment this thought arose, Qiu Mingxin suppressed it. Impossible. She was already in the Foundation establishment late stage. Her magical power far surpassed that of her opponent. In this kind of consumption, it would undoubtedly be Chun Yi who could not hold on first. But in the next moment, she realized she was mistaken. The azure snake suddenly opened its mouth, and a beam of azure sword light shot out. The sword light was as swift as thunder, targeting the giant spider's head. Qiu Mingxin coldly snorted her hand, forming a sword seal, and thick poisonous mist surged from the giant spider's 8 eyes, condensing into a dark green shield in front of her. Clang! The sword light struck the shield, sparking a few sparks, yet it failed to penetrate. Qiu Mingxin's lips curled slightly, and just as she was about to speak, she saw that sword light suddenly explode. 1 became 9. The 9 azure scales swords revealed their true forms amidst the brilliance of the explosion, enclosing the giant spider's head from 9 different angles. Light division and shadow transformation. No, this is... Qiu Mingxin's pupils shrank. This was not merely a technique of light division and shadow transformation, but rather the sword formation laid out by the azure snake during their previous entanglement. Every time the azure snake collided with the giant spider, every tail whip and bite it had silently left behind sword chi, waiting for this moment. She thought it was a normal entanglement, unaware that she had already fallen into the opponent's trap. What a sword formation! Qiu Mingxin silently praised, but her actions did not slow down. Having cultivated for over 60 years and fought countless battles, how could she easily be caught? Changing her sword technique swiftly, the 8 deep eyes of the giant spider erupted simultaneously with brilliant green light. That green light gushed forth as if solid, weaving into a massive spider web that enveloped the giant spider's entire head tightly. Clang, 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 clang. The 9 swords pierced into the spider web, the sword bodies shuddering, and they became entangled by the seemingly soft threads, unable to advance any further. Qiu Mingxin breathed a sigh of relief, about to counterattack, when she saw Chun Yi's lips curl slightly upward. Her heart sank. Not good. Just as this thought arose, the 9 azure scales swords entangled in the spider web suddenly shook, and azure sword chi surged from their bodies. The sword chi, sharp and unmatched, began to sever the tough spider's silk one by one. This... Qiu Mingxin had no time to be shocked as the 9 swords broke free from the web, continuing to stab downward towards the giant spider's head. She gritted her teeth, her magical power surging violently into the giant spider's body. The giant spider's 8 legs moved simultaneously, managing to shift 3 feet sideways in a split second. Puff, puff, puff. The 9 swords grazed past the giant spider's head, leaving deep wounds on its side. At the wounds, sword chi rampaged, shredding the poisonous mist that tried to heal. Qiu Mingxin stood on the spider's back, her chest slightly heaving. That was close. Just a bit more, and the giant spider's head would have been pierced by the 9 swords. Although it would not lead to defeat, it would be embarrassing. She lifted her gaze towards Chun Yi, who stood atop the head of the green snake, no longer harboring any contempt in her eyes. This person's mastery of the sword far exceeded her expectations. It was not just the rumored sword energy, but also his profound understanding of the sword and his acute grasp of battle opportunities, all reaching an exceptionally high realm. If it were not for her immense magical power and solid foundation, she would have truly suffered from that previous exchange. Master Qin's methods are remarkable. Qiu Mingxin took a deep breath, her tone finally carrying a hint of seriousness. I underestimated you earlier, Master. Chun Yi smiled slightly. You flatter me, Qiu Daoist. The secret transmission of the 5 poisons sect truly lives up to its reputation. The two exchanged a glance, sensing a mutual understanding. The probing had ended. Next, the real competition began. Qiu Mingxin raised her hand, and the 100 scales 1,000 spiders sword rose from the head of the poisonous spider, landing in her palm. Return of the 5 poisons. With a sharp command, the 100 scales 1,000 spiders sword spun in midair. From the jade box at her waist, the 5 poisons emerged, each occupying a corner, responding to the giant spider. In an instant, the sky above the martial arts stage changed dramatically. A pungent, overwhelmingly sweet stench surged forth, causing even Sikong Tu, who was watching from below, to instinctively cover his mouth and nose, his face turning pale as he retreated until his back hit the wall, still feeling dizzy and nauseous. Heavenly Plague Formation. Sikong Tu's eyes were filled with horror. Sister actually used this move. This is her ultimate technique. A massive poisonous net enveloped the entire martial arts stage. Countless tiny venomous insect apparitions crawled and hissed upon the net, each exuding a toxicity that would terrify even Foundation establishment cultivators. At the center of it, all the giant spiders' 8 deep eyes lit up, simultaneously resonating with the 5 poisons, thus becoming the eye of the entire formation. Xiao Mingxin stood atop the spider's back, her clothes billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, her aura steadily rising. She raised her hand, forming a seal, and the 5 poisons resonated, shaking the heavens. Master Chen, do you dare to face my formation? Shunyi stood at the head of the green snake, laughing heartily without fear. What is there to fear? What boldness! A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Xiao Mingxin's eyes, yet her hands showed no mercy. With a flick of her sword technique, the giant net descended upon him. In that moment, Shun-Yi felt the environment shift dramatically. The martial arts stage vanished, Xiao Mingxin disappeared, and even the towering Wanbao building had vanished without a trace. He seemed to be standing in an endless marsh of poisonous miasma. Beneath his feet was a quagmire bubbling with gas, and above him hung a low-hanging dark green cloud. The colorful poison miasma surged around him like living creatures, sometimes coalescing into the forms of venomous snakes and fierce beasts, and at other times dissipating into formless mist. The air was thick with a suffocating, overwhelmingly sweet stench, with each breath feeling like drinking poison to quench thirst. Shun-Yi stood atop the green snake, scanning his surroundings, a faint smile gracing his lips. Using beasts as the foundation, swords as the guide, and poison miasma as the domain, is this the technique of the nascent soul sect? Before his words faded, the quagmire beneath him suddenly surged, and a pitch-black poisonous python erupted from the ground, lunging at him with its gaping maw. Shun-Yi did not move. The green snake's long tail swept across, directly transforming the poisonous python into a vast cloud of toxic mist. Yet before the mist could disperse, countless venomous insects began to coalesce from the miasma, surging towards him. Centipedes, scorpions, venomous spiders, toads, and snakes swarmed in dense clusters, seeming. Master Chen, Xiao Mingxin's voice echoed from all directions, elusive and difficult to trace. In my heavenly plague formation, the poisonous creatures are endless, and you cannot kill them all. If you concede, just say the word, and I will withdraw the formation immediately. Shun-Yi chuckled lightly. Concede. He lightly tapped his toes, and the green snake suddenly contracted, transforming back into 9 emerald-scaled swords that plunged into the arena. If I were to exhaust my techniques here, how could I establish such a grand foundation? As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant light suddenly shone from his dantian. A light diagram, 3 feet square, flew out from his dantian, hovering 3 feet above Chen-Yi's head. The diagram unfurled, revealing faint sword lights and a chilling sword aura, unmistakably the essence of the 10,000 sword diagram. Chen-Yi reached out to support it. The light diagram began to spin rapidly in his palm, growing larger and faster with each rotation. In the blink of an eye, it covered half of the martial arts arena. Swish, swish, swish. A multitude of sword lights rained down like falling rain, densely embedding themselves within a Tianzhong radius around Chen-Yi. 9 types of attributes. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, magnetic force, and poison. Each had 9 flying swords, totaling 81 flying swords, all plunged into the ground. Rise! Shun-Yi waved his hand downward, and the 10,000 sword diagram came crashing down. His form suddenly became ethereal, vanishing from sight. The 81 flying swords trembled in unison, emitting a clear sound of sword resonance. In the next moment, the sword lights surged explosively. The sharpness of gold, the vitality of wood, the density of water, the intensity of fire, the weight of earth, the lightness of wind, the brilliance of thunder, the dominance of magnetic force, and the deviousness of poison. 9 distinctly different sword intents soared into the sky, forming a formation even more exquisite and complex than the heavenly plague formation under the guidance of the 10,000 sword diagram. The poisonous marsh collapsed, the miasma dispersed, and the plague cloud split. The stars of the universe appeared in the sky, and the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams rose from the ground. Shun-Yi stood within his clothes, billowing, without wind, his sword intent soaring to the heavens, resembling a celestial being. On the other side of the platform, Xiao Mingxin rode the spider, ensnared in webs as the poisonous mist surged below like a tide, the 5 poisons swirling around her, resembling a demonic god. Everyone below watched this scene, their hearts trembling. Sikong too could not help but ask Zhao Hu beside him, "Brother, is your master really this fierce?" Zhao Hu's mouth twitched, but he remained silent. He had seen this scene before during the battle on Sanha Island when Chun-Yi had used it. But it was merely a fleeting glimpse. He had not seen the whole picture. How could it compare to now where Chun-Yi openly displayed the entire sword formation without reservation, allowing all to observe? On the martial arts stage, the two great formations faced off, their momentum steadily rising. Xiao Mingxin stood atop the spider's back, gazing at the intricate sword formation opposite her, unable to hide the shock in her eyes. Her heavenly plague formation was a genuine secret transmission of the five poisons sect, requiring the five poisons as the foundation, her life-bound flying sword as the guide, combined with a unique technique to be laid out. Even among her sect's peers, only a few could establish this formation during the foundation establishment period. Yet what about Chun-Yi? He was merely at the early stage of foundation establishment and a casual cultivator, yet he managed to set up such a grand formation. What is this formation? Xiao Mingxin could not help but ask. Chun-Yi casually uttered two words. Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian. Though she was unfamiliar with this formation, she could sense the subtle connections flowing between the 81 flying swords. The 9 attributes were distinct, yet harmoniously integrated, not inferior to her heavenly plague formation in the slightest. If it is Zhou Tian, then let us see if your Zhou Tian is complete, or if my 5 poisons are all-encompassing. Xiao Mingxin's eyes blazed with battle intent as she changed her sword technique once more. In the desolate yellow earth amidst the bony remains serpentine creatures writhe and shadows flit. In the center of the heavenly pestilence array, a toxic barrier of earthy yellow suddenly converged, and lizard-like geckos crawled out of the mire, carrying countless illusory toxic insects on their backs. Xiao Mingxin pointed at the Zhou Tian sword array and commanded, "Go." As her voice fell, the massive geckos surged forward like a tidal wave towards the Zhou Tian sword array. Wherever they passed, the mire-churned toxic miasma enveloped the area, and the earthy yellow mist continuously eroded the region of the Zhou Tian sword array. Chun-Yi stood at the center of the sword formation, his expression calm. The year star rises in the east, the azure dragon coils around the wood, the spring thunder startles the hibernating insects. 9 ethereal wood swords trembled in unison, and rich azure radiance surged from their blades. The radiance condensed and transformed into a vividly lifelike azure dragon, roaring as it charged towards the torrent of earthy yellow toxins. Wherever the azure dragon passed, vitality surged forth, and the spreading earthy yellow mist melted away like snow meeting the spring sun. Roar! The azure dragon collided with the toxic tide, its roar shaking the heavens and the earth. With its sharp claws tearing and its tail sweeping, every strike caused countless toxic lizards to dissipate into toxic mist. The sword formation reclaimed lost ground and showed signs of counterattack. Xiao Mingxin's gaze sharpened, and she recited another incantation. Crimson blazing flames, raging fire, centipede with 100 feet, ants that gnaw at the heart. Suddenly the southern part of the heavenly pestilence array shone brightly, and the red toxic miasma surged like magma, with rolling heat waves rushing towards her. Within the miasma, countless illusory centipedes converged and moved in unison, densely streaming towards the Zhou Tian sword array. As they opened and closed their mandibles, red toxic mist spewed forth, mixed with countless illusory fire ants, small, yet lethal. Once they made contact, they would burrow into the heart. The illusory azure dragon fought fiercely in the blazing toxic miasma, but due to conflicting attributes, its form continuously faded, and the range of the Zhou Tian sword array diminished. Chun-Yi remained calm at the center of the sword formation, raising his hand with a light flourish. The morning star settles in the north, the black tortoise bears water, the cold tide spans 10,000 miles. The azure green with the leaves lush, the serpent's tongue flickers, the toad drums. Xiao Mingxin stood on the back of a spider, her gaze growing increasingly serious. The cycle of the 5 poisons had completed, and the heavenly pestilence array was operating at full capacity, yet it still could not breach the Zhou Tian sword array. On the contrary, Chun-Yi's 9 types of sword intents clashed and cycled subtly, exerting a counterpressure. This person's swordsmanship is truly unfathomable. Xiao Mingxin sighed inwardly, but felt no sense of defeat. On the contrary, her fighting spirit burned even more fiercely. After over 60 years of cultivation, there were few among her peers who could compel her to go all out. Today's battle was indeed exhilarating. Master Chen Mingxin has one final move. If you can withstand it, then this battle will be considered a loss for Mingxin. One final move. Chun-Yi felt a slight chill in his heart. The hidden techniques of a major sect's golden core disciples should not be underestimated. Please, Daoist Chiao. He replied calmly, yet the sword intent around him had quietly coalesced, and 81 flying swords soared into the sky, gathering above his head, shimmering like a galaxy. Xiao Mingxin took a deep breath, flipped her right hand, and the 100 scales, 1,000 spiders sword fell into her grasp. Closing her eyes to focus, her magical energy surged within her like a raging river, pouring entirely into the sword. On the sword's blade, the 8 eyes of the poisonous spider relief glowed brightly, with ethereal light swirling within the scaled patterns, producing a continuous humming sound. The heavenly pestilence array trembled violently, and 6 types of toxins simultaneously howled at the sky, transforming into streams of light that entered Qiu Mingxin's body. In an instant, Qiu Mingxin's aura surged dramatically. Her garments fluttered without wind, her dark green hair whipped wildly, and a poisonous spider mark appeared on her forehead, glowing with ethereal light. She opened her eyes, which were now a deep shade of green. This move is called All Things Decay. Qiu Mingxin's voice was ethereal, as if coming from a great distance. Please evaluate it, Master Chun. As she extended the 100 scales, 1,000 spiders soared forward. Her movements were light and airy, reminiscent of a young girl smiling while plucking flowers in early spring. However, as the sword's edge passed through the air, a pitch-black orb appeared. The orb rolled toward Chun Yi, seemingly slow, yet as fast as lightning. Rise! Chun Yi chuckled, instead of being alarmed, pointing like a sword. All the swords moved in unison. The sword waves surged, their sound resembling 1,000 birds returning to their nests, or a myriad of arrows piercing through the air. Go! Boom! The stars toppled, and the sound reverberated through the heavens. The sweeping sword river cascaded down like the Milky Way. It collided head-on with the pitch-black orb. The anticipated earth-shattering explosion did not occur. As the orb touched the sword river, it dissolved silently like ink dropped into water. The river water, tainted by it, solidified in midair, turning into a lifeless gray-white. The gray-white color flowed upstream along the sword river. Wherever it passed, the sword light vanished, the sword intent dissipated, and even the brilliant starlight lost its color, as if all vitality had been drained away. This move stemmed from the secret classic of the 5 poisons, and was itself a golden core-level killing strike. For Qiu Mingxin, with her latest foundation establishment Cultivation to forcibly activate, it was already using all her strength. But that was enough. Even if Chun Yi's sword formation was strong, facing this transcendent strike, he could only retreat. Qiu Mingxin's complexion turned pale, but her heart felt a slight relief. In this battle she had ultimately won. Yet she heard Chun Yi chuckling instead of being angry, proclaiming, "What a marvelous all things decay, it can even poison the sword energy. Truly impressive. I should have truly broadened my horizons." The formation technique emphasizes the control and arrangement of various formations. It is intricate and complex, and even a slight mistake could lead to total defeat. Without years of practice and exceptional talent, even entering the basics would be challenging. Those who could casually arrange formations at the foundation establishment stage were truly rare in the world of cultivation. The reason Chun Yi could contend with someone as extraordinary as Qiu Mingxin was that the 10,000 swords diagram itself was a formation diagram. One needs only to summon it and inject magical energy, making it a foolproof operation. Moreover, with the inheritance of the Tai Bai sword sect at hand, as long as he had materials, what formation diagram could he not forge into the 10,000 swords diagram? How could he fear Qiu Mingxin, the master of this nascent, soul-level poison formation? What he lacked was magical energy. To put it in gaming terms, it was more accurate to say it was the length of the blue bar. The Zhou Tian sword array was indeed strong, but the consumption of magical energy was far too great. If judged by the rules of a formal competition, he was already cheating. Because the blue bar was too short, he was constantly synthesizing blue potions within his body using the system. While others played in a conventional mode, he was playing with infinite power. But now Qiu Mingxin's move had exceeded Chun Yi's threshold. To respond, he must increase his maximum magical energy. Open. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Yi directly activated the blood-burning secret technique. His essence blood transformed into magical energy, greatly enhancing his momentum. As the magical energy poured in, the momentum of the sword river surged by an additional third, and the spread of the gray energy stream was forcefully halted. Qiu Mingxin was greatly shocked, her apricot eyes filled with disbelief. Her all things decay was a secret killing move of the 5 poisons sect, capable of summoning the most poisonous and filthy energies in the world, allowing her to decay all sentient beings. Whether it was sword energy or magical power, anything that was tainted would wither like a withered tree in frost, cutting off all vitality. She could barely use it as is. At this moment her magical power was exhausted, and her divine sense was parched. Once the all things decay was unleashed, it turned into a formless water and rootless tree. If one were to fall into a deadlock, they would only grow weaker. Meanwhile, Chun Yi's sword river flowed endlessly, and under the ebb and flow it would only be completely extinguished. I cannot lose. Qiu Mingxin gritted her teeth, and the poison spider mark on her forehead suddenly erupted with a blinding dark light. Sister, don't. Sikong Tu's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in shock. The 5 poisons of the 5 poisons sect did not specifically refer to the 5 elemental poisons. This was merely one of the poisons within the sect known as Others Poison, which refers to poisons that affect others. There were 4 other types of poisons that affected the caster themselves: love poison, anger poison, desire poison, and Tao poison. The first 3 were secret arts that transformed the most intense emotions within into power. The last one was the ultimate means of the 5 poisons disciples. However, being called poison, it was bound to harm oneself first. Why resort to such measures in a mere contest? Sikong too was naturally alarmed. At that moment, as Chun Yi was summoning the 10,000 swords diagram, he also witnessed this scene, feeling a great shock in his heart. By heaven's conscience, he had agreed to Qiu Mingxin's challenge. One reason was to give the 5 poisons sect a way out, completely severing the entanglements between the 2 families. The other was to gauge the gap between himself and the elite foundation establishment, thus validating his own strength. As for defeating Qiu Mingxin, to be honest, he had thought about it, and it seemed he did possess that strength now. However, he could not, for if he won, the 5 poison sect would lose face, and he would only be troubled in the future. He had intended to ease off and then gracefully accept defeat, but he had become too engrossed in the battle and momentarily forgot about that. Now, with Qiu Mingxin being forced to use that self-harming forbidden technique, if anything were to happen to her at Wanbao Building, it would be catastrophic. If a golden core seed of the 5 poison sect were to be injured by forbidden techniques on his territory, the enmity would be monumental. At that point, one couldn't even talk about resolving the past grievances, as it might lead to a deadly feud. Chun Yi made a decisive decision, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his breath rapidly depleting, and the vast sword river instantly collapsed. The grayish-white color became unimpeded, flowing upwards along the dissipating sword light, rushing towards him. Master! Zhao Hu was greatly alarmed and rushed onto the martial stage. But with his cultivation, how could he get close? Qiu Mingxin's expression also changed dramatically. The poison spider mark on her forehead had shown to its utmost, yet she saw Chun Yi suddenly spitting blood and retreating, while the residual force of all things decay remained unabated, directly threatening the opponent's life. Not good. She wanted to retract this strike, but how could she control it now? Suddenly Chun Yi extended his hand, summoning a giant ape puppet. It opened its mouth wide towards the pitch-black orb. A beam of light comparable to a full power strike from a golden core initial stage suddenly shot out. Boom! The beam collided with the black orb, unleashing a shocking wave of energy. As the dust settled, the orb had vanished without a trace. The giant ape puppet also dimmed as its energy was exhausted. Chun Yi's face turned pale as he weakly cupped his hands towards Qiu Mingxin, saying, "Dao friend Qiu, you truly are the true inheritance of the 5 poisons. I can willingly concede defeat." Qiu Mingxin's expression was complex and hard to read. She cupped her hands and replied, "Master Chen, I appreciate it." She gestured to Sikong Tu, saying, "Junior brother, we should leave." As her words fell, Qiu Mingxin had already activated her escape light and turned to leave. Sikong Tu paused for a moment, glancing back at Chun Yi before departing, his expression extremely complex. On the martial stage, Chun Yi maintained his cupped hands posture until the 2 escape lights completely vanished from sight, slowly straightening his body. "Master!" Zhao Hu dashed up to the martial stage, reaching out to support him. "It's nothing." Chun Yi waved his hand, condensing a drop of essence blood to swallow, adjusting his breath for a moment before regaining a bit of color. Watching the direction in which the 2 escape lights disappeared, he let out a long sigh of relief and said, "Finally, I've thoroughly cleaned up Tianyang County." He added, "Prepare, our immortal city can commence construction." On the other side, the 2 escape lights flew silently until they were over 100 miles outside the Qingyang mountain territory. Qiu Mingxin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her figure swaying precariously, almost falling from the clouds. "Sister!" Sikong Tu was alarmed and hurriedly approached to support her. Qiu Mingxin waved her hand, indicating he need not worry, landing on an unnamed mountain peak, sitting cross-legged, taking out a pill to consume, and closing her eyes to recuperate. Sikong Tu stood by her side, his face displaying a conflicted expression, wanting to speak, but hesitating. After a long time, Qiu Mingxin opened her eyes, the pallor on her face diminishing slightly, but her gaze remained complex and hard to decipher. "Sister, you," Sikong Tu cautiously began, "what you used just now was..." Qiu Mingxin shot him a cold glance, her willow brows furrowing. Sikong Tu immediately fell silent, not daring to ask further. Yet in his heart he secretly lamented, with such anger it must be the backlash of anger poison. Now is not the time to provoke her, otherwise even a beating would be a light punishment. The 4 internal poisons had various side effects. Dao poison need not be mentioned, as once cast one would have to sacrifice their own life, leaving no possibility of survival. Desire poison, on the other hand, would require the caster to fulfill their own desires after being used, otherwise wild thoughts would arise, making it difficult to progress in cultivation. Anger poison would lead to irritability after being cast, seeing everything as unsatisfactory, cursing anyone they encountered, and if uncontrolled, could even lead to a killing spree. Love poison, however, had the smallest side effects among the internal poisons, but it was the most difficult to resolve, as it would lead one to easily fall into love afterward. Sikong Tu secretly glanced at Xiao Mingxin, noticing her expression fluctuating, the poison spider mark on her forehead having faded, yet a trace of dark light still flowed, indicating the backlash had not yet completely subsided. What are you staring at? Xiao Mingxin suddenly raised her eyes and glared coldly. Sikong Tu trembled all over, hurriedly lowering his head. I wasn't looking at anything. Xiao Mingxin snorted coldly, standing up, hands behind her back, gazing towards Qingyang Mountain, her expression hard to decipher. That Chen Yi. She suddenly spoke, her tone markedly different from usual, lacking some of the previous coldness, and carrying an indescribable meaning he deliberately held back in the end. That blood he spat was forced out by biting his tongue. Xiao Mingxin said indifferently, though his breath was depleted, the sword intent did not dissipate. If he truly wanted to fight to the end, all things decay, might not have been able to break his sword formation. Sikong Tu gasped, sister means he was being lenient with us. Being lenient with us. Xiao Mingxin suddenly laughed, but there was a hint of self-mockery in that laughter. He was giving face to the 5 Poisons sect. If he had truly won, how would we wrap things up today? How would my sect and his Wanbao building resolve things? Sikong Tu fell silent. Although his cultivation was not high, he was not foolish. With Xiao Mingxin's hint, he immediately understood the key point. That's fine. From the outside world's perspective, I was the victor and my sect's face was preserved. This messy debt could be considered settled. Xiao Mingxin's tone was calm, but beneath that calmness lay a ripple that even she might not have noticed. Sikong Tu scratched his head and cautiously asked, "Then sister, how should we report this back?" Xiao Mingxin pondered for a moment and replied softly, "Just tell the truth. Chen Yi is a person of extraordinary talent in the sword path, and with him at the helm of Wanbao building, great fortune will surely follow. It would be far more beneficial for our 5 Poisons sect to befriend him than to make enemies." What sister says is true. Sikong Tu nodded repeatedly, secretly surprised. His sister had always been high-minded, and few among her peers could catch her eye, let alone receive such high praise. In today's battle, that Chen Yi managed to make his sister say such words, proving he truly had impressed her. Sikong Tu's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He had arrived with trepidation, fearing he would incur disgrace instead of making amends. Who would have thought that after a single match, not only were grievances cleared, but his sister even held such a view of Chen Yi. "Let's go." Xiao Mingxin collected her thoughts, waved her sleeve, and the escape light rose again. Sikong Tu hurriedly followed, secretly muttering, "Sister truly is a prodigy of the sect. Her temperament and cultivation are commendable. Even when affected by anger poison, she can calm herself down so quickly. If it were anyone else, they would likely be attacking anyone in sight by now." What he did not know was that the turmoil in Xiao Mingxin's heart was far from the surface calm. The figure standing above the green serpent's head, the carefree laughter, and the decision to hold back at the last moment, were all deeply etched in her heart like a brand. Backlash. Is it a... After Xiao Mingxin and Sikong Tu vanished beyond the western horizon, the probing gazes lingering above Qingyang Mountain gradually withdrew. Dilong Mountain. Han Jing stood motionless atop the mountain peak, arms clasped behind his back, having just heard his disciple's report. A flush of indignation darkened his countenance. How infuriating. Those Tang and Yu clans feigned loyalty, while secretly defying our authority during our stewardship of Tianyang Commandery. Had I known they were so easily subdued, would I ever have allowed them to flourish unchallenged for so long? Master, we relinquished Tianyang Commandery earlier only because the land seemed barren and insignificant. Now that accumulated corruption has been swept away, Tianyang holds tangible strategic value. The Foundation establishment elder narrowed his eyes, slightly cold light flickering deep within his gaze. Shall we send certain individuals to attend closely to this new neighbor? Absolutely not. Han Jing waved his hand emphatically. The Wanbao Pavilion is no mere merchant guild, it carries real weight. Even the 5 Venom sect abides by protocol out of deference to Qingyun's sect's influence. Dilong Mountain must not provoke such perilous ground. Let us wait until Wanbao Pavilion fully establishes its presence, then explore opportunities for cooperation. After all, as a sect, Dilong Mountain shares a natural affinity with Wanbao Pavilion, unlike those insular xenophobic clans, the Wangs and Zhongs. The elder nodded thoughtfully. Izhou province had long suffered from scarcity, its tripartite balance of power had only deepened that hardship. Now that Wanbao Pavilion, a force nearly at Golden Core strength, had settled in Tianyang, an alliance between it and Dilong Mountain might yet subdue the Wang and Zhang clans. Leveraging Izhou's geographical centrality and Wanbao Pavilion's mercantile prestige, such a union could well dispel the province's chronic stagnation. Meanwhile, the Wang and Zhang clans adopted precisely the opposite stance. As Han Zheng had observed, their clan-based structure possessed inherent limitations, especially in cultivating cultivators where they lagged far behind Dilong Mountain. In times past, the two clans had covertly joined forces to suppress Dilong Mountain. Now Wanbao Pavilion had arrived, and done so with breathtaking audacity, swiftly dismantling even the Tang and Yu clans whose defiance had long vexed Dilong Mountain itself. If Wanbao Pavilion and Dilong Mountain forged an alliance, would the two clans be left with no choice but to submit? Brother Zhang, what is your clan's position on this? Wang Chong furrowed his brows in inquiry. What else can we say? Zhang Guangling snorted coldly. That old fox Han Zheng is surely already plotting how to align with Wanbao Pavilion. I suspect the same. Wang Chong sighed. Chun Yi acts with staggering arrogance. Backed by Qingyun sect, he dares disregard the face of both the Five Venom sect and the Spirit Beast sect, two nascent soul powers. Now that he has taken root in Tianyang, how could he possibly remain docile? Docile? Zhang Guangling sneered. Had he been docile, he would never have eradicated the Tang and Yu clans in one decisive stroke. So, what is your counsel, Brother Zhang? Wang Chong ventured cautiously. Zhang Guangling paused in quiet contemplation before speaking slowly. Wanbao Pavilion cannot be confronted heat-in, but we may wield a blade wrapped in silk. The same method we once used against Dilong Mountain. Wang Chong raised an eyebrow. Zhang Guangling smiled grimly. Since they've taken their seat at the table, they must learn to savor Izhou's unique customs. Wang Chong burst into laughter. Brilliant. Wanbao Pavilion stakes its existence on commerce. Let us sever its commercial arteries and see whether it can survive in Izhou. They dared not assault Wanbao Pavilion outright, not while it bore Qingyun sect's explicit endorsement. Yet Izhou lacked little else besides marauding cultivators. Wanbao Pavilion had secured Tianyang commandery, but whatever it produced still needed transport. And once its caravans passed through either clan's airspace, marauders might hesitate before attacking cross-regional merchant convoys escorted by Foundation establishment cultivators. But would they truly shy from Wanbao Pavilion? Wanbao Pavilion fielded only 5 Foundation establishment cultivators. Surely they couldn't escort every caravan day after day. With strategy, agreed Wang Chong, and Zhang Guangling departed to enact their plans. 4 months thereafter they appeared outwardly inactive, yet secretly deployed agents to monitor every critical pass and checkpoint under their control. Scattered marauders across Izhou likewise received veiled instructions, awaiting only Wanbao Pavilion's first caravan to launch coordinated raids. Yet days turned to weeks, then months. Wanbao Pavilion remained eerily silent. No caravans departed Tianyang commandery, no goods flowed outward. The entire commandery became an island, receiving but never releasing. What game is this? Wang Chong stood in his ancestral hall, brows knotted tight. A merchant guild that refuses to trade. How does it call itself a merchant guild? Zhang Guangling shook his head, equally baffled. Another month passed before news finally emerged from Tianyang commandery. It was not news of a caravan ambush, but a revelation that sent tremors across all Izhou. Wanbao Pavilion would construct a grand cultivation market in Tianyang commandery, open to all cultivators. A cultivation market. Wang Chong spat tea mid-sip. Are they mad? Tianyang possesses neither auspicious spirit veins nor rare local treasures. What use is a grand market if no one comes? Zhang Guangling offered no smile. He saw deeper. With a heavy sigh he murmured, we were mistaken. Chun Yi never intended to ship goods outward. He intends to draw people inward. Wang Chong froze, then paled. Izhou lay at the heart of Yu State, bridging north and south, bordered east by Yunza marshlands and west by the Kangmang wilderness. Naturally a nexus for merchants. Yet its dearth of spiritual resources meant passing caravans rarely paused, merely traversed. But should Wanbao Pavilion truly erect a grand cultivation market in Tianyang and offer that miraculous, vital essence capable of accelerating spirit herb growth, would any caravan dare bypass it? Even a single detour to glance inside would suffice. Once word spread, cultivators would flock there from afar. Tianyang would cease being a desolate wasteland and become the beating heart of regional commerce. and Wanbao Pavilion would reign as sovereign of that hub. Cunning. Wang Chong whispered hoarsely. This move is lethally clever. He does not march outward, he lures inward. They had blocked every pass and choke point, only for Wanbao Pavilion to simply close its gates and build its stage at home, inviting others to come. And those others were precisely whom they dared not touch. Wanbao Pavilion had it played by convention, dispatching caravans outward, could have been crippled at every turn. Yet Chun-Yi refused convention entirely. He shut the door, raised his platform at his threshold, and waited. And those who answered the call were protected by powers far beyond their reach. What a formidable Chun-Yi! Zhang Guangling rose and paced the hall. He has placed us squarely upon the coals. Wang Chong lifted his gaze. Brother Zhang, you mean? Tell me, should that market truly open and merchants from across the realm converge upon Tianyang, how will cross-regional merchant houses respond, given Yizhou's rampant marauders? Zhang Guangling halted, his gaze piercing. An ancient adage came to mind: there was no path until travelers walked it. And what of the thorns that once choked the earth? They were trampled into oblivion. By whom? By those who walked the path. Wang Chong's face stiffened. Slowly he uttered four words: purge the marauders. Who were these marauders? Ostensibly wandering cultivators and desperate outlaws. Yet beneath the surface, over half maintained intricate clandestine ties to the Wang and Zhang clans. They were feral dogs kept beyond the compound walls, fed no rations, left to hunt their own prey, occasionally returning with choice morsels. When confronting true power, a simple disclaimer sufficed: marauders run rampant in Yizhou. We are powerless to intervene. Yet if influential merchant houses gathered en masse in Tianyang, would their patron powers tolerate the risk of cargo seizure? Any one of the three nascent soul powers, the Qingyun sect, the Five Venom sect, or the Spirit Beast sect, could spearhead a purge. Would the Wang and Zhang clans dare oppose them? To resist was to defy three nascent soul sects outright. To yield was to watch centuries of carefully nurtured feral dogs slaughtered in a single sweep. A masterful stratagem. Using tigers to devour wolves, Zhang Guangling sank back into his seat, his voice thick with exhaustion. Wang Chong looked at Dongfang with frustration, saying, does the Qingyun sect not care? The Cloud Peak Immortal City is after all a direct business of theirs. If such a substantial deal moves to Tianyang, wouldn't the Cloud Peak suffer the impact? The business of life essence moving to Yizhou naturally drew objections from the Qingyun sect. In the Tongtian Hall of Qingyun Mountain, Xingye Shangren sat calmly in the main seat, holding a jade slip in hand, his expression so tranquil that it was impossible to discern his thoughts. Liu stood at the lower end, his demeanor respectful, yet a hint of fatigue could not be concealed from his brow. For the past few months, he had been traveling extensively, and this visit to Qingyun was specifically to persuade Xingye Shangren to relent. This step was crucial. The Immortal City was nearing completion, and if the life essence business could not secure exclusivity, the plans for Wanbao Tower would be severely undermined. Li Shizhi, it is not that I wish to make things difficult for your tower, but this business is far too critical for our Cloud Peak Immortal City. Xingye Shangren finally spoke, revealing a hint of difficulty. Once life essence is released, the flow of people in Cloud Peak Immortal City will increase by over 30%. You now want to move this business away, selling only in your own market. How can I explain this to the other merchants? Liu seemed to have anticipated this, bowing slightly and saying, what you say, Master Xingye, is entirely correct. Life essence placed in Cloud Peak will attract customers to Cloud Peak. If placed in Tianyang, customers will go to Tianyang. However, there is one thing I do not understand, Master. Why do you only mention Cloud Peak and not Yizhou? Isn't Yizhou also a territory of your sect? Xingye Shangren couldn't help but chuckle at this. He picked up the spiritual tea beside him, gently brushed off some tea foam, and spoke with the tone of an elder's indulgence towards a junior. Yizhou, Li Shizhi, you have just entered the sect, yet have learned the art of grandiose promises from your master. Are you not clear about the situation in Yizhou? Among the three states, Yizhou is the most impoverished. When our Qingyun sect was founded, we once sent people to investigate, and the conclusion was, the spiritual veins have aged, and mineral resources will soon be depleted with little change for 1,000 years. He took a sip of tea and looked at Liu, saying, what can Yizhou compare to Cloud Peak? Liu remained calm, taking a step forward and cupping his hands, saying, Master Xingye, forgive this junior for daring to ask. How much spirit stone can Cloud Peak Immortal City collect in a year? Xingye Shangren raised his eyebrows slightly but still answered, when all the taxes are combined, it amounts to about 20 million spirit stones per year, and your tower's business has increased by 30% since then. What about Yizhou? Liu asked again. Xingye Shangren's expression paused slightly, then he replied nonchalantly, Yizhou is barren, with the three golden core families offering annual contributions of only 300,000 to 400,000 spirit stones at most. Li Yu smiled, his demeanor refined, yet imbued with an unspoken confidence. What if I were to say that within 20 years Ijo could also reach an annual contribution of 10 million spirit stones? Upon hearing this, Qingye Shangren paused slightly in his grip on the teacup. Are you including the 30% contribution from your tower in that? As a business backed by Qingyun's sect, Wanbao Tower has to pay 30% of its profits annually, which adds up to nearly 7 million. This has not been factored into the revenues of Cloud Peak Immortal City, and of course, since Wanbao Tower pays this amount, it does not need to pay taxes to Cloud Peak. Naturally, that does not count. Liu shook his head and smiled. That 30% contribution is what your sect is entitled to. How can it be counted as Ijo's revenue? What I mean is, within 20 years Ijo alone could contribute up to 10 million spirit stones to the Qingyun sect. Qingye Shangren set down the teacup, his gaze lingering on Li Ye's face for a moment. This young man dared to boast so boldly in front of him at this moment, indicating he must have substantial confidence. Let's hear it. Qingye Shangren leaned back in the chair, his tone still flat, yet now carrying a hint of seriousness. Li Yu took a deep breath, knowing the key moment had arrived. May I ask, Master, what is the root cause of Ijo being the poorest among the 3 states of Qingyun? Li Yu did not answer directly, but posed a question instead. Qingye Shangren's brow moved slightly. The plains have few mountains, and the earth veins are not rich, hence the spiritual veins are not thriving, leading to natural poverty. Correct, Li Yu stood firm. But have you ever considered that this so-called poverty is only relative to us cultivators? If viewed from the perspective of mortals, Ijo is located in the heart of the Yu Kingdom, flat and fertile, making it an excellent place for cultivation. But what use is it if mortals can't create value no matter how many there are? Qingye Shangren said dismissively. Li Yu was taken aback. Had he really said this? Is this the level of the sect leader from a nascent soul sect? Is there no one left in Qingyun's sect? He immediately raised his voice. Master, you are gravely mistaken. As soon as Li Yu spoke, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. The 2 Foundation establishment disciples standing behind Qingye Shangren changed their expressions slightly instinctively, taking half a step forward. However, Qingye Shangren raised his hand to stop them, looking at Li Yu with a smile instead of anger. Oh, gravely mistaken. Li Shiji, please tell me where I am mistaken. In response, Master, while mortals may not create much value themselves, they can produce cultivators, Li Yu stated emphatically. The vast plains of Ijo, rich in soil and water, sustain countless mortals. With more mortals, there will naturally be more with spiritual roots. Qingye Shangren shook his head with a smile. There are so many with spiritual roots in the world. How many can indeed embark on the path of immortality? You know better than I how difficult it is for loose cultivators. It is merely a waste of time, let alone creating value. This remark struck right at the heart of the matter. Li Yu spoke of quantity, and he countered with quality. The Qingyun sect accepts disciples with a minimum of 3 spiritual roots. How many among the millions in Ijo could possibly catch their eye? Do you think the major sects tolerate the dominance of the families because the probability of offspring born with spiritual roots is higher and their qualifications are better? Li Yu shook his head again secretly. According to his master, this was a typical elitist mindset. He had to ask more straightforwardly. May I ask, Master, how many disciples engaged in production and business does your sect have? Qingye Shangren was taken aback. As long as one enters the Qingyun sect, they become a lord. The lords need only to focus on their cultivation and self-improvement. Where would they find time for such matters? They have affiliated forces to do that. Wait, affiliated forces? Qingye Shangren suddenly raised his head. The Qingyun sect is strict in accepting disciples, not allowing those with fewer than 3 spiritual roots. Where did those cultivators with 4 or 5 spiritual roots from the affiliated families and forces go? Naturally, they remained in their respective families and forces, refining pills and crafting tools to create value for the Qingyun sect. Seeing Qingye Shangren's expression change, Li Yu finally let out a long sigh of relief. He silently marveled that it was indeed easier to discuss matters with his master, as he understood right away. Unlike this wooden-head person who only reacted after the conversation reached this point. Fortunately, strength is paramount in the cultivation world. Otherwise, with such a mind as Qingye Shangren, would he still be in charge of a territory among mortals? He would have long been eaten clean to the bones. How do you plan to use these people? Asked the Qingye master directly. Since he understood Li Ye's intentions, he no longer beat around the bush. Establish a system, Li Yu replied. Using Wanbao Tower as the hub, the various families of Ijo as the supports, with common people as the foundation and low-level cultivators as the links, we will construct a complete cultivation industry chain. An industry chain. Qingye master pondered this novel term. Indeed, Li Yu nodded. Apart from having a rich labor force, Ijo also boasts convenient transportation. To the east is Yunzhou, and to the south is Qingzhou. A glimmer of insight flashed in Qingye Master's eyes as he began to grasp Li Yes' intentions. You mean, to use Izhou as a marketplace to transport goods between the two states? He slowly began, his tone now lacking the previous dismissiveness, replaced instead by scrutiny and consideration. Li Yu nodded, his expression growing even more composed. Master Uncle, you see clearly. Yinzhou has an abundance of spiritual herbs, and Qingzhou produces many materials from demonic beasts. The raw materials from both states cannot be fully consumed by themselves, and are often sold at extremely low prices to the other two sects. If we transport these to Izhou and have these low-level cultivators process them, increasing their added value before selling them in various places, wouldn't the profits be more than doubled? Finally, a trace of shock appeared in Qingye Master's eyes. Raw materials are not the same as finished products. The profit margins are comparatively smaller. Those cross-border trading firms have high transportation costs, and they often only carry these materials because they are priced like cabbages. However, if Izhou can process these raw materials into finished products on-site, the profits would be entirely different. Will the resources for training skilled cultivators all come from your Wanbao Tower? Master Uncle pondered for a moment and asked the most crucial question. A piece of demonic beast skin sells for 10 spirit stones in Yunzhou, but can fetch 15 stones when transported to the 18 counties of the 3 states. However, if it is made into a magical robe, it could sell for at least 50 spirit stones. A first-grade, low-grade spiritual herb sells for only 3 to 5 spirit stones directly, but when refined into pills it can be worth dozens or even hundreds. The difference in price is the profit, the spirit stones, and the resources available for cultivators to practice. All of this only requires a large workforce. And coincidentally, this is precisely what Qingzhou and Yunzhou lack. Don't they know that there are many people in Izhou? Of course they know. But how many resources are needed to train a cultivator into a qualified skilled practitioner? It is crucial to understand that skilled cultivators require significant investment before they yield any output. Without familial ties, wouldn't they prefer to invest these resources in their own cultivators? Why would they spend it on outsiders? This is the very ailment of the cultivation world. In response, Master Uncle Li Yu has already prepared. This resource will naturally be borne by their respective forces. Qingye Master raised an eyebrow. He originally thought that Wanbao Tower intended to take all those cultivators under its wing, but it now appeared they were seeking to be the intermediary. Let each family provide resources to train their own cultivators. Qingye Master contemplated, will they be willing? Li Yu smiled. Master Uncle, in the past they certainly would not have been. But now Wanbao Tower has arrived. I see. Qingye Master sighed deeply, a complex expression surfacing in his eyes. What is most important in business? Resources? Skills? No, it is the flow of customers. Wanbao Tower possesses the unique treasure of life essence, which naturally attracts a large crowd. With a customer flow, there will be sales channels. Those families and small sects in Izhou have plenty of manpower and a desire to cultivate skilled practitioners, but they suffer from a lack of stable sales channels, making them hesitant to invest. But now Wanbao Tower plans to establish a marketplace in Tianyang, intending to draw in cultivators from all directions. Is there still a need to worry about raw materials and markets? Master Uncle sees clearly. Li Yu bowed respectfully. In this way, the families of Izhou will have hope. Your sect will gain tax revenue, and those common people with spiritual roots can fully utilize their potential, enhancing the foundation of the 3 states. For your sect, isn't this a win-win situation? Qingye Master was silent for a long time. The only sound left in the hall was the steam slowly rising from the spiritual tea. He suddenly smiled, a playful expression on his face. Disciple Li, your Master Chun, he is truly a remarkable person. This move appears to benefit Wanbao Tower on the surface, but secretly, it is to establish a framework for Izhou, and ultimately it is for the eternal foundation of my Qingyan sect. Li Yu humbly lowered his head. Master Uncle, you flatter me. My master often says it's good to lean against a big tree for shade. Since Qingyun sect is the support of my tower, I must certainly share the worries of Qingyun sect. Sharing worries. Qingye Master stood up slowly, walking to the window of the hall, hands behind his back, gazing out at the distant sea of clouds. You speak lightly. To lay out this plan, how many spirit stones are needed? How many years? How many people will be offended? Li Yu replied calmly. In response, Master Uncle, the initial investment is about 10 million spirit stones, which will be fully borne by my tower. As for the years, I just mentioned that within 20 years results will surely be seen. As for offending people, the 18 counties of the 3 states are all part of Qingyan's territory. My tower is working for your sect. Who would dare defy us? It would be tantamount to opposing Qingyun. Qingye Master, upon hearing this, turned around, his gaze lingering on Li Yes' face for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. What a defiance against Qingyun! Disciple Li, you are truly leveraging the authority of the emperor to command the lords. Li Yu was taken aback and quickly looked up, but saw that Qingyam Master bore no anger in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of appreciation. Relieved, he quickly bowed. Master, uncle speaks too heavily. My tower is merely a small business assisting your sect. How could we have any ulterior motives? However, this situation in Ezhou indeed requires a sufficiently weighty emperor to maintain order. We are merely merchants acting under orders. Acting under orders. Qingyam Master chewed on these 4 words, a smile growing in his eyes. What a fine merchant acting under orders. Very well, since your master has said things to this extent and has laid out the chessboard so thoroughly, if I were to obstruct further, it would appear that my Qingyun sect does not recognize good intentions. Li Yu was overjoyed at this, bowing again. Thank you for your support, Master Uncle. Qingyam Master nodded. When will the marketplace be opened? Li Yu's spirit lifted knowing that this matter was settled. He immediately replied in response, Master Uncle, the repairs of the marketplace are nearing completion, and barring any accidents, it will open to welcome guests by the end of this month. Qingyam Master nodded. Good, I will personally cut the ribbon for your Wanbao Tower at that time. Hearing this, Li Yu's heart skipped a beat. The headmaster of Qingyun personally attending. This weight carries more significance than any announcement. He suppressed his joy and bowed. Master Uncle's kindness is deeply appreciated by all of Wanbao Tower. Qingyam Master waved his hand. There is no need to thank me. I am merely going to see those 10 million spirit stones. He paused and added, as for the situation in Ezhou, you may proceed with it. If anyone dares to disrupt the major affairs of my sect, just report it to me. Li Yu felt a great sense of relief and bowed again. After he exited the Tongtian Hall, Qingyam Master gazed at his departing figure, remaining silent for a long time. Behind him, 2 Foundation establishment disciples exchanged glances. One of them could not help but say, Master, this Li Yu is merely a Foundation establishment cultivator, yet speaks so arrogantly. Do you truly believe him? Qingyam Master turned around, glanced at him, and smiled lightly. Whether I believe or not, we will know after observing. In another 20 years we can afford to wait. As for you two, go back and reflect on how much of what was said earlier you truly understood. The 2 disciples' expressions stiffened, and they bowed in unison. We are foolish disciples. Qingyam Master shook his head, saying nothing more. Tianyang County, the ancestral land of the Yu family. This once prestigious Foundation establishment force in Tianyang County has now been occupied by the Wanbao Tower. Aside from retaining the underground spiritual vein, the houses and spiritual fields have all been flattened, replaced by a vast construction site spanning dozens of hectares. Thousands of cultivators are busy within, the sounds of clanging and hammering echoing as buildings and palaces rise from the ground. Chun Yi stood atop an unfinished high pavilion overlooking the bustling scene below with a faint smile on his face. Master, Li Yu landed on the pavilion and bowed. The senior has agreed and will personally come to officiate the ribbon cutting. Chun Yi nodded, seemingly expecting this outcome. You have done well. Li Yu walked to Chun Yi's side, following his gaze to the construction site below, unable to help but say, Master, is our market being built a bit too large? Large? Chun Yi laughed. I think it's too small. He raised his hand to point in the distance. Look, that area is for spirit materials, specifically for purchasing spiritual herbs from Yunzhou and materials from monsters of Qingzhou. This area is for finished products, selling pills, magical tools, talismans, and formation plates. Further over there is a spot for casual cultivators to set up temporary stalls, charging only a minimal booth fee. The largest area in the middle is the auction house. A glint of amusement flashed in Chun Yi's eyes. Our Wanbao Tower may not have a lot, but we have plenty of treasures. The spirit fertilizer is just an appetizer. There are plenty of good things to come. Li Yu felt a surge of excitement, but also some worry. Will our treasures be enough to support such a large venue? What? Did Sun Qing not tell you anything in the past few months? Chun Yi looked at Li Yu with suspicion. He did, but... Li Yu hesitated. The greatest pain for a wise person lies in overthinking. Yet he knew better that some things were best left unasked. He was a person of great loyalty. Chun Yi had done him a great favor. Even if he knew that the so-called mysterious supplier had ulterior motives, he would pretend not to know and even take the initiative to help Chun Yi identify any shortcomings. Seeing this, Chun Yi sighed inwardly. His cheap disciple was good in every way except that he was too meticulous in thought. He did not explain further, simply patting Li Yu's shoulder. Rest assured, Master has it all under control. Saying this, he flipped his hand and took out a scroll-like magical artifact, handing it over. During the last apprenticeship, I did not give you a gift for your apprenticeship. I originally intended to bestow it upon you during your succession ceremony, but since you have now taken over many affairs in the tower, I will give you this magical artifact in advance. Li Yu was slightly taken aback and quickly accepted it with both hands. The appearance of this magical artifact and the restrictions within were clearly identical to his own life-bound magical artifact. The only difference was the material. Although he had been the master of the Tianhe sect since its establishment, he was the only Foundation establishment cultivator to emerge. If it weren't for a fortuitous encounter with a Confucian cultivation method, he might not even have the cultivation method he practiced after Foundation establishment. His life-bound magical artifact was pieced together from various parts with mediocre materials and average power. But the scroll in his hands, just from its jade-like smoothness and the aura of the flowing restrictions within, was clearly extraordinary. Master. Liu looked up, his eyes filled with emotion. Your life-bound magical artifact has a good concept, but the base material is simply too poor. Even if you nurture it for many years, it will be hard to achieve transformation. Master has many precious materials and possesses skills in refining tools. I have remade one for you using jade silk as the main material, just like that. Chun Yi spoke casually, but Li Ye's heart trembled. Jade silk. That is a top-grade material made from excellent spirit stones requiring profound refining skills to produce. Moreover, when using this material to craft a magical artifact, the entire piece must be used. In other words, this magical artifact is worth 1,000,000 spirit stones just in terms of its main material. Liu held the scroll tightly, his fingers trembling. He had spent 100 years in Tianhe sect accumulating his entire fortune, and it only amounted to 30 to 50,000 spirit stones. Later, due to Chun Yi's favor, he took over Wanbao Tower, and the spirit stones he handled easily reached millions, but that was public property, and he would not dare to touch a single cent. But this scroll is a personal gift from his master. Master, this is too precious. Li Ye's voice was slightly hoarse. I feel unworthy of receiving it. Chun Yi waved his hand, his tone as casual, as if he were dismissing a trinket of little value. Just take it. You are now running around for me, representing my face. If we were to engage in a battle of magic, and this magical artifact were to be damaged, who would lose face? Liu opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately bowed deeply. I will remember, master. Chun Yi nodded, his gaze returning to the construction site in the distance. Liu held the scroll, hesitated for a moment, and could not help but ask, Master, does this magical artifact have a name? Chun Yi did not turn his head. What is the name of your life-bound magical artifact? Replying to Master, it is called Spring and Autumn. Liu answered, my background is humble, I did not dare to take such an imposing name. However, when I obtained that Confucian cultivation method back, then I saw the phrase holding the pen of spring and autumn distinguishing right from wrong, and I was inspired, so I dared to use it. Spring and autumn. Chun Yi mulled over it for a moment before suddenly laughing. Then this one shall be named Great Transformation. The number of Great Transformation is 50, and its use is 49. As you take over Wanbao Tower on behalf of your master, there will be many accounts to calculate and matters to decide in the future. Li Ye's heart stirred, and he bowed. Thank you, master, for the name. The market is about to open, and your succession ceremony will be held concurrently. That is your big day. In the following days, let your uncle's son and the others handle the miscellaneous affairs. You just focus on closing yourself off to refine this treasure, so you can present yourself before others in your peak condition. Chun Yi turned and looked at Liu, his tone carrying a rare warmth. Liu felt a warm surge in his heart and bowed. Disciple obeys. Go ahead. Chun Yi waved his hand. I will keep an eye on the market, there will be no mishaps. Liu bowed deeply again before turning to leave. Chun Yi watched him disappear into the horizon, a slight smile on his lips. This disciple was worth taking in. Loyal and understanding, meticulous, yet knowing his limits. What was even more commendable was that despite his doubts, he could maintain the line and refrain from asking what should not be asked. Such a person is worth cultivating. As for the Great Transformation, Chun Yi smiled. 1,000,000 spirit stones were but a drop in the bucket for him now. Yet this favor could not be bought with spirit stones. At the end of the month, the sky was clear and bright. The news of the first succession ceremony of the Wanbao Tower's head and the opening of the market had already spread throughout the 3 states and 18 counties with the presence of Qingye, the head of Qingyan's sect. Those forces that had been hesitating could no longer sit still. In an instant, the skies above Tianyang County were filled with shimmering lights resembling a grand gathering of cultivators. There were sword cultivators riding flying swords, beast tamers riding spirit birds, and family teams traveling by flying boats. Outside the Yu family's ancestral land, the once dilapidated old site had undergone a complete transformation. In its place stood a magnificent city with walls towering 30 feet high, constructed entirely of azure gold stone. A huge plaque hung high above the city gate inscribed with 3 gilded characters, Tianji City. The Tianji, the pivot of the Big Dipper, governs the balance of fortune and transformation. Shun Yi chose this name intending to establish this city as the commercial hub of the Yu Kingdom and even the entire southern Tian region. The city gates swung open welcoming guests from all directions. The streets within the city were wide enough to accommodate 10 horse-drawn carriages side by side. Shops lined both sides, their signs brand new yet covered by red silk. Evidently Sun Qing had not been idle over the past few months. To the north of the square stood a nine-story pavilion, its flying eaves and brackets grand and magnificent. This was the headquarters of the Wanbao Tower, as well as the main venue for today's grand ceremony. In front of the pavilion, a high platform was erected. On the platform stood Shun Yi, hands clasped behind his back, wearing a smile. Behind him, 4 foundation establishment cultivators, including Sun Qing, stood in a row, their expressions solemn. Below the platform, Liu, dressed in a dark ceremonial robe, held a scroll of the Dian and waited quietly. Soon the first batch of guests arrived. Leading them was the Jin Dao sect along with several local forces that had pledged allegiance to the Wanbao Tower. The first individual, however, was not Jin Yuanba, who had previously visited Qingyang Mountain, but a tall and spirited woman. The woman was dressed in tight-fitting attire, walking steadily with a commanding presence, exuding an air of authority from long-standing superiority. Shun Yi's gaze flickered slightly, and he sensed something. Although Jin Yuanba had come to Qingyang Mountain before, he was only representing his sister. Now, for such an important event as the market opening, it was naturally time for her, the true decision-maker, to appear. Indeed, as the woman approached the platform, she clasped her fists in greeting and announced loudly, "I am Jin Yuanbao, the sect master of the Jin Dao sect, leading 16 local forces from Tianyang County to congratulate the Wanbao Tower on its grand opening and to celebrate the succession ceremony of Master Liu." Shun Yi returned the gesture with cupped hands, saying, "Master Jin, you honor us with your presence. Please take your seat." Jin Yuanbao bowed again, and then leading the local forces behind her followed the guidance of the cultivators towards the guest seats on the left side of the platform. Once seated, Jin Yuanbao's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the dark-clad figure below the platform. Liu stood quietly holding a scroll. The morning sunlight slanted upon him, illuminating his already refined features, making them appear even more gentle and jade-like. Jin Yuanbao found herself momentarily entranced. 40 years had passed. Back then, she and her brother were pursued to the brink of death by enemies, wounded and nearly out of magical power. With the villains behind them, she held her brother's hand, thinking they might not survive this ordeal. Then a beam of escape light descended. A scroll, a blue robe, and a few words sent the pursuers away, along with a bottle of elixir and a bag of spirit stones. As that person withdrew, she struggled to rise and ask for their name, but only had time to glimpse the 2 faint characters on the token at their waist. Tianhe? Later, she and her brother took root in Tianyang and established the Jin Dao sect, located no more than 100 miles from the Tianhe sect. She visited several times, ostensibly to express her gratitude for the life-saving help. Liu treated her politely, yet distantly, his words measured perfectly, neither cold nor overly familiar. The spirit tea and spirit fruits she sent were accepted, and he returned equivalent elixirs and talismans. She sought excuses to invite him for discussions, but he would decline and come only to discuss before leaving, never staying even a moment longer. Jin Yuanbao had seen all kinds of scenes in the martial world over the years. She understood very well. He had no feelings for her. Yet she could not let go. Frustrated, Jin Yuanba stomped his foot, saying, "Sister, if Master Li had any intentions, he would have spoken up long ago. Why are you torturing yourself like this?" She merely shook her head, remaining silent. What could she say? That she knew Liu had no interest, yet she could not forget that figure descending from the heavens. That she was fully aware it was hopeless, yet still couldn't help but wish to be closer to him again and again. These words she could not utter. Now that Liu was to succeed as the master of the Wanbao Tower, he would become the ruler of this Tianji city, a figure upon whom the entire Izhou would depend. Yet she, Jin Yuanbao, was merely a small sect master of a foundation establishment force in Tianyang County. The gap was growing wider and wider. Jin Yuanbao lowered her eyelashes, concealing the hint of melancholy in her eyes. Liu seemed to sense something, turning slightly to cast a glance in her direction. Jin Yuanbao's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively wanted to avert her gaze, but forced herself to hold on, allowing a slight smile to bloom at the corners of her mouth. Liu also nodded slightly. Jin Yuanbao's gaze was momentarily blank, lost in thought. "Sister." Jin Yuanbao finally came to her senses and scolded in slight embarrassment, "Be quiet. Keep it down, there are so many people watching." Jin Yuanbao's expression was emotionless, her eyelids not lifting. "What are you looking at?" "Looking." Jin Yuanba choked, daring not to finish the sentence, mumbling quietly, "You've been looking for 40 years, and you still haven't had enough." Indeed, it had been 40 years. But what could she do? Some people just a glance could last a lifetime. Seeing her sister's expression dim, Jin Yuanba sighed inwardly. This sister of his, endowed with exceptional talent and decisive in matters of life and death, made everyone in the Jin Dao sect fear her. Yet when it came to Li Yu, she was as stubborn as a mortal girl. Just then a voice from the direction of the city gate announced Master Han, from the Dilong Mountain, has arrived. Han Jing walked quickly to the platform, clasping his fists in salute, his voice booming like a bell. Master Chen, you are too kind. The opening of the Immortal City and Master Li's succession is a grand event for Ezhou. How could I not come to join the excitement? Chen Yi smiled slightly and returned the gesture, saying, Master Han, you honor us. Please take your seat. Han Jing accepted with a smile and led his disciples from Dilong Mountain towards the guest seats. His gaze swept over the already seated local forces from Tianyang and then glanced at the empty seats opposite, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. At this hour, still thinking of giving the Wanbao Tower a cold shoulder. If the Qingye elder were absent, the Zhang and Wang families could still excuse themselves on the grounds of not having deep ties, but news had already circulated that the Qingye elder would be attending. What did it mean for the two families to not show up? Did they think they had grown strong enough to disregard the face of the Qingyun sect? Just then several beams of spiritual light arrived together. Elder Zhou from Lansang Mountain Fairy, Hu from Qingyun sect, Fairy Su, and Zhang have arrived. Chen Yi's smile broadened, and he personally went to greet them at the high platform. This action immediately sent a shockwave through the hearts of those present. All eyes turned towards the city gate. The leading figure was a man with a broad back, thick brows, clad in a blue Taoist robe that wrapped around his strong physique, striding confidently through the city gate. Chen Yi stepped forward, clasping his hands with a smile. Brother Zhou, you have traveled a long way. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive me. Zhou Ming laughed heartily, his voice resonating like a bell. You are being too formal, my dear brother Chen. What kind of friendship do we share? If you were opening a business, Zhou Ming would crawl over if I had to. He patted Chen Yi on the shoulder and whispered, you don't need to entertain me, just focus on your business. Chen Yi nodded with a smile, his gaze passing over Zhou Ming and landing on the figures behind him. The foremost among them had a face like the full moon and a complexion like the flowers of spring, with an inherent elegance in her demeanor. It was Hu Yueling. Noticing Chen Yi's gaze, she subconsciously tightened her delicate hand hidden within her wide sleeves. She was clad in a moon-white, ethereal dress adorned with the unique jade token of the inner disciples of the Qingyun sect at her waist. Her hair flowed like clouds with a white jade hairpin casually inserted. Her appearance was much cleaner and more elegant than usual. However, Chen Yi's gaze lingered on her for only a moment before politely shifting to her companions. Fairy Hu, Fairy Su, and all fellow Taoists from Qingyun, thank you for your hard work on the journey. Chen Yi cupped his hands. Hu Yueling lowered her eyelashes and returned the gesture, saying, you are too kind, Master Chen. Her voice was calm, revealing no hint of emotion. Yet Su Lan at her side couldn't help but steal a glance at her, a trace of barely perceptible worry flashing in her eyes. She and Hu Yueling were as close as sisters. She knew best how long Hu Yueling had prepared for this moment. The white jade hairpin was a gift from her mother when Hu Yueling came of age, something she rarely showed. The ethereal dress was embroidered by Hu Yueling herself, taking a full 3 months. After taking her seat, Hu Yueling sat gracefully in the guest area, conversing softly with her fellow disciples, occasionally glancing up at the figure on the high platform, her mind a whirl of thoughts. Thereafter, those arriving were the managers of cross-border trading businesses with whom Wanbao Tower had dealings, along with various forces from the 18 counties of the 3 states, all keen to forge connections. Chen Yi exchanged pleasantries one by one, until the sun tilted westward and the auspicious hour approached. The long-awaited call finally echoed from the direction of the city gate. Qingyun sect master, Qingye Shangren has arrived. The room erupted in an uproar. Those still engaged in hushed conversations rose in unison, their gazes fixed on the city gate. 6 azure flying horses were seen pulling a magnificent cloud carriage, slowly descending from the skies. These flying horses had entire bodies covered in azure scales, their hooves ignited with flames, unmistakably the unique azure-scaled heavenly horses of the Qingyun sect, each possessing the cultivation of late foundation establishment. To have 6 of them in motion at once was something no one in the entire Yu Kingdom could fathom besides the Qingyun sect master. The cloud carriage landed, and the door swung wide open. 36 Qingyun Foundation establishment disciples filed out, lining up on both sides, holding dust brushes, jade talismans, and other magical artifacts, their expression solemn. Following closely, a streak of azure light darted from the cloud carriage and landed steadily before the stage. Qingye Shangren donned a dark robe, wearing a purple gold crown, his face gaunt with 3 strands of long beard flowing lightly, exuding an otherworldly grace. His gaze slowly swept across the crowd, and wherever he looked all the cultivators bowed in unison greeting him, "We pay our respects to the Shangren." Qingye Shangren nodded slightly, his eyes resting on the figure in azure on the high platform, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. "Master Chen, I hope I am not late." Chun Yi hurriedly approached from the high platform, cupping his hands with a smile, saying, "With the arrival of the Shangren, our humble abode shines even brighter. It is indeed an auspicious time, please." Just then a streak of light reappeared in the distance, and Qingye Shangren's smile stiffened. As the host, he was naturally meant to make his entrance last. Now that he had arrived, the auspicious hour was upon them. Who would dare to intrude at such a crucial moment? All eyes in the venue turned toward the sky. A vibrant array of colors surged from the western horizon, and amidst the clouds several figures could be faintly seen, the foremost among them being Qiao Mingxin. Today she wore a long dress of dark green, its hem embroidered with 5 poisons patterns. The poisonous spider mark on her brow had faded, leaving only a hint of ethereal glow that accentuated her increasingly cold and transcendent demeanor. Behind her, Sikong Tu and several disciples of the 5 Poisons sect followed closely. Upon seeing the approaching figures, Qingye Shangren's tightly furrowed brow relaxed. Qiao Mingxin landed in the venue first, bowing respectfully to Qingye Shangren from afar. "I am Qiao Mingxin of the 5 Poisons sect, paying my respects to the Shangren." Qingye Shangren returned the gesture, his gaze sweeping over her, his smile deepening. "There is no need for such formalities, junior sister Qiao. How is your esteemed father? Thank you for your concern, the family head as well. He specifically asked me to convey his regards to you and mentioned that he has agreed to the matter you sought previously." Qingye Shangren's eyes brightened and his smile grew even wider as he nodded, saying, "Your father is thoughtful. I will personally visit to express my gratitude another day." He then turned to Chun Yi and the others, playfully scolding, "You two are both so adept at navigating social situations. How can you still be standing there frozen in place with such esteemed guests arriving? Why on earth is she here? I didn't invite her." Chun Yi internally lamented, yet he maintained a graceful smile on his face, swiftly stepping forward to cup his hands and say, "Fairy Qiao, your esteemed presence is an honor. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive me." Qiao Mingxin's gaze lingered on his face for a moment, and her lips involuntarily curled upwards slightly. "You are too kind, Master Chun. After our last encounter, I have greatly benefited. I heard that your esteemed tower is celebrating double happiness today, and I came specifically to ask for a cup of water wine. Surely Master Chen wouldn't refuse me, would you?" "Not at all, Fairy Qiao. It is our Wanbao Tower's honor to have you grace us with your presence." Chun Yi's smile remained unchanged as he gestured for her to enter. "Please take a seat." Qiao Mingxin nodded slightly, taking graceful steps towards the guest area. Sikong Tu stole a glance at his senior sister, but his heart was in turmoil. Something is amiss. Something is terribly amiss. He clearly remembered that their master had instructed them to visit Qingyun's sect and pay their respects to Qingye Shangren. Yet upon hearing the news of Wanbao Tower's opening and Qingye Shangren's presence, his senior sister unhesitatingly changed her plans. At this moment, watching his senior sister converse with Chun Yi, it seemed as though conveying a message to Qingye Shangren for their master was merely an afterthought. A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through Sikong Tu's mind. On that day at the martial arts platform, what exactly did his senior sister unleash? Was it the wrath poison, or? He shivered suddenly, not daring to think further. Qiao Mingxin took her seat, gazing at Chun Yi's clear silhouette on the platform, her heart bitterly smiling. In the end, I still couldn't resist. Indeed, what she had unleashed that day was the love poison. Among the 4 inner poisons, love poison had the least side effects, yet the elders of the 5 Poison sect often warned their disciples to prefer using wrath poison or desire poison over love poison. For wrath poison merely causes a moment's rage, desire poison leads to fleeting indulgence, but love poison binds one's heart to another, enduring until death. With her exceptional talent, and being the last descendant of a golden core cultivator, Qiao Mingxin had always sailed through life, finding little challenge among her peers, let alone being forced to counter with inner poison. She felt that the tales circulating within the sect were nothing but the mundane laments of the mediocre. Thus, when she first decided to use inner poison, she chose the one with the least side effects. Initially, she thought the backlash of love poison would be minor. Given her temperament and cultivation, a little flutter of emotion would surely fade with time. However, as days passed, that figure not only did not fade, but became increasingly clear. When she heard the news of Wanbao Tower's opening and Qingye Shangren's attendance, she almost instinctively altered her itinerary. "I will go take a look. I'm just going to take a look," she told herself. But some matters can deceive others, yet not oneself. Su Lan observed that Qiao Mingxin's gaze never left Chun Yi and hurriedly nudged Hu Yueling with her elbow, lowering her voice. "Yueling, look over there." Hu Yueling followed her gaze. Qiao Mingxin was seated gracefully among the guests, her dark green dress complementing her jade-like complexion, her cold eyes crossing the crowd and resting on the azure figure on the high platform. That gaze. Hu Yueling was all too familiar with it. Every time she looked at Chun, it was the same kind of look. Why does that Qiao sister from the Five Poison sect keep staring at Master Chun? Su Lan whispered, didn't they just have a fight on Qingyang Mountain last time? That gaze doesn't seem like one directed at a rival. Hu Yueling gently interrupted her tone calm. Concentrate on the ceremony. Su Lan opened her mouth, then wisely fell silent. Yet Hu Yueling couldn't help but glance over again. Qiao Mingxin seemed to sense something, her gaze subtly shifting, lightly brushing against Hu Yueling's eyes. Two pairs of beautiful eyes. One cold as the moon, the other deep as a pond. Though they touched and parted almost instantly, it felt as if sparks had flashed in the air. Although the sudden visit of Qiao Mingxin made Chun Yi feel that something was amiss, he had no time to ponder it today. After the incident with He Shoucai, he had decided to create his own power. The time and resources invested were countless. Now it was finally the time for Wanbao Tower to serve him. Chun Yi took to the stage, surveyed the crowd, and announced loudly, today marks the opening of Tianji City and the change of ownership of Wanbao Tower. I am immensely grateful to all fellow Taoists for your presence. He paused, his gaze landing on the dark-clad figure in the audience, his voice growing louder. Where is Li Yu? Li Yu stepped forward, bowed, and said, disciple is here. Though you have been under my tutelage for only half a year, your talents are already evident. I entrust Wanbao Tower to you, and I have full confidence. As he spoke, Chun Yi took out a black jade token from his bosom. The front of the token was engraved with the words Wanbao, while the back featured a landscape design. This is the token of the head of Wanbao, and today I pass it to you. From now on, all matters of Wanbao Tower will be decided by you. Li Yu held the token high above his head, respectfully receiving it. Disciple will not fail to live up to Master's trust. Chun Yi nodded and took a step back. Li Yu turned to face the guests, took a deep breath, and raised the token high. Li Yu, head of Wanbao Tower, greets you all. As his voice fell, all the guests rose in unison and returned the gesture. Congratulations, Headley. Congratulations to Wanbao Tower. The congratulatory voices surged like a tide, rising and falling. On the high platform, Li Yu's gaze swept over the familiar and unfamiliar faces in the crowd, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Half a year ago, he was just a small head of Tianhe sect, guarding a broken spiritual vein, exhausting himself for the income of 30 to 50,000 spirit stones. Now he stood here with a 9-story tower behind him, a room full of guests before him, and in his hand a top-grade magical treasure worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. All of this felt like a dream. Thank you all. Li Yu collected his thoughts and cupped his fists in gratitude. Wanbao Tower has just been established in Tianji City, and in the future we will rely on the support of all fellow Taoists. Today we have prepared some simple wine, which is not enough to express our respect. I hope all fellow Taoists enjoy themselves. With that he waved his hand. Disciples of Wanbao Tower who had been waiting on both sides filed out, carrying spirit fruits and spirit wine to serve at each table. Musicians began to play celestial music and dancers gracefully entered, creating a scene of clinking cups and joyous laughter. Chun Yi descended from the high platform and made his way to the main guest table. Xingye Shangren was speaking softly with Qiao Mingxin when he noticed Chun Yi approaching and smiled, waving him over. Chun Tower Master, you arrived just in time. I was just discussing you with junior sister Qiao. Chun Yi's heart skipped a beat, but he did not show it on his face. He cupped his fists and smiled. Oh, I wonder what you said about me. I mentioned your past in Xingnan. Xingye put down his wine cup, looking impressed. In 6 years you have gone from a mere loose cultivator to owning a city. Even I have to say I admire that. Chun Yi felt a chill in his heart, but maintained a calm facade, smiling. You flatter me, Shangren. I was merely fortunate. With Brother Zhou's introduction, I caught the attention of the Zhou family, and with your favor I have achieved this great enterprise of Wanbao Tower. Xingye Shangren laughed heartily and pointed at Chun Yi while saying to Qiao Mingxin, junior sister Qiao, look at this kid. He speaks without a flaw. Clearly he earned this foundation with his own abilities, yet he insists on attributing the credit to others. Qiao Mingxin's gaze lingered on Chun Yi for a moment, her lips curving up slightly. Chun Tower Master is indeed quite humble. Xingye Shangren continued, junior sister Qiao came today not only to deliver a message from her father. There is another intention. Wudu sect intends to establish a long-term relationship with Wanbao Tower. In the future, all business from Yizhou will be handled by junior sister Qiao on behalf of your tower. Chun Yi was slightly taken aback, turning his gaze to Qiao Mingxin. She picked up her wine cup, took a small sip, and spoke casually. What, Chun Tower Master, are you not welcoming this? Welcome, of course, welcome. Chun Yi beamed, but inwardly he was lamenting, why is this lady so thick? But having reached this point in the conversation, and with Qingye Shangren present as a guarantor, what could he say? He could only cup his fists and say if Junior Daoist Chiu is willing to grace us, it would be Wanbao Tower's blessing. If you need anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Xiao Mingxin nodded, her expression unreadable, but her eyes seemed to shine a little brighter. Qingye Shangren observed this scene with a slight smile, raising his wine cup. Come, let us drink this cup together to wish Wanbao Tower prosperous business. The three raised their cups and downed them in one go. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Chun Yi finished attending to the main table and finally found a moment to slip over to Zhou Meng's table. This table was filled with familiar faces. Zhou Meng was, needless to say, along with Hu Yueling, Su Lan, and several disciples of Qing Yuan with whom he had interacted during his time in Qingnan. Chun Yi plopped down next to Zhou Meng's side in relief and raised his wine cup. Brother Zhou, fellow Taoist, I apologize for neglecting you. I will drink this cup as punishment. After saying this, he tilted his head back and downed the spirit wine in his cup. Zhou Meng laughed heartily. Qin, you're being too modest. Today you are the host, so it is only right to be busy. Come sit down and chat. Hu Yueling also chimed in. Qin Tower Master, you are busy today and need not come over to greet us. Chun Yi waved his hand and smiled. Fairy Hu, you are mistaken. No matter how busy I am, I cannot neglect old friends, can I? As he spoke, his gaze swept over Hu Yueling, complimenting Fairy Hu, your attire today is much more elegant than before. It looks beautiful. Hu Yueling was taken aback, then lowered her eyelashes, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Su Lan noticed this and secretly felt happy for her sister. After all, the effort was not in vain. Zhou Meng, however, was oblivious to the change in atmosphere around the table, lowering his voice and asking, old brother, I took your advice this time and pulled out all my savings. Can we really make a big profit today? The other Qingyun disciples at the table also looked at Chun Yi with anticipation in their eyes. Don't worry, it's guaranteed. If the items don't sell, Wanbao Tower will buy them back at the original price. We won't let any of you fellow Taoists suffer a loss. Chun Yi patted his chest to assure them. Zhou Meng was overjoyed by his words, raising his wine cup. I've been waiting for this. Come, let's drink this cup. The banquet lasted for 2 hours with hosts and guests enjoying themselves. Qingye Shangren set down his wine cup and stood up with a smile. It's getting late. We should get to the main event. Upon hearing this, all the guests rose. Chun Yi understood and called out loudly, fellow Taoists, please follow me to the city gate, where I invite the Shangren to inaugurate Tianji City. In an instant, the crowd surged towards the city gate. At Tianji City's southern gate, a large stone tablet stood, crafted from green jade, inscribed with the 3 characters Tianji City. The characters had yet to be gilded, waiting for Qingye Shangren to personally apply the gold today. Chun Yi led Qingye Shangren to the tablet and bowed, please Shangren, grant us the ink. Disciples from Wanbao Tower had already brought forth the golden lacquered vermilion brush. Qingye Shangren took the vermilion brush but did not begin to write immediately. Instead, he turned around and surveyed the crowd. The entire assembly of cultivators fell silent. Qingye Shangren nodded, finally focusing on the stone tablet and announcing loudly, Tianji is the pivot of the Big Dipper governing the balance of fortune. Tower Master Chun has chosen this name with ambitions beyond the ordinary. He dipped the brush in the gold lacquer, his wrist slightly heavy, and let the brush tip touch the stone tablet. Today I inaugurate Tianji City. May this city attract wealth from all directions, gather guests from all seas, and establish a foundation for eternity. As the final stroke fell, the 3 characters Tianji City suddenly erupted with a burst of golden light shooting up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. It spiraled 3 times in the clouds before slowly dissipating, leaving a faint golden trace that lingered. The entire assembly of cultivators collectively gasped. Did the brush strike the heavens? Someone murmured. No, it's a restriction. Another person exclaimed, eyes gleaming. This stone tablet is actually a magical treasure. The ascending golden light was clearly a sign that the magical treasure's restriction had been activated. Qingye Shangren, standing closest, immediately recognized the usefulness of this item. This stone tablet had only 2 functions. First, to announce the rules and restrictions of the city to incoming cultivators in the form of sound transmission. Second, cultivators could communicate with the tablet to check real-time prices of various goods in the city's shops. This was no mere stone tablet, but a composite magical treasure that integrated sound transmission, storage, and retrieval. Although he was not proficient in crafting, he understood how difficult it was to achieve these functions. Tower Master Chen, what a grand gesture. Qingye Shangren returned the vermilion brush, his gaze lingering on the stone tablet for a moment before turning to Chun Yi, his eyes now carrying a hint of depth. This item must have been quite expensive, right? Chun Yi smiled slightly and cupped his fist. Shangren has a discerning eye. This tablet cost 200,000 spirit stones and took a month to refine. However, providing some convenience to fellow Taoists is worth this expenditure. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted in exclamations. 200,000 spirit stones, just for a tablet. The small door and small household cultivators were left dumbfounded, feeling that this Master Chen truly had wealth beyond measure. The well-informed leaders of the cross-border trading businesses displayed expressions of delight. What was the biggest headache for them in cross-border trading? Wasn't it the inability to grasp the local market conditions, fearing they would overpay? Now with this monument it was different. With just a probe of divine, since the real-time prices of all shops in the city were laid bare before them. How much time and effort could this save? Master Chun. A plump cultivator in a brocade robe squeezed forward, cupping his hands and asking, "May I inquire if this monument truly provides the real-time prices of all shops?" "Of course, but we must wait for the major shops to open," Chun replied. Li Yu immediately stood up and shouted to the local cultivators present, "What are you waiting for? Open the doors for business." Jin Yuanbao was the first to react, turning around and gesturing toward his shop at the Golden Blade sect. In the next moment, the door of a suspended shop on the main street of Tianji City burst open with a bang, and a disciple of the Golden Blade sect tore down the red silk hanging at the door. The gilded characters Golden Blade Pavilion on the signboard shone brilliantly in the sunlight. A ray of spiritual light rose from it and merged into the monument. The other local forces also seemed to wake from a dream and followed suit. In an instant, the red silk in front of dozens of shops on both sides of the main street fluttered down consecutively, and beams of spiritual light soared from each shop's signboard, merging into the city gate monument like rivers converging into the sea. Li Yu sidestepped and bowed to the plump cultivator who had spoken earlier, saying, "This friend, please go ahead." The plump cultivator, not shy, strode to the monument and probed with his divine sense. In an instant, his expression became quite dramatic. "What about Lao Tan? Speak up." "Exactly. Don't just enjoy it by yourself." The familiar business leaders behind him, seeing his expression, anxiously stamped their feet. Only then did the plump cultivator referred to as Lao Tan come back to his senses, turning to the crowd with a barely contained look of joy, saying, "You all take a look. I'm heading to load goods first." Before the plump cultivator finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of light and dashed towards the shops in the city. The others exchanged glances and soon surged toward the monument. "Let me see. While the prices of magical tools here are actually only slightly higher than those in Qingzhou, excluding the shipping costs, it's not much of a difference. And a lot of time can be saved. The same goes for pills. I calculated it. If I first run to Yunding Xianqing to sell my goods, then bring back raw materials from Qing and Yun states, purchasing vital essence and magical tools, to return, the profit from one trip is more than 10 higher than just running to Yunding." 10. Is that how you calculated it? Tianji is much closer to my spirit beasts and the Five Poisons region than Yunding. The time saved is enough for another trip. This is a 9-layer profit. Isn't Tianji not distributing our goods across the 2 domains? People from Qing and Yun states won't come. We can just trade at the city gate. Stop calculating. Every moment wasted is spirit stones. Assuming goods are transported from outside the 3 states to sell in Yunding, earning 50 profit, and then buying pills and magical tools from Yunding to sell back locally for another 50 profit, that's double the gain. But if we buy and sell directly in Tianji City, cutting out a leg of the journey, we can make an additional trip. This calculation, who wouldn't know how to do? In no time, those who had originally come solely for vital essence transformed into streaks of light, rushing towards the various shops in the city. The Qingyun forces, who originally felt a bit jealous of the opening of Tianji City, immediately sprang. "Hurry, inform the sect to bring over the spiritual herbs that are about to rot in the fields. The selling price in Tianji City is 10 higher than selling to Yunding. Quick, bring over all the beast materials we have in stock. The purchasing price here is 10 higher than in Yunding. Don't sell it in Yunding. Finished products. Bring them over too. It's only 700 or 800 miles. How much can the shipping cost be? With a 10 price difference, not making money would be foolish." What if outsiders directly sell their goods in Tianji City? They don't accept goods from outside. Yes, in Tianji City, incoming merchant groups can rest trade and exchange goods, but they cannot sell large quantities of goods from outside into Tianji City. The Qingya master was not well versed in trade affairs, but he was now sweating profusely. He originally thought that the opening of Tianji City would merely siphon off some customer flow from Yunding. After all, the bulk of the profits would come from taxes. Both sides would need to pay taxes to him, the Qingyun sect, and he could leverage this to revitalize the Wing state, so why not? But now he was left in a cold sweat. If the raw materials and finished products from Qingyun's 2 states directly arrived in Tianji City, what could Yunding offer to attract outside merchants? Although tax revenues wouldn't decrease, what about the sect's investments in Yunding? Would all of that just go down the drain? Qingya Master cast a deep glance at Chun Yi and Li Yu, thinking to himself, fortunately you both understand the situation and know not to accept goods from outside states. If you really ruin Yunding, even I can't save you. This was precisely the optimal solution Chun Yi and Li Yu arrived at after careful consideration. Let Yunding be the mouthpiece, swallowing goods from all directions, distributing them throughout the 3 states. With Tianji as the center, accumulating the treasures of the 3 states to meet the needs of all. In this way the Qingyun sect could accommodate his Wanbao Pavilion. After all, no matter how much the Qingya Master valued his Wanbao Pavilion, he couldn't possibly destroy his own foundation. As for the talent argument Li Yu used to persuade Qingya earlier, that was indeed true. Wanbao Pavilion and its affiliated forces would definitely cultivate their technical advantages vigorously. Manufacturers directly selling is always more profitable than middlemen, isn't it? But that would take time. Cultivators need time to develop their skills, and the various forces in Qing and Yun states need time to adapt. Yes, time is actually provided to the 2 states. Chun Yi wanted them to reap the benefits of raw material supply slowly. He wanted them to gradually realize that directly supplying raw materials was just as profitable as selling finished products, and it was less troublesome. By then the 2 states would inevitably abandon the training of technical cultivators. After 1 or 2 generations, they would completely devolve into raw material production areas. The status of the 3 states would be entirely reversed. The Wing state would no longer be a barren land, but the only upper state among the 3 states that mastered technical inheritance. The Qingyun sect could still enjoy the benefits, but the source of those benefits would be firmly in the hands of Wanbao Pavilion. By then, even if the Qingyun sect wanted to turn against them, they would have to weigh their options. And once Chun Yi possessed nascent soul combat power with weapons wealth, and even people's hearts, what would become of the 18 counties of the 3 states? Of course these words would never escape Chun Yi's lips. Qingya Master wouldn't consider such far-reaching implications. Although he had been secretly played by Li Yu, he wouldn't say much. Sister, we've sold out again. Jin Yuanbao rushed over, drenched in sweat. That's the 13th batch. Our stock is completely gone, and there are still customers waiting. Yuanbao's heart jolted at these words. The 13th batch. She instinctively glanced toward the empty shelves deep in the shop, and then at the long queue outside, momentarily unsure of how to react. Izhou is barren and lacks resources. Due to the scarcity of raw materials, both the medicines and magical artifacts cost significantly more than those from Qing and Yun provinces. Moreover, being far from Yunding Immortal City incurs shipping costs, making it impossible to compete with the 2 provinces on price. But today, with the opening of Jiqing, Izhou's geographical advantage has been fully realized. Those merchants from outside prefer to pay a higher price than at Yunding, just to save time. However, the issue is that due to previous vicious cycles, Izhou has many aspiring cultivators, but the skilled practitioners nurtured by various factions are simply insufficient. Even after preparing for half a year and working overtime, the stock cannot withstand such frenzied demand. This immense wealth remains just out of reach. Jin Yuanbao stomped his feet in anxiety. Sister, think of something. Those merchants from outside said they are willing to pay an extra 20% if they can get the goods immediately. Jin Yuanbao took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Immediately send someone to Yunding for supplies. If they are willing to deliver, we will pay for the shipping. Jin Yuanbao was taken aback. Sister, sourcing from Yunding. That would mean giving away our profits to the people of the 2 provinces. What do you understand? Jin Yuanbao glared at her brother. This is not the time to worry about profits. We need to keep the customers. If those merchants from outside can't get their goods today, they'll go to someone else tomorrow. Once they get accustomed to the goods from other places, it will be even harder for us to win them back, and the cost will be much greater. Jin Yuanbao scratched his head, not as quick-witted as his sister, but he was obedient and immediately turned to make arrangements. Just then Zhou Ming approached with a group of people. Jin Yuanbao quickly collected her thoughts and bowed respectfully. Elder Zhou. Zhou Ming waved his hand and smiled. No need for formalities, Sect Master Jin. I happened to overhear some of your conversation with your brother. Jin Yuanbao was startled. Zhou Ming continued, however, although your considerations were excellent from a larger perspective, there is one point that is not quite right. Please enlighten me, fellow Taoist, Jin Yuanbao humbly requested. Sourcing from Yunding will take at least a day. A round trip alone would take 2 or 3 days. Those merchants from outside cannot wait that long. Jin Yuanbao's heart sank. This was exactly what these merchants lack most is time. If they have to wait 3 or 4 days, they might as well buy the life essence first, and then make a trip to Yunding, as the time would be similar, and they could earn an additional 10%. Once this pattern is established, Wanbao Tower will not be affected much, but these small factions will suffer greatly. However, Jin Yuanbao was also clever. Tianji City belongs to Wanbao Tower. If they wait for these small factions to be wiped out, what use is there in opening an immortal city? They could simply open a small shop selling life essence. Jin Yuanbao's mind raced, and her gaze fell on Zhou Ming's smiling face, making her heart leap. Do you have goods? Indeed, Zhou Ming chuckled. I came here not only to support Brother Chun, but also to bring a relatively large trading caravan. This caravan carries various finished products including pills, magical artifacts, and talismans, all produced by my Lansong Mountain of excellent quality and fair prices. Jin Yuanbao's eyes lit up suddenly, then she suppressed her excitement and cupped her hands. The Jin family is deeply grateful for Elder Zhou's assistance. But, what about the price? Zhou Ming waved his hand generously. Brother Chin's friends are my friends. Sect Master Jin need not worry, the goods are just outside the city and can be delivered within half an hour. They'll just make a bit of pocket money and ITLL only be 30% higher than Yunding. Jin Yuanbao's mouth twitched, nearly choking on those words. This isn't pocket money, it's clearly taking advantage of a crisis. Before she could respond, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Sect Master Jin, a robed cultivator, hastily arrived, all smiles, cupping his hands, and saying, is it true that your store has really run out of magical artifacts? I'm in a hurry to set off. If there's any way you can help, I am willing to increase the price by 30%. Jin Yuanbao's mind raced. This 30% is on top of the prices in Tianji City, and flipping it would still yield a profit. She immediately tossed a storage pouch to Zhou Ming. I want the goods. Zhou Ming accepted the pouch, probing inside with his divine sense, and instantly smiled broadly. Sect Master Jin is straightforward. He waved his hand and turned to order the Zhou family disciples following him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring the goods in from outside the city. In half an hour, no, within a stick of incense. I want to see the first batch of goods on the shelves of Jindao Pavilion. The Zhou family disciple complied and vanished into the horizon in a flash. The merchants outside who were searching for goods rushed over as soon as they saw movement in Jindao Pavilion. Sect Master Jin is their stock. How much? He'll take it all. Why should you take it all? I was here first. Jin Yuanbao's heart skipped a beat as she looked at the swarm of merchants. Before she could speak, the robed, plump cultivator darted to the front of the shop, his hefty frame displaying surprising agility, effectively pushing several peers behind him. Sect Master Jin. The plump cultivator shouted hoarsely. I inquired about the price first. 30%, I'll offer 30%. I want this batch of goods. You fat man, you're talking nonsense. Another slender, middle-aged cultivator retorted, grabbing the plump cultivator's sleeve. You asked about the price when they had no goods. Now that the goods have arrived, naturally the highest bidder wins. Exactly. Highest bidder wins. Sect Master Jin, I'll offer 35%. 40%. I'll offer 40%. 45%. Instantly the area in front of Jindao Pavilion turned chaotic. This scene was repeating throughout Tianji City. Merchants saved time. The major stores in Tianji City made a fortune, and Chun Yi's friends did the same. At the Wanbao Tower headquarters on Qingyang Mountain, Zhou Ming and a group of Qingyun disciples were all smiles. Su Lan held the storage bag, her eyes sparkling like little stars. Brother Zhou, do we have enough stock? It's only been an hour, and we're almost sold out. Zhou Ming waved his hand grandly. What are you afraid of? I've already sent word back. The flying boats from the clan should have set off half a day ago. Do you still want more? If so, I will still offer the price from Yunding. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone chorused. The spirit stones came as if they were picked up off the ground. How could anyone refuse? After confirming the shares with Zhou Ming, they finally turned their attention to Chun Yi. If it weren't for Chun Yi revealing the news in advance, allowing them to prepare sufficient stock to rush to Tianji City, this immense fortune would never have come their way. Su Lan's eyes twinkled as she leaned close to Chun Yi, grinning. Master Chun, we have all caught the first wave of this market. What about in the future? Will there be more opportunities like this? Chun Yi chuckled silently, shaking his head and saying, Su Xianzi, your words are rather greedy. Such a level of profit is something only an opening city can offer once. The proper approach is to have a steady flow in the future. Su Lan pouted in disappointment, but knew that Chun Yi was speaking the truth. However, Chun Yi changed the subject, sweeping his gaze across the faces of the crowd. There are ways to profit from a steady flow as well. Su Lan's eyes brightened again. What do you mean? Chun Yi did not answer immediately, but took a sip of tea, leisurely saying, the first method is of course the cargo transportation from Yunding to Tianji. Whether transporting finished products or raw materials, there are profits to be made, albeit not as much as in these past few days. Su Lan waved her hands repeatedly, saying, Oh no, I can't do that, I can't do that. Even in cultivation, I feel there's not enough time. Where would I find the time to manage such worldly affairs? Aside from Hu Yueling and Zhou Ming, who were calculating, the other Qingyun disciples all nodded in agreement. Chun Yi was not surprised. These Qingyun disciples, though termed as inner disciples, were merely the cream of the crop among foundation establishment cultivators. Still far from reaching the golden core stage with lifespans of just over 200 years, they need to cultivate, hone their skills, and accumulate resources to break through bottlenecks. How could they spare time for the burdens of commerce that require a lot of mental effort? Even Zhou Ming, if not for the support of the Zhou family behind him, would be overwhelmed by the trivial matters of stockpiling transportation and settling accounts. Chun Yi set down his teacup and smiled, saying, "In that case, there is only the second path left to choose: buying properties to collect rent." Su Lan's eyes lit up. Buying properties to collect rent. Chun Yi nodded. Tianji City has just opened, and the prices of shops are still low. After a year or so, once the trade routes stabilize, the prices of the shops in this city will at least double. When the time comes, even if you sell them, it will still be a considerable profit. If you don't want to deal with it, simply collecting rent would still yield an income of around 10,000 spirit stones a year. If any of you are interested, go to my disciple and let him choose a few good locations for you. At these words, everyone was taken aback. An annual income of over 10,000 spirit stones. And without having to do anything, just collecting rent. Even someone like Zhou Ming, who was accustomed to spirit stones, couldn't help but gasp. During his hard year at Lansong Mountain, plus the family distribution and elder offerings, he only ended up with around 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. But now Chun Yi was telling him that if he bought a shop, he could just sit back and earn so much in a year. Su Lan looked at Chun Yi eagerly. "How many spirit stones does such a shop cost?" Chun Yi held up a finger. 100,000. Su Lan's eyes sparkled even brighter. Chun Yi chuckled. "Su Xinzi, do you think this is a rice shop at a mortal market? In Tianji City, every inch of land is precious. A prime street shop is priced at 100,000 spirit stones." 100,000. Su Lan gasped, her previously bright eyes dimming instantly. While she was a disciple of the inner sect of Qingyun, and her wealth was significantly greater than that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, raising 100,000 spirit stones all at once would still leave her bankrupt. Zhou Ming, however, seemed to ponder, stroking his chin and saying, 100,000 spirit stones for a shop with over 10,000 in annual rent. This return rate is quite terrifying. We've just made a fortune, and it's perfect to use this windfall to invest in property. Zhou Ming's eyes became more animated as he spoke. "Chen Laodi, I want 5 of those shops." 5? Su Lan's eyes widened. "Zhou Shixiang, where would you get that many spirit stones?" Zhou Ming laughed, patting his storage pouch at his waist. "You've seen how much that last batch of goods sold for. With the old savings accumulated over the years, I can still gather about 500,000 spirit stones." Then he addressed the others. "Don't underestimate yourselves. Once this batch of goods sells, you can also reach around 10,000 spirit stones each." Everyone counted carefully, and it seemed they could indeed manage it. However, asking them to spend it all on a single shop was still hard for them to swallow. 100,000 spirit stones. That was the wealth they had painstakingly accumulated over decades, if not centuries. Just as everyone was hesitating, Hu Yueling, who had remained silent, said, "You all don't really think anyone can buy a shop, do you?" Hu Yueling's statement, though not loud, caused everyone present to freeze in surprise. Su Lan blinked and instinctively asked, "Yueling, what do you mean? Didn't Chen Kaishan just say for us to go find Master Li to pick a few good locations?" Hu Yueling's gaze shifted slightly to Chun Yi's face as she softly said, "Exactly because of that." She paused, noticing that everyone still looked confused, and plainly stated, "Today Tianji City opened, and the grandeur of it you all have seen with your own eyes. Those cross-border merchants and the powers from the 3 states and 18 prefectures, which ones aren't eager to rush in. In such a fairy city would the shops go unnoticed? 100,000 spirit stones for a shop sounds expensive, but believe it or not, within 3 days, all the shops in this city will be snatched up. By then, even if you have 200,000 spirit stones, you might not be able to buy a single shop." Su Lan was left speechless. "Are you saying Chen Kaishan is?" Hu Yueling nodded, looking directly at Chun Yi. "He's giving us money." Chun Yi waved his hand, smiling. "Hu Xianzi, you're being too polite. We are friends of what talk of giving or not giving. It's just that the good water shouldn't flow to outsiders." He lifted his teacup, taking a leisurely sip, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. "With Tianji City just opening, the shop prices are indeed not high. But as Hu Xinzi said, the shops in this city will not lack buyers. Rather than letting those outsiders who know nothing about the situation buy them, it's better to prioritize our own people before the sales begin." Su Lan was the first to react, grabbing Chun Yi's sleeve and urgently saying, "Chen Saishan, I want one. No, I want two." Without waiting for a response, she transformed into a streak of light rushing toward the city. The other Qingyun disciples, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly rose to bid farewell, fearing that if they were a moment too late, those good location shops would be snatched away by others. For a moment, only Zhou Ming and Hu Yueling remained in the hall. Zhou Ming scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward, and said, Chen Laodi, I won't take those 5 shops I just mentioned. Ooh, I can't take advantage of you. Come on, I'm now so poor that all I have left are spirit stones, relying on you wealthy folks to help me out. Chen Yi waved his hand, smiling lightly. Zhou Xiong, don't worry, giving you the shop is seeing value in me, Chen. If you don't want it, that would be a slap in my face. Zhou Ming, hearing this, stopped being polite, thumping his thigh. All right, I'll shamelessly accept it then. In the future, regarding the supply from Lansong Mountain, just say the word, and I'll get as much as you need. Chen Yi smiled and nodded, turning his gaze to the quietly seated Hu Yueling. Why isn't Hu Xinzi going? Hu Yueling smiled and shook her head. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. Zhou Ming suddenly realized, according to the rules except for Qingnan, any market opened in the 3 states and 18 prefectures will have Qingyun disciples stationed to collect taxes. Isn't Miss Yueling the observer of clouds for Tianji City? Hu Yueling nodded, her earlobes slightly red. She had specifically asked her mentor for this position. She merely wanted to be closer to him, to see him often, and that was enough for her. As for missing out on such a great opportunity because of the rules that prevented her from owning property in her jurisdiction, she didn't mind. I see. Chen Yi feigned a worried expression, sighing. It seems I have been neglecting Hu Yueling. Zhou Xiong, do you think it's too late for me to make amends now, eh? Zhou Ming sighed deeply. I'm afraid it's already too late. Hu Yueling will be in charge of the taxes for Tianji City in the future. Now that you think of making amends, it's too late. Chen Yi dramatically waved his sleeves, covering his face in despair. What am I to do now? At that moment, a streak of light landed on Hu Yueling's table. Startled by the antics of the two, Hu Yueling blinked and focused. As the light dissipated, a narrow, elongated brocade box lay quietly on the table. Zhou Ming immediately cried out, Oh my Chen Yi, how dare you bribe right in front of me? What are you shouting about? Is this a bribe? Chen Yi wore a righteous expression. This is the friendship between friends. Zhou Xiong, don't tarnish my reputation. Zhou Ming chuckled, leaning closer to see what was inside the brocade box. Hu Yueling's ears turned slightly red. She would definitely refuse anything else, but she couldn't refuse Chen Yi's gift. Gently, she opened the brocade box, and at that moment the brilliance in the room dimmed. In the box lay a pill the size of a dove's egg. The pill was a faint pink, not the gaudy kind of rouge, but rather a near-transparent hue, as if crushed petals of peach blossoms blossoming in early spring had been mixed into it. The fragrance was extremely light and subtle, almost imperceptible. However, once it entered the nose, it seemed to possess a certain spirit, drilling deep into the soul and involuntarily evoking beautiful memories. Zhou Ming gasped sharply, exclaiming, the youth-enhancing pill. Hu Yueling's delicate hand trembled slightly, almost failing to hold the brocade box. It wasn't that the materials for this item were of high grade, but rather that they were exceedingly rare. The refining required 27 types of first-tier mutated herbs. Each one was so rare that one could hardly find a single specimen among a million spirit plants, let alone gather all 27. In the entire Yu Kingdom, only Yunzhao, known for cultivating spirit herbs, occasionally had individuals who could gather them and refine 1 or 2 batches. However, those batches were mostly divided among the major factions, rarely making it to the market. The significance of this item for female cultivators far surpassed that of spirit stones. Ageless beauty, eternal youth. What woman could resist that? Hu Yueling had once seen one in the treasure vault of the Qingyun sect, priced at 300,000 spirit stones, and as soon as it was put on the shelf, it was purchased on the spot by a female elder, leaving others with no chance to even glance at it. And now such a rare youth-enhancing pill lay quietly before her. Hu Yueling's heart skipped a beat. What does he mean by this? She raised her eyes to look at that smiling, refined face. Chen Yi was leisurely sipping tea, as if he had just tossed out not hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, but merely a candy. Master Chen. Hu Yueling's voice was a bit hoarse. This is too precious, I cannot accept it. Chen Yi waved his hand casually, saying, This item is yet another significant enterprise following the essence of life from my Wanbao Tower. Miss Hu can consider it as participating in a trial for Chen. Do not take this item too seriously. Zhou Ming's eyes widened, staring incredulously at the youth-enhancing pill, then glancing at Chen Yi's calm and carefree face, swallowing hard. Enterprise. Brother, do you know how much this sells for outside? 300,000 spirit stones. And it's still a rare item. You turned this into an enterprise. Chen Yi set down his teacup, smiling with satisfaction. Brother, Zhou, do not rush. Let me explain. He stood up, hands clasped behind his back, walking to the window to gaze at the bustling streets of Tianji City, his tone calm. The reason the youth-enhancing pill is precious is simply due to the rarity of its raw materials. 27 types of first-tier mutated herbs, each one exceedingly rare, difficult to find even among a million plants. But what if someone could cultivate them in bulk? At this remark the room fell silent. Zhou Ming opened his mouth, and after a while he managed to utter, "Cultivating in bulk. Brother, are you dreaming? Talk is cheap." Chun Yi turned around, his expression triumphant. "Come, I will take you to see it," he said, then pushed the door open first. Zhou Ming and Hu Yueling exchanged glances, seeing a hint of doubt in each other's eyes, and hurriedly stood up to follow. The three of them passed through the backyard of Wanbao Tower's headquarters along a stone-paved path heading deep into Qingyang Mountain. After walking for about half a stick of incense, a stone door suddenly appeared ahead. The stone door was engraved with the words, "Medicine Garden," the strokes vigorous, faintly revealing traces of formation fluctuations. Chun Yi took out a jade token and pressed it against the stone door. With a soft click, the stone door slowly opened. A rich aura of spiritual energy, mixed with the fragrance of herbs, rushed towards them. Zhou Ming took a deep breath, his eyes instantly brightening. What rich spiritual energy! Brother, what have you planted in this medicine garden? Chun Yi smiled without answering, stepping aside to let them pass. Please go ahead. Zhou Ming eagerly stepped through the stone door, followed closely by Hu Yueling. Then the two of them froze. Behind the stone door was an expansive field of spirit crops. The field was divided into countless small plots, each planted with different spirit herbs. Normally that would be fine, but these spirit herbs exuded an inexplicable peculiarity. Some had golden veins on their leaves, while their roots were an eerie purple. Some flowers bloomed in 7 colors, yet their fruits were pure white. Zhou Ming rubbed his eyes incredulously, saying, "These are all mutated spirit herbs." Chun Yi nodded, "Indeed. But this is way too many, isn't it?" Zhou Ming gasped, scanning the field. "At a glance there must be at least 1,000. Brother, where did you get so many mutated spirit herbs?" Chun Yi smiled without answering. Zhou Ming immediately understood, awkwardly touching his nose and no longer asking. "I spoke out of turn. In this day and age, who didn't have some hidden skills? If he was willing to show you, that was trust. If you kept prying, that was being inconsiderate. I have plenty of this stuff, very cheap. Miss Hu, feel free to indulge." Chun Yi turned to Hu Yueling. For some reason, a sense of unexplainable disappointment surged in Hu Yueling's heart. Yet she did not show it, tucking the brocade box into her sleeve, raising her gaze to Chun Yi and softly saying, "Thank you, Master Chun Yu, I will shamelessly accept it." Chun Yi waved his hand, smiling. "Miss Hu, you are being too polite." He added, "Although this item is cheap, it cannot just be indiscriminately released for a high price, so please do not let this leak out lest it affects my disciples' plans." Both were solemnly startled, nodding seriously. "Rest assured, we absolutely will not mention this to outsiders." Chun Yi nodded. "Let's go, the auction is about to begin." Zhou and Hu exchanged a glance, both feeling a sense of enlightenment. If the opening of the Immortal City and the succession of the sect leader was a major event for Liu, then the opening of the second floor of Wanbao Tower was a significant matter for Sun Qing. However, unlike the previous two events, the cultivators of the Yu Kingdom did not have high hopes for the auction at Wanbao Tower. This was not something that could be achieved merely by having many spirit stones. What mattered were the sources, the channels, and whether the featured treasures could anchor the event. What did Wanbao Tower have? Life essence indeed brought in huge profits, but that was a consumable used in bulk. Displaying it at the auction would be rather shabby. As for the rest, Wanbao Tower had only been established for 5 years. Even if Chun Yi had extraordinary capabilities, how many treasures could he possibly accumulate? Thus, when the news of the auction was announced, most factions merely intended to watch the excitement, casually showing their support. As the lanterns lit up Tianji City, shed the clamor of the day, and donned a different kind of splendor. The nine-story pavilion of Wanbao Tower was brightly lit, each floor hanging dozens of magical lamps. The light refracted through various crystals, making the entire pavilion appear like a jade palace. The auction hall on the second floor, capable of accommodating 300 people, was filled to capacity. Those who were busy scrambling for goods during the day, the heads of cross-border trading firms and representatives of various forces from the 18 counties of the 3 states, were all seated here, waiting to see what valuable items the Wanbao Tower would present at this auction. Sun Qing stood on the high platform, wearing a dark blue long robe, his hair neatly arranged, exuding an aura of shrewdness and competence. Seeing that the time had come, he gently clapped his hands. The guests in attendance immediately fell silent, their gazes focused on the high platform. "Dear friends," Sun Qing greeted with a bow, his voice clear. "Today marks the opening of the second floor of Wanbao Tower. I am deeply grateful for your presence. For this first auction, I will be the host. If there are any oversights, I hope you will forgive me." Laughter of goodwill arose from the audience. Someone called out, Don't be so polite, manager's son. Just bring out the good stuff, or we may not have much, but we do have some spirit stones. Everyone chimed in agreement. Sun Qing smiled faintly, not saying much, and with a wave of his hand, a fair-looking female cultivator stepped onto the stage, holding a white jade tray, in which lay a small green jade bottle. Sun Qing took the jade bottle, raising it above his head, so that all the guests could see clearly. Dear friends, the first item we present today is rather ordinary in nature. It is just a bottle of medicinal pills. The moment these words were spoken, a light chuckle arose from the audience. Someone shook their head and laughed. Manager Sun, this opening is not impressive enough. Is the first auction of Wanbao Tower just a bottle of pills? What kind of pills have we not seen? Even the third-grade pills used during the Golden Core stage, who among us doesn't have a few bottles at home? Sun Qing remained unperturbed, his smile unwavering. What you say is true. If it were just ordinary pills, I wouldn't dare to present them here. He paused, slowly scanning the entire audience, and spoke deliberately. But this pill is called Youth Preservation Pill. Silence fell over the entire room. The auction hall, once filled with chatter and laughter, suddenly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The cultivator who had just made a jest had their smile freeze on their face, eyes wide in disbelief. Youth Preservation Pill. Manager Sun, are you joking? Sun Qing said no more and uncorked the bottle. In an instant, a faint fragrance wafted from the bottle, quickly filling the entire hall. The female cultivators present, regardless of age or cultivation level, all changed their expressions at once. It truly is the aroma of the Youth Preservation Pill. I have smelled it once in the Cloud Summit Immortal City. Oh, it's exactly this scent. Manager Sun, don't auction it off. Just name a price. He'll gladly pay whatever it is. In an instant, the eyes of all the female cultivators were fixed on the high platform, their gazes fervent, as if they wanted to set Sun Qing ablaze. However, Sun Qing remained calm, replacing the bottle cap, and the captivating fragrance gradually dissipated. Dear friends, do not be hasty. He smiled and pressed down with his hand. Everyone knows the preciousness of the Youth Preservation Pill. My tower has also gone to great lengths to acquire it. Today coincides with the opening of our second floor, and I present this pill as the first auction item to ask for a good omen from all of you. As soon as Sun Qing finished speaking, the audience erupted in gasps. The female cultivators below were already anxious, stamping their feet, wishing to rush up to snatch the jade bottle. While the male cultivators did not lose their composure to that extent, they too straightened their backs, their gazes burning as they stared at the small jade bottle. This item, if taken home, could win over a partner's heart and delight a daughter, far more effective than any magical artifact. Manager Sun, just give us a number. Exactly. Don't keep us in suspense, we're not short on spirit stones. Sun Qing chuckled lightly, not keeping them in suspense any longer, and announced loudly, the starting price for the Youth Preservation Pill is. He paused, scanning the room before slowly uttering 4 words. 1 spirit stone. An uproar erupted in the hall. 1 spirit stone. Manager Sun, are you making fun of us? Exactly. To start the auction of such a rare treasure at 1 spirit stone. Isn't that a joke? The audience erupted into chaos, some in disbelief, others shaking their heads in laughter, while some had a glint of understanding in their eyes, having grasped the underlying meaning. Sun Qing remained unflustered, smiling as he calmed the crowd. Dear friends, please do not rush. 1 spirit stone is merely the starting bid. As for how much it ultimately goes for, that depends entirely on your own abilities. He paused, scanning the audience with a slightly solemn tone. The Youth Preservation Pill 1 bottle now begins bidding. Each increment must not be less than 100 spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the hall. Then a slightly anxious female voice rang out. I bid 1,000. Everyone looked toward the voice and saw a young female cultivator in a light yellow long dress, her face lovely, gazing eagerly at the jade bottle on the high platform, her eyes filled with desire. You think 1,000 spirit stones can secure the Youth Preservation Pill? A mocking voice rang out. I bid 5,000. 6,000. 8,000. 10,000. The price escalated at an astonishing speed, breaking through 30,000 in just a moment. Sun Qing stood on the high platform, his smile unwavering. The Youth Preservation Pill, while only a first-tier item, is merely for preserving youth and holds no benefits for cultivation or combat. Yet this useless item incited such fervent passion among the female cultivators. Such is human nature. Cultivators seek longevity and inquire about the Tao. Yet on the path to longevity, who does not wish to retain their youthful appearance? 35,000. 40,000. 45,000. The bidding continued, the momentum unabated. Sun Qing observed the increasingly heated scene, letting out a long sigh of relief in his heart. This promising start seems to be working. Just then a cold voice interrupted. I bid 300,000. The hall fell silent for a moment. The price of the youth preservation pill usually ranges from 200 to 400,000, fluctuating greatly primarily depending on the buyer's financial capability and determination. The person who directly offered 300,000 was clearly intent on securing it. Sun Qing's smile stilled and a hint of anger arose in his heart. The reason he set the price so low was to stir up the atmosphere. Now with this sudden bid, the once heated scene had cooled down, and he wondered how the auction could proceed. Wasn't this ruining the event? His gaze shifted toward the private room, wanting to see which troublesome woman dared to spoil his plans. Once he saw the true face of the bidder, Sun Qing's anger dissipated significantly, leaving only a bitter feeling. My goodness, since when did the Qingya master leave, yet you still linger here? The bidder was none other than Xiaomingxin. Xiaomingxin was unaware of the bitterness in Sun Qing's heart as she sat gracefully in the private room on the second floor, gazing at the jade bottle on the high platform through the beaded curtain, her expression calm. As the only daughter of the golden core of the five poison sect, she had always had everything she desired since childhood. When had she ever worried about spirit stones? This youth-enhancing pill was something she used to disregard, but now that she wanted it, she would simply bid for it. 300,000 spirit stones were merely a number to her. Sun Qing sighed inwardly, yet had to force a smile on her face as she called out, 300,000 spirit stones. The esteemed guest in room 7 bids 300,000 spirit stones. Is there anyone else who wishes to raise the bid? The room fell silent. The cultivators who had previously been fervently competing were now all rendered speechless. 300,000 spirit stones had already exceeded the market price for the youth-enhancing pill. If the bid went any higher, even if they won it, they would be at a loss. Moreover, it was Xiaomingxin who was bidding. Who would dare to compete with this remarkable young lady renowned among the younger generation of the Yu Kingdom? 300,000 for the first time. Sun Qing's voice echoed in the hall, but felt like a stone sinking into the ocean. While she silently lamented in her heart, she had to maintain a polite smile on her face, ready to call out a second time, when a soft female voice interrupted. 310,000. The crowd erupted in surprise. Everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, where the beaded curtain of room 3 stirred slightly, revealing a graceful figure seated within. It was Hu Yueling. Xiaomingxin was momentarily taken aback, then frowned slightly. She had not expected anyone in Tianji City to dare to compete with her. Even more unexpectedly, it was her. The memory of Hu Yueling's fleeting glance towards Chun Yi at the banquet earlier surged in inexplicable displeasure within Xiaomingxin. 320,000. Hu Yueling sat gracefully in the room, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of her lips, as she continued, 330,000. 340,000. 350,000. They continued to raise the bid 1,000 at a time, without rushing, leaving the guests utterly dumbfounded. These were spirit stones, not mere pebbles. Who is this woman? How dare she directly compete with Xiaomingxin? Someone whispered, their gaze shifting back and forth between the two private rooms. I don't know her, she seems unfamiliar. Anyone who can enter a private room has some background. Given her demeanor, she is likely not an ordinary person. Sun Qing stood atop the high platform, her smile unwavering, yet her heart was filled with mixed feelings of shock and joy. The surprise was due to the fierce competition between the two, and the joy came from witnessing the bid skyrocket. 380,000. Xiaomingxin's voice remained cold, but behind the beaded curtain her gaze had already darkened. 380,000 spirit stones had reached the highest historical price for the youth-enhancing pill. Yet, unexpectedly, 390,000. Hu Yueling's voice remained steady. Xiaomingxin took a deep breath, suppressing her surging emotions, and her tone grew colder. 400,000. The crowd gasped. 400,000 spirit stones for a single youth-enhancing pill. This had exceeded the highest auction price for the youth-enhancing pill. Enough. If it is so, let the youth-enhancing pill be given to Miss Qiu. Hu Yueling's voice echoed from room 3. Xiaomingxin's expression stiffened, her heart filled with anger. Give it to me. I don't need your charity. At the same time, she realized that this woman was likely doing it on purpose. Clearly she had intended to withdraw, yet she insisted on raising the price to 400,000, making Xiaomingxin the scapegoat. 400,000 for the first time. Sun Qing's loud voice rang out. The historical highest price for the youth-enhancing pill was merely 380,000. Today's auction was set to break the record of the Yu Kingdom's cultivation world. The first auction of Wanbao Tower had reached its peak. 400,000 for the second time. Sun Qing deliberately elongated her tone, scanning the crowd, eagerly anticipating another bid. 400,000 for the third. Just then Si Kongtu, who stood beside Xiaomingxin, suddenly interjected, Wait a moment. Sun Qing's heart jolted, but her face remained composed as she cupped her hands and smiled. What advice do you have, Taoist Sikong? Sikong too apologetically gestured towards Sun Qing. Manager Sun, I mean no offense, but I just realized that your auction has a significant flaw that I cannot bear to see this grand event be ruined by someone with ulterior motives. Hence I must point it out on the spot. Upon his words the crowd erupted in chatter. Sun Qing's smile froze for a moment before she quickly returned to her usual demeanor, bowing respectfully. Taoist, Sikong, please feel free to speak. As the Wanbao Tower conducts business, if there are any oversights, we shall humbly accept guidance. Sikong too was not polite either as he lifted the beaded curtain and stepped out of the private room. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back on the second-floor corridor, looking down at the entire hall, his gaze eventually landing on Hu Yueling's private room, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Earlier this Taoist friend competed with Sister Chiu, bidding quite passionately, but I have one matter that confuses me. He paused, his voice suddenly raised. As a nameless foundation establishment cultivator, how does she have 390,000 spirit stones? I suspect she is deliberately driving up the price. As soon as these words fell, the crowd erupted in an uproar. All gazes turned towards Hu Yueling's private room. Now that you mention it, that makes sense. This auction is conducted via direct invitation, and there's no verification of funds. Alas, Wanbao Tower has suddenly risen to prominence, but their foundation is evidently shallow, not even understanding such basic rules. How many spirit stones can a foundation establishment cultivator have? 390,000. They must have emptied their entire savings. Exactly, I suspect she is a pawn. If that's the case, I wouldn't dare to come to this auction again, but it's like slaughtering people, as if they were pigs. The discussions surged like a tide, and the auction hall, which had previously been filled with excitement, now faced a sudden change in atmosphere. Sun Qing stood atop the high platform, her smile unwavering, but her mood had sunk to the depths. If this matter was not handled properly, today's auction would not only have been in vain, but Wanbao Tower's reputation would also plummet. Moreover, she was familiar with Hu Yueling. After moving to Tianyang County, she had been the one coordinating the exchange of foundation establishment pills with her. Hu Yueling's financial capacity was undoubtedly much stronger than that of the average inner disciples of Qingyun, but to say she could produce 390,000 spirit stones to bid for the youth-enhancing pill was indeed a bit beyond her means, considering her relationship with her family. Regardless of whether it was intentional or a request from the Tower Master, this matter had turned into a blunder. Just as Sun Qing was at a loss for what to do, a robust voice echoed from Hu Yueling's room. If you can't afford it, then don't bid. Is this scene enjoyable now? Just as the words fell, the beaded curtain was lifted and a burly figure strode out. It was Zhou Meng. His expression was grim, his gaze sharp as a blade, directly piercing towards Si Kongtu on the second-floor corridor. Si Kongtu's expression turned cold. Who are you? I am Zhou Meng from the Qingmen Lansong Mountain. He then cupped his hands towards Dongfang. My ancestor is Zhou Zhengyuan. As Zhou Meng's words echoed, the entire hall fell into stunned silence. Zhou Zhengyuan, the one among the 5 tigers of the Qingyun sect's financial hall. It's now 4 tigers, don't forget that one from the Yang family has retired. Tisk tisk tisk, the Lansong Zhou family is one of the wealthiest clans in our 3 states and 18 counties. No wonder the master of Chun Tower came personally to greet them this morning. The imposing air of Sikong too dissipated, and he quickly returned to his usual demeanor, cupping his fists and saying, So it is you, Dao friend Zhou. I beg your pardon. But how is this matter related to you, Dao friend? Is it possible that this Miss Huss spirit stones are being covered by the nobles? Zhou Meng's eyes widened and his voice thundered. She is the disciple of my family's ancestor. What does this have to do with you? Hu Yueling also pushed aside the beaded curtain and gracefully walked out of the elegant room. With a long sigh, she looked at Sun Qing with an apologetic expression and said, I am truly sorry, Master's son. I originally wanted to partner with senior brother Zhou to bid on this item for our master's birthday, but I didn't expect such an incident to occur. This remark caused an uproar in the hall. For our master's birthday? She is Zhou Xingyuan's disciple. Zhou Zhengyuan has taken on a disciple. How come I never heard of it? You wouldn't understand. The Qingyun Financial Hall only accepts people from the Qingnan County. Why would they advertise it all over the world? Whispers began to rise and the wind had quietly shifted. The cold smile on Sikong Tu's face froze and a hint of barely noticeable panic flashed in his eyes. He never expected that this seemingly inconspicuous female cultivator of foundation establishment would have such a background. Zhou Xingyuan, one of the leaders of the Qingyun sect's financial hall, in charge of all the sect's properties, wealth rivaling that of nations. Let alone 390,000 spirit stones. Even 390 million would be merely a drop in the bucket for the Zhou family. Moreover, this Hu Yueling is also Zhou Xingyuan's disciple. Thus the price she just called out was by no means empty words. Qiu Mingxin also lifted the beaded curtain and walked out of the elegant room. Her expression remained unchanged, but her gaze held a trace of scrutiny as it lingered on Hu Yueling for a moment before she said lightly, "So you are the esteemed disciple of Master Zhou?" Mingxin has blundered. Hu Yueling slightly nodded, neither humble nor arrogant, saying, "Dao friend Qiu is being polite. The bidding just now was merely based on personal intention. Although I Yueling come from humble beginnings, I would never engage in such malicious price hikes. If Dao friend Qiu thinks the price is too high, let it be given to this little girl. Why go so far?" Upon hearing this, Qiu Mingxin could not help but hold her breath. What does that mean? Think I can't afford it and want to renege? Her face instantly turned cold, and her gaze pierced like a knife towards Hu Yueling. "A mere 400,000 spirit stones I Qiu Mingxin do not look down upon." She waved her hand, and a storage bag flew towards Sun Qing on the high platform. "Here are 400,000 spirit stones. Master Sun, please verify." Sun Qing received the storage bag, and with a sweep of his divine sense, a broad smile immediately spread across his face. Indeed, Miss Qiu is refreshingly straightforward. 400,000 spirit stones, not a cent short. Without even glancing at him, Qiu Mingxin's gaze remained fixed on Hu Yueling, a cold smile curling her lips. "But Dao friend, who since it is for our master's birthday, why not continue to raise the bid? Could it be that she was merely speaking out of turn?" Hu Yueling's expression was calm, and she gently shook her head. "Dao friend Qiu is joking. While Yueling wishes to celebrate our master's birthday, I also do not wish to be that person who doesn't know when to retreat. Since Dao friend Qiu has bid 400,000, it must mean you are determined to obtain it. If I were to compete further, it would simply be a lack of understanding." She paused and smiled slightly. "Moreover, our master often teaches us to leave a line for others so we can meet again in the future." Qiu Mingxin, coming from a privileged background, was used to being pampered and protected. How could she have endured such a squeeze? Was this implying that Qiu Mingxin was bullying others with her power? Yet she could not explode. Once she did, it would only solidify that reputation. Taking a deep breath, she forcibly suppressed the raging anger in her heart, and instead a hint of a smile surfaced on her face. However, that smile to the discerning eye carried a hint of coldness. "Since it is so, Mingxin, thanks Dao friend for your concession." Turning to Sikong Tu, she said coldly, "What are you still dawdling for? Sit back down." Sikong Tu's face turned red, yet he dared not say more and begrudgingly returned to the elegant room with Qiu Mingxin. As the beaded curtain fell, it cut off the outside view. Hu Yueling snorted lightly, the corners of her lips slightly curling upward. In this first confrontation, she had ultimately emerged victorious. Zhou Ming followed behind, yet his heart was tumultuous. This junior sister usually spoke softly. He had thought she was as soft as dough, and just moments ago, he was worried she would be bullied. But now it seemed, what kind of dough was this? It was clearly a sugar-coated iron walnut, looking soft but could break a tooth when bitten. Unable to resist, he glanced back at the elegant room, where Qiu Mingxin was silently shaking his head. This Miss Qiu would likely be so furious tonight that she wouldn't be able to sleep. But speaking of which, 400,000 spirit stones for a single rejuvenation pill, that was being quite the fool. Tsk. Zhou Ming plopped back into his chair, grabbing the teacup on the table, and gulping down a mouthful, then shouted towards a small golden toad ornament in the corner, "Old brother Chen, this matter I and Miss Hu handled for you. What do you say?" The golden toad ornament's eyes rolled and a voice filled with laughter emerged. "Brother Zhou, rest assured, I Chun, am not that petty. Later you and Miss Hu can each pick a treasure from my private treasury." Zhou Ming grinned widely upon hearing this generous. Hu Yueling's smile became even more radiant. This was her first time being able to help Chen Yi. Looking towards the private room of Qiu Mingxin, Chun Yi chuckled lightly. 400,000 spirit stones for a rejuvenation pill, Miss Qiu. This is self-inflicted, so do not blame Chun for using underhanded methods. Indeed, Hu Yueling's earlier price hike was precisely instructed by Chen Yi. Whether in the Immortal City or managing Ezhou, everything Chun Yi had done since his crossing was to set up this auction. As long as the name became known, those rare treasures in the cultivation world would not require much effort to collect. They would come knocking on the door for auction. At that time, once the patterns were released, mass production could directly begin. Qiu Mingxin's earlier antics nearly ruined his entire plan. Fortunately, Zhou Ming and Hu Yueling cooperated well enough to salvage it. But regardless of whether Qiu Mingxin acted with intent or by accident, Chun Yi loathed her to the core. At this moment, Qiu Mingxin sat in the elegant room, her face as cold as frost, gripping the teacup tightly, yet delaying bringing it to her lips. Sikong Tu huddled in the corner, daring not to breathe. After a long while, Qiu Mingxin finally slowly exhaled the stagnant air and coldly remarked, "If you dare to act on your own again in the future, do not blame me for forgetting our kinship." Seekong Tu sighed in relief internally, yet his face did not show a hint of it. He lowered his head and repeatedly acknowledged, "Yes, elder sister's reprimand is correct. I was reckless just now." Xiao Mingxin coldly snorted, no longer looking at him, her gaze directed back towards the high platform, but the aura of "stay away from me" emanating from her cooled the entire elegant room. Seekong Tu shrank his neck, secretly cursing, "Anger poison, it must be anger poison. I was blinded by the lard before thinking she was under a love spell. This time when we return to the sect, I will apply for closed-door cultivation. I definitely cannot stay in the same place as this woman." The first auction broke records, and the atmosphere of the auction became increasingly heated. The following items put up for auction, while not as precious as the rejuvenation pill, were all rare treasures that Foundation establishment cultivators seldom encountered. There were alchemical symbols, formations, and artifacts, all in abundance. Compared to those old established auction houses in Yunding Immortal City, this was in no way inferior, and even surpassed in overall quality. It left the guests astonished. However, they also knew this was certainly not a case of outsiders sending items for auction. Recalling that over the years there had been a mysterious buyer at various auctions spending lavishly, it was likely that this treasure pavilion was the one. Tisk tisk tisk, what a large expenditure. Just from this auction alone, this treasure pavilion is likely to lose over $1 million. So what? That's just how this industry is. Before gaining fame, even at a loss, you must first make enough noise to earn later. Only then can you begin to profit. That reasoning is indeed correct. As long as we can bid on the items we need, who cares if they lose money? Exactly. With such a complete variety, I will definitely come to this treasure auction house often. Whatever rare items you have on hand can also be sold here. The wealthy merchants and nobles coming and going here far exceed those from Yunding. Amid the discussions, one item after another was auctioned off. Although the prices did not approach the shocking figures of the rejuvenation pill, they still far exceeded the imaginations of ordinary cultivators. Sun Qing stood on the high platform, his smile increasingly calm. Although the first auction had some hiccups, the subsequent rhythm was fully under control, and the effect of this auction exceeded his expectations by a margin. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice once again. "Next we present the finale item of this auction, jade crystalline silk." And as Sun Qing's voice fell silent, a momentary hush blanketed the hall, only to erupt into an even more fervent clamor than when the youth-preserving pill had been unveiled. Jade crystalline silk. What in the world is that? I've never heard of it. And the Wanbao Pavilion has staged such a grand spectacle for this item. Surely it must be extraordinary if chosen as the closing lot. Jade crystalline silk. The name sounds like a rare material for artifact forging. And below the stage, Foundation establishment cultivators, the heads of minor sects and clans, exchanged murmurs and glances, yet not a single one could offer a coherent explanation. Meanwhile, in the private viewing chambers, golden core elders of major sects paled in unison. In the lesser sects, lacking depth of heritage, had never encountered this substance, but the heirs to ancient lineages knew all too well. Jade crystalline silk, and forged from top-tier spirit stones drawn into filaments and refined through esoteric methods. Nid is the supreme material for talismanic charts and schematic artifacts. Certain venerable sects possess its secret formula, and yet its refinement demands near impossible precision, and its cost borders on the astronomical. A single top-tier spirit stone yields only one filament, and should the thread snap during extraction, it dissipates entirely into spiritual energy, wasting a fortune of 1 million spirit stones. Even if successfully forged, jade crystalline silk remains stable for mere days unless immediately embedded into an artifact. And not even nascent soul sects dare undertake its creation, except in direst extremity. How then did the Wanbao Pavilion procure such a legendary rarity? And why auction it publicly? And perhaps the price could be bargained down. A dozen calculating gazes, each distinct in intent, swung in unison toward the elevated dais. Sun Qing stood upon the dais, fully anticipating the assembly's reaction. And with a respectful bow toward the rear, "We humbly invite our sect master." Enli Yu ascended the stage in flowing azure robes, hands clasped behind his back. All eyes in the hall converged upon this newly enthroned sect master of the Wanbao Pavilion. Some curious, some appraising, most deeply unsettled. What is he doing up there? Where's the item, and exactly what fascination lies in a middle-aged man? When jade crystalline silk hangs in the balance, in whispers rippled through the crowd. Yet Li Yu remained utterly unmoved. He stood at the dais's center, calm, serene, his aura as immovable as a mountain. And without uttering a word, he raised his hand and swept it gently aside. Instantly a soft radiance welled from his sleeve, unfurling slowly in midair. At first it shimmered like morning mist dispersing at dawn, but within a single breath it coalesced into a colossal 3-foot square tome hovering weightlessly above the dais. Its cover gleamed with a pale gold luster overlaid with shifting auroras, as though distant stars pulsed and faded within its surface. Li Yu gazed upon it, expression unruffled, and extended a finger in quiet benediction. The tome stirred without wind, opening slowly. In that instant, a vast wave of spiritual pressure surged forth from its pages, flooding the entire auction hall in an instant. Damn it, it's a 6th-rank artifact, and I recall this sect master Li is barely a century old. Even if he'd begun tempering his core artifact in the womb, how could he possibly forge a 6th-rank one? Open your eyes and look properly. That material is supreme. Once forged, it is 6th rank by nature. In the cultivation world, artifacts are ranked into 4 tiers: inferior, medium, superior, and ultimate. But true artifacts, those imbued with Tao resonance, are graded across 9 ranks and 27 sublevels. An artifact forged from inferior spirit materials begins at 9th rank lower sublevel. Medium-grade materials yield 8th rank lower sublevel, and so forth. Yet, unlike mundane artifacts, true artifacts transcend material constraints. Each full 60-year cycle of tempering elevates them by 1 sublevel. Still, a cultivator may temper only 1 artifact at a time. A foundation establishment master lives no more than 4 cycles, thus at most can elevate a single artifact by 4 sublevels. With finite spiritual energy and focus, the concept of a core artifact thus arises. Li Yu stood beneath the immense golden tome, raising his palm in gentle command. The hall's uproar subsided, hushed, as if by celestial decree. This artifact is named the Great Derivation. And he bowed respectfully toward the private chamber where Chun-Yi sat. And it was personally forged by my master. Forged using jade crystalline silk. And gasps tore through the private chambers. What? And the distinction between forging it oneself and merely acquiring it was absolute and profound. Rumors long spoke of Chun-Yi, sect master of the Wanbao Pavilion. His mastery over artifact crafting said to be peerless. Yet none imagined his skill had reached such awe-inspiring heights. And this was jade crystalline silk. Even Xingyun's sect's chief artificer, a master who had spent his entire life refining artifacts, consumed over 30 top-tier spirit stones in repeated attempts to draw jade crystalline silk, succeeding only once. He later declared he would never again touch that accursed substance. And now the Wanbao Pavilion presented it as the climax. Yet offered no physical sample, only Li Yu holding aloft an artifact woven from it. What did this signify? Within the auction hall, cultivators' eyes flickered ceaselessly between Li Yu and the golden tome, uncertainty churning in their hearts. Li Yu's voice rang clear. Esteemed Tao friends, I sense your doubts. If this is the final lot, why show no physical jade crystalline silk? He paused, gaze sweeping the hall. I speak plainly, it is not secrecy that restrains us, but the nature of jade crystalline silk itself. Unbound in artifact form, it retains its essence for no more than 7 days before its spiritual energy unravels into nothingness. After deep deliberation, the Wanbao Pavilion has resolved to auction custom commission slots for jade crystalline silk. All top-tier spirit stones required will be supplied by our pavilion. The successful bidder need only await our notification, and then collect the finished artifact. As Li Yu's words settled amidst the ensuing din, several sharp minds seized upon a crucial phrase. A voice boomed from a private chamber. Sect Master Li, did you say all top-tier spirit stones shall be provided by the Wanbao Pavilion? Does this mean the bidder bears no risk for failed refinement? That question struck like thunder. None top-tier spirit stone equals 1 million lower-rank stones, and refining even 1 filament demands several such stones compounded by abysmal success odds. Qingyun sect's chief artificer expended over 30 top-tier stones for a single filament, totaling over 30 million spirit stones in cost. 30 million spirit stones. That would strain even golden core sects to their core. Yet the Wanbao Pavilion would shoulder all losses from failure. Sect Master Li, is this claim verifiable? A deep, resonant voice echoed from a chamber, tinged with disbelief. And utterly verifiable. Li Yu inclined his head slightly toward the voice's origin. The Wanbao Pavilion stands upon 2 characters alone: integrity. And you may rest assured, whomever secures this slot pays only once. Naturally, if misfortune strikes so profoundly that even we cannot succeed, the full bid sum shall be refunded, and tripled as apology. That declaration ignited another wave of astonishment. And another voice rose. Then, when might the artifact be delivered? If we wait 10 or 20 years, what use is it? That question struck the heart of the matter. In nods rippled through the hall, Golden Core elders in private chambers leaned forward rapt. Enli Yu did not answer. Instead his gaze lifted toward the highest, most secluded chamber. Chun-Yi parted the beaded curtain and descended, robes whispering like celestial silk, his bearing that of a banished immortal stepping into mortal realms. All eyes in the hall instantly turned toward that figure. The previously chattering crowd fell into involuntary silence. There, standing with serene composure, the true master of Wanbao Pavilion raised a single finger. Should the goods not be delivered within 1 month, Wanbao Pavilion shall bear full responsibility for breach of contract. A deathly hush descended upon the hall. 1 month. Refining Yu Ning's silk. Even the most accomplished artifact forging masters would dare not boast such a timeline. The chief artifact forger of Qingyun sect had expended over 30 premium spirit stones and labored for 3 full years, yet managed only a single thread. And yet this pavilion master dared pledge delivery within 30 days. What unfathomable confidence did he possess? The silence stretched for 3 heartbeats, then erupted like a thunderclap. 1 month. Master Chen, are you jesting? Even a nascent soul elder would hesitate to make such a claim. Is Wanbao Pavilion deliberately tarnishing its own reputation? Accusations surged like a tidal wave, yet Chun-Yi remained utterly unruffled, hands clasped behind his back atop the dais, letting the clamor wash over him without stirring. Only when the noise gradually subsided did he speak, voice calm and unwavering. I never utter falsehoods. Should you doubt me, watch closely. Today's exclusive commission for Yu Ning silk opens at 1 million spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 500,000. At those words, murmurs rippled through the hall once more. 1 million spirit stones was already a considerable sum for most attending factions. Yet compared to the intrinsic value of Yu Ning silk itself, this starting price was astonishingly low. After all, the raw cost of a single thread approached 30 million spirit stones, and such silk could not be purchased anywhere. Moreover, should Wanbao Pavilion fail to deliver within the month, bidders would suffer no loss. Instead, they would receive triple compensation. Any rational mind could calculate that equation. In an instant, every guest's gaze burned with feverish intensity. 1.5 million. 2 million. 2.5 million. The price soared at a breathtaking pace, surging past 5 million in mere moments. Even the Golden Core representatives sequestered in private viewing chambers could no longer remain seated. They joined the bidding war without hesitation. 6 million. 7 million. 9 million. The figures climbed relentlessly, shattering the 10 million threshold in the blink of an eye. 6 million. 7 million. 9 million. The figures climbed relentlessly, shattering the 10 million threshold in the blink of an eye. 10 million spirit stones would stir the ambitions of any Golden Core faction anywhere. Yet here today it seemed but a flickering numeral on a ledger. 11 million. 12 million. 13 million. The auction raged on, unyielding in its smaller factions, once eager to compete, now withdrew entirely, merely watching wide-eyed as magnates from the private chambers clashed fiercely, faces flushed with rivalry. Bidding roared like a tide, yet Chun-Yi stood motionless upon the dais, serene, detached, as though the contest of 10 million spirit stones held no bearing upon him whatsoever. From chamber 3, Hu Yuling gazed entranced at that solitary figure. Sometimes she wondered what precisely had captivated her about Chun-Yi. Wealth. Wanbao Pavilion was indeed opulent, but Hu Yuling was no shallow woman dazzled by riches. In her family's prime, she had beheld mountains of gold and seas of silver. Power. He was merely foundation establishment cultivator. However, vast Wanbao's enterprises spanned across prefectures. Before the colossal presence of Qingyun sect, he remained but a slightly larger ant. Then what was it? From Chamber 7, Xiaomingxin's aura of impenetrable aloofness had quietly dissolved the moment Chun-Yi appeared. Her gaze pierced the translucent curtain, fixed unwaveringly upon that graceful figure upon the dais. She understood her own predicament far better than Hu Yuling ever could. A love toxin had taken root, fostering an unnatural obsession. Yet here lay the crux: such toxins amplify pre-existing affection. They do not conjure it from nothing. Xiaomingxin truly, genuinely, had fallen for this man. A bitter sigh rose in her heart. It is precisely this air of unruffled detachment that proves most vexing. From childhood, she had accompanied her father across great sects, witnessing countless prodigies, each more brilliant than the last. Some radiated sword intent, piercing the heavens sharp and unrelenting. Others exuded warmth like polished jade, charming and effortlessly eloquent. Some stood cold and remote, disdainful of all beneath them. Still others were bold and unrestrained, scattering wealth like autumn leaves. Yet none resembled Chun-Yi. Others pursued fame and fortune, For immortality, for dominion, for freedom, each driven by desire, bound by attachment. But this man stood upon the dais facing a bidding war worth tens of millions, confronting the awe and adulation of countless cultivators. Yet his expression remained as still and placid as an ancient windless well. This was no forced composure, no strained poise. It was genuine indifference. As if the clamor filling the hall, the staggering wealth amassed, the intoxicating reverence bestowed upon him, all were but passing clouds before his eyes. Then, what did he truly value? Spirit stones. Mere numerals. What Chun-Yi sought was renown. The title of Supreme Artifact Forger across the 3 prefectures and 18 commanderies. Once that title was secured, what mattered his current foundation establishment realm? Even Golden Core cultivators would beg Chun-Yi to forge their artifacts. Yes, beg. Peerless materials were exceedingly rare. Merely assembling a single set of ingredients was considered a sign of extraordinary Dao fortune. Yet with only one set, how could one guarantee success? Naturally, one sought a master artisan renowned for high success rates. If Chun-Yi could refine Yuning silk, what of other artifacts? What of his success rate? Any mind possessing even modest acuity grasped these implications instantly. Then he would reluctantly accept commissions. Apologies, but you would not only owe him a profound debt of gratitude, you would also share the very opportunity itself, with him claiming 9/10 and you receiving but 1/10. This was the precise scenario he had meticulously engineered over years of silent planning. The auction house gathered scattered low-tier wares from mid and low-level cultivators, while elite custom commissions drew upon high-tier opportunities from advanced cultivators, a dual-pronged strategy, ensuring spiritual resources flowed ceaselessly into Chun-Yi's hands like rivers converging upon the sea. Yet this entire edifice rested upon one prerequisite: self-preservation. Had he attempted such a scheme prematurely, a single Golden Core cultivator could have simply invited him away as a dedicated artisan, leaving Chun-Yi no chance even to flee. Now, however, matters stood differently. With the Xingqiu War Automata at his command, Wanbao Pavilion had ascended to de facto Golden Core status. Moreover, through years of careful maneuvering, Chun-Yi had inextricably bound Wanbao Pavilion to Qingyun's sect. Any outsider wishing to act against him would first need to weigh the consequences carefully. As for Qingyun's sect itself, with the grand strategy of expanding into Izhou Prefecture underway, Chun-Yi had effectively become half an insider. Would Qingyun truly refuse his services when needed? If he could already serve Qingyun's interests, what real distinction remained between remaining in Izhou or ascending Qingyun Mountain? Alas, Qingyun was no longer a sound pillar. His prior preparations and intricate schemes now required one additional decisive step. 35 million. Third time. Sold. As Sun Qing's gavel struck, would Han Zheng's suspended heart finally ceased beating. Earlier, Dailanshan had ceded Tianyang Commandery, not out of weakness, but to lure powerful allies. With Dailanshan's martial strength and Wanbao Pavilion's extensive networks and wealth, they intended to subdue the Wang and Zhang clans decisively, and thereby restructure all of Izhou. A flawless calculation. A perfect design. Yet the opening of Tianji City had already shifted the balance of power in Izhou irrevocably into Wanbao Pavilion's grasp. True, Wanbao Pavilion possessed the Xingqiu War Automata capable of unleashing Golden Core level might. True, it commanded an immortal city and rode a surging tide of influence, granting it parity at least in potential with Golden Core factions. Yet, potential alone was all it possessed. Consider the Patriarch's inauguration ceremony. Representatives from all 18 commanderies attended, but only out of deference to Qingye Shangren Qingyun's Patriarch. Not a single Golden Core elder had ever graced that occasion. Dailanshan might still contend for leadership in this alliance. But now, Han Zheng offered a hollow, bitter smile. Should Chun-Yi honor his promise and deliver Yuning silk within 30 days, his title as Supreme Artifact Forger under Qingyun's jurisdiction, and indeed across the entire Yu Kingdom, would be irrevocably cemented. Then dignitaries would no longer suffice. Golden Core elders themselves would arrive, personally. Henceforth, Chun-Yi's word would carry greater weight than even Dailanshan's senior elder. Negotiating leverage. Cooperation itself would hinge entirely upon Wanbao Pavilion's willingness. Worse, if Wanbao Pavilion deemed Dailanshan inconvenient, they might suffer the same fate as the Wang and Zhang clans today. Thinking of the Wang and Zhang clans, Han Zheng's lips curled into a chilling smirk. Some men walk among the living, yet are already dead. Zhang Guangling and Wang Chong sat facing each other, their expressions as dark as water. They were of course aware of Qingye Shangren coming to cut the ribbon for Tianji City. But what of it? You Wanbao Tower have the prestige to invite the head of Qingyun's sect to support you. Fine, we will swallow this loss, and we will not take those loose cultivators. But to expect our two families to support your Chun-Yi, That is a dream. What if we refuse Qingye Shangren? After all, they do not rely on Qingyun sect for their livelihood. Would Qingyun sect really come to our door over such a trivial matter? Yet they never expected that Chun Yi's talent for weapon crafting would be so astonishing. Zhang Guangling put down his teacup, his expression icy. This person must not be kept alive. Wang Chang's expression was equally grave. We didn't take action last time, but now that his reputation has spread, taking action again may not be wise. Wise strategy. Zhang Guangling sneered. Now that Chun Yi is rising in power, many golden core cultivators will surely come to Yizhou. With those loose cultivators no longer providing cover, if our family's actions are discovered by someone with ill intent, you should understand the consequences. Wang Chong paused slightly while holding the teacup. Their two families had only gained prominence in the last 200 to 300 years, unlike Dilong Mountain, which had been rooted in Yizhou for nearly 1,000 years and could not be easily provoked. Why choose Yizhou, a barren land, when there are abundant resources in Qing and Yun states? The reason is simple. Yizhou is remote, chaotic, and inconspicuous. Resources are indeed plentiful. Yes, indeed, resources. What does Yizhou have? People. Yizhou lacks all cultivation resources, but it is not short of mortals with spiritual roots. Indeed, they do not have a system to convert this population dividend into strength. But while they cannot convert it, they can digest it. It must be known that this cultivation world is ruthless. Without going further, the neighboring Yang Kingdom has 3 major demonic sects: Blood God, White Bone, and Black Wind. These 3 can completely strip a cultivator of their physical body and spiritual soul without wasting a single bit. The ways of the demonic path are always unrestrained. Mortals are treated like livestock and cultivators like sheep to be slaughtered. Yang Kingdom has long become a ghost domain with no signs of life under the hands of these 3 sects. 300 years ago, the Blood God sect brazenly invaded the Yu Kingdom, aiming for this endless blood food. Unfortunately, fists cannot match 4 hands. The Blood God sect is stronger than any of the 3 sects in the Yu Kingdom, but even united, the 3 sects could not be easily consumed by the Blood God sect. That battle shook the heavens and the earth, turning the land into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. In the end, the Blood God sect returned in defeat, and the 3 sects of Yu Kingdom suffered serious injuries. Yet the seeds of the demonic sect were already sown at that time. Not by the Blood God sect, but by the White Bone and Black Wind sects. They learned from the lesson and no longer acted as brazenly as the Blood God sect, instead quietly extending their tentacles to the borders of the Yu Kingdom. Yizhou has become their chosen fertile ground. Here the heavens are high and the emperor far away. The 3 sects do not manage it. Here the forces are intricate and chaotic. There is an abundance of consumables. The ancestors of the Zhang and Wang families are shrewd individuals. They do not engage in blatant massacres of mortals which would expose them. Instead, they eat the fine grains. Each occupies their respective states, controlling the paths for mortals to ascend to immortality within their territories. On the surface, it appears they are supplying fresh blood to Qingyun, and those with outstanding qualifications are indeed sent to Qingyun. In reality, those 4 or 5 spiritual roots that Qingyun sect looks down upon are also intercepted by them. They only need to release a simple method, and once the individual draws qi into their body, they send them to the Yang Kingdom, which becomes high-quality material. The best part is that no one cares about the disappearance of these people. Their mortal relatives naturally assume they have ascended to immortality and left their mundane lives behind. Qingyun sect. When has Qingyun sect ever looked at these wild grasses with 4 or 5 spiritual roots? Even Dilong Mountain, which has fought against the 2 families for hundreds of years, has not noticed any abnormalities. After all, who could have imagined that someone would dare to engage in such activities under the noses of the 3 sects? But now it is different. Wanbao Tower has arrived, and once Tianji Immortal City opens, various merchant groups will flock here. That would be fine. The merchants will only come and go like the wind, and the most they will do is pull out the loose cultivators they raised. They won't have the leisure to wander outside Tianyang County. But once Qin Yi's crafting skills are revealed, Golden Core true people will come. What kind of person are the Golden Core true people? With a sweep of their divine, since everything within 100 miles is laid bare. If any meddlesome Golden Core cultivator discovers the inconsistencies in the ratio of spiritual roots within our 2 families' territories and follows the clues back to Zhang and Wang families, then Yizhou, which was once beyond the control of the 3 sects, will become a place surrounded by the 3 sects. The 2 families would become trapped like fish in a barrel with no way to escape. Thinking of this, Wang Chong, now that Chun Yi is in the limelight and various parties are paying attention, what difference is there between us taking action now and self-detonating? Zhang Guangling sneered. Why should we act? He raised his gaze toward the south. Do not forget we are merely the cooks. Now the table is about to be overturned, and it is the diners who are most anxious. Wang Chang's eyes suddenly brightened then dimmed again as he slowly shook his head. Our two sects are far in the Yang Kingdom, separated by the territories of the Wudu and Spirit Beast sects. No matter how anxious we are, how can we reach into Ezhou? Zhang Guangling lowered his voice, scanning the surroundings before confirming no one was eavesdropping, then continued. Are the materials we sent directly sent into the heart of the Yang Kingdom? Wang Chong was taken aback. Are you saying? Zhang Guangling nodded heavily. I also heard this matter mentioned by the ancestor by chance. This matter concerns the sect's grand plan. You and I have not yet returned to the sect to register. Do not speak of it aloud. Just present our plans to the ancestor. The ancestor will decide. As for Dilong Mountain, Zhang Guangling looked toward the southeast, his gaze growing colder. Leaving them alone before was merely to make all parties believe that there would be no peace in Ezhou under the conflict of our three families. Now that Dilong Mountain dares to let Tianyang attract Wanbao Tower, putting us in such a passive position, they cannot be left alone. At that time both sides can act simultaneously, which can also clear our families of suspicion, right? Indeed, they must not be left alone. Wang Chang's eyes also flashed with cold light. In Tianji City, in the courtyard of Wanbao Tower, Chun Yi leaned sideways on a soft couch, a certain object continuously flying up and down in his hand. At times it was round and smooth like a pearl, completely crystal clear, undoubtedly a priceless spirit stone worth millions. At times it scattered into a cloud resembling a cloud of auspiciousness. But upon closer inspection the spirit stone was actually formed by a nearly transparent fine thread. It was indeed the jade condensation silk that had caused a stir amongst the crowd. Alas, this money comes too easily. Oh, when will I ever use it all up? Zhou Ming's mouth twitched, and he turned to his companion Hu Yuling saying, Junior sister, what should we do? I really want to hit him. Hu Yuling covered her mouth with a soft laugh, her gaze drifting to Chun Yi as she murmured, if senior brother Zhou intends to move, Yuling will keep watch for you. All right. Zhou Ming rolled up his sleeves and poised to pounce. Today Zhou Ming will act as heaven's hand and teach this nouveau riche a lesson. Chun Yi hastily slipped the Yuning Si into his sleeve and waved his hands. No. Brother Zhou, calm your wrath. I admit my mistake. Zhou Ming would not relent. Like a tiger, he lunged forward, grabbed Chun Yi from the divan, and threatened to hurl him. Chun Yi yelped in pain, crying, Brother Zhou, spare me. I will never dare again. Never. Hu Yuling stood to the side, barely containing her mirth. She covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes soft and warm. Zhou Ming shook Chun Yi twice before setting him down, still muttering curses. You scoundrel, getting the advantage and then playing coy. I was worried you were all bluff and couldn't produce anything in a month, and yet you had already refined it. 35 million spirit stones. My whole family could hardly earn that in 10 years. And you get that from selling a single thing. Speak, what is the success rate? So I can finally put this to rest. Chun Yi smoothed his rumpled collar, made no attempt to hide the truth, and raised one finger. Having seen Chun Yi's earlier self-satisfied look, Zhou Ming suspected the man had indeed made a tidy sum and was mentally prepared, yet he could not help exclaiming, it actually has a 10% chance. Hu Yuling's face mirrored his astonishment, incredulity shone in her eyes. 10%. That figure was beyond imagination. One must remember, even the Qingyun sect's chief artificer poured over 30 supreme spirit stones and 3 years of effort into producing but a single strand. Such a success rate was a mere fraction of a percent. And Chen Yi, he claims 10%. What does 10% mean? 10 supreme spirit stones could be refined into a single strand of Yuning Si. A production cost of 10 million, a sale price of 35 million spirit stones, a net profit of 25 million. This was not mere crafting, it was highway robbery. In truth, they did not know that Chun Yi meant a 100% success rate refined in a single breath. Brother, do you need disciples? I also want to snatch. No, learn to refine Yuning Si. At Zhou Ming's words, Hu Yuling froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Chun Yi could only laugh and cry at once. He gave Zhou Ming's leg a kick. Get lost. With your talent learning to refine Yuning Si, I'm afraid you'll squander all Wanbao Lao's supreme spirit stones and still not produce a single strand. Zhou Ming chuckled unoffended, rubbing his hands. Then take me as a registered disciple, little brother. If not Yuning Si, you'll learn something else. Perhaps how to refine life essences. Chun Yi rolled his eyes. Brother Zhou, your Zhou family already owns a rich seam of magical artifacts. Must you come and steal my livelihood, oi? It's envy, is it not? Zhou Ming answered with bold innocence. Zhou Ming declared with righteous zeal, 35 million. In my whole life, I have never seen so many spirit stones delivered at once. Chun Yi waved his hand, and resumed his seat on the divan. Later we'll go to my private vault. You and who the immortal maiden may take whichever piece pleases you. Consider it thanks for your help today. Zhou Ming's eyes lit up, he rubbed his hands and laughed. That is more like it. I've long heard Master Chen's private vault holds many treasures. Today, I shall seize the most expensive one. Hu Yueling shook her head gently, and replied softly. Yueling only lifted a hand. Master Chen need not be so formal. Ah, Chen Yi cut her off with a wave. Who the immortal maiden, you are too polite. Were it not for the two of you, my auction would certainly have been ruined by that fellow Qiu Mingxin. A small token of thanks is nothing. Upon hearing this, Hu Yueling stopped refusing, her ears tinged pink, and she lowered her gaze. Then, Yueling will accept it, albeit with some immodesty. Zhou Ming glanced at Hu Yueling, then at Chen Yi, a mischievous smile, passing his eyes though he did not speak. He patted his thigh and rose. Let's go. Right now? I want to see what your private vault truly hides. Chen Yi laughed and rose to lead the way. The three traversed several courtyards and arrived before an unassuming side hall. Chen Yi produced a jade talisman and pressed it to the hall door. With a soft click, the door slowly, a flood of treasure light burst forth, blinding at first glance. The chamber, modest and roughly 3 zhang square, was ringed with wards. At its center stood a dozen or so jade racks, on each lay trays, jade boxes, and brocade pouches. Every item suffused with extraordinary spiritual radiance. Most arresting was the row of racks against the wall, neatly stacked, were hundreds of supreme spirit stones, their soft lustrous glow under the ever-burning lamp, stirring a greedy ache in the heart. Zhou Ming's eyes seemed about to stick to that row of supreme spirit stones. A long gulp escaped his throat as he swallowed with difficulty. Brother, your private vault is more lavish than my ancestral family's treasure pavilion. Chen Yi waved him off with a casual shrug. You flatter me, brother Zhou. Noble houses accumulate wealth across generations. These are but my floating assets. Floating assets? Zhou Ming blurted. You call this floating assets? What then of the Zhou family's holdings? Junk metal. Hu Yueling covered her mouth and smiled, her gaze slowly sweeping the racks. There were coral reef-like artifacts heavy with fiery qi, palm-sized bronze tripods etched with intricate seals, fist-sized luminous pearls with swirling mists trapped within, items that began at 7th rank, and even included several of 6th rank. Zhou Ming rubbed his hands and swept his eyes across the shelves, whispering a litany of desire. This one is fine. I want that one too. How are there so many good things? Chen Yi smiled, without comment, hands folded behind his back, allowing Zhou Ming to pick at will. Hu Yueling, however, found her gaze fixed on a small silk cage beside the racks. The silk cage stood no taller than half a person, woven of silver thread and faintly pulsing, with a ceiling formation that blocked spiritual sense. Through the misty veil one could just make out a robe hanging within. The robe was moon white. Not a plain pallid white, but suffused with a gentle halo, as if moonlight had been condensed into cloth. Its body was woven from some unknown filament, the weave flowing like water. The collar and cuffs were embroidered with faint silver cloud motifs, scarcely visible, yet elegantly restrained. Most strikingly, the robe was of a woman's cut. That Chen Yi had treasured this piece in his private vault. Who then was it meant for? Had he already his beloved? Hu Yueling felt as though something had gently pinched at her chest. No sharp pain, but a deep sour ache. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming continued to browse, muttering, This tripod is fine. Oh, I want that pearl too. Brother, can I pick too? Chen Yi laughed and reproached, Brother Zhou, this is not a market. We agreed one item apiece, no more. Zhou Ming grinned and, unperturbed, continued rummaging through the racks. Hu Yueling remained quietly standing before the silk cage, silent. Chen Yi noticed her oddities, stepped over, and followed her gaze to the cage. Who the immortal maiden, do you favor that piece? Startled back into herself, Hu Yueling lowered her lashes to hide her expression and said softly, I only thought the robe beautiful, and looked twice. Master Chen need not take it to heart. After a pause, she could not help but ask, this robe? Chen Yi sighed. It was originally refined to be gifted, but the recipient refused to accept it. Refined by him. The robe had been personally crafted by Chen Yi. She felt inwardly relieved, though she kept no change upon her face, and merely lowered her eyes to speak softly. Master Chen actually refined it himself. A robe of this quality would be considered excellent even among 7th-rank pieces. That fellow cultivator is indeed fortunate. She paused, then raised her eyes to Chen Yi with curiosity brightening her gaze. I wonder which immortal maiden could have moved Lord Chen to such exertion. Whose could it be? It must be from my family. Chen Yi spoke casually, but Hu Yueling felt her heart skip a beat. From his family. Chen Yi was all alone without any relatives, so it must belong to Wanbao Building. Now Wanbao Building had become a colossal entity with thousands of formal disciples alone, not to mention the miscellaneous workers, apprentices, and guards gathered from various places totaling over 10,000. Among them there were at least 800 female cultivators. Who was close to him? Zhou Ming couldn't bother with treasures anymore. He perked up his ears and moved closer, his eyes filled with gossip. Which one? Hurry up and tell me. I'll help you keep an eye on it. What? It's Tanya. Last time, when the Yang family attacked our main base, she was seriously injured. In my eagerness to save her, I accidentally ruined her clothes, so I thought to replace them. But this girl absolutely refused, saying it is my duty to serve the building. I cannot accept such a heavy reward. Chun Yi spoke casually, but Hu Yueling felt a heavy weight lift from her heart, her lips unconsciously curling into a slight smile. Although the cultivation world did not have the strict gender separations of the mundane world, what sense was there in a superior gifting a handcrafted robe to a female subordinate? Tanya was perceptive. She must have realized this, which is why she adamantly refused. Looking at Chun Yi's demeanor, it was evident he had not grasped the subtle thoughts of a young woman. Zhou Ming clicked his tongue in disappointment. Is that it? I thought I'd hear something explosive. Another dim-witted one. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, like attracts like, and people gather in groups. Hu Yueling's gaze subtly shifted to the robe as she softly asked, since Tan Hall Master does not want it, would you be willing to part with it, Chen Luzhu? Chun Yi was slightly taken aback, and then chuckled. You want this, fairy? Who? Exactly. Hu Yueling raised her eyes to look at him, her gaze filled with a hint of expectation. When Yueling first saw this robe, I felt delighted, but I wonder if it would be too presumptuous. What's presumptuous about it? Chun Yi waved his hand casually. It was originally crafted to be given to someone. Since Tanya does not appreciate it, if fairy, who finds it suitable, it must be its fortune. However, I also have plenty of fine items in my private collection of grade 6. Are you truly set on this one? Hu Yueling gently shook her head, her gaze fixed on the moon-white robe, eyes filled with a hint of affection. This one indeed. She lifted her gaze to Chun Yi, her expression serious. Does this robe have a name? Chun Yi was slightly taken aback, then shook his head with a smile. It was merely crafted casually. How could it have a name? If fairy who likes it, you can name it yourself. How about calling it Moon Embrace? Hu Yueling gently stroked the robe, pondering for a moment, then looked up at Chun Yi with a hint of anticipation. Chun Yi was slightly taken aback, then clapped his hands and laughed. Moonlight like water, embracing it in one's arms. Fairy who has excellent literary talent. Hu Yueling's ears turned slightly red, and she lowered her head softly. You flatter me, Luzhu. It's just because I saw the robe's color resembling the moon, so I casually named it. If a casual name can be so good, then what would happen if you put your heart into it? Zhou Ming leaned closer, winking. Junior sister Yueling, when you get time, could you also name this newly acquired treasure of mine? Hu Yueling covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Senior brother Zhou, this knife of yours has too much killing intent. I can't come up with a matching name. True. Zhou Ming scratched his head. Then let's just call it the chopping knife, simple and direct, fitting my style. Chun Yi rolled his eyes. Brother Zhou, you're at least from the Zhou family's direct line. Can't you have a bit of taste? Can taste be eaten? Zhou Ming replied defiantly. My Zhou family prospered by being practical. What's the use of a nice-sounding name if it doesn't sell for an extra spirit stone? Alright, you're right. Chun Yi was too lazy to argue with him, turning to Hu Yueling and saying, since fairy who has taken a liking to this Moon Embrace, why not try it on and see if it fits? If it doesn't fit, I'll adjust it again. Upon hearing this, Hu Yueling's ears turned a deeper shade of red as she gently nodded. Then, I'll give it a try. She waved her hand lightly, and the veil opened in response. The moon-white robe seemed to possess a spirit, gently floating up, suspended in midair, its fabric shimmering with a faint glow as if it had gathered a handful of moonlight within. Hu Yueling took a deep breath, lifted her delicate hand, and the robe slid down like flowing water, gently covering her body. In an instant, the brilliance of the room dimmed. The robe seemed tailor-made for her. The moon-white robe highlighted her skin, making it appear even more translucent and jade-like, while the faint silver cloud patterns at the collar and cuffs flickered in and out, and as she turned gently, the robe's hem lifted, truly reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending from the moon palace. Zhou Ming stared wide-eyed, and after a long while managed to stammer, wow, this clothing was clearly made for junior sister Yueling. Chun Yi was also slightly taken aback, his gaze lingering on Hu Yueling for a moment before he looked away, clearing his throat. A hem, as long as it fits, that's good. Hu Yueling gazed at the robe on her body, a wave of indescribable joy surged within her. Moon, that is Yueling too. Embrace signifies being held. This item was crafted by Chun Yi, draped upon her. She dared not think further, feeling her ears burn fiercely, silently scolding herself for picking such a name, truly lacking in shame. Not daring to look up, fearing her feelings would be seen, she whispered, thank you Chen Lozhu for parting with it. Yueling really likes it. Chun-Yi waved his hand and smiled. As long as fairy who likes it. This clothing would just gather dust with me. To meet a fated person is its fortune. Zhou Ming exclaimed in wonder from the side. Little brother, your crafting skills are truly unmatched. He placed the chopping knife on the rack. I won't be picky. Later, could you also make me one? The grade doesn't matter, just as long as it looks mighty and imposing. Sure, as long as brother Zhou doesn't mind my rough skills, I'll craft you a set of battle armor. Haha, only you understand me, brother Chun. Zhou Ming and his companions lingered at Tianyang for several more days before they finally took their leave. Chun-Yi watched the departing flying boat until that tiny blue light completely vanished into the sea of clouds, then withdrew his gaze. Turning around, he saw Li Yu smiling at him. He raised an eyebrow. What are you laughing at? I just feel that master has been particularly cheerful these days. Li Yu spoke truthfully. He had been observing closely these days. Chun-Yi treated Zhou Ming and the others differently than he treated others. It was as if the master of Wanbao building, who always calculated every detail and proceeded with caution, had dropped all defenses in front of them, revealing his most genuine self. Chun-Yi chuckled lightly at this, saying no matter how far one travels, there must be a few who can sit down and drink and talk. Li Yu was slightly taken aback. What master said makes sense. Who I've learned from it. After finishing, he handed over the account book in his hand. Master, here is the total account for these past few days. Are you the sect leader, or am I the sect leader? If I have to look over everything, then what's the point of having you as a disciple? After saying this, he didn't even look at the account book, turning away to walk up the mountain. Muttering to himself about, how can a chairman still have to work? Nonsense. Li Yu held the account book, watching Chun-Yi's retreating figure with a wry smile on his lips. At the same moment, in an elegant private chamber of the Wanbao Tavern in Tianji City, a robed cultivator gazed upon the bustling metropolis, a faint knowing smile curling at the corner of his lips. How intriguing. Sir, may I refill your water? A tavern attendant from Wanbao Tower stood outside the chamber door, holding a bronze kettle as he gently tapped. No reply came from within. The attendant knocked twice more, still silence, so he quietly pushed the door open. The chamber was empty. The teacup on the table remained warm. 3 spirit stones lay neatly arranged on a porcelain dish weighted down by a small slip of paper. The attendant picked it up. Only 3 characters were written upon it. The tea is fine. He likely never even lifted the cup, the attendant murmured, glancing down at the residual tea still swirling in the kettle. Having served in Qingnan for 3 years, he had encountered all manner of guests, eccentric, enigmatic, and deliberately obscure. Such theatrics held little novelty for him. He slipped the note into his sleeve, cleared away the tea set, pocketed the 3 spirit stones, and withdrew, closing the door softly behind him. Silence settled once more over the chamber, broken only by the distant muffled clamor of Tianji City's streets beyond the window lattice. Though Chun-Yi had long since stepped back from day-to-day management, Wanbao Tower's strategic framework had been firmly established beforehand, and under Li Yu's command, each initiative advanced steadily. Yet one matter weighed heavily upon Li Yu's brow. Senior uncle, might you be mistaken? Last year, when Dilling Mountain presided over Tianyang Commandery, it hosted the Ascension Ceremony, testing children across major cities for spiritual aptitude, but every major sect accepted only those with 4 or more elemental affinities. Not a single 5-element affinity cultivator was taken. Li Yu, a native son of Tianyang Commandery, knew the customs of every sect intimately. In Izhou, people were abundant, yet resources scarce. Even the smallest sects admitted only those with 4-element affinities or higher. Moreover, those bearing the 5-element affinity were notoriously sluggish in cultivation, progressing with agonizing difficulty. To forcibly usher them onto the Taoist path would leave them stranded at best in the 2nd or 3rd tier of qi refinement, wasting their entire lives. When their lifespans neared exhaustion, they would remain gray-haired and frail, still chopping firewood or tending stoves in menial quarters. Far better then to let them live quietly among mortals. For Wanbao Tower's current endeavor, to mass-train low-tier artisans, spiritual affinity mattered little. Yet he had never imagined someone would beat them to it. Lin Bin replied, no mistake. Those bearing the 5-element affinity, though never formally initiated into cultivation, were officially registered with local magistrates. My Fengxian Hall disciples personally verified this. Among those marked with spiritual aptitude, fewer than 1 in 10 possessed it. According to their families, they had long abandoned all hope of cultivation. Yet half a year ago, mysterious cultivators began appearing across towns and cities, declaring that any willing child could follow them and receive training. Lin Bin paused, then drew forth a slender ledger and handed it to Li Yu. I ordered a preliminary tally. Within just 6 months, no fewer than 3,000 Favilamin affinity children have vanished from Tianyang Commandery alone. Li Yu's breath caught. Absurd. He had lived here over a century, priding himself on his deep concern for the common folk beneath his domain. Yet he had failed to notice this at all. What then were they doing? Li Yu's voice dropped cold as frozen river water. Can we trace where these children were taken? Lin Bin hesitated, choosing his words with care. If your eminence seeks intelligence on matters within the cultivation world, not only Tianyang, but any of the 18 commanderies across the 3 provinces, Fengshin Hall can deliver exhaustive reports without omission. But these are mortal towns. Li Yu's frown deepened further. He bore no ill will toward Lin Bin. Wanbao Tower had risen only a few years ago. Its reach across the cultivator circles of 3 provinces and 18 commanderies was already extraordinary. How could it possibly extend surveillance into mundane, spiritless territories? Yet Lin Bin added, one thing we can confirm, they all headed south. South? Li Yu's brows knotted sharply into a single rigid line. Of Izhou's 7 commanderies, Tianyang stretched narrowly from north to south. Beyond it lay Qing. After a moment's silence, Li Yu raised his gaze. For now, hold this matter in abeyance. Senior Uncle Lin, please dispatch agents to investigate whether similar disappearances have occurred in the other commanderies. Lin Bin nodded and departed. Yet Li Yu did not relax his vigilance. Alone in the hall, he paced slowly, thoughts churning like storm-tossed waves. The 5-element affinities, sluggishness, and cultivation impediments were axiomatic truths, unchallenged for millennia across the cultivation world. Even Wanbao Tower's willingness to accept them stemmed solely from its aim to train artisan cultivators. It sought patience, diligence, and long-term investment. But what did they seek? Did they possess Wanbao Tower's wealth? If not gold, then why Qingzhou? That was the sacred territory of Qingyun's sect, whose authority all sects acknowledged, and whose conduct adhered strictly to precedent. Should any demonic cultivator dare deploy forbidden arts upon Qingzhou soil, would Qingyun's sect truly stand idle? Shall I consult my master? In the end, Li Yu shook his head. His master had rarely enjoyed such peace. Best to await Fengshin Hall's further intelligence before disturbing him. Rubbing his temples, Li Yu set the matter aside, and turned instead to the towering stack of documents awaiting his review. Yet the fate of those 3,000 Favilament affinity children lodged like a sliver beneath his skin, impossible to ignore. Fengshin Hall's intelligence network, once activated, proved astonishingly efficient. Remote trading posts sprang into action. Shadow network cultivators fanned out across mortal magistrate offices. In Diling Mountain's jurisdiction, Wangwu and Zhejiang commanderies. An immortal master requests access to the spirit aptitude registers. The magistrate trembled visibly at the sight of the token materializing before him, knees nearly buckling in reverence. These registers recorded the innate aptitudes of every household's children, strictly administered by provincial authorities, never disclosed lightly. Yet Wanbao Tower's dominance in Tianyang Commandery was known even among ordinary folk. Gritting his teeth, the magistrate ordered dusty ledgers hauled from storage. Similar scenes unfolded consecutively across Wangwu and Zhejiang commanderies. The pattern mirrored Tianyang's, yet in the 4 commanderies governed by the Wang and Zhang clans, progress stalled. Their hostility toward Wanbao Tower rendered formal identification useless. Fortunately, cultivators wielded absolute supremacy over mortals. If denied access, they simply stole the records. And stealthier too. Yes, my son was confirmed to possess spiritual aptitude, though only the 5-element affinity insufficient for admission into Qingyun's elite sects. Still, our commandery's immortal masters are merciful and impartial. With diligence, even he may achieve distinction. So he departed with them. Departed with them? With the very cultivator who conducted the aptitude test. Precisely. Upon consolidating the reports, Lin Bin's frown deepened markedly. In Qingnan's administrative sphere, spirit aptitude testing required oversight by local magnates. The Wang and Zhang clans followed strict familial lines. Why recruit so many outsiders? Coupled with the fact that individuals from the other 3 provinces had also moved southward, Lin Bin's gaze hardened, cold, sharp, and unrelenting. The Yang clan. The brutality of that battle still lingered in his mind. Had it not been for Chun Yi's desperate efforts, the Wanbao Pavilion would have long since been reduced to ashes. The source of that turmoil was the blood sacrifice secretly conducted by the Yang family. Now there were also people secretly gathering children with 5 spiritual roots in Qingzhou. Could there truly be no connection between these 2 matters? Lin Bin dared not jump to conclusions, but his instincts as an intelligence officer told him that this thread would eventually lead to the same direction. Without further hesitation, Lin Bin sought out Li Yu directly. Why didn't you say this earlier, Master Uncle? Li Yu sprang to his feet. As the leader of Wanbao, he was only now learning about the events surrounding the battle at Sanhao Island. Lin Bin bitterly smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Please forgive me, Pavilion Master. The battle at Sanha Island involved too many secrets, and at that time the pavilion master strictly ordered silence, and the records of Fengshin Hall were set with the highest access permissions. After you took over, you were always busy outside, and we thought it was natural that you had already gone through those old records. Moreover, that battle ultimately caused Wanbao to lose face. Oh, why would we bring it up? Liu took a deep breath, suppressing his inner frustration. If this had happened in his Tianhe sect and a disciple had made such a grave mistake, he would have long since held everyone accountable, even if it was Master Uncle. But Wanbao was ultimately not Tianhe. Whether it was Master Chun Yi or the main figures like Lin Bin, they all rose step by step from the ranks of loose cultivators. They acted with a certain wildness, focusing on results and practicality, and they truly did not pay much attention to those formalities and the layers of reporting that the sect rules demanded. Liu felt helpless in his heart, but also understood that this could not be blamed on them. Wanbao Pavilion had risen too quickly, its foundations still shallow. Many matters relied solely on Chun Yi's personal prestige and the tacit understanding of the main figures. How could it operate with the same order as those sects with long histories? Enough. Liu waved his hand and sat down again. Bring me the records of the battle at Sanha Island. Oh, I need to examine them closely. Lin Bin had already prepared, taking out a jade slip and presenting it with both hands. Liu took it, probing with his divine sense, and his brow furrowed tighter. The battle at Sanha Island had occurred merely half a year ago, but it was already the most perilous battle since the establishment of Wanbao Pavilion. The Yang family had suddenly launched an attack, and with Chun Yi, the person in charge, absent, Wanbao Pavilion was left leaderless, almost pushed to the edge of a cliff overnight. Had it not been for Tanya and Zhao Hu leading people to fight to the death, and had Chun Yi not returned in time to employ thunderous measures using the starry battle puppets to scare off the Yang family's golden core, Wanbao Pavilion would have long since been reduced to ashes that night. What was most terrifying about that battle was not the ruthlessness of the Yang family, but rather the attitude of the various factions in Qingnan after the war. Since Fengshin Hall could uncover the blood sacrifice by the Yang family afterward, could the four families that had operated in Qingnan for hundreds of years not find out? Since they had discovered it, why did they not take the opportunity to pursue the Yang family relentlessly with righteous indignation? Instead, they tacitly remained silent afterward, even secretly erasing much of the evidence for the Yang family. Liu set down the jade slip and closed his eyes in contemplation. During the final confrontation phase, the Qingnan clans were still hostile towards the Yang family. Why did such a significant shift occur afterward? A trade of benefits. What kind of benefits could make the four families abandon their chance to thoroughly defeat the Yang family? Liu shook his head. It's not about benefits. The territory of Qingnan is limited, every additional share is crucial. How could they possibly loosen their grip over a trivial profit? Liu murmured to himself, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. Then it must be a threat. As this thought crossed his mind, a cold sweat broke out on Liu's back. What kind of power could silence all four families of Qingnan simultaneously? The answer seemed to be on the tips of his tongue. But why? Why would he protect a demon? Wait. The Blood Fiend Golden Core technique. Liu suddenly stood up. Despite its many drawbacks and the necessity of using a Golden Core cultivator's core as a guide, the effects of the Blood Fiend Golden Core technique were indeed substantial, and it was far easier to obtain than the orthodox Golden Core opportunities. Although the Blood God sect also had only one nascent soul overseeing it, it had managed to become the #1 demonic sect in the Yang Kingdom. This was precisely due to this technique. The number of Golden Core cultivators in the sect exceeded the combined total of the other two major demonic sects. It was indeed understandable that someone could be swayed by this technique. Thinking of this, a distressed smile appeared on Liu's face. Orthodox path. Demonic path. In the face of true benefits, they were nothing more than empty words. Did Master leave so decisively without any intention of exposing the existence of the Xian Yin and laid out such arrangements in Tianyang because he saw through all of this? Looking towards the cave dwelling at the mountain peak, Liu's heart was a mix of emotions. In a mundane town somewhere in Liuguang County, Qingzhou, a little chubby boy was standing in front of a bronze mirror, crying uncontrollably, and from the mirror came Chun Yi's earnest voice. A true man born between heaven and earth should not remain in the shadows for long. The little chubby boy sniffled, almost blowing his snot onto the mirror. But I'm only 5 years old. She's already 12. So what if you're 5? Back in the day, your brother, he was only 20, full of vigor. When I first stepped into the world, it was all thanks to my courage that I defeated an opponent who was 3 generations older than me into submission. What does this little age difference matter? The little chubby boy stopped crying, wiped his face with his sleeve, and stared at Chun Yi with his round, curious eyes. How much is 3 generations? About 60 years, I suppose, Chun Yi said without changing his expression. The little chubby boy's eyes lit up his admiration, almost spilling over. Cough, cough, cough. A suppressed coughing sound came from behind. The little chubby boy was immediately drawn to the noise, twisting his round body to look. His face lit up with surprise. Dad. Oh. Chun-Yi in the mirror exclaimed, I said, Wang Bo, can you maintain the atmosphere here? I'm sorry, Pavilion Master. I really couldn't hold it, and old Wang said, his face flushed, his shoulders still slightly shaking, clearly struggling to contain his laughter. 80 years old. What kind of person could you possibly go after? What's wrong with 80 years old? In the cultivation world, 80 is precisely the age to make a name for oneself. Chun-Yi said without changing his expression, casting a sidelong glance at old Wang. I forgot to mention that 80-year-old man is named Li San. Upon hearing this, old Wang's smile instantly froze. Others might not know who Li San was, but old Wang did. He was the assassin hired by Hishotsai to kill Chun-Yi. He was the first enemy he killed. Neither the Battle of the Soul-Breaking Gorge, still talked about in Qingnan, nor the battle at Sanha Island, which forced Yang Jia to retreat and made Chun-Yi famous across 18 counties, compared to the danger posed by Li San. At that time, Chun-Yi had just broken through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement and had cleared his ties with the Black Fiend gang. He was brimming with confidence and ambition, unaware of the cruelty of the cultivation world or the murderous intent of Hishotsai. With no magical tools in hand, and his spells lacking refinement, he was suddenly attacked completely unprepared. Had he not dodged the most lethal first needle that day, there would no longer be a Chun-Yi in this world, let alone today's Wanbao Pavilion. Old Wang patted the little chubby boy on the head. Mingyang, go play outside, Dad needs to speak to your brother. Though Wang Mingyang was small, he was very sensible. Seeing his father's unusual expression, he obediently wiped his face and jumped down from the chair to run away. Old Wang waved his sleeve to close the door, then activated the soundproof barrier, sitting back down in front of the bronze mirror with a serious expression. Pavilion Master, what you just said to Mingyang, was it meant for something else? In the mirror, Chun-Yi chuckled lightly. I'm pointing it out to you. It's been half a year, and you still haven't established your foundation. Is that reasonable? Old Wang was taken aback, then forced a bitter smile. Master, you know my aptitude. Aptitude? Chun-Yi interrupted him. When have the people of Wanbao Tower ever spoken of aptitude? As long as the merits are sufficient, pills can be consumed like candy. Even with mediocre aptitude, one can still amass enough to achieve foundation establishment. You and Aunt Wang have worked tirelessly over the years to manage the tavern's business, saving up quite a bit, yet you have been reluctant to touch that little nest egg. I know you were saving it for Mingyang. But what was the result? In the Battle of Sanha Island, Wanbao Tower suffered heavy casualties, while you, the foremost steward under the 4 Great Hall Masters, could only watch helplessly, lacking even the strength to lend a hand. Old Wang's complexion turned ashen, his lips moved a few times, but he couldn't utter a word. How did the Battle of Sanha Island come about? Wasn't it because Old Wang sought help for his old friends, and invited Zhao Hu to the Yang family to rescue people, which led to the subsequent troubles? Even though it was later clarified that without his interference the Xian-Yin old demon would have eventually found another reason to attack Wanbao Tower. But upon reflection, if he had possessed foundation establishment cultivation that day, he could have shared more of the burden with Zhao Hu. Perhaps the situation wouldn't have spiraled into such a passive state. Master. Old Wang's voice was hoarse. Chun-Yi sighed and waved his hand. I Chun-Yi have no one to rely on, and the meals I have eaten were solely from your Wang family's kindness. In my heart you are like my kin. Old Wang felt a lump in his throat, as if something was blocking it. Chun-Yi continued, initially seeing your unambitious demeanor, I wanted to scold you countless times. But then I thought all you seek in this life is a stable and peaceful existence, to take care of your wife and children, and run a small tavern. Who am I to decide for you? Looking back now, although the Battle of Sanha resulted in the loss of many brothers, at least it awakened you, and Aunt Wang, it isn't necessarily a bad thing. You speak true, Master. Old Wang's voice was somewhat choked, yet he straightened his back. After that battle, I understood. This world does not allow you to live in peace simply because you wish to. Rather than watch helplessly as your loved ones and friends suffer in the future, it is better to seize the opportunity and sharpen your blade while you can. So, when do you plan to achieve foundation establishment? Chun-Yi asked directly. Once this task is completed, the merits will certainly ensure that both you and Aunt Wang can achieve foundation establishment. Old Wang said earnestly. Merits? Are you talking to me about merits? Merits are for the subordinates. When have I, Chun-Yi, ever applied rules to my own people? Chun-Yi feigned anger. He'll send over 100 foundation establishment pills right away. You can directly collect them from the warehouse. Old Wang suddenly stood up. Chun boy, this is inappropriate. At present you are a leader. How can you act so recklessly? Once rules are established, they must be upheld. If even you do not abide by them, how can the people below respect them? Isn't there a smuggling warehouse? This money won't touch Wanbao Tower's public account. I'll pay for it myself. Chun Yi waved his hand nonchalantly. Old Wang opened his mouth wanting to argue further, but was cut off by Chun Yi's words. Besides, you are my kin. Using my own private funds to honor my elders is something even the Heavenly King would have no grounds to criticize. Old Wang's throat rolled, his eyes reddening, and he eventually nodded heavily, no longer refusing. All right, let's talk business. Chun Yi put away his playful demeanor. How are things on your side? Old Wang quickly composed himself and said seriously, the Yang family has no suspicions about our identities. They merely think we are a malevolent cultivation force that has seized the opportunity of human trafficking. Moreover, our output is large and prices low. We have become their largest source of blood essence outside of Qingnan County. But the party you need to investigate has not yet shown itself or made contact with us. Chun Yi sneered. They are indeed patient. Since learning that the Yang family's goal was the blood demon golden core, he understood that Qingnan County was indeed a small temple with strong winds, shallow pools, and many turtles. There were more than just the Xian old demon lurking within. The old demon was a figure from ancient times, likely counting in tens of thousands of years. He had only emerged into the world for 60 years. How could he have obtained the blood demon golden core technique, which was the foundation of the blood god cult? If it wasn't given by the old demon, then where did the Yang family's methods come from? It should be noted that before the Hu family was exterminated, the Yang family's original plan had been quite stable. After hastily relocating from Qingnan, Chun Yi couldn't help but feel skeptical, but didn't dwell on it too much. Upon arriving in Tianyang, he arranged for Old Wang to recruit people in the mortal realm, intending to establish a foundation first to avoid falling behind in training skilled cultivators once the celestial city was built. However, he found that there were hardly any qualified mortals aged 30 to 60 within Tianyang County. Given the recent events with the Yang family, Chun Yi was particularly sensitive to the blood sacrifice method. He naturally wanted to dig deeper. After some investigation, he discovered that this period coincided with the Wang family taking control of Tianyang County. Moreover, he found that the Wang and Zhang families had been intercepting mortals with 4 or 5 spirit roots. This was also why, upon arriving in Tianyang, Chun Yi had so humiliated the 3 local families. Of course, the Earth Dragon Mountain was a victim of collateral damage, but who asked him to be ascending the mountain with the Wang and Zhang families? He then asked, what about Aunt Wang? The children have basically already begun to draw qi into their bodies, but skill training requires time. It is estimated that it won't be effective until they break through to the mid-stage. Old Wang replied. Chun Yi nodded. There is no rush, but training in other areas must keep pace. If they grow up like Lin Bin and the others, I will have a headache. Originally, I intended for Sun Qing to be the sect leader, but after meeting Li Yu, I realized the gap. Old Wang smiled at this. Rest assured, Master, we are starting from the root. By the time they learn, they will all be capable individuals. However, is it really okay for us to keep this from Lin and the others? Do they have the face to say anything? Upon hearing this, Chun Yi became furious. Sun Qing is manageable, after all he is stationed in Yunding Celestial City. But what about the other 3? It's been half a year. A full 6 months. Lin Bin is in charge of internal and external intelligence in the tower. We took away over 3,000 prospective cultivators right under his nose, and he was completely oblivious. Zhao, who oversees the defense of the tower, how many of your old brothers have been to Qingyang Mountain? Didn't he discover that they weren't on the disciples' roster? And Tanya manages the production and financial accounts of the tower, right? So what? How many resources did we divert? Did she ask about it? Just managing the surface, huh? If we don't give them some stimulus, how can we trust them to take care of Wanbao Tower in the future? You are right, Master. Old Wang forced a smile. Those 3 indeed need to be reprimanded. But we should also be understanding, after all, they just moved here, building a celestial city and calming people's hearts. It is already difficult for them to stabilize the situation. How can they manage everything? Chun Yi snorted coldly. How can Li Yu manage? In less than half a year, he took over my burdens. How many people like Li Yu are there in the world? Old Wang smiled bitterly. This was indeed true. Li Yu was from the Tianhe sect, receiving orthodox sect training from a young age, immersing himself in trivial matters for many years, and was known for being meticulous and thorough. Although Lin Bin and the other 3 are veterans of Wanbao Tower, they all come from a loose cultivator background, relying solely on their bravery and resourcefulness to make their way. They are capable in battle, but lag behind in managing this growing enterprise. Enough. Chun Yi waved his hand. I don't truly wish to punish them. I just want them to learn a lesson. For Wanbao Tower to endure, it cannot rely solely on me. nor can it always look to Li Yu for everything. Moreover, now that they have traced the population issue, you and Aunt Wang can almost withdraw. Withdraw. Old Wang was taken aback. There is no more fish to catch in Qing, and it is pointless to linger. I haven't yet provoked the Wang and Zhang families into action, so I need to think of other methods. After saying this, Chun Yi sighed again. Sigh, Uncle Wang, why do you think the temperament and cultivation of demonic path cultivators seem to be higher than those of the Qingyun sect, who claim to be righteous? Li Yu withdrew his gaze and turned to Lin Bin, saying, Uncle Lin informed the hall masters of the 4 halls and all the stewards to gather in the council hall. As he exited the council hall, he glanced back. Li Yu had already turned his attention to the map, his fingertip resting on the location of Izhou, lost in thought. Half a day later, the 4 hall masters and 36 stewards of Wanbao Building had all arrived. This was the first high-level meeting since Wanbao Building moved to Qingyang Mountain. Inside the hall, the sound of teacups clinking blended with quiet conversations. When Li Yu entered the council hall, everyone rose in unison. Greetings, sect leader. No need for such formality. Li Yu raised his hand to gesture them to sit, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the crowd before he slowly walked to the main seat and took his place. Once everyone was seated, Li Yu slowly began. Thanks to the benevolence of my master, I have only been in the sect for half a year, yet I have temporarily taken on the position of sect leader. If I offend anyone in the future, I hope you all will bear with me. What are you saying, sect leader? Who would dare to object? I, old Zhao, would be the first to disagree. My brothers from the Jinyue Hall would be the first to disagree. The hall master is right. Our brothers from the Jinyue Hall would be the first to disagree. The hall was filled with chatter, showing no signs of the seriousness expected in a sect meeting. Li Yu furrowed his brow slightly, but remained silent. Once the crowd quieted down a bit, he pressed his hand down and spoke slowly. As I have just taken on the position of sect leader, today's first grand discussion is to clarify the matters within the building and to have a better understanding in my heart. What the sect leader says is indeed correct. Sun Qing was the first to speak. Since our building moved to Qingyang Mountain over half a year ago, we have expanded significantly, and it is indeed time to settle the accounts. If that's the case, let's start with Uncle's Gathering Treasure Hall. Li Yu picked up his teacup and gently blew on the floating leaves. All right, then let's begin with my gathering. Sun Qing stood up, his face beaming as he bowed to Li Yu, then turned to face the crowd. The Gathering Treasure Hall of Wanbao Building conducts commercial affairs. We have a city in Xiangxian and a shop with over 100 restaurants. Over the past 6 months, although most of our energy has been focused on the construction of the city and the opening of the auction house, the revenue has been quite considerable. The business of the restaurants in various places is generally good, contributing a total of 230,000 spirit stones. The Essence of Life remains popular, yielding a net profit of over 15 million spirit stones. The auction house's first opening generated 4,527,460 spirit stones, and after deducting costs, we made a profit of over 23 million spirit stones. As these words fell, a low murmur of astonishment arose in the hall. 23 million spirit stones. What does that even mean? Wanbao Building had operated in Qinan for many years, and during its peak their annual net profit barely broke 10 million. Now, after moving to Qingyang Mountain for just half a year, a single auction had doubled that amount. The Gathering Treasure Hall is quite skilled. Master Sun is impressive. The stewards whispered to one another, all wearing excited expressions. Even the usually stoic elders couldn't help but show smiles at this moment. Li Yu, however, remained expressionless, gently placing down the teacup, his gaze fixed on Sun Qing, revealing no signs of joy or anger. Uncle Sun, the accounts cannot be calculated this way. Li Yu's voice was not loud, but it was like cold water splashed into boiling oil, immediately silencing the commotion in the hall. Sun Qing's smile froze slightly, holding the jade tablet in midair, unsure whether to drop it or not. May I ask, sect leader, how should we calculate the accounts? Li Yu stood up slowly, walking into the hall, his gaze sweeping across all present. 23 million spirit stones sounds like a lot. But I must ask you all, where did the items for the auction house? The members of the Gathering Treasure Hall fell silent. Most of them were purchased at high prices from various auction houses in previous years, with a small portion being the treasures of the master. If we exclude the master's portion, this auction in fact resulted in a loss of 3 million spirit stones. Li Yu calmly said, "Am I correct, Uncle Sun?" The sect leader sees clearly. Sun Qing's face turned awkward indeed. Those auction items were purchased at a high premium back then. If it weren't for the master putting forth several rare items as the finale, we might not even be able to cover this 3 million loss. Not only that, Li Yu's voice remained calm, yet it sent chills down the spines of those present. Even the construction of Tianji City was largely funded by the master, correct? Sun Qing's throat bobbed and he nodded with difficulty. The master allocated 80 million spirit stones from his personal treasury for the arrangement of the city's spiritual veins and the protective formation. This account is still pending in the accounts of the Gathering Treasure Hall and has not been settled. So as the financial support of our building, Uncle Sun, when will your Gathering Treasure Hall truly stand on its own? How much longer will the master need to worry? You don't think I possess the same strength as the master, do you? Sun Qing felt as if struck by lightning. He opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. The Gathering Treasure Hall was reputed to manage trade affairs, but upon reflection, which deal had he truly made himself? The restaurant was established by Chun-Yi. The essence of life was sourced by Chun-Yi. The city was funded by Chun-Yi's private treasury, and even the auction house barely held up thanks to Chun-Yi's collection. What had he, Sun Qing, actually done? What had the Gathering Treasure Hall accomplished? Handing over goods to others. Was that it? And he still wanted to take pride in it here. The Gathering Treasure Hall even boasted itself as the top among the 4 halls. Such matters could easily be handled by a dog. Sun Qing's expression turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he deeply bowed. The sect leader's admonishment is correct. I feel ashamed. By the end of the month, the Gathering Treasure Hall should draft a business plan for me, and remember, to exclude the essence of life. Understood. Sun Qing nodded, his head lowered as he slumped down, his stature seeming 3 points shorter than before. Liu turned to Tanya. Uncle Tan. Tanya jolted awake, quickly standing up, cupping her hands. Sect leader. In the past 6 months, our nourishing hall has opened over 3,100 acres of spiritual fields, established over 10 medicine gardens, and the pill and weapon workshops have been expanded several times. Liu looked at her calmly. The staffing has increased 3-fold, costing 12 million spirit stones. But what about the output? Tanya replied. With the support of spiritual veins and the essence of life, even first-tier high-grade materials can yield a harvest once a year. However, training skilled craftsmen takes time. Currently, the Tiangong Institute can only produce low to mid-tier items, and the output is limited with only a slight surplus for the building's own use. Currently, after deducting all expenses, we can profit 70,000 spirit stones per year. Liu forced a smile. 70,000. It would take 17 years just to break even. Not to mention the need to train a large number of craftsmen afterward. This 70,000 might not even be enough to fill that gap. If we factor in those mutated spirit herbs, there is still some profit to be made. Tanya murmured, her face flushed crimson, her voice dwindling to a fragile whisper until even she lost conviction. Mutated spirit herbs. Has mass cultivation been mastered? Can the elixir of eternal youth be refined? Is the divine artisan hall capable of producing it? None of these have been achieved. Yet all still depend on Chun-Yi. Liu shook his head as if he had heard nothing. By months in, submit a production plan for first-tier spirit herbs and a cultivation program for artisan cultivators. I require an executable, sustainable plan, not glossy reports that conceal setbacks with false optimism. Tanya's face burned scarlet. She bowed her head and replied softly, yes, before retreating to her seat, speechless thereafter. Liu's gaze settled upon Zhao Hu's broad frame jolted instinctively. He straightened his spine and rumbled, Master, my brothers of Jinhua Hall know full well our own nature. We don't expect to earn spirit stones, but when it comes to laying down our lives, not one of us would flinch. Liu nodded, his tone softening slightly. Over the past half year, Jinhua Hall has expanded to 500 members. Daily drills, equipment upgrades, and elixir provisions consume no fewer than 100,000 spirit stones each month. These spirit stones are well spent. Hearing this, a spark lit Zhao Hu's eyes. He grinned broadly. Master sees clearly. Every one of my brothers is a peerless warrior. With sufficient elixirs and serviceable artifacts, even a golden core cultivator would find himself bitten and hard. That may be so, Liu countered, shifting tone. But have you reviewed Jinhua Hall's defensive deployment? The watch posts across the 300-li radius of Qingyang Mountain Patrol routes, emergency response protocols. Do they exist in formalized regulations? Zhao Hu blinked, scratching his head. Well, haven't these always been decided among the brothers themselves? Formal regulations? We rough men hardly know how to draft such scholarly documents. Decided among yourselves. Liu's voice deepened. A force of 500, governed by informal consensus. In case of sudden assault, who issues orders? Who organizes counterattacks? Who holds the rear? Zhao Hu opened his mouth, face burning, and after a long silence stammered, I'm there. And if you were not? Liu held his gaze unflinchingly. At the Battle of Sanha Island, had Master not returned in time, could Jinhua Hall have held long enough for full evacuation? The hall fell into abrupt, suffocating silence. Zhao Hu's face paled to ash, his lips trembled, yet no words emerged. The Battle of Sanha Island remained the deepest wound of his life. That night he led 300 brothers in a desperate defense of the wharf, from the hour of Z to the hour of Een, watching comrades fall one by one beside him, while he pressed forward, eyes bloodshot, blade never ceasing its arc. There was no strategy, no contingency. Only raw, unyielding courage holding them upright. Had Chun Yi returned half an hour later. By month's end I expect a complete defensive ordnance. It must cover routine patrols, emergency response, tiered alert protocols, and coordinated combat plans among all detachments. Should any part prove unclear. Li Yu had nearly instructed Zhao Hu to consult the former hall master of the war hall from his original Tiana sect. Yet he paused. Though highly capable, that disciple had joined Wanbao Tower only recently. Could he truly instruct Zhao Hu, the very hall master, on commanding respect? And besides, the disciple was not even present at the mountain. Li Yu swallowed the words and amended gently. Should anything remain unclear, come to me directly. Yes. Zhao Hu thundered his reply, the force of it shaking dust from the rafters. Yet beneath it gleamed quiet, profound gratitude. Li Yu's gaze finally rested upon Lin Bin. Lin Bin stood upright, hands clasped in salute. His expression calm, yet his back taut with quiet tension. Li Yu regarded him in silence for a moment before speaking slowly. Senior Uncle Lin. I am here. As head of Fengxin Hall, you oversee internal and external intelligence. What tangible gains have you secured over the past 6 months? Lin Bin saluted and replied. Master, Fengxin Hall has embedded 337 covert agents across 3 provinces and 18 prefectures. We compile over 1,000 intelligence reports daily, covering movements of various sects, market fluctuations, and activities of independent cultivators. Li Yu nodded, neither praising nor reproaching. Indeed, the volume is impressive. Yet how much of this intelligence has actually been applied? When Jubatang sought to expand its trade routes, did it receive from Fengxin Hall detailed intelligence on local power structures along the way? When Jinhua Hall deployed its defenses, did it receive early warnings on potential threats in the surrounding region? When Yang Wutang planned its spirit fields, did it obtain precise data on regional spirit vein distributions? Li Yu's rapid-fire questions gradually drained color from Lin Bin's face. Intelligence left stagnant in scrolls is nothing but waste paper. Fengxin Hall's duty is not merely collection. It is to set intelligence in motion, ensuring every decision across the tower rests upon solid, actionable insight. Master's admonition is just. Lin Bin bowed, deeply, sweat already beating at his temples. This servant aired gravely, focusing solely on accumulation while neglecting application itself. Li Yu sighed, his tone softening. Senior Uncle Lin, serve as Master's eyes and ears in Qingnan. Your competence is beyond question. But Wanbao Tower has grown vast. Intelligence work can no longer rely on solitary effort as before. He withdrew a jade slip from his sleeve and handed it to Lin Bin. This is a draft I've prepared. The tiered intelligence classification and circulation system. Intelligence shall be graded into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow. Yellow tier reports are compiled periodically and distributed to all halls for reference. Mystery tier and above demand immediate analysis and concise briefing to both master and all hall masters. Earth tier and above require dedicated tracking and comprehensive thematic reports. Lin Bin accepted the jade slip with both hands, his divine sense swept across its surface, and his eyes widened in quiet astonishment. The draft did not merely define grading. It meticulously specified which hall received which intelligence tier, at what frequency, and who bore responsibility for analysis. Its detail bordered on the exhaustive, yet flawlessly coherent, leaving no room for objection. Regarding commercialization of intelligence, Li Yu turned to Sun Qing. Senior Uncle Sun, if Jubatang intends to open new trade routes or invest in emerging industries, it must first purchase analytical reports from Fengxin Hall. This fee shall be accounted for as operational expenditure. Sun Qing's eyes gleamed. He would gladly pay. Lin Bin lifted his head sharply, his gaze alight with revelation. After decades in intelligence work, he had never imagined intelligence itself could become a revenue stream. Master means Fengxin Hall may profit directly from intelligence. Precisely, Li Yu affirmed. Intelligence operations entail colossal investment. A one-way flow is unsustainable. Only by nurturing intelligence through commerce and strengthening commerce through intelligence can we forge a virtuous cycle. This servant understands. Lin Bin bowed low, hands clasped tight. By months, and a comprehensive reform plan for the entire intelligence system shall be submitted. No rush, Li Yu waved gently. This matter touches every hall. Thorough consultation is essential. You have 2 months. Ensure the plan is both thorough and practicable. Yes. Li Yu surveyed the assembly, his voice softening. Today's gathering was not convened to assign blame, nor to dismiss anyone's dedication and sacrifice. He paused, his gaze turning distant and profound. Wanbao Tower stands where it does today, thanks to Master's visionary genius, senior uncle's blood-soaked valor, and the unwavering trust of every single brother within these walls. Yet longevity demands more than courage and loyalty. It requires order. It demands discipline. Every spirit stone must strike true. Every soul must know precisely what he must do and what he is empowered to do. He looked towards Sun Qing. Jubatang's task is not to deliver good news, but to fill the treasury. Toward Tanya, Yang Wutang's task is not expansion for its own sake, but to lay foundations unshakable. Toward Zhao Hu, Jinyue Hall's task is not mere self-sacrifice, but to spare brothers' blood. Toward Lin Bin, Fengxin Hall's task is not hoarding scrolls, but forging intelligence into the tower's sharpest blade. All four hall masters rose as one, saluting solemnly. We humbly accept Master's instruction. Li Yu nodded, and inwardly exhaled, relief washing over him. Master's old guard possessed abundant loyalty, though skill remained wanting. Yet they were eager to learn, fearless in action and receptive to counsel. That was enough. Still, it would have been better had his own former subordinates remained. They would hold the stage, while others executed. Only then could Wanbao Tower's future be truly secure. Alas, Master had reassigned them all half a year ago. No one knew where. Wait, reassigned? Half a year? No trace. That timing. Li Yu's lips twitched. Surely not, Master. You wouldn't play such a hand against your own. He glanced at Zhao Hu and the other three, now radiating newfound confidence, as if they'd just grasped a supreme celestial art. Now this promises to be entertaining. Speculation was one thing, but as sect master of the Wanbao sect, Li Yu would be remiss not to verify matters personally. Once the others had dispersed, he made his way to Chun Yi's cultivation cave. Li Yu came to a halt before the cave entrance, refraining from knocking just yet. His gaze lingered upon the unassuming stone door, his heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. Over these past 6 months, as he assumed control of the Wanbao Tower's affairs, the deeper he delved, the more unfathomable his master appeared. Not merely in cultivation prowess or combat might, but in his uncanny foresight and meticulous strategic orchestration. From Qingnan to Tianyang, from humble taverns to celestial cities, each step landed with uncanny precision. If all this were mere coincidence, Li Yu refused to believe it. Yet if it were deliberate, such intellect was nothing short of terrifying. Master, Li Yu said, bowing deeply, this disciple seeks your guidance. A moment later the stone door slid open soundlessly. A torrent of spiritual energy, dense as liquid mist, surged forth, so potent that every pore on Li Yu's body flared open, and his inner cultivation trembled on the verge of boiling over. He recoiled inwardly. The spiritual energy concentration within this cave exceeded that of the outside world by at least 100-fold. Stepping inside, the sight that greeted him left him quietly awestruck. Dozens of moonlight stones, large and small, were embedded seamlessly into the four walls, bathing the entire space in a soft luminous glow that rendered every detail razor-sharp. The floor was not laid with common blue stone, but with a single flawlessly polished slab of Lingyang warm jade, its gentle warmth rising up through the soles of his feet like whispered comfort. At the chamber's center rested a square pool, 3 chi across, its waters crystal clear, yet shimmering faintly with a milky opalescent radiance. If Li Yu's perception did not deceive him, this was spirit liquid, spiritual energy, so condensed it had coalesced into physical form. Legends claimed a single drop could spare years of arduous cultivation, without side effects. Even the most exalted 4th-tier spirit vein yielded only a few drops per year. Yet here an entire pool had accumulated. Li Yu paused mid-step, his eyes lingering on the pool for a breath. Then with practiced composure, he shifted his gaze away. Deeper within the cave, Chun Yi reclined upon a couch, carved entirely from supreme-grade spirit stones. Beside him rested a glass cup, its contents rippling with spirit liquid. Seeing Li Yu enter, Chun Yi did not rise, merely lifted his eyelids with languid indifference. You're here? Sit. A faint twitch tugged at Li Yu's lips. While Li Yu scrambled tirelessly outside, his master lay ensconced in this celestial sanctuary, drinking spirit liquid as if it were spring water, using supreme spirit stone as bedding. Such a life would make even nascent soul elders green with envy. Master enjoys remarkable ease, Li Yu replied, voice level, neither envious nor resigned. Chun Yi sipped his spirit liquid, then smacked his lips. Ease. I'm merely making room for you, and retreating here for peace. Li Yu fell silent a moment, then spoke plainly. Master, you reassigned my former subordinates and recruited so many new disciples. Does this portend some greater design? Chen Yi's hand stilled. His gaze swept slowly across Li Yu's face. Then he laughed. It took you half a year to catch on. Slower than I'd anticipated. The last trace of Li Yu's anxiety dissolved. So it was true. After the Battle of Sanha, Island Master had already foreseen this very juncture. Foreseen. Chen Yi set down his glass and sat upright. If I truly possessed divine foresight, why would 300 brothers have perished on Sanha Island? His tone was quiet, but it struck Li Yu like ice water down the spine. Rising, Chen Yi walked to the spirit liquid pool, cup still in hand, and stood with his back turned. I simply sensed something was wrong. The Yang family's blood ritual was exposed, yet the four families of Qing and collectively fell silent. That defied everything I knew of them. When reality turns unnatural, a demon lurks, but where I could not yet discern. Turning, Chen Yi fixed his gaze upon Li Yu. So I prepared an escape route, for myself and a seed, for the Wanbao Tower. And perhaps a little gentle discipline along the way. You relocated my former officers, that seed? Li Yu asked. Not entirely, Chen Yi replied, shaking his head. They are merely farmers. The true seed is those children. Li Yu blinked, then comprehension dawned. Those 3,200 children aged 4 or 5, each bearing mixed spirit roots. Chen Yi nodded. Their talent is ordinary, but their malleability is exceptional. Cultivated methodically in 10 years, they will become the sturdiest foundation of our tower. Li Yu frowned slightly. Does Senior Uncle Lin know of this? No, Chen Yi admitted plainly. I sent them upward in batches disguised as mundane merchant caravans, under the care of Elder Wang and his wife. The Fengshin Hall's hidden agents monitor cultivator movements, who would suspect a few ordinary trading caravans. Li Yu remained silent for a long while, then sighed wryly. Master's depth of thought leaves this disciple humbled. Enough flattery. Chen Yi waved dismissively, sinking back onto his couch, voice once again laced with lazy ease. You didn't come all this way just to confirm this, did you? Li Yu composed himself. There is one matter I cannot fathom, and must ask Master's counsel. Speak. Master knows the heavens above these 3 provinces shall soon darken. You know the Zhang and Wang clans bear the taint of demonic cultivation. He glanced briefly at the spirit liquid pool, choosing his words with care, with Master's alchemical mastery, turning base things into gold. Where could you not go? Then why establish our headquarters in Tianyang, a place steeped in peril and intrigue? Chen Yi lifted his glass, swirling the spirit liquid within until fine ripples danced across its surface. If one flees at the first sign of trouble, wouldn't becoming a wandering cultivator be far simpler? Li Yu fell silent. Indeed, if survival alone were the aim, Chen Yi's extraordinary abilities would allow him to vanish into remote mountains for secluded cultivation, or seek refuge beneath the protection of any great sect. Both paths promised far greater ease than his current course. Chen Yi tilted his head back and drained the cup, then crushed the delicate glass in his palm, shattering it to dust. But that would be cowardice. His gaze locked onto Li Yu, fierce and unblinking. The mandate of heaven rests upon me. So why should Chen Yi cower like a fugitive dog instead of rising as the storm that reshapes the heavens? Li Yu turned the phrase mandate of heaven over in his mind, his eyes drifting back to the pool of spirit liquid. An understanding flooded his heart. Master's mandate of heaven was no vague, ethereal notion of fate. It was tangible, irrefutable, the power to transmute the mundane into the miraculous. Drinking spirit liquid like water. Using supreme spirit stone as a mattress. Distributing foundation establishment pills like candy. Such power, transforming dross into divinity, truly merited the title mandate of heaven. Master, may this disciple beg a single revelation upon what, or whom, shall this mandate of heaven ultimately fall? Only then may I act with clarity and purpose. Li Yu bowed, low forehead, nearly touching the warm jade floor. Should I achieve golden core formation, you shall attain yours by merit. Should I cultivate a nascent soul, you shall do likewise. No more, no less. Chen Yi spoke with such calm detachment, as though discussing breakfast tomorrow. Yet a surge of heat shot up Li Yu's spine, blazing straight to his crown. This meant whatever Chen Yi achieved, the disciples of Wanbao Tower would inherit in kind. Take foundation establishment pills, for instance. In any orthodox sect, they were strategic reserves, subject to rigorous scrutiny, rationed fiercely, lest they empower rivals or go to waste. Yet in Wanbao Tower, they had become near commonplace. And when Chen Yi acquired golden core materials, what then? And after nascent soul formation, what followed? What else could this be, if not the mandate of heaven? Li Yu bowed once more, deeply, and when he rose, his eyes burned with unwavering resolve. This disciple understands precisely what must be done. Chen Yi studied his adopted disciple, and suddenly smiled. You possess more composure than I imagined. Another would surely demand why. Master has spoken with such rare candor. Should I press further, I would betray that profound trust. Straightening Liu met his master's gaze steady and clear. Moreover, I am no chosen vessel of fate. To even stand beneath its shadow is a fortune beyond measure. How then could I presume to question its will? Liu is a wise man. He naturally understands how sincere Chun Yi's words are. The so-called destiny is the foundation of Chun Yi's existence, the cornerstone of the Wanbao Tower's rise, and a secret that must never be spoken aloud. His vague understanding of the efficacy of this destiny reflects immense trust. To question further would be overstepping and a sign of ignorance. In the face of such secrets, any overstep leads only to death regardless of one's status or anything else. What I appreciate most is your understanding. Chun Yi laughed heartily. With his hands behind his back, he stood before the cave dwelling, gazing at the Izhou plain. So you should understand what I wish to gain by entering this situation, right? Old ancestor, how can we allow others to sleep under the same roof? If Chun Yi acts so publicly, the eyes of the entire Yu kingdom will be directed towards Izhou. At that time, our clan's actions in Izhou will surely be exposed. Why not eliminate him while he is still gathering strength? In Guangling County, within the cave dwelling of the Zhang family's old ancestor on Tianlong Mountain, Zhang Guangling knelt on a cushion, his face flushed, and his tone filled with unwillingness. The flickering blue lamp illuminated a thin figure that remained motionless, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. Are you instructing me on how to do things? Guangling does not dare. Zhang Guangling quickly bowed his forehead touching the ground. It's just, I truly cannot understand. The cave fell into a brief silence. The blue lamp swayed, stretching and shortening the shadow of that thin figure. After a long while, the Zhang family's old ancestor slowly spoke. There are many things you cannot comprehend. Just focus on doing your job. I don't have a habit of answering questions. I am terrified. Zhang Guangling lowered himself, further, his back drenched in cold sweat. You may leave. The Zhang family's old ancestor cast a sidelong glance at him. Yes. Zhang Guangling felt as if he had received a great pardon, retreating on his knees to the cave entrance, before finally standing up and bowing as he exited. The stone door of the cave slowly closed, and the blue lamp swayed again. Only then did the thin figure slightly move, standing up from the cushion and walking to the cave wall. On the wall hung a map depicting the 3 states and 18 counties of the Yu Kingdom, with densely marked power distributions in Cinnabar. The old ancestor's gaze fell upon the location of Izhou's Tianyang County, where a red circle was drawn with 3 words written beside it, Wanbao Tower. What a clever move. He murmured to himself, his withered fingers brushing over the area on the map, lingering for a moment on the 3 characters Wanbao Tower, before slowly moving away, tracing along the border of Izhou, all the way south, ultimately landing on the location of Qingyun Mountain. Daoshuan, now it's your turn to worry. At Qingyun sect in the Tongtian Hall, the sect master Qingye stood nervously beside the hall, like a subordinate, not daring to make a sound. In the center of the hall, a white-haired elder sat in the main seat, surrounded by a faint glow of spiritual light. It was the current Taishang elder of Qingyun sect, Daoxian Jinjuan. He held a jade slip in his hand, his expression serious as water. Planning Izhou. Who gave you the authority to make such decisions? In the hall, the sound of a needle dropping could be heard, and beads of cold sweat appeared on Qingye's forehead, as he spoke tightly, reporting to Taishang, I also see Izhou as a burden for our sect for a long time. Rather than allowing it to continue struggling, it would be better to select a capable person to manage it, possibly bringing some fresh blood to our sect. Oof. Daoxian coldly snorted. As the sect master, you really hold great power. Why did you not discuss such a major matter with the elders of the sect? Why did you not report it to me? Qingye felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Those elders who manage finances only care about making money, and the martial faction elders only think about cultivation, while you have been in seclusion for decades. He had finally found a way that could both enrich the sect's treasury and not disturb various interests, yet now he was being punished for overstepping his authority. No wonder the 2 factions have never fought for this position. Previously, it was assumed that they could not stand to see the other rise, but now it seems they are both clear about it. This position of sect master, once seated, is like a mouse in a bellows, suffering from both sides. While thinking this, Qingye did not dare to utter a single word of rebuttal, only bending his waist. Even lower. You are correct, Taishang. I did not think it through. Daoxian Jinjuan threw the jade slip onto the table, producing a crisp sound. What a lack of foresight. Do you know how much trouble this has brought to our Qingyun? Qingye trembled, immediately kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Taishang, please do not be angry. I truly did not know. I truly did not know. I will order that Wanbao Tower be completely eradicated. Fool. Daoxian Jinjuan shouted sharply, his sleeves waving, an invisible force knocking Qingye to the ground. Isn't it enough to attract trouble? What I want is for Ijo to go unnoticed. If you keep changing your orders like this, aren't you clearly telling others that something is amiss in Ijo? Then, what do you think we should do, Taishang? Qingye's voice trembled, no longer daring to speak recklessly. Daoxian Jinjuan resumed his seat, closing his eyes, and pondering for a long while before slowly speaking. Considering the lack of resources in Ijo and the difficulty in maintaining taxes, I permit each county in Ijo to contribute 1,000 mine slaves annually to fulfill the tax obligations. Qingye was greatly alarmed. Ijo has 7 counties, which means 7,000 people each year. Our Qingyun sect occupies 3 states with countless powers beneath it. Various trivial matters are managed by others. There is no need for so many mine slaves. What is this for? Under the oppressive power of Daoxian Jinjuan, although Qingye's heart was raging, he did not dare to show any sign of it. Taishang is wise. Qingye lay on the ground, his voice submissive and devoid of any unusual tone. It's just, I do not know where these mine slaves will be sent. Qingnan. Daoxian casually uttered 2 words. Qingye's heart trembled again. Oh, Qingnan is a place for hunting demons. While it cannot be said to lack mineral resources, it is definitely not as rich as Yunzhou. Moreover, that is just a mere county. How could so many people be needed? Daoxian continued, this matter must be personally overseen by you and no further issues must arise. Especially it must not attract the attention of the other 2 sects, otherwise. Disciple understands. Qingye buried his head deeply, no longer daring to ask a single question. You may leave. Qingye felt as if he had received a great pardon, crawling out of the Tongtian hall. Only when the hall door slowly closed behind him did he realize his back was already drenched in cold sweat. He straightened up, standing for a moment with an uncertain expression before finally letting out a light sigh and turning to leave. Inside the hall, Daoxian Jinjuan remained seated, his murky old eyes gazing at the glazed lamp hanging from the ceiling, murmuring, heaven does not take what is offered, it must bear the consequences. The crows in this world are all the same color of black. I am merely changing my method of consumption. Oh, what wrong is there in that? Gazing at the Qingyun order presented by Li Yu-chun, he let out a low chuckle and casually tossed the jade slip onto the table. He turned to Li Yu. What do you think? Compared to Chun-Yi, a shadow had already crossed Li Ye's face. Although I had my suspicions, I never expected Qingyun to personally intervene. A prominent righteous sect engaging in such vile deeds is truly chilling. Chun-Yi snorted. Do you think the title of righteous sect is a golden signboard that can ward off evil spirits? It's merely a fig leaf. As long as the interests are in place, it can be torn down and trampled into the mud in an instant. Leaning back against the exquisite spirit stone couch, he spoke in a languid tone. What surprises me is that they still wish to protect this ragged cloth. His gaze shifted towards the south. The stakes are quite high. Upon hearing this, Li Ye's brows furrowed slightly, and then, as if realizing something, his complexion changed dramatically, looking at Chun-Yi in disbelief. Chun-Yi raised his index finger to his lips, silencing Li Ye's unspoken words. Show. Li Ye's lips moved a few times before he ultimately swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Regaining his composure, Chun-Yi asked Li Yu, what do you think we should do about our sect? Li Yu paused for a moment. May I ask, Master, do you expect our sect to devour flesh or grains? Chun-Yi understood the implication. What if what I desire is a Wanbao building that enjoys the clouds and drinks the dew? Li Ye's eyes lit up. Chun-Yi laughed heartily, tossing several storage bags over. If you wish to do so, then go ahead and let me know if you need more. I may not have much, but I have plenty of assets. Li Yu took the storage bags, probing his divine sense inside, and even though he was prepared, his eyelids still twitched. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly stored the bags away and bowed deeply. I assure you I will not disappoint you, Master. Chun-Yi waved his hand, reclined back onto the couch, and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing this, Li Yu tactfully took his leave. Once the stone door closed and the cave returned to silence, Chun-Yi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the stone walls, as if he could see the vast mountains in the south and the towering gates hidden deep within the sea of clouds. Qingyun. Just so. The master of Yangshin Lake was a latest-stage foundation establishment cultivator named Meng Yuan. He had a slender face, sharp triangular eyes, and a cunning demeanor that instantly marked him as a shrewd character. At this moment, he was seated in the VIP room of Wanbao building with spirals of spiritual mist curling from the teacup beside him, yet he had not taken a single sip, his gaze fixated on the faint glow within the box. The ethereal light seemed neither silk nor mist, still restless under the suppression of the spiritual seal, drifting gently. Each shift tugged at Meng Yuan's heart. He instinctively held his breath, cautiously extending his divine sense. feeling its softness and the smooth operation of spiritual power, the threads intertwining to form a formation exactly the unique manifestation of thousand mechanisms entwined of Yuning's silk. It could not be false. Standing quietly beside him, Liu smiled silently as he slowly closed the jade box, the spiritual seal illuminating again, locking that precious glow back into darkness. Is Master Meng satisfied? You truly trust people, Master. Meng Yuan suppressed his excitement, humbly saying, but I still have an unreasonable request. Li Ye's eyebrows twitched slightly, yet he did not respond, merely watching him with a smile. Meng Yuan took a deep breath and pushed the jade box back, saying, I would like to request that Master Chen personally intervene to refine a sect-protecting artifact for our Yangxin Lake using this Yuning silk as the foundation. The moment these words left his mouth, a pin drop could be heard in the VIP room. Master Meng has quite the calculation. Liu replied lightly, an artifact based on Yuning silk is at least a 6th grade low one. Master Meng, do you intend to handle the 30 million spirit stones altogether? Meng Yuan sighed softly. I have no choice. This item is worth over 30 million spirit stones and can only be preserved for 7 days. Our Yangxin Lake has exhausted its finances to purchase this item. If it fails due to inadequate skill, wouldn't that be a waste? Since Master Chen can refine this item, his crafting skills are unparalleled, it would be hard to find anyone better in the entire Yu Kingdom. If we could ask him to intervene again, our Yangxin Lake would be willing to offer an additional 500,000 spirit stones as a reward, and we hope Master Li can grant this. Meng Yuan said, bowing deeply with an extremely humble posture. Liu sighed leisurely. It's not that I don't want to help you, Master Meng, but my master values his reputation. The last time those Zhang and Wang families next door refused to invite my master, it greatly embarrassed him. Out of spite, it even reduced the success rate of refining this Yuning silk by a few points. This Yuning silk is extraordinarily precious if something were to go wrong. Liu paused intentionally here, taking a sip from his teacup, his peripheral glance darting towards Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan's mouth twitched. He had naturally caught the underlying meaning in those words. This was clearly an attempt to stir up trouble for the two families. Truly, such a petty mind. On one side is a 6th grade treasure, on the other is trouble for the Zhang and Wang families. Meng Yuan began to reevaluate. I wonder, Master Chen, how can we resolve this lingering resentment in your heart? Meng Yuan cautiously asked, his eyes flickering. Though my strength is lacking, if it's just to teach those two families a lesson, I can assist you in alleviating your worries. Liu set down his teacup and said slowly, what Master Meng said is quite true. My master is not a narrow-minded person. However, I've heard that 300 miles north of Kangwu Crossing there's a place called Broken Dragon Gorge with treacherous terrain and rogue cultivators frequenting the area, specifically robbing passing merchant ships. It has been quite unstable lately. Rogue cultivators. How come I as the sect master have not heard of this? This was a hint for him to take action there. If he were to directly confront them, he would have to weigh his options. After all, even if Yizhou was impoverished, the Zhang and Wang families had golden core cultivators, just like his Yangxin Lake. But if it was merely about cutting off a few trade routes or robbing a few merchant ships, he not only had the courage, but also the audacity. Meng Yuan's thoughts raced, yet his face showed a look of realization. What Master Li said is very true. That Broken Dragon Gorge has treacherous terrain that indeed needs to be dealt with properly. I temporarily forgot about this matter. I will return to arrange it immediately, ensuring those rogues have no place to hide. He glanced at the wooden box. This item can be temporarily stored in your building. I will come back to retrieve it later. That can be arranged. Liu smiled and stood up, personally escorting Meng Yuan out of the building. After watching the beam of light vanish into the horizon, Li Ye's smile gradually faded as he turned back to the inner hall. He found Chun. He had already stood behind him. At some point his eyes filled with displeasure. I previously mentioned that any matter that can be resolved with money is not a concern for me. But I never said you could use my reputation as leverage. Chun-Yi snorted coldly, casting a sidelong glance at him. When Meng Yuan returns, he will surely label me as petty and vengeful. If this spreads, where will my old face go? Liu paused, the hint of restrained laughter on his face instantly freezing. Master is joking. You are about to feast on clouds and drink dew. Why bother with such empty titles? No, I care very much. Chun-Yi's expression was emotionless as he stared at Liu, his gaze sending chills down the latter's spine. The die is cast. Liu quickly retreated, and a small boat flew out from his sleeve, expanding in the wind, transforming into a flat vessel as he attempted to escape. Come die for me. Chun-Yi slapped out a palm, and spiritual energy materialized into a massive hand that reached out to grasp the small boat. Liu dared not confront it. Hidden, The spiritual boat suddenly tipped over, narrowly slipping out between the fingers of that giant hand, crashing into a coral jade tree at the entrance of the cave dwelling, scattering debris everywhere. Master, that coral was bought at a high price from the East Sea. Tomorrow we will exchange for a bigger one. Chun-Yi snorted coldly, transforming his grasp into a sweep, slapping the tail of the spiritual boat. Liu, along with the boat, was sent flying, crashing headfirst into the spiritual spring pool outside the cave, splashing water up to 3 zhang high. In the pool, several rare spiritual fish panicked and darted in all directions. One of them, whether stunned or out of fright, crashed into the pool wall, flipping over with its belly exposed. Liu surfaced from the water, his hairpin askew, wet strands sticking to his face, still clutching the unfortunate spiritual fish with a complex expression. Master, the fish is dead. You crashed it to death. You sent me flying. If you hadn't run, could I have slapped you? Chun-Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the edge of the pool, looking down at his disciple's disheveled appearance, the corners of his mouth curling slightly, before he quickly suppressed it, maintaining a stern expression. Come up. Liu obediently crawled out of the pool, drenched, his spiritual robe clinging to him, the hairpin completely askew, resembling a waterlogged crane. He looked down at the spiritual fish in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and tentatively offered, Master, how about we stew it for dinner? Chun-Yi looked at the fish, the corner of his mouth twitching. The system can synthesize everything except lip. These few spiritual fish were meant to be enjoyed together when Lao Wang and the others returned, but it seems they won't have that fortune now. Let's do it. Chun-Yi turned his head away, his tone indifferent. Liu responded, carrying the fish towards the kitchen, then turned back after a couple of steps. Master, about the Yuding silk matter. Get lost. Liu vanished in an instant, a gust of wind carrying him away. Half an hour later, Chun-Yi sat at a stone table outside the cave, a pot of milky white fish soup before him, with a few green sprigs of spiritual onion floating on the surface, the aroma wafting delicately. He lifted a spoonful and paused. How does it taste? Liu, sitting opposite, asked cautiously. Mediocre. Chun-Yi remained expressionless as he scooped another spoonful. Liu, understanding the hint, lowered his head to drink his own soup. The master and disciple sat quietly on the platform halfway up the mountain beneath the sky, full of stars, with the lights of Wanbao Tower stretching out below and the mountain breeze carrying the sound of pine trees. Halfway through the meal, Chun-Yi suddenly spoke. Can such means truly harm both families? Liu set down his spoon, pondering seriously. No. Then you still let him handle it. While it cannot cripple both families, it can validate a doubt lingering in the disciple's heart. Liu spoke earnestly. Oh. Chun-Yi set down his spoon, looking at Liu with great interest. Liu carefully considered his words, slowly stating, the disciple wishes to see whether the previous Qingyun decree protects these two families or merely covers up Qinjian's methods of population collection. So Meng Yuan is merely a stone you cast out. Master, you see clearly. Liu lowered his head. If Qingyun cares about the Zhang and Wang families, then as soon as Meng Yuan acts, there will be Qingyun envoys at the door. But if they only care about the population collection pretext, then it means Qingyun is unaware of the demonic roots of the Zhang and Wang families. Or they know but do not care. Li's gaze grew serious. Either way, it's an opportunity for me and Wanbao Tower. Chun-Yi nodded. Will you need me to do anything then? Liu suddenly asked after a moment's thought. Does Master have a favored woman at present? Chun-Yi raised an eyebrow, the spoon in his hand nearly slipping from his grasp. Why do you ask this? Li's expression was serious, not joking. Because you might have to make a small sacrifice at that time. Chun-Yi's thoughts raced, and he instantly understood Li's plan. Remembering that figure, he couldn't help but shiver. I have plenty of money. Is there truly no other way? Matters that can be settled with money, the disciple naturally wouldn't dare trouble the master. Liu sighed, finishing the remaining soup in his bowl. But no matter how much wealth, it ultimately pales in comparison to status. And this concerns my next plan. Having sorted out Li's thoughts, Chun-Yi naturally understood the next steps, and sighed inwardly. It's fine, it's just a performance, bear with it, and it will pass. Upon seeing the Qingyun decree, Zhang Guangling clapped his hands and laughed. Is this the scheme of the ancestors? Truly wonderful. He immediately summoned his trusted aide, instructing, send the word down, the procurement in Izhou's districts can speed up. No need to conceal it like before. We are now working for Qingyun sect, and it's perfectly justified. The aide hesitated. Master, what about Wanbao Tower? Wanbao Tower. What does that have to do with us? Zhang Guangling waved his hand, his smile growing wider. We just need to do well on the tasks assigned by the ancestors. The aide complied and withdrew. Zhang Guangling stood at the window, gazing at the rolling sea of clouds in the distance, feeling a weight lifted from his chest. Previously, he had been wary of Wanbao Tower, fearing that this rising force would draw attention to Izhou and expose the Zhang and Wang family's clandestine dealings. Now with Qing Yun's sect's decree stamping the act of abducting people to be used as mind slaves with the official seal, they not only no longer needed to hide, but could instead act with great fanfare. What is this called? This is called acting under official orders. The more Zhang Guangling thought about it, the more pleased he felt. Go send a message to the Wang family, he instructed without turning his head. Just say the east wind has arrived, set sail. Zhang Guangling's brief pleasure did not last long. 3 days later, an urgent jade message shattered the quiet of his cave. He probed it with his spiritual sense. With a single glance, the faint smug smile at his lips froze. What did you say? His voice shot up. The cargo ships at Duanlong Gorge were attacked. Who did it? The transmitting disciple knelt, voice trembling. Report to the hall master. People from Yangxin Lake. Meng Yuan personally led the operation under the banner of clearing out bandits. Overnight, they intercepted 7 of our cargo boats. 3 of them were loaded with blood crystals. What? Zhao Hu sprang to his feet, his bronze-belled eyes fixed on Zhou Dainiu, his teeth chattering. Zhou Dainiu hunched his neck, his voice growing smaller. Today, following the defense regulations you issued, we began checking the people on the mountain, and in the rear hills we found about a dozen unregistered children. How did they get in? Zhao Hu's gaze was almost predatory. The brothers checked, they slipped in with the flying vessel that was carrying spirit materials. The rules only require spot checks, so the guards only inspected the cargo tokens and did not verify each person. Zhou Dainiu's voice sank lower, his head wishing to disappear into his chest. Zhao Hu's chest heaved violently. He slapped the table so hard the centuries-old ironwood split along a seam. Spot checks. You merely checked a cargo token, and that was the end of it. Zhao Hu's words were forced out from the depths of his. If I had not heeded the sect master's orders and told you to inspect the mountain, if what had slipped in were not a dozen children, but a dozen thieves. He did not finish the sentence, yet everyone in the hall felt the cold implication behind the unspoken words. Zhou Dainiu fell to his knees with a thud, forehead striking the ground. Hallmaster, it was my dereliction of duty. Oh, I willingly accept punishment. Punish you. I'd like to flay your skin off right now. Zhao Hu kicked over a chair and paced like a beast trapped in a cage. A 300-ly perimeter, 12 sentry posts. Are you fools doing your duties like this? Hallmaster, please temper your anger. A middle-aged cultivator stepped forward, Yang Shida, deputy of Zhenhua Hall. His face was stern but measured. The immediate priority is to determine the children's origins and whether any others slipped through. Zhao Hu drew a deep breath, tamped down his rising fury, and pointed at Zhou Dainiu. You, lead the way. I will go inspect personally. In a secluded stone hut on the rear mountain, about a dozen children sat together. The eldest was only 12 or 13, the youngest barely 10. Zhao Hu's eyes swept over them. The child did not shrink back. Instead, he met the gaze, heat, and a touch of insolent pride and provocation in his expression. Just these, eh? Zhao Hu turned to ask. Zhou Dainiu nodded. Just these, no more. Zhao Hu watched the boy a moment, then suddenly crouched to meet his eye level. What is your name? Fang Yuan. The boy lifted his chin in arrogance beyond his years. Zhao Hu answered with a question. Do you know where this is? Wanbao Lao's main headquarters, Qingyang Mountain. Fang Yuan grinned, showing a missing tooth. He patted the pouch at his waist, drew out a scroll, and thrust it forward. Stamp it quickly, I still need to go. Zhao Hu did not take it. His bronze-belled eyes narrowed as he sized up the rude boy. Stamp. Register. Do you think this is an inn or tea house where you can come and go as you please? Fang Yuan was unfazed and pushed the scroll closer. Look for yourself. Zhao Hu snatched it, unfurled it, and scanned it, his pupils suddenly constricted. Graduation task: infiltrate the main headquarters. Condition for completion: arrive at the designated position on the rear slope of Qingyang Mountain without triggering any alarm or being intercepted by any sentry posts, and remain there for over 2 hours. Mission reward: formal disciple status of Wanbao Lu and the privilege to choose one's hall branch. Signed, Huanlong Hall. Staring at the cinnabar seal at the signature, Zhao Hu swallowed hard. Because that was the very Wanbao Guyuan seal personally used by Chun Yi. Zhao Hu took a long breath, folded the scroll, and slipped it into his bosom. He rose and looked down at the half-grown boy. You and your people, stay here. Do not leave. Hey, Fang Yuan grew anxious. I've completed my task, why won't you let me go? Zhao Hu paid him no heed and strode out, leaving Yang Shirtu and a few cultivators posted at the doorway. He moved so fast he seemed to half-run along the mountain path. His boots struck the bluestone with urgent clatter. The passing patrol disciples saw his manner from afar and made way in silence, not daring to breathe. Zhao Hu charged straight into the council hall. The chamber was bright with lamps. Liu Linbin and Tanya were in the midst of discussion. They all looked up as he burst in. Hall Master, Zhao Hu stopped chest heaving and slapped the scroll on the table. Look at this. Li Yu picked it up and unfurled it. His expression barely changed, only a faint lift of the brow. Huanlong Hall. The master chose an apt name. Zhao Hu blinked. You knew? Only learned today, Li Yu said, shaking his head. He lifted his gaze from the roll to Zhao Hu. But I have some conjectures. Conjectures? You. Zhao Hu's voice rose before he noticed. Li Yu looked at him calmly. What, Uncle Zhao, are you reproaching me for not warning you? Or do you think whatever the master does must first be reported to us? Zhao Hu froze. His anger was doused, as if by a bucket of cold water, most of its heat instantly gone. He opened his mouth, face paling and flushing by turns, and at last muttered, I would not dare. It is I, Zhao Hu, who have failed the Tower Lord's trust. I will go to his door to prostrate myself and beg him to strip me of this hall master post. He turned to leave. Who's he? Lin Bin sprang up in alarm and grabbed Zhao Hu's arm. Calm yourself. Zhao Hu struggled, but did not break free. Eyes reddened. Brother Bin, do not stop me. 300 defenses, 12 centuries, and they couldn't stop a dozen children. How can I still sit in this position? Let him go. Li Ye's voice sounded again. Hall master. Lin Bin pleaded desperately. Tanya also rose and clasped her hands. Brother Hu erred, but his intentions are true. Please, master, show mercy. His intentions are true. Li Yu interrupted. Master Tan, do you suppose only Jinyue Hall was your Yingwu Hall oversees production and the treasury ledgers? Though the master founded this branch without your knowledge, all of Huanlong Hall's expenditures flowed through the public accounts. Did you notice? Tanya went rigid, her face flushed crimson, and her lips moved without sound. And Li Ye's gaze shifted. Your Fengxin Hall controls internal and external intelligence laws and punishments. Huanlong Hall has recruited over 3,000 prospective cultivators. Can you plead manpower shortage and inability to mind mundane affairs? But what of the tower itself? Li Yu continued. Jinyue Hall's mountain patrols were lax, Yingwu Hall's accounts opaque, Jubao Hall lacked vigilance. Have you ever once cast your eye upon these matters, ever once imposed punishment? The master entrusted you with great power. Are these how you repay him? Lin Bin's face went ashen. He cupped his hands and bowed, voice hollow. Your reprimand is deserved. It is I who failed to perceive. The words failed to perceive felt far too light. For things to have reached the point where Chun Yi himself had to act and chastise, Lin Bin knew the gravest blame rested with him. He had been Chun Yi's eyes and his lash. What a tremendous trust. And he had bungled it, blind to external threats and unable to maintain internal discipline. I lin am as useless as mud that cannot be lifted, Lin Bin admitted, shoulders sagging. I will go with Huzi to the Lord to beg forgiveness and relinquish my hall mastership. Tanya likewise bowed her head, voice heavy with bitterness. I have no face to occupy the hall master's seat any longer. Seeing the three of them in such a state, Li Yu waved irritably. Go, go. Don't clog my sight with such— What a waste of the master's painstaking care, someone murmured. The three paused and turned back in unison. Note this scene intentionally left concise to maintain narrative flow. Note this scene intentionally left concise to maintain narrative flow. Note this scene intentionally left concise to maintain narrative flow. Go. All of you go find the master and throw down the challenge. Li Ye's voice echoed in the conference hall, filled with frustration and indignation. In these years, the master has taken care of every detail of the affairs in the building. In external battles, he personally leads the charge. In internal management, he issues directives one by one. And what about you? What have you been doing? Can't even guard Chengdu properly. Zhao Hu and the others stood frozen in place, their expressions utterly captivating. Shame, grievance, unwillingness, and some confusion filled their faces like three schoolboys being scolded by their teacher for making mistakes. Li Yu took a deep breath, his tone softening slightly to say something unpleasant. The Wanbao building is what it is today solely because of the master. In terms of talent, you are all worthless. In terms of abilities, not even hundreds or thousands of you can manage. Anyone else in your situation would achieve the same success. Having used your positions for so long, your rusty minds should think it over. If the master wanted to dismiss you, would he go around in circles? Since you know the master does not wish to dismiss you, what do you intend by resigning? Are you trying to frustrate the master? Or stage a coup? Li Ye's words were heavy, and Zhao Hu's face turned pale immediately. They all knelt in the direction of the back mountain. Master, please see clearly, we absolutely mean no such thing. Lin Bin pressed his forehead to the ground. I would never dare to show any disrespect. Zhao Hu became so anxious that veins popped on his forehead. I, Zhao Hu, am just a rough man. My life is given by the master. If I ever entertain any disloyalty, may I be struck by thunder. A sigh echoed softly. Chun Yi's figure appeared at the door, his plain, white robe fluttering slightly in the night breeze. His gaze fell on Li Yu with a hint of displeasure in his tone. You speak too harshly. With a major upheaval looming in 300 years, if our Wanbao building cannot seize this opportunity, we will only become pawns on the chessboard. Master, you are simply too soft-hearted. Too soft-hearted. Chun Yi's gaze slightly lowered, resting on the three kneeling figures, his tone indifferent. Then what do you think I should do? Should I dismiss them and replace them with a new batch? This would naturally be the best solution, as Wanbao building was developing too rapidly and Lin Bin and the others' talents were insufficient to keep pace with the ship's speed. However, it is not the right choice. Chun Yi held the destiny, and the core requirement for Wanbao building was loyalty, not talent. Although Lin Bin and the others were lacking in ability, they were the veterans nurtured by Chun Yi, loyal and steadfast. Replacing them with new recruits may bring in stronger talents, but can they withstand the test of loyalty? Li Yu naturally understood this principle, but he was just a bit frustrated with their lack of progress. He sighed lightly. What the master says is true. I am too impatient. He turned to face the three, his tone softening. What I just said was inappropriate. Please do not take it to heart. Lin Bin and the others remained kneeling on the ground, their foreheads pressed against the cold stone slab. Chun Yi shook his head, stepped forward, and lifted Lin Bin and Zhao Hu by their arms, then nodded slightly at Tanya. Get up, the ground is cold. Master. Tanya's eyes were red, her voice choked with emotion. Look at how old you are, still crying. Chun Yi laughed lightly, pulling a handkerchief from his sleeve and tossing it over. Wipe your tears. Don't let people see you like this. Tanya caught the handkerchief, bowed her head to wipe her tears, her shoulders still trembling slightly. Chun Yi stood with his hands behind his back in the hall, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the three, finally resting on Zhao Hu. Huzi, I know that ever since the battle at Sana Island, when 300 brothers perished at the hands of the Yang family, you've been holding back a surge of anger in the town mountain hall. You may not pay much attention to mundane matters, but you have never slackened in training within the hall, even to the point of being somewhat excessive. I have always kept an eye on this. Zhao Hu's nose tinged with emotion. This tower-like man had reddened eyes, and he said in a deep voice, Master. Chun Yi waved his hand, interrupting his choked words. I understand your feelings, but mere training without sustenance will lead the soldiers to collapse sooner or later. Revise the training regulations with a rest every 7 days. Those who need to rest should rest, and those who need to supplement should supplement. Understood. Zhao Hu replied in a low voice, his tone carrying a hint of grievance and a touch of shame. He then looked at Lin Bin. Binzi, you are the first person I accepted, so my expectations for you are the highest. Everyone thinks that the first choice for the position of master was Sun Qing, but you should know that my first choice was actually you. Lin Bin remained silent. Although Wanbao building was established as a commercial entity within the four halls, it seemed that the Jubatang, which managed commerce, held the most power. However, the Xingtong, which dealt with laws, rules, and internal and external intelligence, was actually the core of Chun Yi's power. This trust was given to him from the very beginning. But you were afraid. Chun Yi's voice was calm, but it pierced Lin Bin's heart like a needle. You pushed the burden that should have been yours away. The laws and regulations were virtually non-existent, and intelligence was focused only on external matters. Do you think I can't see through this? Lin Bin's lips trembled, wanting to say something, but he couldn't utter a single word. Chun Yi continued, what are you afraid of? Afraid of offending others? Afraid that your heart isn't hard enough? Neither. What you're truly afraid of is the heavy burden of power, because Tanya is your partner. Between the four halls of the building, you two together control half the territory. You fear what others might say, fear my suspicion, fear Li Yes thoughts. So you withdrew your hands one by one, pulling out the fangs that the Xingtong should have had. Chun Yi's words were like a dull knife, slowly slicing through the festering wound Lin Bin had concealed for many years. Lin Bin trembled all over, his face turning ashen. Master. What about you? Chun Yi's tone was flat, but his gaze bore down like a tangible weight. Do you think this is loyalty? Is it concession? Is it knowing when to advance and when to retreat? This is foolishness. I, Chun Yi, have always been suspicious of those I don't trust, and I trust those I employ. I would directly hand over the master position to someone like Li Yu, who is a latecomer, let alone you two. Lin Bin's shoulders shook violently, his knees buckled, and he was about to kneel again, but Chun Yi grabbed his arm. I told you our Wanbao building does not practice kneeling. There's no need to think about this or that every day. From now on, set the rules in the building. That's more important than anything else. Yes, master. Lin Bin swallowed hard, his eyes turning red, but he managed not to let any tears fall. Chun Yi released his grip, turned, and sat down in his chair, his gaze finally landing on Tanya. Tan girl, you are not inferior to Lin Bin and the others. Among the four hall masters, you have the shortest tenure, making it the hardest to win people's hearts. Therefore, you have always wanted to silence critics with real achievements. Thus you have focused all your energy on the self-production of life essence and mass production of exotic spiritual medicines. Either of these accomplishments would be enough for you to establish a foothold in the building. But have you considered that managing the production treasury and accounts in our hall is the foundation of the building? By concentrating all your efforts on advancing, you have left the defending aspect vulnerable. Tanya trembled slightly, her lips moved a few times, but ultimately, she did not argue. Everyone has limits on their energy and talent. When the Wanbao Valley camp was first established, I told you all to learn to use people. But look at you. You want to do everything yourself, almost memorizing the growth cycle of every spiritual herb. Chun Yi's tone softened. Tangirl, you are a smart person. How did you get confused in this matter? Tanya lowered her head, her voice strained. I was afraid of letting down the master's trust. Trust? Chun Yi snorted lightly. If you really wear yourself out, that would be letting down the trust. Go back and sort out the matters of the Yangwu Hall, distribute the powers that should be distributed, and promote those who should be promoted. The specific tasks can be handled by your subordinates. You just need to manage the accounts. All the merits will be counted under your name, Tanya, so don't hold everything tightly in your own hands. All right, stop standing around. Chun Yi leaned back in his chair, his tone loosening a bit, as if the storm had passed and the clouds had cleared. Don't overthink the matters of the Huanlong Hall. I established this hall not to slap anyone's face, but to test the waters. He paused, his gaze drifting past the three and into the heavy night outside, his voice lowering. The building has grown. We need to know if the bones are strong enough. These 3,000 children are the seeds I left for Wanbao building. Master. Zhao Hu and the others changed color in unison, their voices filled with panic. Chun Yi waved his hand and scoffed. Do you think I'm joking about the major upheaval looming in 300 years? Liu, you explain it to them. Liu nodded, walked to the huge map in the hall, and began to adjust several markers. The map shimmered, and the scattered points of light began to connect, gradually outlining a breathtaking picture. This is... Lin Bin's pupils constricted as he stepped closer. What is this? The Foundation Establishment cultivator of Yangshin Lake turned the crystal stone in his hand, feeling a warm dark red light moving within, giving off a faint scent of blood and sweetness. It elicited a sense of distaste. The Yangshin Lake made its fortune through weapon crafting in Qingzhou. Although the resources of demon beasts were not as abundant as in Qingnan, they had quite a few mines. But this peculiar crystal was unheard of. Beast food imported from the Spirit Beast Mountain. The Zhang family's steward smiled, his face wrinkled. Exclusively for raising demon beasts, not worth much at all. Not worth much. Are you trying to smuggle it? Do you take me for a fool? The Foundation Establishment cultivator sneered, gesturing behind him. Bring them all back. The steward's face changed at once, and he took 2 steps forward, discreetly sliding a jade box from his sleeve and stuffing it into the Foundation Establishment cultivator's hand. Senior, please calm down, calm down. He lowered his voice, smiling apologetically. We, the Zhang family of Yizhou, are merely transporting some beast food. It truly isn't worth the senior's effort to make a fuss over it. A small token of respect, nothing more. The Foundation Establishment cultivator's eyelids drooped slightly as he subtly opened one corner of the jade box with his fingertip. A waft of medicinal fragrance rushed out, revealing a glossy pill the size of a dove's egg with pill patterns swirling like rippling water. It was indeed the jade marrow pill, capable of enhancing the cultivation of Foundation Establishment cultivators. How could a latest-stage qi refining steward casually produce such an item? Wasn't it said that Yizhou was desolate, and its golden core powers were struggling? The Foundation Establishment cultivator glanced back and forth between the jade box, and the steward's face pocketed the jade box, yet his tone remained bland. I didn't expect my fortune to be so prosperous. I could find a Foundation Establishment treasure pill, even while hunting down bandits. Upon hearing this, the steward felt a wave of relief. The essence blood would be hard to preserve after leaving the body. Only this blood crystal could hold it for a short time. But it was only temporary. If delayed for too long, the essence blood stored inside would lose its vitality, rendering the year's hard work in vain. Now that the Yangshin Lake Foundation Establishment cultivator had taken a bribe, it seemed he might show some leniency. The steward immediately smiled and said, Senior, may you be blessed abundantly, and may your fortune thrive. Oh, what do you think of this? Oh dear, caught up in my joy, I almost forgot the main matter. The Foundation Establishment cultivator suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted to the Yangshin Lake disciples behind him, What are you all dawdling for? Take it all away. As soon as he finished speaking, the cultivators of Yangshin Lake rushed forward swiftly, starting to unload the cargo from the ship. The steward's face turned pale instantly. He rushed forward a few steps, but was blocked by an invisible barrier of spiritual power. Senior. His voice trembled. You. What about me? The Foundation establishment cultivator turned his head looking confused. That was just a few drops I picked up. What? You smugglers still dare to defy the law? The steward's lips quivered and veins bulged on his forehead. This local cultivator was too impolite. Receiving money but not doing the job. Of course one must do the job for the money. It could save 500,000 spirit stones. The Zhang family cargo ship was forcibly detained by Yangxin Lake. Even the Zhang family head Zhang Guangling had personally gone to Yangxin Lake to plead, but Meng Yuan had not budged an inch. With the 7-day deadline approaching, if they did not refine soon, the jade condensing silk would be ruined. Meng Yuan anxiously returned to Wanbao Tower. This time, he didn't even enter the VIP room, but was directly invited by Li Yu to the guest pavilion in the back mountain. Li Yu leisurely boiled the kettle, warmed the cups, brewed tea, and poured water. His movements flowed like clouds and water, surprisingly more relaxed than usual. Meng Yuan had no time to enjoy tea. As soon as he sat on the stone bench, he opened his mouth. Masterly, I have completely cleared out the bandits in Duanlong Gorge. Look at this. The Win message hall had spies spread across 3 states and 18 counties. Naturally, Li Yu could see what was happening with Yangxin Lake. Since so much time has passed, and Qingyun sect has not intervened, it is clear that the Qingyun order does not protect the Zhang and Wang families. The Yang family. Is it really worth it for just a mere demon path golden core? Or should I say, Masterly? Meng Yuan's voice pulled Li Yu from his thoughts. Li Yu raised his eyes and smiled apologetically. Forgive me, Master Meng Yu, I was just reminded of an old matter and got lost in thought. He picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Meng Yuan. The tea was golden in color and rich in spiritual energy. This tea is cloud bud that my master brought back from the East Sea at a high price, costing tens of thousands of spirit stones per tael. Please try it, Master Meng. Meng Yuan had no interest in tasting tea, but didn't want to offend him. He picked up the teacup and took a hasty sip, only feeling a mouthful of saliva, but unable to discern any flavor. Masterly, about the jade condensing silk. I placed my trust in you, and your matters are my matters. My only disciple has come to plead. How could my master refuse? Now please hand over the items. Meng Yuan was overjoyed and quickly handed over the prepared blueprints and materials. Li Yu didn't even look at them. With a flick of his sleeve, he stored them in his storage pouch and stood up, saying, Master Meng, please stay in my tower for a few days, at least 3 days, maybe 5, and there will surely be good news. Upon hearing this, Meng Yuan's heart, which had been hanging for days, finally settled back. He smiled broadly and repeatedly thanked him. Li Yu called over a steward from Yangwu Hall and instructed him to make proper arrangements for Meng Yuan and his group while he soared away towards Chenyi's cave. Seeing Li Yu walk in with a joyful expression, Chen Yi knew that the details of the 2 neighbors had already been figured out by him. Master, here are the blueprints and materials entrusted by Yangxin Lake for crafting. Li Yu took out the items from his storage pouch and respectfully placed them on the stone table. I took the liberty to agree on behalf of my master. Chen Yi didn't even glance at the precious items that the Foundation establishment cultivators were fighting over outside. Instead, he raised an eyebrow at Li Yu and asked, when do you plan to take action? No rush, no rush. Since those 2 families have no Qingyun backing, we have plenty of time. Right now the tower is being organized. Oh, let me first prepare for those 2 families. Li Yu calmly waved his hand, looking at Chen Yi and saying, however, Master, you should hurry to take action. That fairy is not so easy to handle. Chen Yi's face immediately darkened, showing a rare look of embarrassment. With the things I gave you combined with your layout, as long as the planning is thorough, capturing 1 or 2 golden cores shouldn't be too difficult, right? If it's really not feasible, I can give you some more. Why should you make me suffer that? Li Yu's expression turned serious. Master, you are mistaken. Name is the guest of reality. Reality is the master of name. Only with the harmony of name and reality can we achieve perfection. Since this is a grand undertaking of the tower, why should Master act like a little girl? Moreover, that fairy is stunningly beautiful. You wouldn't be at a loss, would you? Chen Yi was immediately furious at his disciple's relentless rebuttal. But he couldn't counter it, because what Li Yu said was indeed reasonable. Sitting up from the couch, Chen Yi pointed at Li Yu's nose, exasperated. All right, so this is how you want to play it. Just wait for me. Now, immediately, right now. Disappear from my sight. Ooh, just seeing you irritates me. Disciple takes my leave. Li Yu's lips curved into a faint smile as he bowed and exited the cave, the stone doors slowly closing behind him. Standing outside the door, he reached into his sleeve to touch the several heavy storage bags, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. I've never fought such a wealthy battle in my life. Back in the day when he was the master of the Tianna sect, wanting to eliminate the Yu family, a Foundation establishment family, required all sorts of planning and calculations, enduring again and again. Yet now in just a few months he had toyed with the two golden core powers of Ezhou, let alone that lofty Qingyun sect, which might not be untouchable after all. Since that day in the council hall, Zhao Hu seemed like a changed person. He no longer spent his days training in the martial arts arena, but instead moved a chair and sat by the watchtower at the mountain gate, watching every person entering and leaving. Past disciples, when met with his piercing gaze, felt their legs turn to jelly, wishing they could recount the lineage of their ancestors clearly. Zhou Dainyu found himself in a particularly unfortunate situation. Zhao Hu threw the defense regulations in his face, making him copy it 10,000 times, and once he finished he had to memorize it, and if he failed the test, he had to copy it another 1,000 times. Zhou Dainyu was adept with knives and guns, but putting a pin in his hand was worse than killing him. Hall Master, it won't help even if you call me father. Zhao Hu didn't even lift his head, holding a whetstone in his hand, sharpening his blade with a grating sound. I mean, shouldn't you give those kids an explanation? Zhou Dainyu asked cautiously. Zhao Hu paused for a moment. How many days has it been? 5 days. You worthless dog, you haven't even copied it 10,000 times in 5 days. Zhao Hu slammed the whetstone onto the table, stood up, and glared at Zhou Dainyu. When I come back, if you still can't hand it, and you can go to the Wutong to tend to the dome. Watching Zhao Hu's hurried figure, Zhou Dainyu wished he could slap himself twice. Why did he even say that? Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged in the corner, idly playing with a spirit stone. He had no idea where he got it from, flicking it against the wall out of boredom. Smack! The spirit stone bounced back and hit him on the forehead. He was not angry, smiled broadly, caught it, and flicked it again. The other children huddled in the corner, not daring to make a sound. For 5 days apart from the person delivering meals, no one had paid them any attention. Several younger ones had already cried multiple times, their eyes swollen like walnuts, now sniffling and leaning against the older children to nap. When Zhao Hu pushed the door open, Fang Yuan was just flicking the spirit stone to its highest point, looking up, waiting for it to fall. Smack! This time he didn't catch it, and the spirit stone hit his nose before rolling to Zhao Hu's feet. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, raised his eyes, and saw the towering figure blocking the door, the sunlight behind him casting a human-shaped silhouette. He was not flustered, patted his rear, and stood up. Hey, big guy, finally remembered me. Zhao Hu looked down at the spirit stone by his feet, then back at the indifferent young man, and after a moment of silence bent down to pick up the spirit stone. Where did this thing come from? I found it at the door, Fang Yuan replied confidently. The spirit stone scraps that fall from our Wanbao tower are better than whole ones outside. What's wrong with me picking up a piece? Is it illegal? Zhao Hu's mouth twitched. Fell. Picked up. Those are specifically laid out on the ground. Don't tell me this little guy pried it off. Regardless of what Zhao Hu thought, Fang Yuan stood up and snatched the spirit stone scrap away. With a hand outstretched, he wiggled his 5 fingers, resembling a familiar patron urging a waiter for food. Where's the thing? Hurry up and bring it. I still need to report to the Wind Message Hall. What thing? Zhao Hu frowned deeply. The mission voucher. That's right, Fang Yuan stated assertively. Zhao Hu looked at this audacious young man with interest. The task from the Huanzhong Hall, our Jinhua Hall, has not recognized it. Fang Yuan was taken aback, didn't argue, and calmly withdrew his hand, slowly lowering his head, like a fighting chicken suddenly deprived of its backbone. Zhao Hu found himself somewhat unaccustomed. He had expected this kid to jump up and curse or throw a tantrum, but this demeanor. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a low chuckle. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan's shoulders shook, his laughter growing louder, then he suddenly looked up. Soul. The Wind Message Hall is definitely not an option, but if you join my Jinhua Hall, I can directly grant you the status of a disciple. Fang Yuan's laughter abruptly ceased. Jinhua Hall. He raised an eyebrow, glancing around Zhao Hu's towering dark face, and his mouth curled up again. Your Jinhua Hall has so many holes, why would I want to join? Zhao Hu's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, his temples throbbed. Then you can stay here. Fang Yuan lowered his head again, shoulders shaking, laughter rising. So early. It won't help to find anyone. Fang Yuan exclaimed in exasperation. Hey, why are you so clueless about the mood? I spent so long memorizing these few verses, can't you let me finish? Zhao Hu's copper bell-like eyes glared, his gaze sharp enough to pierce poetry. You know how to recite poetry. Fang Yuan lifted his chin, looking disdainful. What do you, a rough man, know about a cultured person's affairs? The master said my name was well chosen and specially made it for me. Zhao Hu's expression stiffened, his mouth twitched as if he wanted to laugh, but forcibly held it back. The master wrote poetry for you. What? Don't believe it. Fang Yuan fished out a crumpled piece of paper from his sleeve, carefully unfolding it, the handwriting crooked, and clearly his own transcription. You take a look. What a load of nonsense. Just one sentence. Will you join my Jinhua Hall, or not? Fang Yuan smirked, carefully putting the paper back in his sleeve, crossing his arms. Not joining. Zhao Hu found himself liking Fang Yuan more and more. Being able to sneak a group of kids into the main hall showed intelligence. He had kept quiet for 5 days, which showed resilience. Of facing this towering, fierce figure, without fear was courage. His Jinhua Hall, a rough man's den, lacked this kind of talent. Zhao Hu not only was not angry, but also grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. As long as you are willing to join my Jinhua Hall, I will directly accept you as my first disciple. As soon as the words fell, Fang Yuan's figure had already vanished. Yet a loud voice came from below. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Fang Yuan had knelt on the ground at some unknown time, his forehead knocking against the bluestone slab, thump, 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 resonating 9 times in one go without hesitation. Zhao Hu was stunned. He had seen those who feared him, respected him, and hated him, but he had never seen someone change their face quicker than flipping a book. You. Zhao Hu's mouth twitched. Did you not say you wouldn't come? Fang Yuan raised his head, a red mark across his forehead, yet he wore an exceedingly sincere smile. Master, your disciple was young and ignorant earlier, speaking out of turn. Please don't take it to heart. Zhao Hu. 3 days later, the sky above Wanbao Tower suddenly changed dramatically. The originally clear sky darkened abruptly, and thick clouds surged in from all directions, swirling and gathering above the main peak of Qingyang Mountain, forming a massive vortex. Within the clouds, flashes of lightning flickered, and a deep rumbling sound came from the heavens, shaking the trees and the mountains. The cultivators inside the tower paused their tasks, looking up in confusion. What is this? A golden core anomaly? No. How long has the Tower Master been in Foundation establishment? How could it possibly be golden core now? This seems like a tribulation for artifacts. Another weapon refiner from the Yangwu Hall who had studied at the Zhou family showed a look of horror. Tribulation for artifacts. Doesn't a magical treasure have tribulations? A young disciple asked in confusion. The weapon refiner's expression turned serious. Magical treasures are divided into 9 grades and 27 tiers. Any treasure above the 6th grade has seized the heavenly fortune with power comparable to a golden core cultivator. Cultivators need to undergo tribulations to reach golden core, and so do magical treasures. However, the treasures above the 6th grade remaining in the realm of the Yu Kingdom have all been nurtured over countless years by cultivators. The tribulation for golden core and the tribulations for magical treasures occur simultaneously, which you naturally cannot comprehend. Now the Tower Master has become an artifact at the 6th grade, directly attracting the tribulation for artifacts. Such a feat is rare even across the entire southern region. Before the words had left his mouth, a thick bolt of lightning struck down from the center of the vortex, directly hitting the direction of Chun Yi's cave dwelling. A tremendous thunderclap echoed, causing the entire Qingyang Mountain to tremble 3 times. In the guest room below the mountain, Meng Yuan suddenly got up and rushed to the window, staring at the lightning and tribulation clouds, his eyes filled with shock. How is this possible? Then there's joy. It's actually at the middle 3rd grade. He had originally thought that as long as Chun Yi could refine it to the 7th grade lower tier, he would be satisfied. But unexpectedly, it started directly at the 6th grade lower tier. The 9 grades of magical treasures have 27 tiers, and each tier requires nurturing for a full 60 years. The lower 3rd grade can be nurtured by Foundation establishment cultivators. But to reach the middle 3rd grade, it must be nurtured by golden core cultivators. If this artifact succeeds, it means that his Yangxin Lake would gain another layer of golden core foundation. As he looked at the increasingly oppressive storm clouds in the sky, the joy on Meng Yuan's face suddenly froze. He remembered a crucial fact: Chun Yi had only been in Foundation establishment for half a year. How could he withstand such overwhelming heavenly might? If Chun Yi couldn't withstand this lightning tribulation, wouldn't the magical treasure be reduced to ashes? Meng Yuan turned and rushed outside, but was stopped by Li Yu beside him. Please wait, Sect Master Meng. My master has ordered that no one is to approach the main peak during the artifact tribulation. Meng Yuan halted his steps, his face turning purple with urgency. Li, Sect Master. The might of that lightning tribulation is no small matter. How can Tower Master Chun withstand it when he is only at Foundation establishment? Sect Master Meng. Li Yu interrupted him, his tone calm to the point of indifference. Since my master dares to refine this artifact, he naturally has his confidence. Fellow Taoist, you should wait here in peace. After saying this, he turned and walked to the window, standing with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the vast lightning, showing not a trace of worry on his face. Meng Yuan opened his mouth, but ultimately did not dare to say anything further. Nonetheless, the anxiety in his eyes could not be suppressed. After all, that was his family's treasure. Ding, decomposition successful. Obtain material blueprint, heavenly thunder, golden core, obtain vitality. Chun Yi dug at his ear. This sound is a bit too loud. Chun Yi was not surprised that the system could decompose heavenly thunder. As the saying goes, if the heavens had feelings they would age. But hasn't it aged yet? If there are no feelings, then it is an object. If it is an object, then I'm sorry, it must be managed by the system. What surprised him was this blueprint for the artifact from Yangxin Lake. After the system's optimization, it could actually reach the 6th grade solely based on materials. If it weren't for the system, wouldn't his cave dwelling have turned into ruins directly? Another bolt of lightning struck down. This one was thicker than the previous one, its color shifting from blazing white to pale purple, carrying a destructive pressure that slammed directly onto the protective barrier above the cave dwelling. Ding, decomposition successful. Obtain vitality. Can you hurry up? Big shot. Looking at the lightning clouds in the sky, entering a charging state again, Chun Yi's tone carried a hint of impatience. If it weren't for the fact that he directly decomposed the tribulation clouds, which was too shocking, he wouldn't have to suffer through this. It's all that wicked disciple's fault. Down the mountain, watching the bolts of lightning strike the protective formation of Wanbao Tower, yet this formation remained completely unshaken, not even swaying slightly. Meng Yuan let out a sigh, his tense shoulders finally relaxing. No wonder Sect Master Li was so calm just now. This protective formation's power could probably withstand a strike from even a golden core cultivator. Li Yu twitched at the corners of his mouth upon hearing this. The core of this formation was in his hands. It didn't even touch the barrier, and the heavenly thunder just vanished. Wasn't that why it remained completely still? Sect friend Ming, you flatter me. My master is extraordinarily gifted in the path of artifacts. As the saying goes, formations and artifacts share the same origin. This protective formation was arranged by him personally, so it is naturally extraordinary. Li Yu accepted this praise without changing his expression. Meng Yuan nodded repeatedly, no longer harboring any doubts about Chun Yi's capabilities, even feeling a hint of pride for being associated with such a figure. Such a person and such capabilities, to have formed a bond with his Yangxin Lake, was it not a blessing from the heavens? The lightning tribulation continued. The 3rd, 4th, 5th bolts. Each was thicker than the last, each more piercing the purple light, growing ever more intense, until finally the entire sky was almost dyed deep purple. The continuous thunderous roars shook Wanbao Tower, causing the doors and windows to hum. Many disciples with slightly lower cultivation levels turned pale, having to exert their energy to withstand the overwhelming pressure. However, no matter how the lightning raged in the sky, the protective formation remained as steady as a rock, with not even a single crack appearing. After lasting for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the clouds dispersed, and sunlight poured down once more. Wanbao Tower was silent, all disciples still immersed in the lingering might of the vast heavenly power, unable to regain their senses for a long time, until waves of sound surged down from the peak of Qingyang Mountain. At first it was like a trickling stream, but in an instant it transformed into the raging tide of a river crashing through the mountains. The disciples of Wanbao Tower felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy rushing towards them, carrying the moist scent of water vapor and the fragrance of earth, as if they were standing by the banks of a great river. The sound grew louder, layered upon layered, like 1,000 troops galloping by, yet also as if the heavens and earth were singing in unison. This is the anomaly of a magical treasure emerging. The weapon refiner from Yangwu Hall trembled in his voice. A 6th grade magical treasure has truly materialized. A beam of clear light shot up from Chun Yi's cave dwelling, soaring into the sky. Within the clear light, a scroll slowly unfurled, spreading across the heavens and the earth. The painting depicted mountains and rivers vividly, with rivers winding, mountains rising and falling, and clouds and mist swirling within. Upon closer inspection, one could see the water flowing gently within the painting, and the clouds and mist in the mountains subtly shifting, as if that piece of heaven and earth was alive, truly existing. The map of 10,000 rivers. This was the name of the magical treasure commissioned by Yangxin Lake. At the moment the scroll fully unfurled, an overwhelming surge of water-type spiritual energy poured out from the painting, transforming into a rain of spiritual energy that fell gently upon Qingyang Mountain. Li Yu stood by the window, gazing at the sky filled with spiritual rain, and a hint of emotion finally appeared on his usually indifferent face. He spread his palm, catching a few drops of rainwater, feeling the purest water attribute spiritual energy within, and murmured, "Master's skill truly is seizing the essence of heaven and earth." Meng Yuan was already so excited that he could hardly speak, his gaze fixed firmly on the river map, suspended in midair, the light in his eyes burning brightly. A 6th grade magical artifact. The 6th grade magical artifact that had been nurtured for a century by the golden core ancestor of his sect. Who else would use this in the future? It is of course for him, the sect leader. Meng Yuan almost trembled as he took the scroll of the river map. As the painting entered his hands, a warm stream of water attribute spiritual energy spread through his limbs, causing the mana in his dantian to circulate involuntarily. He suppressed the impulse to refine it on the spot, took a deep breath, turned to face the direction of Chun Yi's cave, and respectfully performed a deep bow. Thank you, Master Chen, for your great kindness. The heart-nurturing lake is immensely grateful. A lazy voice came from the cave. Meng's sect leader is too polite. EY merely had a whim and made some slight modifications to this exquisite map. I hope sect leader Meng doesn't mind my presumptuousness. Mind. With the transformation from a 7th grade to a 6th grade artifact, he couldn't wish for more instances of Chun Yi's presumptuousness. Meng Yuan hurriedly replied, Master Chun is joking, your talent is remarkable, and I am grateful beyond words. How could I have any dissatisfaction? That's good to hear. I'm also tired now. Disobedient disciple, you take good care of sect leader Meng, and must not lose courtesy. Li Ye's lips twitched. From what he knew of Chun Yi, he realized he had completely fallen into Chun Yi's grudge. Disciple obeys, Li Yu replied without changing his expression, turning to Meng Yuan and gesturing, sect leader Meng, please. After lingering in the building for a while, Meng Yuan was personally escorted out by Li Yu. At parting, Meng Yuan hesitated for a moment, but could not help but ask, Li sect leader, will we continue the clearing of the Dragon Break Canyon? Li sect leader smiled slightly. Meng sect leader is joking. That area is within your esteemed sect's territory. It is only right for your esteemed sect to make the decision. How could Wanbao Tower meddle in this matter? If this word spreads, who knows what they'll say about Wanbao Tower? Meng Yuan thought to himself, showing a look of embarrassment on his face. You are right, it was a slip of tongue from me, Li sect leader. He naturally understood the implication in Li Ye's words. This matter was done by his heart-nurturing lake, and had nothing to do with Wanbao Tower. If it spread, Wanbao Tower would not acknowledge it. As for whether to continue to trouble the Zhang family, it all depended on his heart-nurturing lake's own intentions. Meng Yuan had already made up his mind. Of course they would continue. After all, Wanbao Tower could refine 6th grade magical artifacts. Chun Yi had just spoken, but he definitely held a grudge against the Zhang family. Targeting the Zhang family was to curry favor with Chun Yi. With such a bond in the future, if he wished for him to refine artifacts, wouldn't it be easy to ask? As for the Zhang family, what if they had a golden core sitting in their midst? Could they bring any benefit to his heart-nurturing lake? He planned to seize every flying boat from the Zhang family passing through their territory. Meng Yuan left with a beaming smile, his escape light vanishing into the southern horizon. Li Yu stood in front of the building watching the light of escape fade away, the smile on his face gradually receding, replaced by a hint of pity. With this 6th grade magical artifact in hand, you shouldn't be in danger, right? The reason the demonic path is called the demonic path is that it indulges desires without restraint. The Zhang family has endured until this moment, which has made Li Yu regard them a little higher. Now that Meng Yuan had seized their belongings and refused to return them, and had come to Ezhou, wasn't that a blatant slap in the face to the Zhang family? Even if Zhang Guangling were made of clay, he should still have some anger. Zhang Guangling was indeed furious. That blood crystal, once separated from its host, lost its vitality with each passing moment. After being seized by Meng Yuan and tossed around for several days, it was likely already rendered useless. But the heart-nurturing lake was located in Qingzhou, right under the eyes of the Qingyun sect. Even if he wanted to retrieve it with thunderous methods, he had to weigh the consequences. What if the Qingyun sect was alerted? Would it lead to a greater loss because of a small gain? Now Meng Yuan actually brought a group of heart-nurturing lake disciples to his Ezhou. Wasn't that courting death? Patriarch, we've received intel that Meng Yuan and a group of disciples have already left Qingyang Mountain. Zhang Guangling suddenly stood up, his face shrouded in dark clouds, his narrow eyes flashing with a cold light. How many people have come? Reporting to the Patriarch, there are a total of 17 people, including Meng Yuan, replied a trusted aide, bowing. They are currently heading south along the Kangwu River. Zhang Guangling stood by the window, lightly tapping the windowsill, with his knuckles producing a rhythmic sound. Did that Meng fellow really think there was no one in the Zhang family? What about Wanbao Tower? Is there any movement? The aide shook his head. Everything at Wanbao Tower is normal. Recently I heard that Chun Yi refined a 6th grade magical artifact, attracting many forces to send congratulatory letters. Zhang Guangling snorted softly. He is indeed capable. I wonder if he can retain this level of talent in artifact crafting for future bone puppets. Just wave it off. He's merely a merchant. He cannot affect us. No need to worry about him. Send orders for third uncle to wait at Luoyin Slope. Since sect leader Meng has come from afar, how could our Zhang family not extend the courtesy of a host? Remember to do it cleanly. The aide took his leave. Zhang Guangling resumed his seat, took a sip from his teacup, and gazed leisurely towards the south. A sect leader in the late foundation establishment stage, even if he dies, it's just a trivial matter. As for that 6th grade magical artifact, He chuckled softly, placing the teacup down. Consider it compensation for a year of hard work from my clan. Luoyan Slope, aptly named, is a perilous place where even a great wild goose would find it hard to fly over. The cliffs on both sides are like those cut with a knife, leaving only a narrow strip of sky light in between, while a rushing river roars through the valley, with water mist lingering all year round. Of course, this perilous area is only for mortals. For cultivators like Meng Yuan at the Foundation establishment stage, there are flying boats for transportation. It is actually the closest route back to the heart-nurturing lake from Qingyang Mountain. If he takes a detour, it would take at least half a day's journey longer. Now that Meng Yuan has this treasure, he must return to the sect quickly for refinement. Thus, under his insistence, the flying boat was urged to full speed by the disciples of the heart-nurturing lake, breaking through clouds and waves, leaving a long white streak in the sky, without any attempt to conceal their movements. On Luoyan Slope, several formidable figures were lying in ambush within the mist. The leader, clad in a black robe, had a thin face, but his eyes shone brightly with the cultivation of late Foundation establishment. Behind him, 8 cultivators were arranged on both sides, with cultivation levels ranging from mid to early Foundation establishment, their killing intent concealed. "Third master, they're coming," a cultivator whispered. The old man in the black robe squinted slightly, gazing at the rapidly approaching white streak in the sky, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. They really are rushing to their doom. Reincarnation is indeed a skilled endeavor. There is an old saying that if something is not present at birth, it is highly unlikely to appear in one's lifetime. However, in the realm of cultivation, this is not entirely true. Opportunities and fortunes tend to favor those who are bold and meticulous. If one is born into a top sect or a prestigious lineage, they have already won more than half the battle from the start. Xiaomingxin is one of those who has already won more than half from birth. With a golden core father, her Foundation establishment peak is merely her lower limit. I don't know what she is so proud of. Su Long glanced at Xiaomingxin, who was being adored like a star at the entrance of Wanbao Tower, and curled her lips as she leaned closer to Hu Yueling to complain. Hu Yueling replied mildly. She is proud because she has the capital to be so. Su Long choked on her words, then retorted with even more indignation. But just look at her demeanor, as if the whole world should revolve around her. No, some people won't. Hu Yueling's lips curled into a faint smile. Are you talking about? Su Lan's eyes lit up as she moved closer. That's true. Xiaomingxin didn't gain any advantages from Master Chun. Last time she sent a greeting card, he didn't even meet her, only letting his apprentice dismiss her. In terms of strength, Chun-Yi at the beginning stage of Foundation establishment can contend equally with. As for influence, although Xiaomingxin is the direct disciple of the 5 poisons and has a golden core father, Chun-Yi is the founder of Wanbao Tower and can refine puppets that are comparable to a golden core strike. In terms of financial power, well, that goes without saying. Just the monthly income of Wanbao Tower surpasses her father's annual salary, and now he can even refine 6th grade magical artifacts. Even if Xiaomingxin's father came, he would still greet Master Chun as an equal. What right does Xiaomingxin have to demand any respect from Chun-Yi? Thinking of Chun-Yi's attitude towards Xiaomingxin, Hu Yueling felt a secret pleasure rise within her. There are always those who are unattainable for Xiaomingxin, and Chun-Yi is precisely the one she finds most helpless against. Hu Yueling tidied her hair. Let's go. Master Chen recently acquired a batch of new tea said to be from wild tea trees found deep in the southern mountains, only harvested a few ounces before Mingqian. Yesterday, the sect leader sent someone to deliver an invitation saying there will be a tea gathering at the tower today during the hour of Shun, inviting us to come and taste it. Su Lan's eyes brightened. New tea. We must go. Last time I had a cup of his spiritual tea, I felt more at ease meditating afterwards. Then we shouldn't delay. The two of them bypassed the crowd surrounding Xiaomingxin and headed straight toward Wanbao Tower. Xiaomingxin was chatting with Li Yu with a smile, but her gaze caught sight of the two figures heading towards the back mountain, and her smile faltered slightly. Sect leader Li, wasn't it said that Master Chun was unwell and couldn't meet visitors? How come they can go in? Xiaomingxin maintained her smile, but her tone carried a hint of inquiry. Li Yu remained calm and replied, Fairy Qiu, please forgive me. My master's refusal of guests is not an excuse, it is merely that he has been refining that 6th grade magical artifact these days, exhausting his spirit too much and needs to rest for a while. When we had a falling out with the Yang family, only this fairy Hu and Uncle Zhou Meng came to aid, so my master specially allowed her to enter the tower at any time without prior notice. Today's tea gathering was also set long ago, so there is no reason to change it. Xiaomingxin's smile remained unchanged, but a shadow crossed her eyes. She certainly understood the implications of his words. Hu Yueling is a guest who is not required to announce her arrival. while Xiaomingxin, who sent a greeting card, could only meet Li Yu. Since Master Chun is unwell, he should focus on recuperating. Xiaomingxin adjusted her sleeves, her tone as indifferent, as if speaking of something trivial. I have already delivered the order for the batch of spiritual materials. If sect leader Li has time, please pass it on to Master Chin for me. Li Yu nodded slightly. Fairy Chiu, rest assured, I will definitely deliver it. Xiaomingxin said no more and turned to leave. The entourage behind her hurried to catch up their hurried footsteps, contrasting with her solitary figure. After walking for about 10 paces, she suddenly stopped and glanced back at the direction of Wanbao Tower. The building stood firm, and the wind chimes hanging from the eaves swayed gently in the breeze, producing soft tinkling sounds. Missy, a maid beside her called out cautiously. Xiaomingxin withdrew her gaze, the unusual color in her eyes concealed by her usual pride. Let's go. Come, everyone try this tea. In the tea room on the top floor of Wanbao Tower, Chun Yi leaned languidly against a soft couch, a cup of tea in hand with steam rising, his tone casual, as if inviting a few old friends. Hu Yueling and Su Lan sat on either side, while Li Yu poured the tea. Su Lan picked up the teacup and took a sip, astonishment immediately appearing in her eyes. This tea. A wave of gentle spiritual power slid down her throat to her dantian, not forceful, but nourishing her meridians like a spring rain. What was even stranger was that the spiritual energy in the cup seemed to possess a spirit of its own, circulating around her body and resonating with her internal power. The wild tea tree from the southern region, supposedly rooted in the remnants of an ancient spiritual vein, having grown for over 3,000 years. Chun Yi lazily said, only 336 new buds are produced each year. I expended a great deal of effort to obtain 2 tails. Hu Yueling set down her teacup, her gaze lingering on Chun Yi's face for a moment. Master Chin, you do indeed look unwell. Has the 6th grade magical artifact really exhausted you this much? Chun Yi waved his hand, a layer of fatigue visible on his face. It's not entirely due to the magical artifact. My body has always been lazy, and recently I've been burdened with trivial matters, even having trouble sleeping peacefully. Li Ye's hand paused slightly as he poured tea, sighing inwardly. My master is great in every aspect, but he can be a bit too narrow-minded. He has seen Chun Yi after refining the tools yesterday. He looked energetic and even more spirited than usual, showing no signs of fatigue at all. Now his words are clearly directed at him. This Wanbao Tower with its various affairs is clearly shouldered entirely by Li Yu. Chun Yi only ever uses his mouth. When has he truly worried or worked hard? However, as the disciple in these days, he has been busy receiving and sending off guests, dealing with various forces, delivering greeting cards, which is what truly counts as being burdened with trivial matters. Master has worked hard. Li Yu calmly offered the teacup. I will sort through those greeting cards later, selecting the important ones for you to review and setting aside the rest so you won't be troubled. Hu Yueling, upon hearing this, had a slight smile at the corners of her lips, lifting her teacup for a sip to hide the knowing smile in her eyes. She could see through Chun Yi's act. Clearly he is complaining that his disciple has been receiving too many guests lately, disturbing his peace, and using this to point it out. Yet Li Yu still has to play along, fully performing this act of caring for the master. She set down her teacup and changed the subject. Master Chun, after successfully refining the 6th grade magical artifact, I fear the threshold of your esteemed tower will be trampled on next. Let them trample it, it's not my cultivation. Chun Yi lazily shifted his posture, glancing at Li Yu. Right, my obedient disciple. Li Yu remained expressionless. I will take care of master's worries. Su Lan watched in astonishment, her heart secretly marveling. The way these two interacted was truly unheard of. Others take disciples either to pass down teachings and nurture them, or to find someone to fetch tea and water. But for Chun Yi, taking on a disciple seemed more like picking up a steward, pushing all matters onto him. Yet Li Yu did it willingly, without a hint of complaint. As Su Lan was inwardly grumbling, she suddenly heard a strong gust of wind from outside, the wind chimes at the eaves ringing chaotically, disrupting the rhythm. In the next moment, a streak of escape light crashed down from the southern horizon, stumbling and falling before the gate of Wanbao, building the fluctuation of magical power, scattering like a dying candle. Immediately after, a hoarse and torn voice rang out, filled with an uncontrollable fear and urgency. Masterly, save me. My master has been ambushed and his life is uncertain. Zhao, who had been waiting at the entrance, wore a look of shock on his face, but a glimmer of realization flashed in his eyes. Brothers, grab your weapons. I'm going to find the master to report. In the tea room, Chun Yi paused slightly as he served tea, then casually took a sip. Li Yu frowned slightly, stood up, and walked to the window, pushing it open. The spiritual rain had ceased, and dusk enveloped the surroundings. At the place where the escape light fell in front of the mountain gate, a blood-soaked disciple of Yangshin Lake was being supported by Zhao, who is clothes in tatters and his breath faint. It's someone from Meng Yuan. Li Yu turned around, locking eyes with Chun Yi. Master. I heard it. Chun Yi set down the teacup, lazily propped himself up, and the weariness on his face vanished, replaced by a sharp aura that radiated from between his brows. Bring him up. Zhao Hu responded and lifted the blood-soaked disciple into the air, moments later landing outside the tea room. Li Yu had already opened the door, bringing the disciple inside. The man appeared to be in his 30s, his complexion pale as paper, with a deep sword scar on his left shoulder, revealing bone, the flesh rolled back, and the edges faintly blackened, clearly wounded by some malevolent artifact. He struggled to support himself as he knelt on the ground, his voice hoarse. Master Chun. Master Li, please, save my master. Speak slowly. Chun Yi raised his hand, channeling a stream of magical power into his body, stabilizing his near-collapsed breath. Where was Master Meng ambushed? Who attacked? The disciple took a deep breath and stammered at Luoyan Slope. When the flying boat reached Luoyan Slope, suddenly 9 Foundation establishment cultivators attacked. We fought desperately to resist, and the master used the newly acquired river map to hold on, ordering me to break out and seek help. As he spoke, his voice grew weaker. Please, master, consider our shared path. Before he finished, he had already fainted. Li Yu stepped forward to check his pulse and fed him an antidote pill. Though his injuries are severe, his life is not in danger. What should we do now, master? What to do? Master Meng just stepped out of Wanbao building and was ambushed right after. If we sit idly by, who would dare to do business with Wanbao building in the future? He spoke loudly to Zhao Hu. Gather the people and follow me for a while. Zhao Hu was taken aback, then his eyes sparkled with intensity as he thunderously agreed yes. Li Yu stepped forward, frowning slightly. Master, let me go instead, after all you. Before he could finish, he was stopped by Chun Yi's raised hand. You. Chun Yi glanced at him, his tone casual. Your cultivation is too low. What can you do if you go? With that said, Chun Yi said no more, and together with Zhao Hu transformed into 2 streaks of light descending the mountain. Seeing this, Hu Yueling also stood up, her figure swaying as she chased after them. Su Lan was stunned for a moment, stomped her foot, wait for me, and hurriedly followed. Li Yu lowered his gaze at the escape light fading away. That Hu Yueling had taken a smile, curving at the corners of his mouth. The master is still the master. This fish is well fed. No need for fishing. When Hu Yueling and the others landed at the foot of the mountain, over a dozen large spiritual boats had already docked in the open space in front of Wanbao building. The entire body of the boat was pitch black, with silver-scaled chi tigers painted on each side, their fangs bared, revealing a ferocious appearance. Chun Yi stood at the bow of the boat, his clothes fluttering in the mountain wind, the previous laziness long gone, replaced by a sharpness that Hu Yueling had never seen before. Zhao Hu stood beside him, gripping a black-scaled spear, his gaze sweeping the surroundings like a hawk, while a dozen or so disciples of Jinyue Hall held their magical tools, concealing their killing intent. Master Chun. Hu Yueling landed at the bow, her clothes lightly fluttering. Yueling wishes to accompany you. To dare commit murder under my Qingyun. Yueling also wants to see which faction has the audacity. Chun Yi glanced at her, slightly nodding. Having Fairy Hu along is certainly the best. Su Lan landed behind them and quickly raised her hand. I want to go too. Then I will trouble you both. Chun Yi turned to Zhao, who set off. Over a dozen spiritual boats simultaneously activated their pitch-black hulls, slicing through the clouds, dragging long trails in the dusk, like a group of silent sharks moving with the blood. Such a commotion naturally attracted discussions among the cultivators in the county. What happened? Why did Wanbao building come out in full force? I don't know. I didn't hear any news. Wait, isn't that person at the bow Master Chun? It really is. My goodness, Master Chun is personally leading the team. This must be a big deal. Damn it. We in Tianyang County just had a few good days, and someone dares to cause trouble. If they won't let us live in peace, then no one will. Brothers, hurry up and gather your men, follow Master Chun. For a moment, various sects and factions in Tianyang County became restless. It wasn't that these people were particularly loyal, but the benefits brought by Wanbao building were evident. The profits from the opening of the Immortal City over the past 10 days equaled the earnings of the past year, and the momentum showed no signs of abating. Such a cash cow, who would dare let it go wrong? In an instant, various escape lights soared from every corner of Tianyang County, converging like rivers returning to the sea into the spiritual boat fleet of Wanbao building, heading south in a grand manner. Li Ye's words of outsider plunged Qiu Mingxin's mood to rock bottom. Shi Qiu Mingxin, the direct disciple of the 5 poisons, the daughter of a golden core real person, was not even deemed worthy of a cup of tea in Shen Yi's eyes. What was Hu Yueling even worth? Coming from a fallen family lacking background in cultivation, just because she happened to help a little during the establishment of Wanbao building, she could receive such preferential treatment. Unappreciative fool. Xiao Mingxin gritted her teeth in anger, twisting the silk handkerchief in her hand into a twist. Suddenly the flying boat jolted and Xiao Mingxin furrowed her brow, lifting the pearl curtain only to see chaotic escape, lights ahead, dozens of streaks of light, rising from various places in Tianyang County, converging, like rivers returning to the sea into the southern horizon. What happened? The maid hurried to inquire, and returned shortly to report, Miss, there is a situation over at Wanbao building. I heard that Master Ming of Yangxin Lake was ambushed at Luoyan Slope, and Master Chen personally led people to rescue him. Xiao Mingxin was taken aback, then coldly smiled, quite the master of winning hearts. That being said, her gaze unconsciously followed the escaping lights follow them. The maid was stunned. Are we going to assist? Weren't we just mocking them? This reversal is a bit too fast, isn't it? But she dared not say much, quickly signaling the accompanying cultivators to turn the boat southward. Xiao Mingxin lowered the pearl curtain, reclining back onto the soft couch, lightly huffing. Chun Eo Chen, how can you not settle this account, considering that the kingdom of you passed on to you the ability of the god of wealth? If that fallen family can assist you, why can't I? Xiao Mingxin. Deep within Luoyan Slope, a sliver of daylight was about to vanish. The turbulent river at the valley's bottom had been severed by a spell, exposing the riverbed, where broken ship planks and several disfigured corpses lay scattered in the mud. The air was thick with a strong smell of blood mingled with the putrid stench characteristic of some sinister magical power, inducing nausea. Meng Yuan sat cross-legged on a protruding rock, the river diagram hovering before him, transforming into a faint blue water curtain that shielded him and the remaining 3 disciples within. Beyond the water curtain, skeletal demonic soldiers surged like a tide, their bone claws tearing at the curtain with a grating crunch that sent shivers down the spine. Meng Yuan's face was pale and bitterness sank deep within him. He had thought that with this 6th-grade magical artifact he could intimidate the petty thieves, yet he found himself in this dire situation. Though the 10,000 river diagram possessed the power of the golden core, its activation consumed an immense amount of mana, and as a latest-stage foundation establishment cultivator, how could he sustain it for long? Even more infuriating was that old fox. He did not engage him directly, but instead commanded the skeletal demonic soldiers to encircle him, wearing down his mana. When he was exhausted, he would be like fish on the chopping block. Master, one disciple cried out hoarsely, his voice tinged with sobs, you should leave. The disciples will hold them off for you. Meng Yuan did not respond. Leave? He wished he could. But the old man in the black robe clearly had no intention of granting him that chance. Meng Sect Master, I shall grant you one more opportunity. The old man in the black robe stood with his hands behind his back, Tin Zhang away, his tone casual, as if in conversation. Hand over the river diagram, and cripple your cultivation, I can ensure your survival. Otherwise, he glanced at the dimming water curtain, and chuckled lightly, how much longer can your turtle shell hold up? Meng Yuan gritted his teeth, and remained silent. He understood clearly that the words of the opponent were merely a cat-and-mouse game. After crippling his cultivation, could he still walk out of Luoyan Slope alive? He turned his head and glanced at the 3 blood-soaked disciples behind him. The youngest among them was merely at the early stage of foundation establishment, just over 40 years old this year. In the realm of mortals, he was already in the prime of life, but in the world of cultivation this age was still considered part of the younger generation. At this moment, he looked pale, his left arm hanging at an unnatural angle, yet he still clutched the magical artifact tightly, his eyes filled with determination. Master. The disciple noticed Meng Yuan's gaze and forced out a smile worse than crying, I'm not afraid of death. Meng Yuan's throat tightened. Meng Yuan was not what one would call a good person in his lifetime. He had skimmed offerings, suppressed smaller sects, and his actions against the Zhang family could be considered kicking someone when they were down. But these disciples had followed him through thick and thin, and now they were to accompany him to his grave at Luoyan Slope. Meng Yuan took a deep breath and slowly stood up. You want the 10,000 river diagram? His voice was hoarse, yet carried a fierce determination. Then come and take it with your lives. As soon as he finished speaking, he bit his tongue, and a mouthful of essence blood sprayed onto the 10,000 river diagram. The faint blue water curtain suddenly surged, transforming into towering waves that swept out in all directions. The skeletal demonic soldiers disintegrated upon contact, their white frames shattered and scattered across the ground. The old man in the black robe's expression changed slightly, and he retreated violently. A cornered beast will still fight. He snorted coldly, and a small black flag flew out from his sleeve, expanding in the wind, transforming into a square of about 10 zhang, its surface embroidered with a fearsome ghostly head exuding a chilling aura. As the black flag unfurled, a howling wind of darkness rushed out, colliding with the towering waves. Boom. The clash of two magical forces shook the valley's walls, causing debris to rain down. Meng Yuan's body trembled violently, blood seeping from all 7 orifices, yet he gritted his teeth and held his ground. He could not retreat. If he did, these disciples behind him would meet certain death. Master! The one-armed disciple shouted hoarsely, stumbling to Meng Yuan's side, pouring his remaining mana into the river diagram recklessly. The other 2 disciples exchanged glances and stepped forward together. The combined strength of the 4 funneled into the river diagram, solidifying the water curtain further and temporarily pushing back the dark wind. The old man in the black robe's eyes flashed with impatience. Since you all wish to die, I shall fulfill your wishes. He formed hand seals, and the black flag suddenly expanded several times, the ghostly head on the flag seemingly coming to life, opening its gaping mouth and emitting a piercing shriek. The shriek echoed through the valley, and Meng Yuan felt as if his head were being pricked with needles, causing his mana to stall. The one-armed disciple fainted, instantly collapsing limply among the rubble. It's over. This thought flashed through Meng Yuan's mind. Just then, at the end of the horizon, a golden sword light pierced the void. The sword light shot forth with astonishing speed, crossing a distance of thousands of zhang in an instant, carrying unmatched killing intent, and plunged straight into the ghostly head of the black flag. Boom. A muffled sound erupted as the ghostly head on the black flag let out a wretched wail, the flag's surface bulging violently, and the dark wind scattered in all directions. The old man in the black robe staggered back several steps, his face finally revealing shock. Who goes there? He shouted sharply, his gaze sweeping towards the horizon. The twilight was heavy, and more than a dozen black spiritual ships broke through the clouds like giant whales, surfacing, bearing down from the north with overwhelming might. At the bow of the ship stood a figure in a blue robe, hands clasped behind him, his garments billowing in the wind. Wanbao Tower Qin-Yi. The old man's pupils contracted slightly. He recognized this new neighbor and knew that Zhang Guangling had always wanted him dead. However, the orders from the ancestor had restrained his actions. Yet unexpectedly, he had not sought them out, and now they had come for him instead. How ironic. Wanbao Tower. Such a grand name. The old man in the black robe's eyes gleamed with sharpness as he unleashed the full pressure of his latest stage foundation establishment, Cultivation. A mere early-stage foundation establishment, brat dares to act like a character in front of me. With a wave of his hand, he declared, since you have come, leave your lives here too. The 8 foundation establishment cultivators simultaneously activated their flags, and countless skeleton soldiers surged forth from the flag's surfaces, a sea of white rushing toward the spiritual ships in the air. These skeletal soldiers were entirely different from the previous ones. Their skeletal frames glowed white as jade, with ghostly green flames flickering in their eye sockets, and they bore a semblance of the might of foundation establishment cultivators. Hu Yueling and Su Lan, the 2 prominent disciples of Qingyun, immediately recognized this as the White Bone Sect's technique, and their expressions changed in unison. Bone Demon, you dare to act fiercely under my Qingyun's jurisdiction. Su Lan shouted angrily, ready to strike. Su Fairy, wait a moment. Shun Yi raised his hand to gesture. It's rare for someone to come to test my new device. I was just lamenting there was no one to try it out. Zhao Hu. Upon receiving the order, Zhao Hu immediately took out a silver small flag from his sleeve, unfurling it in the wind, the flag's surface fluttering loudly. Jinhua Hall, heed my command. Fire. Before his words fell, the abdominal hatches of the spiritual ships opened simultaneously, and countless shadows poured out like a torrential rain. These were fully black puppets standing about a zhang tall, with iron bones, and embedded in their chests and abdomens were spirit stones the size of a fist, emitting a faint blue glow. As they landed, they created shallow pits, stirring up dust and debris. 110-100. In an instant, the valley was densely packed with black-armored puppets surrounding the skeletal demonic soldiers. The pupils of the old man in the black robe suddenly constricted. The grade of these puppets is not high, only at the peak of the chi refining stage. However, the sheer number is overwhelming. At a glance, there are at least 300 of them. 300. Both Hu Yueling and her companion raised their eyebrows. People only say that the Wanbao Tower suddenly became prosperous due to the essence of life and its reputation in Qingyun. What they do not know is that the reason the Qingyun sect looks favorably upon the Wanbao Tower is due to those extraordinary puppets capable of delivering a blow equivalent to the golden core. The method of refining them was long presented by Qin-Yi to Qingyun. Although the materials used are quite ordinary, the internal prohibitions are exceptionally exquisite. Only a handful of people in the sect can refine them. Though these puppets are merely at the chi refining level, they are inheritors of the star constellation puppets. Does that not imply that under full activation, they can unleash the power of Foundation establishment? Just as he was pondering, the puppets moved. The 300 black-armored puppets' azure eyes simultaneously turned crimson. They knelt, leaned forward, and pushed off the ground, their iron feet shattering rocks as their figures shot out like black arrows. The foremost puppets collided head-on with the skeletal demon soldiers. Boom! The clash of iron fists against bones erupted in a piercing explosion. Although the skeletal demon soldiers are at the Foundation establishment level with bones harder than refined steel, they still shattered under the combined force of several puppets, scattering gleaming white bone fragments. More puppets surged forth like a tide, fearless of death, moving in perfect coordination, forming a subtle battle formation. One puppet was pierced through the chest by the skeletal demon soldier's bone claw, its spirit stone shattered, blue light extinguished, and it crashed to the ground. But immediately 5 puppets filled its position, using iron fists, elbow strikes, and knee thrusts to tear that skeletal demon soldier into pieces in the most brutal manner. These puppets. The old man in the black robe's expression changed slightly. He could see clearly that although these puppets were of the peak chi refining grade, they could barely touch the threshold of Foundation establishment when fully unleashed. A Foundation establishment level skeletal demon soldier might be able to contend with 3 to 5 puppets, but now the valley floor was densely packed with over 300 of them. What was more terrifying was that they showed no signs of fatigue, did not fear casualties, and moreover, did not require a cultivator's mental focus to control. In the cultivation world, there are 2 types of puppets. One is controlled by a cultivator's spiritual sense, like an extension of their limbs, but a cultivator's energy is limited, with one person able to control at most 3 to 5 puppets. The other is pre-programmed to operate autonomously, but this means the puppets act mechanically and become useless at the slightest disruption. However, these black-armored puppets before him, while belonging to the second type, moved with discernment, balancing offense and defense, and even understood how to support each other and encircle opponents. They hardly resembled rigid mechanical constructs. He had no idea that this was the unique quality of the Longyuan Pavilion's crafting techniques. In the world, cultivators either pursue power or craftsmanship when refining magical artifacts, but the Longyuan Pavilion seeks spirituality. Their ultimate goal is to refine a type of sentient creature with self-awareness. These 2 types of puppets are among their pioneering products. Unfortunately, their grand undertaking was not completed, and the entire Longyuan Pavilion perished along with the Xian, old demon. In the end, it all benefited Chun Yi for nothing. With the system's function that allows for mass production, he directly utilized the painstaking creation of the Longyuan Pavilion as battlefield robots. The old man in the black robe's face turned ashen, his heart bleeding. A Foundation establishment level skeletal demon soldier requires the complete remains of a Foundation establishment cultivator as its base, supplemented by 14 talismans for refinement, taking years to cultivate. Each one is a crystallization of hard work. Using one means losing one. But what about these puppets before him? They are merely consumables made of iron, stone, and spirit stones. The old man in the black robe felt pained, but Zhao Hu felt no sorrow at all. These black-armored puppets are costly, but the Wanbao Tower is wealthy. The Tower Master has already stated anything that can be resolved with money is no issue at all. The cost of these 300 black-armored puppets is merely equivalent to about half a month's income for the Wanbao Tower. Third Master. A mid-Foundation establishment cultivator behind him could not help but whisper, "There are too many of these puppets if we keep wearing ourselves out." "Shut up." The old man in the black robe interrupted sharply, taking a deep breath to suppress his surging anger. In Tiannan, only his white bone view can use the skeletal demon soldiers to employ sea tactics. He did not expect to be countered today by a merchant. Capture the leader first. You all hold back these iron lumps. I will personally deal with that, Junior. Before the old man's voice fell, his figure transformed into a streak of black light, weaving past the chaotic battle of puppets and skeletal demon soldiers, charging straight for Chun Yi at the bow of the boat. Junior prepared to die. Hui Welling was greatly alarmed and wanted to stand in front of Chun Yi, but she heard a cold snort from behind. A green escape light had crossed over everyone, rushing to stand in front of Chun Yi, revealing a graceful figure. Fairy Chiao. Hui Welling frowned slightly. Xiao Mingxin did not look at her, focusing instead on the black light rushing towards them. From her sleeve flew out a strand of green silk, thin as a spider's thread, yet carrying a chilling pressure of toxic power. The green silk lengthened in the wind, quickly transforming into a giant net descending upon the old man in the black robe. The old man's face changed drastically, and he abruptly halted in midair, fiercely waving the black flag in his hand, sending out a gust of sinister wind that collided with the green silk net. Hiss! The contact between the sinister wind and the green silk made a corrosive sound. Not only did the green silk net not disperse, but it also spread out with the sinister wind coiling around the surface of the black flag like a living creature. The old man in the black robe felt his black flag grow heavy in his hand, and green spots resembling mold appeared on the flag's surface. 5 Poison Sect. The old man's pupils constricted sharply, and he shouted sternly. Qiu Mingxin stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her tone indifferent. Evil cultists. There are 3 sects in the Yu Kingdom. The Qingyun sect possesses the most techniques, with all its combat power resting within its members, while the Beastmaster Mountain utilizes beast wave tactics to dominate. The 5 Poison sect combines the strengths of both with poisonous beasts and external toxins, making their group assault capabilities no weaker than those of the Beastmaster Mountain. Moreover, their internal 4 poisons allow their explosive power to surpass that of Qingyun. They are the most undesirable opponents for the demon cultivators of Tiannan. Now, not only have the disciples of the 5 Poison sect arrived, but it is also the late Foundation establishment, Qiu Mingxin, a direct descendant. Although the old man in the black robe holds a prominent position in the Zhang family within the Whitebone sect, he is merely an outer sect elder. How could he dare to confront a direct descendant of the 5 Poison sect heathen? Retreat! He shouted violently, his figure retreating like a ghost, his black flag violently shaking off most of the green mold spots, yet the flag's surface was already mottled and dim. However, Qiu Mingxin was relentless, lightly raising her jade hand. The green silk net spun in the air again and descended toward the old man in the black robe. Fairy Qiu, please wait. Chun Yi's voice came from behind. Qiu Mingxin's actions paused slightly as she turned to look back. At the bow of the boat stood Chun Yi with his hands clasped behind him, wearing a seemingly smiling expression, yet his gaze did not rest on her, but rather beyond her, looking at the old man in the black robe. It is rare to have a worthy opponent. Allow me to showcase the methods of Wanbao. Qiu Mingxin's dark brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of annoyance flashing in her eyes. Her actions, while undoubtedly aimed at suppressing the strong and aiding the weak, were more about wanting to display the techniques of the direct descendants of the 5 Poison sect in front of Chun Yi. She wanted this ignorant merchant to see the insurmountable gap between herself and Hu Yueling. But Chun Yi's words were clearly ungrateful. Master Chun, Qiu Mingxin retracted the green silk net, her tone softening slightly. This person is a disciple of the Whitebone sect, mastering the Whitebone demon technique, which is cunning and poisonous, making him quite a formidable opponent even among late Foundation establishment cultivators. Master Chun, Qiu Mingxin retracted the green silk net, her tone softening slightly. This person is a disciple of the Whitebone sect, mastering the Whitebone demon technique, which is cunning and poisonous, making him quite a... With that, he flicked his large sleeve, and a stream of light shot out. The flowing light hovered 3 feet before Chun Yi, spreading sideways like a tide, and in an instant transformed into a towering figure of about 10 feet high. The figure was forged from some kind of dark golden metal resembling a dragon's head, with a human body with prominent double horns atop its head, yet its face took on a humanoid form with its eyes closed, as if still in slumber. Its body had smooth and rigid lines engraved with intricate spiritual seals. A fist-sized high-grade spirit stone was embedded between its chest and abdomen. Just as Qiu Mingxin furrowed her brows, she saw Chun Yi flick his fingers, sending a stream of light into it. In an instant, the dragon head puppet's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and golden light flowed from its pupils like molten lava, emanating a pressure far beyond that of an ordinary Foundation establishment latestage cultivator. Qiu Mingxin's pupils constricted sharply. She looked at Chun Yi in disbelief. Chun Yi remained silent, merely pointing at the black-robed elder. With a swift motion, the Kong Jinlong puppet that had been standing beside Chun Yi suddenly vanished. The black-robed elder was engulfed by the black banner, transforming into a gust of black wind as he fled into the distance. Suddenly, a point of golden light burst forth in the void ahead. The black-robed elder's heart raced with alarm. Without a second thought, he thrust the black flag forward while retreating rapidly. A ghostly head on the black flag opened its mouth, spewing forth a thick black mist reeking of foulness. The golden light pierced through the black mist, maintaining its momentum unwaveringly. Only then did the black-robed elder see that it was a golden fist. Instantly, he was filled with dread, desperately urging his protective dark magic as a layer of black bone armor emerged from beneath his skin, covering his entire body densely. The black-robed elder spat out a mouthful of black blood, his body flying back like a kite, with a severed string, crashing violently against the cliff wall, sending stones flying, and creating a huge... The black-robed elder spat out a mouthful of black blood, his body flying back like a kite, with a severed string, crashing violently against the cliff wall, sending stones flying, and creating a human-shaped dent in the mountainside. Only then did Chun-Yi turn to Qiu Mingxin and say the entire cultivation world of the Yu Kingdom knows that the starry puppets of my Wanbao building possess the power of a latest-stage foundation establishment cultivator and can unleash the full strength of a golden core cultivator when necessary. Yet few have witnessed their might, leading many petty factions to believe my Wanbao building is weak and easy to bully. Now it is indeed time to show our fangs. Looking at the black-robed elder embedded in the cliff like a mural, Qiu Mingxin couldn't help but gasp. She gazed at the dragon head puppet with a complex expression, her remaining composure finally shattered. Chun-Yi, though only at the early stage of foundation establishment, held cards that were increasingly terrifying. The black-armored puppet was already mass-produced, while this starry puppet could directly overpower latest-stage foundation establishment cultivators. No wonder he dared to lead the team personally. Chun, the leader, truly has great means. Qiu Mingxin retracted her gaze, her condescending tone having dissipated significantly. It seems I have been too meddlesome. Chun-Yi smiled. Fairy Qiu, you flatter me. I am grateful for your righteous action this time. Upon hearing this, the discomfort on Qiu Mingxin's face eased slightly, and just as she was about to speak, a violent coughing sound echoed from the cliff. The black-robed elder struggled to peel himself off the stone wall, propping himself up with the black band. He raised his head, his gaunt face smeared with blood, yet his eyes were fixed intently on the Kong Jinlong hovering in midair, with deep horror swirling in the depths of his pupils. This is impossible. The Bone Temple cultivator had two major supports. One was his ability to control corpses and refine puppets, and the other was this physical body. Though this bone demon armor appeared unremarkable, it was forged from his own bones, tempered over 100 years, merging the power of darkness and marrow to form this layer of armor that was harder than fine steel. Even ordinary magical treasures would struggle to injure it. But that earlier punch was clearly raw strength, pure unadorned brute force. With a single punch, the bone armor shattered, bones broke, and his organs felt as if they had been crushed. What kind of puppet is this? Even a pure body-refining cultivator at the late stage of foundation establishment cannot compare. There is nothing impossible. Chun-Yi's voice drifted down from above. That bone armor of yours at its best is merely equivalent to an 8th or 9th grade magical treasure. My puppet is of the 7th grade, forged entirely from iron essence. To strike a rock with an egg is certainly surprising, isn't it? Now if you surrender obediently, I may still leave you with a whole corpse, or otherwise. Before Chun-Yi could finish, the black-robed elder suddenly laughed maniacally, his laughter echoing through the valley like the cry of a night owl, exuding an indescribable chill. Junior, if you think you have me at your mercy, you underestimate the Bone Temple too much. He fiercely thrust the black banner into the ground, forming hand seals with both hands as his fingers danced like butterflies reciting incantations. Bones flourishing, the netherworld crossing tribulations, summoned the Dharma body. The ghostly head on the black banner seemed to sense its master's call, letting out a piercing scream, and the tattered flag fluttered on its own without wind. A pair of skeletal hands slowly emerged from the flag, followed by forearms, shoulders, and a skull. A complete white bone Dharma body struggled out from the flag, standing at 3 meters tall, glistening like jade with black mist coiling around its skeletal frame, its might no less than that of the Kong Jinlong. Though the black-robed elder's face looked like golden paper, he gazed at the white-boned giant with confidence. Junior, when it comes to puppets, my Bone Temple is the ancestor. Foundation establishment late stage. Qiu Mingxin's voice sounded behind Chun-Yi, carrying a hint of seriousness. This old thing has summoned his life bone demon. Chun-Yi stood with his hands behind his back in midair, looking up at the 3-meter-high white-boned giant, the indifference on his face finally subsiding somewhat. Now this is interesting. The two types of puppets mentioned earlier referred to the orthodox puppet path. However, the Bone Temple's corpse puppets followed a different path. They were based on the remains of cultivators fueled by the power of darkness. Each white bone demon soldier that reached foundation establishment would develop its own consciousness. The intelligence of these corpse puppets could be ferocious and brutal, bloodthirsty, or difficult to control. But they resembled living beings far more than mechanical puppets. What the Longyuan Pavilion had always wanted was to imbue mechanical puppets with this trait. However, despite countless attempts and exhaustive explorations into the mysteries of crafting, they ultimately fell short of the final breath. Chun-Yi also possessed the Disha fire banner obtained from the Yang family, so he naturally understood how crucial this slight difference was for puppets. Tear it apart. The black-robed elder commanded the white-boned Dharma body sternly. The white-boned Dharma body's eye sockets flared with ghostly fire, letting out a silent roar as its feet pushed off the ground, darting towards the Kong Jinlong like a bolt of white lightning. The Kong Jinlong's eyes shone brightly, moving forward rather than retreating, delivering a punch. Boom. The deafening sound of metal clashing reverberated with shockwaves surging, causing stones in the valley below to tumble chaotically. The white bone Dharma body was sent flying back, and as it hung in the air, it opened its mouth to spray a thick black mist enveloping the pursuing Kong Jinlong within it. Buzz. A golden light shield suddenly rose around the Kong Jinlong's body, isolating the black mist. However, the black mist seemed to possess a life of its own, clinging to the shield continuously, eroding the surface spiritual light, emitting a sizzling corrosive sound. The bone demon's arms shook and 2 bone blades extended from its forearms. With a ghostly movement, it closed in, swinging down with a knife. The Kong Jinlong crossed its arms to block. Clang clang. The deafening sounds of metal clashing exploded in the valley. The bone blades were refined with some form of magic, incredibly sharp, leaving 2 shallow white marks on the Kong Jinlong's iron essence-formed forearms. A flash of golden light appeared in the Kong Jinlong's eyes as it exerted force to shake off the bone blades, then kicked out, striking the white bone Dharma body in the chest and abdomen. Crack! Several ribs snapped with the sound. The life bone demon staggered back, and from the broken bones black mist surged, visibly regrowing at a rapid pace. Seizing the opportunity, the Kong Jinlong reached behind and drew out a golden spear, shaking it, the spearhead shining like the blazing sun, piercing straight at the white bone Dharma body. The life bone demon's eye sockets flared with ghostly fire, crossing its blades to block. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing shook the valley, causing stones to tumble down. It was knocked back several steps by the power of the spear, its heels shattering rocks as it plowed deep furrows in the black mist. Once the white bone Dharma body steadied itself, it let out a sharp shriek, and the evil energy on its blades surged once again, charging forward. The Kong Jinlong swept its golden spear, engaging in a purely physical clash with the bone blades in the twilight. Clang 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 clang. Within just a few exchanges, the life bone demon began to show signs of defeat. The black-robed elder's eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How can a mere dead object possess such exquisite skills? He could clearly see that every move of the Kong Jinlong was exquisite, entirely unlike the rigid patterns of mechanical puppets. This was clearly a battle instinct unique to living beings. Compared to his own famed close combat bone demon, it was even more terrifying. Chun-Yi stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile gracing his lips. Longyuan Pavilion exhaustively explored the intricacies of weaponry, aiming to imbue mechanical creations with the essence of living beings. Although they had not achieved perfection, they had endowed the puppets with extraordinary computational power. It could be deemed a celestial version of supercomputing. Every block and every counterattack was not a preset command, but a result derived in real time during combat. It saw the angle and speed of the incoming bone blade, instantly calculating the optimal response plan faster than a cultivator's instinctive reaction. Chun-Yi felt regret upon first seeing it. If only Longyuan Pavilion were not so fixated on the path of artificial beings. With their exquisite crafting techniques, the cultivation world would surely undergo a significant transformation. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world. The inventions of the cultivation world have never been made for the benefit of all living beings. Whether it be pills, artifacts, formations, or puppets, the ultimate goal is always to vie for supremacy. No matter how intricate the star constellation puppet is, it ultimately lacks intelligence. This is quite a fatal flaw in the realm of cultivation. After the initial shock, the old man in the black robe regained his composure and shouted angrily, "You foolish idiot. Why engage in close combat with that scrap metal? Quickly utilize your divine abilities and spells." At this moment, the bone demon had been provoked by the Kong Jinlong's ferocity and could not heed its master's commands. Its ghostly flames surged 3 feet high, emitting a non-human roar from its throat as the black mist on the dual bone blades churned like boiling water, preparing to pounce once more against the Kong Jinlong for a life-and-death struggle. The old man in the black robe was infuriated, his 7 orifices smoking with rage. He shouted, "You wretch! How dare you defy my orders?" Simultaneously, he shook the black banner. 3 times the ghostly head on the banner emitted a sharp shriek, causing the white bone avatar to stiffen, its ghostly flames flickering violently, revealing a hint of struggle. The old man in the black robe bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto the banner. Nourished by the essence blood, the ghostly head's shrieks grew increasingly high-pitched. The white bone avatar let out an unwilling roar, yet ultimately could not withstand the suppression of the black banner. Its dual blades retracted, its form retreating several jong. Chun-Yi raised his eyebrows at this sight. The method of refining corpses into puppets is widely circulated in the demonic path. Even the Yang family possesses techniques, like the Fire banner. However, the White Bone sect using this method stands unparalleled in the southern sky, having its own unique aspects. From what can be seen now, the White Bone sect far surpasses its peers in the art of control. Even Chun-Yi's system-optimized Earth Fiery Spirit banner does not exert such dominion over its internal demonic soldiers. At this moment, Xiao Mingxin also spoke up. Master Chen should be cautious. The bone demon of this White Bone sect is nearly indistinguishable from cultivators of the same tier, even more ferocious. If you keep your distance and employ divine abilities, your puppet. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the golden figure suspended in midair, is likely to suffer losses. Thank you for the warning, fair maiden. Chun-Yi replied with a smile and a respectful gesture. Beside them, Su Lan noticed how familiar Xiao Mingxin had grown with Chun-Yi while Hu Yueling was left out. Unable to help but feel somewhat indignant for her junior sister, she lightly snorted. How could Master Chun, with such talent, not be aware of these matters? Fairy Qiao is unnecessarily worried. Xiao Mingxin's gaze briefly shifted across Su Lan before landing on the perpetually silent Hu Yueling. She slightly curled her lips, choosing not to argue, and redirected her attention to the battlefield. The old man in the black robe had stabilized his footing, repeatedly waving the black banner. The White Bone avatar received its command and ceased its struggle, with the Kong Jin Long retreating more than 10 zhang, its hands forming a vague seal in front of it. The Yin Sha energy gathered in its palms like rivers converging into the sea, swiftly forming a pitch-black Yin fire. With a thrust of its palms, the Yin fire, accompanied by a piercing shriek, surged straight toward the Kong Jin Long. Seeing this, Chun-Yi not only was not surprised, but chuckled lightly. Quite clever. The Kong Jin Long's eyes flashed with golden light, and its form suddenly shifted 3 zhang, evading the Yin fire. The Yin fire grazed the shoulder of the puppet, crashing against the cliff behind with a thunderous roar, sending fragments flying and eroding the rock face into grotesque holes, a cloud of black smoke billowing. However, the White Bone avatar clearly had more than one trick up its sleeve. It pushed with its palms again, and one after another waves of Yin fire shot out, like a barrage, sealing off all of the Kong Jin Long's escape routes. The Yin fire intertwined in the air, forming an impenetrable net accompanied by piercing shrieks as it descended upon the puppet. The Kong Jin Long, unwilling to be outdone, opened its mouth wide, unleashing several beams of golden light toward the Yin fire. Just as the two attacks were about to collide in midair, the bone demon altered its hand seals, causing the waves of Yin fire to suddenly drop 3 feet. Bang! 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 The golden light missed its target, creating several deep craters in the ground. The Kong Jin Long attempted to retaliate, but it was already too late. The waves of Yin fire were already upon it. Although blocked by the golden shield, it still sent the Kong Jin Long stumbling back. The situation had swiftly reversed. The old man in the black robe laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, dead objects are just dead objects. No matter how fast they can calculate, how can they compare to the adaptability of living beings? Chun-Yi also sighed with a faint smile. This was indeed the greatest shortcoming of the Longyuan puppets. In close combat, they were truly unmatched. With bodies forged from iron essence, strength surpassing that of the same tier, and combat simulations refined to the minutiae, even a latest-stage foundation establishment physical cultivator would struggle against them. But once an opponent creates distance and bombards them with spells from afar, they could only passively endure the hits. When cultivators engage in battle, they should use their divine sense to lock onto targets, allowing their flying swords and magical artifacts to pursue their enemies over great distances. Yet puppets are, after all, puppets. Lacking sentience means they do not possess divine sense. They can only rely on the spiritual patterns etched into their eyes to capture fluctuations in spiritual energy. They can see the incoming Yin fire, but intercepting it is another matter entirely. Because of divine sense control, spell attacks can be redirected at any moment according to the caster's intent, and no matter how powerful the calculations, predicting their direction remains difficult. Naturally, they can only passively take hits. This is the very reason why Longyuan Pavilion uses them solely as guard puppets. Within confined spaces, waiting for enemies to attack makes the shortcomings less apparent. However, Chun-Yi insisted on utilizing them in direct combat, which amplified these shortcomings to an infinite degree. The old man in the black robe had clearly seen through this point, forcing the bone demon to abandon its famed close combat skills and instead employ spell attacks, not seeking a decisive blow, but rather to exhaust the Kong Jin Long's shield's spiritual energy with relentless bombardment. Master Chun, the previously silent Hu Yueling, finally spoke. That spirit stone may not last through a stick of incense. Defenses consume much more than attacks, and Hu Yueling's words struck a chord. Chun-Yi laughed heartily. What you say is wise, fellow Taoist. We must end this quickly. The three women turned their attention to the battlefield, seeing the Kong Jinlong's eyes suddenly brighten, no longer evading, but allowing the Yin fire to strike its shield. The high-grade spirit stone within its chest also shone brilliantly. The three women squinted their eyes in unison. The old man in the black robe, however, changed his expression drastically. Having practiced for over 200 years and experienced countless battles, his instincts for danger had long been ingrained in his bones. At that moment, the dragon head puppet emitted an aura that was far from ordinary foundation establishment late stage. It was a qualitative change, a sudden leap over an abyss of transformation. No. His pupils constricted sharply as he waved the black banner frantically. Come back to me. The skeletal avatar connected to his mind also sensed the overwhelming pressure that instinctively made it tremble, no longer daring to show its ferocity. The figure shot back towards the old man in the black robe like a streak of white light. However, it was already too late. The high-grade spirit stone embedded in the chest of the dragon had burned out. Relying on its last bit of energy, the dragon turned its head towards the old man in the black robe, and golden light burst forth from its mouth instantly, making it seem as if a small sun had risen in the world. Wherever it passed, the rocks vaporized, and even the gravel on the ground melted into a layer of shimmering glaze due to the intense heat. The jade-like skeletal frame of the avatar barely held for a moment in the light. It was like a sand tower meeting water, instantly swept clean by the golden light, leaving not even a wisp of smoke behind. The old man's pupils reflected the rapidly expanding golden sun, and his soul quivered. He bit his tongue, blood gushing forth, and a dark light surged around him, as if he were about to cast a blood escape secret technique. But how could he escape under such golden light? No. A short and shrill scream abruptly stopped. The golden light crashed against the steep cliff of Luoyan slope, erupting with a tremendous roar. Debris rained down like a storm, and in midair it melted into crimson magma, due to the searing heat trailing long tails of flames as it smashed into the valley, stirring up clouds of dust. The originally steep cliff vanished in an instant, replaced by a massive pit over 10 yards wide and several yards deep. When the cultivators from Tianyang County arrived above Luoyan slope, they were confronted with such a scene. They knew that the puppet from Wanbao Tower could unleash a golden core strike, but witnessing it firsthand was a different matter. Is this the full power strike of the star puppet? A Foundation establishment early-stage rogue cultivator murmured. His companion beside him remained silent, staring intently at the huge pit, still emitting wisps of smoke on the cliff, swallowing hard. Who doesn't know that there is an insurmountable chasm between Foundation establishment and golden core? In the entire Ejo, the visible golden core cultivators couldn't even add up to a handful. Now a puppet from Wanbao Tower can deliver a golden core strike, which signifies something to everyone present. Yet on the flying boat, it was a different scene. The crafting method of this puppet was also known to Qingye Shangren, and the Qingyun sect had refined a few, so they had indeed witnessed its might. Although Hu Yueling and the others showed surprise, it was not as exaggerated as others. Qiu Mingxin merely raised an eyebrow slightly. Her earlier astonishment was due to the puppet's intelligence. As for its power, she had a life-saving talisman given by her father in her storage pouch, which could also unleash a strike of this magnitude, so there was no need to be overly astonished. However, Chun-Yi's next action caused the three women to change their expressions simultaneously. They saw him reach out and pull back the exhausted dragon that had fallen to the ground. With a flick of his finger, a high-grade spirit stone was embedded into its chest cavity. The originally dim eyes brightened with golden light once again. This puppet can actually be reused, oi. Sulan blurted out, and upon realizing how it sounded, she quickly cleared her throat to cover it up. This is a puppet, not a talisman. How could it be a one-time use? Chun-Yi chuckled. Hu Yueling, however, looked worried. Master Chun, it would be best to submit this new method to the sect quickly, otherwise. Chun-Yi was taken aback. New method? Doesn't your sect's refined star puppets become unusable after one use? He raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion in his tone. Seeing Chun-Yi's expression did not resemble deception, Hu Yueling and Su Lan exchanged glances, both showing a hint of embarrassment. Su Lan cleared her throat and said vaguely, perhaps the ones refined in the sect are slightly different from what the master has produced. Even so, turmoil was already stirring in her heart. This elder Imo is no good. She had seen several star puppets in the sect with her own eyes. After using a golden core strike, the internal spiritual restrictions would be completely burned out, turning it into a pile of scrap metal. So how could it be like Chun-Yi's, simply swapping a spirit stone to regain its vitality? Hu Yueling felt a mix of emotions. She recalled Qingye Shangren's private lamentation. He said that the crafting method of the star puppet was exquisite, but the crafting threshold was too high, and after one use it would be useless. With that effort, it would be better to let Elder Mo take action directly. But if this puppet can be reused, then it is not a consumable, but true combat power. Master Chun, Hu Yueling lowered her voice, her gaze serious. Such a secret should not be exposed in front of outsiders. As she spoke, her peripheral vision discreetly swept over Qiu Mingxin. Qiu Mingxin immediately snorted coldly. Your Qingyun has quite a bit of authority. Master Chen's Wanbao Tower may be located in Yizhou, but it is not under your Qingyun sect. Must you meddle in everything? Hu Yueling's expression changed slightly, about to argue, when Chun Yi lightly coughed. Ladies do not quarrel over such trivial matters. Let us focus on the main issue. Upon hearing this, Qiu Mingxin slightly parted her red lips, as if she wanted to say something more. But seeing Chun Yi turn to look into the valley, she had to swallow the words that were on the tip of her tongue, casting a cold glance at Hu Yueling. Hu Yueling lowered her gaze, remaining silent, her expression neutral, but the fingers in her sleeve had tightened slightly. Chun Yi stood at the bow of the boat, his gaze sweeping over the chaos in the valley. Voice clear. Zhao Hu, at your service. Clean up the battlefield and tend to the wounded. Yes. Zhao Hu responded, waving his hand, as dozens of cultivators from Jinyue Hall swooped down like a flock of geese. Seeing that Chun Yi paid no attention to the 8 skeletal demon cultivators who had fled, Su Lan could no longer hold back. Master Chen, those 8 skeletal demon cultivators escaped. Oh, why not pursue them? Your words are mistaken, Miss Su. Chun Yi smiled lightly. They are just a few small fish, whether to kill them or not is inconsequential to the overall situation. However, we must follow the trail they left to uncover who is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Otherwise, I will have to sleep with one eye open tonight. Qiu Mingxin and Hu Yueling were both taken aback, quickly realizing what he meant. Hu Yueling frowned tightly. Master Chun means to say, there are those within the borders of Yu country who have allied with the Bone Spectre. Qiu Mingxin immediately retorted coldly, Yu country. Friend, who should stop using this fig leaf. Just say that there are traitors among your Qinjian's ranks. Hu Yueling's expression changed slightly, but she still maintained the demeanor of a large sect disciple. Miss Qiu, please be cautious with your words. You and I are of the 3 sects of Yu country, connected like branches. If there are demonic cultivators within, it concerns all 3 families, not just our Qingyun sect alone. Qiu Mingxin scoffed. Didn't Fairy Hu just say that I am an outsider? Now you suddenly remember the ties of the 3 families. This attitude has changed too quickly. I am quite taken aback. She watched as Hu Yueling's face turned red and pale from the retort. A sense of satisfaction arose in Qiu Mingxin's heart. She had finally gained the upper hand. She glanced at Chun Yi, only to find him completely oblivious to the situation. Instead, she quickly approached Meng Yuan, who was being supported onto the flying boat by Zhao Hu, and her sense of satisfaction faded like a receding tide. Is Master Meng all right? Meng Yuan struggled to break free from Zhao Hu's support, staggering as he was about to kneel. Thank you, Chief Chun, for saving my life. Chun Yi extended his hand to support him, saying, Master Meng, you are too polite. You were ambushed in front of my Wanbao Tower. If I ignored it, wouldn't it be a joke that my Wanbao Tower can't even protect its guests? Here, take this pill first. A pill was presented before him. Meng Yuan was taken aback, looking up at Chun Yi, his lips quivering slightly. He understood that his relationship with Wanbao Tower was merely transactional and did not involve any deep friendship. Chun Yi personally led a team to rescue him. This kindness was something Meng Yuan naturally acknowledged. He took the pill without further ado and swallowed it. The medicinal power entered his abdomen, and a warm flow of spiritual energy rose from his dantian, slowly repairing the desiccated meridians within. His pale complexion finally regained some color as he exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Chief Chen's great kindness, I Meng will remember it. In the future, if your tower has any tasks, I will not refuse from either side of Yangxin Lake. Chun Yi waved his hand, dismissively unconcerned. Master Meng, please do not say such things. However, it truly makes me tremble to hear that Master was suddenly attacked by such demonic cultivators. I wonder what the reason is. Meng Yuan's face flashed with a hint of resentment as he said in a deep voice, I do not know the identity of the black-robed elder leading them. What they mentioned was also aimed at the Wanha map, but I Meng can't help but feel it's suspicious. Oh, Chun Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Though the Wanha map is of 6th grade, it only exhibited anomalies today when the Tower Master refined it. Meng Yuan pondered. I received this treasure from the Tower Master's hand, and within an hour I was ambushed. This group of demonic thieves was clearly well prepared, laying an ambush at Luoyan Slope for a long time. He paused slightly, here his eyes flickering with hesitation. Chun Yi did not urge him, but listened quietly. Meng Yuan gritted his teeth and finally spoke. I believe this Wanha map is merely an excuse. From the beginning they came for my life. Although I cannot be considered a significant figure, I have managed Yangshin Lake for decades and maintained harmony with various parties. The only past grievance was that I had detained several smuggling flying boats from the Zhang family of Izhou some time ago. Are you suggesting that these demonic cultivators were sent by the Zhang family? Chun Yi's brow furrowed. That's quite the accusation. He then looked at Hu Yueling and the others asking, what do you two fairies think? The Zhang family. Hu Yueling frowned slightly, her gaze lingering on Meng Yuan for a moment. Does Master Meng have any evidence? Meng Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. If I had evidence, why would I need to speculate here? Didn't Chief Chen carry out the investigation in a straightforward manner? If so, we shall see. If it truly involves the Zhang family, Haha Yuqingyun sect will have to give me and the two sects an explanation. Qiu Mingxin said this without reservation, her gaze slyly sweeping over Hu Yueling. Hu Yueling's expression remained unchanged as she replied calmly. All matters here have been reported to the sect. If it is confirmed that the Zhang family is indeed colluding with the White Bone sect, my Qingyun sect will not cover for them. But, she shifted her tone, focusing her gaze on Meng Yuan. Master Meng just said that those white-boned devil cultivators were coming for your life. However, from what I know, the conflict between your sect and the Zhang family is merely a dispute over several boats of contraband. To escalate it to the point of using white-boned sect cultivators to kill and silence witnesses seems overly excessive. Meng Yuan's expression changed slightly. He opened his mouth, but could not find the words. Chun Yi chuckled lightly. What Taoist who said makes sense. The Zhang family has been rooted in Izhou for hundreds of years. If they were truly involved with the demonic path, they wouldn't be so naive as to lack this level of cunning to survive until today. So either the Zhang family is hopelessly foolish, or there is something more going on behind the scenes. Taoist Meng, you should first check within the sect to see if there is anything important regarding that batch of goods. Chun Yi turned to Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan nodded and immediately wrote a spiritual message to send back. While others felt it unreasonable to suspect the Zhang family, Meng Yuan was certain that this matter was indeed instigated by them. Otherwise, how could these demonic cultivators, having managed to hide in the heart of the three sects, resort to crazily attempting to assassinate him, the head of a sect? There must be something fishy about that batch of goods. Chun Yi then looked at Hu Yueling and the others, saying, as for us, let's go see where this fruit has fallen. Hu Yueling and Su Lan nodded with serious expressions. Chun Yi turned to Qiu Mingxin. Fairy Qiu, do you wish to join us? Qiu Mingxin smiled faintly, then suppressed it, saying, since the Tower Master has invited me, how could I dare refuse? If there are indeed demonic cultivators lurking in Izhou, my Wudu sect is so close I can't just pretend not to hear. Can I? Chun Yi nodded and signaled Zhao Hu, let's depart. These 8 demonic cultivators at least had some sense. They knew to scatter and run. However, it was not much, as they had seen that Chun Yi and the others did not pursue them, and they breathed a sigh of relief. After sending out messages using spirit talismans, they scurried towards the nearest hiding places like startled mice. But little did they know this was exactly what Chun Yi and his disciples wanted. When Qingye Shangren received the message from Hu Yueling, his heart and guts trembled. First, there was the blood demon appearing in Qingnan, followed by Yang Jia retreating from the sect, which had calmed the situation. Then with the ancestor stepping in, using the Izhou mine slaves tribute as a cover for the Yang family. Now the appearance of the white-bone demon in Izhou, what was the ancestor planning? Was Qingyun going to ally with the demonic path? The sect leader has given the order. Sister Hu and the others have already followed. An inner disciple knelt on one knee, his expression grave. Qingye Shangren finally snapped out of his shock, suppressing his rising panic, and said in a deep voice, this matter is of great importance. I must consult the ancestor before making a decision. You all wait here. Having learned from past lessons, Qingye Shangren dared not act on his own in such matters. If he angered Dao Xianjinjuan again, he might very well lose his position as sect leader. He might even be in danger to his life. After speaking, he did not care about the disciples' reaction and vanished in a flash towards the back mountain. In Jiaodong County, at the Bai family estate on Tianmu Mountain, a gray light of escape silently passed through the barrier, landing on the back mountain, revealing a figure in a gray robe, one of the 8 skeletal demon cultivators. Upon landing, he swiftly navigated through a dense forest, soon arriving at a concealed cave entrance overgrown with vines, which would be unnoticeable to anyone unaware of the secrets within. He raised his hand and knocked 3 long and 2 short times on the cave wall, then took out a jade talisman and pressed it against the stone wall. With a hum, the wall silently slid open, revealing a dimly lit passage. The passage extended downward, growing deeper as a sweet, yet fishy odor gradually permeated the air. At its end lay a naturally formed cavern. The cavern's walls were embedded with fist-sized luminous pearls casting a pale light that illuminated the entire stone cave. However, this brightness did not bring any comfort, rather it accentuated the eeriness of the sweet fishy odor in the air. The gray-robed cultivator walked briskly inside, facing a row of iron cages. Each cage contained a nascent gas stage cultivator, both male and female, all in tattered clothing with ashen faces. Hearing the commotion, some looked up in terror, their eyes filled with numbness and despair. Several by-family cultivators moved among the cages, pouring a murky concoction from copper pots, emitting a pungent medicinal odor into the mouths of the caged cultivators. Strange leech-like creatures clung to them, greedily sucking their essence, with a bizarre red glow faintly visible in their bellies. Upon seeing the arrival of the gray-robed figure, the by-family cultivators hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects. The gray-robed cultivator scanned them with cold eyes, his expression showing no sign of emotion. He quickly walked towards the depths of the cavern where a stone platform held a palm-sized skeletal idol. The idol was entirely white, depicting a three-headed, six-armed demon with 6 eyes set with tiny blood-red crystals, which glimmered eerily under the pale light of the pearls. Ancestor, the gray-robed cultivator knelt on the ground, his voice hoarse. I have failed in my duties. The third master is deceased, and his whereabouts have been leaked. I implore the ancestor to mete out punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 blood-red eyes of the skeletal idol shone brightly, and an aura that chilled one to the bone emanated from the idol. The gray-robed cultivator trembled all over, pressing his forehead against the stone slab, not daring to raise his head. After a moment, an elderly, sinister voice emerged from the skeletal idol. The third has died. Yes. The gray-robed cultivator spoke with difficulty. He was killed by a mechanical puppet from Wanbao building. That puppet can strike with a golden core attack. A golden core attack. Wanbao building. Who told you to provoke him? The sinister voice suddenly rose in pitch tinged with anger. Ancient ancestor, the gray-robed cultivator said, cold sweat beading on his forehead. We did not provoke Wanbao building. It was Meng Yuan from Yangxin Lake, who bullied us too much, finding an excuse to confiscate a batch of blood crystals. The family had attempted to negotiate in vain, which is why we were ordered to intercept Meng Yuan and retrieve the blood crystals. Who would have expected that Wanbao building would intervene? As he spoke, an invisible force slammed him against the stone wall, the sound of his crushed ribs echoing painfully in the cavern. Trash, the sinister voice stated coldly. If the blood crystals are lost, they are lost. Tian Nan is not just the Yangxin Lake route. You have disrupted my plans. The gray-robed cultivator coughed up blood but dared not wipe it away, trembling on the ground. Ancestor, please quell your anger. Please quell your anger. Enough. The skeletal idol's eyes flickered ominously. Since it has come to this outpost cannot remain. Destroy all traces, you all. Before the sentence was finished, the 6 blood-red eyes suddenly focused. You are being tracked. The gray-robed cultivator's face turned pale. How can this be? Fool, the sinister voice was laced with suppressed anger. You didn't realize you were marked with a spiritual beacon. The gray-robed cultivator looked down at his robe, his spiritual sense sweeping over his body, finally detecting a faint and concealed fluctuation of spiritual energy hidden in the layer of his belt. He pinched out what turned out to be a tiny spiritual fly puppet. Instantly his face turned as pale as paper. There isn't enough time. The skeletal idol said coldly, this trace of my consciousness cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. As soon as the words left his mouth, cracks like a spider web appeared on the surface of the idol, and the light in the 6 blood-red eyes dimmed sharply. Ancestor! Ancestor! The gray-robed cultivator cried out in panic. You can't. With a sharp sound, the skeletal idol exploded into powder. The suffocating pressure dissipated, leaving only the heavy breathing of the by-family cultivators and the sobs of the caged cultivators in the cavern. The gray-robed cultivator stood in a daze, taking a moment to regain his senses, his face twisted, gritting his teeth. What are you still standing there for? Kill. Burn everything, leave nothing behind. Outside the cavern, Shun Yi stood with his hands behind his back at the bow of the spirit boat, gazing at the spirit mountain below, shrouded in formation. Zhao, who stood beside him, whispering, Master, it has been confirmed that below is the Bai family's estate on Tianmu Mountain, and the mountain protection formation has been entirely activated. Chun Yi nodded, his expression darkening. Xiao Ming sneered coldly, directing a sharp gaze at Hu Yueling. What a Qing unit has decayed to this extent under your rule. Hu Yueling's face turned ashen, remaining silent for a long time. Su Lan was also furious. With a flash of escape light, she flew up with her sword, arriving before the Bai family's mountain protection formation. With a flip of her jade hand, she revealed a palm-sized token carved entirely from green jade, inscribed with the character Ling on the front and the emblem of Qingyun sect on the back. The Qingyun token is here. Open the formation at once. Inside the mountain protection formation, the Bai family cultivators exchanged anxious glances. Someone recognized the Qingyun token, and their legs began to tremble. However, the formation did not open as expected. After a moment of silence, an elderly voice emerged from the depths of the estate carrying a hint of forced calmness. So it is the fairy from Qingyun sect who has arrived, Bai has failed to greet you properly. Please forgive me. As he spoke, an elderly man with white hair emerged from the Bai family hall, followed by 3 Foundation establishment cultivators presenting a formidable presence. The elder was Bai Chongshan, the head of the Bai family, a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator, a notable figure in Jiaodong County. Bai Chongshan wore a respectful smile, cupping his hands from afar. May I ask what crime the Bai family has committed to warrant the personal visit from the fairy of the sect? Su Lan, holding the Qingyun token, said coldly. Bai Chongshan, stop pretending. We witnessed that demon cultivator escaping into your Bai family's back mountain with our own eyes. Open the formation quickly and hand over the person. Bai Chongshan's expression changed, showing signs of suspicion. Demon cultivator. Fairy, you are mistaken. My Bai family has resided in Tianmu Mountain for generations, always adhering to the rules of Qingyun sect. How could we collude with demon cultivators? He paused, looking back at those behind him, his voice carrying a hint of anger. Did anyone trespass the mountain just now? The 3 Foundation establishment cultivators behind shook their heads in unison. One middle-aged woman stepped forward and said respectfully, Master, everything is normal with the formation. There are no signs of outsiders intruding. Bai Chongshan turned to Su Lan and spread his hands, saying, the fairy has also heard it. There must be some misunderstanding here. Misunderstanding? Su Lan sneered. We saw it with our own eyes. Could it be fake? Bai Chongshan's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly. Fairy Su, there is no evidence to support this. If you truly want to search my Bai family's territory, please present the formal enforcement order from the Qingyun sect. Otherwise, he scanned the people on the flying boat, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Otherwise, Bai must seek clarification from the higher sect. Upon hearing this, the members of the Bai family immediately echoed him, their momentum rising several notches. Su Lan trembled with anger, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Although she was a disciple of the inner sect of the Qingyun sect, she was not from the punishment hall, so how could she have a search warrant? Hu Yuling's expression darkened as she stepped forward. With a flip of her palm, a translucent white jade token appeared, inscribed with the words Enforcer. The luminous aura emitted a chilling pressure. Bai Chongshan, I command you in my capacity as an enforcer of the financial hall of the Qingyun sect to open the great formation immediately. Her voice was cold. If your Bai family is truly innocent, I will give you an explanation. If you continue to obstruct, her gaze was sharp as she stared directly into Bai Chongshan's eyes, then it will be considered defiance against the order, which according to the regulations of the Qingyun sect could be seen as rebellion. Bai Chongshan's complexion changed slightly, his gaze lingering on the enforcer token in Hu Yuling's hand, his pupils constricting slightly. He naturally recognized this token. The enforcer of the financial hall of the Qingyun sect, while not in charge of punishment, had the authority to mobilize sect resources and verify the accounts of affiliated families. If it were truly treated as defiance, it could lead to immediate execution, and the sect would merely dismiss it with a light penalty for acting rashly. However, he had no way to retreat now. If these people entered and saw the situation in the back mountains, the Bai family would also be doomed. Bai Chongshan's expression shifted several times as he glanced at Chun Yi and the others on the flying boat, his tone growing cold. If the fairy wishes to audit the accounts, Bai shall open the main gate wide and welcome the fairy inside. But now you wish to act as the punishment hall and search my Bai family's territory. I cannot comply with. Hu Yuling furrowed her brow slightly. While the enforcer token could suppress Bai Chongshan's arrogance, if the other party really insisted on following procedures, she indeed did not have the authority to forcefully break the formation. Su Lan's face turned red with anger. Bai Chongshan, you. Before she could finish, a multicolored streak shot past her side and crashed violently against the protective barrier of the Bai family's mountain formation. Boom! The luminous barrier shook violently. Everyone turned their heads in unison, only to see Qiu Mingxin retracting her slender hand. Qiu Mingxin. Su Lan's expression changed drastically as she shouted, "What are you doing?" Qiu Mingxin brushed her stray hair aside and said nonchalantly, "What am I doing? Naturally, I am breaking the formation." You? Su Lan's voice trembled with anger. This is under the jurisdiction of my sect. On what grounds does your Five Poisons sect act recklessly against the formation? On the grounds that I wish to. Xiao Mingxin's smile remained unchanged, but her tone turned cold. To discuss rules and procedures with a traitor, here dragging it out for such a long time, do you fear that the evidence inside is too abundant, and worry they won't burn it clean? Chun Yi also said coldly, Fairy Qiu speaks rightly, hesitation can lead to chaos. If a misjudgment occurs, and the higher sect places blame, my Wanbao Tower will take full responsibility for it. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Chun Yi's tone, Hu Yuling sighed softly. Master Qin Friend Qiu, it's not that we are unwilling to be flexible. It's just that the Bai family's protective mountain formation, known as the Xian Yuan Locking Dragon Formation, was personally laid out by the elders of the Formation Hall to reward the Bai family's ancestors for their merits. This formation draws on the spiritual energy of the Earth's veins as its foundation. Even a golden core true person would need at least the time it takes for a stick of incense to break through. By then, looking at Hu Yuling's troubled expression, Xiao Mingxin sneered inwardly, a fallen family is still a fallen family. Raising her chin slightly, she huffed. Can a golden core cultivator really resist for a stick of incense's time? Today I intend to see just how many dragons this so-called locking dragon formation can hold. Before her voice fell, she flipped her hand, and a 5-colored talisman appeared in her palm. The talisman was only 3 inches square, woven from unknown spiritual silks, with 5-colored spiritual light swirling and interweaving on its surface, vaguely outlining the shadow of a small sword. Though the sword's shadow was only about an inch long, the pressure it emitted caused the expressions of everyone present to change drastically. Even Chun Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. A talisman treasure. Hu Yuling's expression changed slightly as she blurted out. Xiao Mingxin's demeanor grew even prouder. Indeed, this item was a talisman treasure that her father had painstakingly crafted by sacrificing her own life-bound magic treasure, the 100 Scales, 1,000 Spiders sword. Once activated, it could unleash a strike from a latest-stage golden core cultivator, but could only be used 10 times. Originally intended as a life-saving item, but now due to her infatuation with love, she only wanted to showcase her worth in front of Chun Yi, and had long ceased to care about the gains and losses. As Xiao Mingxin was about to activate the talisman treasure, she saw Chun Yi raise his hand to stop her. Fairy Qiu, please wait. Xiao Mingxin's fingertips hesitated in the luminous aura, turning to look at him in confusion, a rare hint of grievance in her beautiful eyes. What does Master Qin mean? Do you not trust this little girl's talisman treasure, thinking it cannot break this so-called locking dragon formation? Chun Yi's gaze fell on the 5-colored talisman, his tone sincere. Fairy Qiu, I appreciate your kind intentions. But the talisman treasure is ultimately made from your father's blood and sweat. Using it here would be a waste. He paused and shifted the topic. Moreover, the Bai family is still an affiliate of the Qingyun sect. If your sect takes action to break the formation, word will get out that the Qingyun sect cannot control its subordinates and needs others to help clear the way, which would not reflect well on the sect's reputation. Hu Yuling nodded in agreement. However, she heard Chun Yi continue, so let me handle it instead. Xiao Mingxin frowned slightly, her tone tinged with urgency. Your puppet, though strong, can only unleash an initial strike of a golden core cultivator. Even if it is regarded as a golden core, it would still require a stick of incense's time, which is enough for them to destroy all evidence. However, Chun Yi remained unhurried, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Fairy Qiu, rest assured it won't take even a stick of incense's time. As he spoke, he waved his large sleeve, and dozens of golden lights streamed out from his sleeve like falling stars, landing in front of the Bai family's protective mountain formation. Dragon heads, tiger braves, sparrow feathers, leopard tails. One by one, variously shaped star puppets emerged. Their chests and abdomens sparkled with high-grade spirit stones. Sulan gasped in shock. 2028. Xiao Mingxin's pupils constricted even further. She had thought Chun Yi had only that one Kong Jin Long, but did not expect there to be a complete set. As the voice fell, the high-grade spirit stones embedded in the chests of the 28 star puppets simultaneously illuminated. Golden light, silver light, crimson light, azure light. Various colors of spiritual light intertwined to form a dazzling curtain of light, illuminating the area around Tianmu Mountain, as bright as day, crushing down towards it. Boom! At that moment, the spiritual light barrier of the Xian Yuan Lock Dragon array trembled violently, emitting a sorrowful wail under the unbearable pressure. A web-like crack spread from the top of the barrier, visibly expanding outward. Bai Chongshan's expression changed drastically, and he let out a near-roaring shout. Activate the array eye. Ignite the spiritual veins. Hold it for me. 3 Foundation establishment elders flew into the array eye behind him, their entire bodies pouring their mana into it. Deep beneath Tianmu Mountain, the previously steady spiritual vein suddenly became frenzied, and the accumulated spiritual energy surged into the great array like a flood breaking through a dam. The spiritual light barrier of the Xian Yuan Lock Dragon array abruptly solidified, the cracks instantaneously mending, and the spiritual light became more substantial, even a phantom of a golden lock flickering. But that was all. Chun Yi waved his sleeve again, and another 28 high-grade spirit stones were embedded into the star puppets. The humming sound restarted. Chun Yi pointed again at Tianmu Mountain. Boom! The second round of volleys followed closely, and 28 beams of light converged into a torrent of light, crashing violently against the spiritual light barrier. Then came the third round. The fourth round. Accompanied by a deafening crash, the spiritual light barrier of the Xian Yuan Lock Dragon array shattered like glass falling to the ground. Countless fragments of spiritual light scattered and flew, transforming into a rain of light points that quickly vanished into nothingness. At the moment the great array broke, the 3 foundation establishment elders maintaining the array were sent flying, spitting blood, their faces as pale as paper. Bai Chongshan also staggered, retreating several steps, barely steadying himself with the support of 2 White Clan cultivators behind him. He looked up at the 28 star puppets, his eyes filled with horror. This is impossible. A stick of incense. From the moment Chun Yi gave the order to break the array, it took only 10 breaths. Not just the people from the Bai clan felt terror. The group behind Chun Yi trembled in their hearts, not because of the shattering of the Xian Yuan Lock Dragon array, but due to Chun Yi's audacious display. Su Lan's lips parted slightly as she murmured, "Over 1 million. Just like that, gone." She was from the inner sect of Qingyun, and her annual contributions were only about 3,000 spirit stones, which combined with various preferential policies from the sect were enough to sustain her cultivation. If she took on some sect tasks and added the financial routes Chun Yi had pointed out earlier, her life was significantly better than that of an average foundation establishment cultivator. Yet even so, over 1 million spirit stones were still an astronomical figure for her. And Chun Yi, he burned it all in just 10 breaths. 10 breaths. Su Lan felt a pang in her heart. Even though those spirit stones weren't hers, watching them burn like this still felt like a waste. Hu Yueling's beautiful eyes fluttered, as well as she was from Qingnan and had seen many grand occasions. But even during her family's peak, they would not dare to squander spirit stones like this. Over 1 million spirit stones were enough to construct a first-level spiritual vein, sustaining a medium-sized family. Yet in Chun Yi's hands it was merely a 10-breath consumption. She took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions surging within her, her gaze falling on the figure standing with hands behind his back ahead, sighing inwardly, why go to such lengths? Clearly waiting for the sect's decree would allow one to handle this matter justly. But they do not know it is precisely because Chun Yi does not trust Qingyun that he acts this way. Otherwise, with his temperament, hiding in the shadows to accumulate strength would be his first choice. Unfortunately, this world is not one where you can simply hide. The more one hides, the more people will take notice. Displaying strength openly, letting others know how formidable you are, and the cost of provoking you can indeed save a lot of trouble. Seemingly oblivious to the gazes of the people behind him, Chun Yi waved his large sleeve again, adding another 28 high-grade spirit stones, and first headed towards Tianmu Mountain. At this moment, the Bai clan's territory was already in chaos. The moment the protective great array shattered, the Bai clan knew the situation was dire. Bai Chongshan looked at the cultivators from Wanjin Tower pouring in like floodwaters, his complexion as pale as death. The 3 foundation establishment elders beside him were spitting blood, their faces like gold paper, and they had lost all fighting ability. The remaining Bai clan disciples in the Qi refinement stage were like startled birds fleeing in all directions. Bai Chongshan let out a low growl, suddenly turning and darting towards the back mountain. He still harbored a glimmer of hope. As long as the traces on the back mountain were destroyed thoroughly enough, he would still have room to argue. However, the moment he moved, a beam of golden light shot down from the sky. The Kong Jinlong puppet crashed down before him, its dragon head lowered, and its golden eyes coldly stared at him. Bai Chongshan's figure froze. Immediately after, several piercing sounds rang out. Star puppets descended from the sky, surrounding him tightly. Bai clan master, where are you going? Chun Yi's voice came from behind, calm as water, yet it made Bai Chongshan feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He stiffly turned around to see Chun Yi walking towards him with hands behind his back, followed by the 3 women, Xiao Mingxin, and others. Zhao, who led the cultivators from Zhenyu Hall, spreading out like a formation of wild geese, completely sealing off the entire Bai clan territory. Bai Chongshan's lips moved, wanting to say something, but his gaze drifted past everyone and landed in the direction of the back mountain. Their thick black smoke was rising. Burned. Chun Yi raised an eyebrow, his tone revealing some understanding. Bai clan master is quite decisive. Bai Chongshan's expression steadied slightly upon hearing this. He straightened his back and said in a deep voice, Chun Tower Master Bai does not know what you are talking about. My Bai clan has resided in Tianmu Mountain for generations, diligently upholding the rules of Qingyun's. Enough. Hu Yueling interrupted coldly by Chongshan. Do you still want to stubbornly resist at this point? Her gaze was like a knife sweeping over the anxious Bai clan disciples behind Bai Chongshan. That demonic cultivator clearly escaped into your Bai clan territory. You obstructed at every turn, and now there is a fire without cause. Is this your Bai clan's way of upholding the sect rules? Bai Chongshan's expression remained unchanged, only responding lightly. The fire in the back mountain may have been caused by the surge of spiritual power when the great array shattered. As for the demonic cultivator you mentioned, he paused, glancing around. Bai has not seen him. Su Lan was trembling with fury. There is no need for you to be angry, Miss Su. Bai Chongshan instinctively raised a hand to block, only to see the stellar puppet guardians encircling him step forward in unison. A suffocating aura of overwhelming pressure surging forth and pinning him rigidly in place. He dared not move again, merely fixing Bai Chongshan with a cold, stony expression as he declared, the Wanbao Tower has launched an unprovoked assault upon my ancestral domain and shattered our mountain-protecting formation. I shall certainly report this to the upper sect and petition Elder Qingye of the Qingyun sect to render impartial judgment. Chun Yi let out a light, mirthful laugh. If Master Bai wishes to file a complaint, by all means. However, his tone shifted subtly as his gaze swept past Bai Chongshan toward the rear mountains. Should we uncover certain things there shortly, the one lodging the complaint may well be replaced. Bai Chongshan's pupils contracted slightly, yet he forced composure. I have walked upright and sat upright. I fear no search. Before the final syllable left his lips, a cry of shock echoed from the rear mountains. So many skeletons. Hu Yueling and the others exchanged glances, then shot forward like arrows. There within the smoldering crater where fire had just died lay charred remains strewn across the rubble, over 1,000 by rough count. Hu Yueling fixed Bai Chongshan with a glacial stare. Is this what you call walking upright and sitting upright? To her surprise, Bai Chongshan's shoulders relaxed, almost imperceptibly, as if exhaling a long-held breath. A thought flickered through his mind. Zhang San is no idle fool after all. His voice instantly swelled with feigned outrage as though grievously wronged. Lady Immortal, your accusation lacks all reason. Had your party not stormed our ancestral domain, these mining slaves would never have met such a fate. Su Lan trembled with fury at this brazen inversion of truth. You lie. Who in their right mind opens a mine within their own ancestral domain? The Tianmu Mountains teem with abundant spiritual endowment. What is so extraordinary about opening a mine here? Bai Chongshan retorted unruffled. Abundant endowment indeed. Hu Yueling replied, her voice icy. Yet I have never seen a single tax report filed on it. Hu Yueling's voice was glacial. Bai Chongshan's expression flickered, yet he pressed on. This vein was only recently discovered. We simply hadn't submitted official reports yet. Chun Yi raised a hand, cutting him off. Enough. The Wanbao Tower does not storm mountains without absolute certainty. Master Bai, do you truly believe such petty tricks can deceive heaven and earth? A jolt ran through Bai Chongshan's heart, yet his face flushed with manufactured indignation. What an illustrious Wanbao Tower, and what an esteemed Chun Yi. Even now you slander with reckless abandon. Do you take the Bai family for clay figurines? With that he snapped his fingers. The Bai clan cultivators, who moments earlier had quivered in panic, suddenly drew together as if finding their anchor. Though fear still lingered in their eyes, they were no longer the trembling, cornered birds they had been moments before. What? You intend to fight? Chun Yi's gaze swept over the gathering cultivators, a faint, disdainful smile curling at the corner of his lips. Xiao Mingxin stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Chun Yi. Her 100-scale 1,000-spider sword materialized in her grasp, its foundation establishment senior cultivator aura radiating unreservedly. My blade has not lost its edge. Bai Chongshan's eyelid twitched. His gaze lingered on Xiao Mingxin's sword. Then his pupils contracted sharply. He recognized it. A unique artifact of the Five Venom sect. Decades ago, the venerable Hunyuan Patriarch had used this very blade to level 3 demon strongholds in the southern frontier, an act whose legend reverberated throughout the cultivation world of Yu State. Now this exclusive sect weapon rested in Xiao Mingxin's hands. Its implications were unmistakable to Bai Chongshan. Lady Immortal, he said, voice dry and strained, this is an internal matter of the Qingyun sect. Does the Five Venom sect truly intend to intervene? Xiao Mingxin's tone remained crystalline and detached. Master Bai speaks inaccurately. When precisely did I declare my intent to interfere in Qingyun's internal affairs? She paused, her gaze drifting to Chun Yi, and a delicate knowing smile bloomed at her lips. I merely happened to accompany Lord Chun on this journey. I happened to witness those threatening his safety, and thus quite by happenstance felt inclined to draw my blade. As for your by family's relationship with the Qingyun sect, that is entirely your affair. What concern is it of mine? Bai Chongshan choked on the sheer audacity of her logic, his face purpling, but found no rebuttal. The five Venom sect's conduct had always straddled the line between orthodoxy and heterodoxy. Qiu Mingxin's words, however illogical, bore the unmistakable stamp of their long-standing ethos. Turning to Hu Yuling and Su Lan, his face twisted with aggrieved fury, the august Qingyun sect, will it truly stand idly by while outsiders bully its vassal? Hu Yuling's expression darkened with visible discomfort. They had launched the assault only because Chun Yi had spoken with unshakable conviction. A demonic cultivator had fled into the Tiamu Mountains. And though the rear mountains now lay scorched and barren, and the miners' charred bones still warm, the demonic cultivator himself remained utterly unseen. Should Bai Chongshan stubbornly insist the miners' deaths resulted solely from newly opened mines, they possessed no concrete evidence linking the Bai family to the White Skull Temple. Hu Yuling drew a slow, steadying breath and spoke with grave solemnity. Master Bai, it is not that we distrust you. That demonic cultivator entered your ancestral domain. Our own eyes bore witness. No matter how you twist it, your family bears irrevocable responsibility. Lady Immortal insists she witnessed it with her own eyes, Bai Chongshan sneered. Then where is this demonic cultivator now? Pray produce him, so he may confront me face to face. Hu Yuling fell silent. Su Lan cried out urgently, You've hidden him away, and set the mountain ablaze to destroy the evidence. Bai Chongshan remained unperturbed, his voice growing ever more measured. Lady Immortal, do you possess any tangible proof? Su Lan was left speechless, fury knotting her throat. Seeing their silence, Bai Chongshan grew bolder. He swept his gaze across the crowd, his voice swelling with theatrical anguish. Children of the Bai family, you have seen it with your own eyes. The Wanbao Tower, drunk on wealth and power, and backed by the Five Venom sect, dares to treat our family with utter contempt. Though the Bai family is small, we will not suffer humiliation without resistance. At his words, the Bai clan erupted in fervent, unified outrage. The master speaks true. The Wanbao Tower's arrogance knows no bounds. Will the Qingyun sect truly watch as outsiders trample its vassal? We shall ascend Qingyun Mountain ourselves, to appeal to Elder Qingye for justice. The clamor rose in waves, so fierce, so righteous that the Bai family appeared the wronged and virtuous, while Chun Yi and his companions were cast as tyrannical bullies wielding brute force. Chun Yi watched, not with anger but with quiet fascination, as Bai Chongshan. A wry thought crossed his mind. Among the demonic path, one either becomes talent, or becomes talent. Even now, cornered and exposed, Bai Chongshan still sought to reverse blame and muddy the waters. Such psychological fortitude was remarkable, yet tragically misdirected. Only when the din began to subside did Chun Yi speak, his voice calm and unhurried. Have you finished? May I speak now? A chill ran down Bai Chongshan's spine, but his face remained a mask of wounded dignity. Lord Chun, if you possess evidence, present it plainly. Why indulge in riddles and mystification? Chun Yi smiled faintly, offering no argument. With a subtle gesture, a grain of sesame-sized white particle lifted from the depths of the colossal crater and floated into his palm. Master Bai, do you recognize this? Chun Yi asked, his expression unreadable. Bai Chongshan scoffed, merely a fragment of crushed stone. Crushed stone? Then so be it. Chun Yi neither confirmed nor denied. With a flick of his wrist, the speck flew into Qiu Mingxin's waiting hand. Please examine it. Qiu Mingxin's expression shifted from mild surprise to sharp recognition. She lifted her gaze to Chun Yi. Lord Qin's mastery of artifact refinement is truly astonishing. I am deeply impressed. Then turning to the two women, one must probe this object with divine sense. Without delay, she extended her divine sense inward, and her face instantly turned ashen. With a sharp snap of her finger, the particle arced into Bai Chongshan's palm. Examine it yourself. When I execute you later, at least you shall die knowing the truth. Bai Chongshan stared down at the unremarkable white speck in his palm. Then the instant his divine sense pierced its surface, his expression contorted violently. As light and shadow shifted the iron cage, the medicinal decoctions, the blood-sucking aberrant insect, and the three-headed, six-armed bone effigy all unfolded with crystalline clarity, so vivid that even the sound of the gray-robed cultivator collapsing to the ground could be heard. Bai Chongshan's face drained inch by inch as the images played on. His Adam's apple bobbed as he stammered in a strained defense. This is forged. It must be Wanbao Lao's illusions. Silence. Qiu Mingxin snapped harshly. Open your eyes and see. This is a Luying Zhu. No one in this world can alter the images within it. A Luiying Zhu. Bai Chongshan's pupils flared. His fingers loosened, and the small white bead fell tumbling across the gravel before coming to rest. He knew the object at once. The Luiying Zhu, a branch art left by the ancient artificing sect. Once it records, its image cannot be tampered with. Across the cultivation world, the judicial halls of the great sects regarded this item as ironclad evidence. For tens of thousands of years, no one had ever doubted its authenticity. Impossible. Bai Chongshan's lips trembled, and he staggered backward. How could a Luiying Zhu be so small? Chun-Yi stood with his hands behind his back, voice even. The size of a Luiying Zhu depends entirely on one's artificing skill. Chun-Yi, though unworthy, happened to possess talent in this craft. Talent? He had none. Given sufficient materials and the proper bindings, the size of the thing was little more than a thought during synthesis. First came the stellar puppet, then a mid-third grade treasure. Chun-Yi's reputation as Yu Kingdom's foremost artificer had long been established. In the art of forging, when he pointed at a stone and declared it iron essence, others were forced to doubt whether their own understanding of iron essence had been mistaken. So now he ascribed it to talent, and no one would question him. Bai Chongshan's face went as white as paper, his throat bobbed, and his gaze remained fixed on the tiny Luiying Zhu on the ground. The last shred of hope in his heart crumbled. Once the Luiying Zhu appeared, even transcendent methods could not overturn the verdict. Lord Bai, Chun-Yi said calmly, will you continue to deny it? Bai Chongshan did not answer. He bent slowly, hands trembling, as he picked up the Luiying Zhu and held it in his palm. Then, to the astonishment of all, he suddenly shoved the bead into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Qiu Mingxin's face went ashen. She barked, Bai Chongshan, you dare! After swallowing the Luiying Zhu, Bai Chongshan oddly regained his composure. He forced a smile. Fairy, calm your wrath. I merely swallowed a pebble. No need for such a fuss. Qiu Mingxin, look at what you've done. Su Lan stamped in panic. What have you done to him? Qiu Mingxin's face turned iron dark. Her Baijin Xianju sword was already leveled at Bai Chongshan. Spit it out. A smile tugged at Bai Chongshan's mouth. If you have the skill, fairy, you may cut open my belly and see for yourself. He paused, his gaze sliding past Qiu Mingxin to rest on Hu Yueling. I only wonder whether the upper sect would permit a fairy to act in such a manner. Hu Yueling's expression soured and her lips twitched, but she said nothing. Though the Luiying Zhu records images, it is not utterly indestructible. Bai Chongshan could swallow it and wrap it in his magical power, grinding it to powder in an instant. Even if they were to cut him open now, all they would recover would be fragments and dust. Su Lan trembled with righteous anger. Shameless. Bai Chongshan laughed, flashing his teeth. My teeth are perfectly fine. How am I toothless? His gaze swept the crowd and settled on Chun-Yi with a trace of insolent triumph. Master Chun, indeed there were deaths among the mine laborers on my clan's land, but that was the result of lax rule and harsh treatment under my house. I accept responsibility for that. Yet you just insisted that my Bai family colluded with Bai Guguan. Where is your evidence? He spread his hands, his countenance brazen to the point of shamelessness. No evidence, then it is slander. My Bai clan has been loyal to Qingyun for generations. Any faults should be judged by the sect's judicial hall. You Wanbao Lu are merely a commercial house. What right have you to cry for our blood? At these words the Bai clan erupted again. Yes. What is Wanbao Lu? If there is to be a trial, let the judicial hall hold it. You trespassed on our lands, shattered our formation, and slaughtered our people. This account must be settled. Su Lan's face went pale with fury, yet she was powerless. Hu Yueling's brow was furrowed as her eyes darted between Chun-Yi and Bai Chongshan. The Luiying Zhu was the sole ironclad proof that directly tied the Bai clan to Bai Guguan. Now that the evidence had been destroyed, relying solely on the claim that a demonic cultivator fled before eyewitnesses would indeed make conviction difficult. Moreover, the Bai clan was ultimately affiliated with Qingyun. To execute a housemaster without incontrovertible proof would gravely tarnish Qingyun's sect's reputation if word spread. She bit her lip and looked toward Chun-Yi as if to speak, then fell silent. Chun-Yi remained composed, a faint, inscrutable smile lingering at one corner of his mouth. When the Bai clan's clamor subsided slightly, he shook his head with a smile. Since Lord Bai enjoys eating so much, let him eat his fill. With that he snapped his fingers. A buzzing of beating wings rose from every direction at once. Bai Chongshan's pupils contracted violently as he looked up. Deep within the forest beneath eaves, from crevices in the stone, innumerable rice-grain-sized flies surged forth like a tide, so dense they filled the sky. The spirit fly constructs fluttered and hovered in midair, their beating wings still. A pair of compound eyes gazed coldly down upon the Bai clan. Served? Chun-Yi pointed at Bai Chongshan. The swarm fell upon Bai Chongshan like an oppressive black cloud, Hovering above him, they swept their forelegs across their eyes, and a pair of compound eyes dropped loose. Clack, clack, clack. Countless compound eyes rained down like hail, striking the ground around Bai Chongshan, bouncing and rolling until they carpeted the earth. The color drained entirely from Bai Chongshan's face. Staring numbly at the carpet of compound eyes, he gave a beastly snarl and threw himself to the ground, clawing madly at the beads, trying to gather them, crush them, destroy them. But there were too many, densely packed, blinding in number. Each one was identical, and each one faithfully carried the record of his clan's crimes. Chen Yi's tone remained cool and measured. Lord Bai, would you like to eat more? I have many more here. Bai Chongshan snapped his head up, eyes bloodshot, glaring at Chen Yi. Chen Yi, you are heartless. Chen Yi stepped forward, slowly towering over him. Heartless? When your Bai clan colluded with Bai Guguan and fed the demonic hunger with living blood, why do you not call yourselves heartless? What do you know? Bai Chongshan shrieked hoarsely, his eyes blood-red. Jizhou is a rotten land. No resources, no spirit veins. My Bai clan has been trapped here for generations, who our disciples struggle to cultivate. If we do not seek another path, who in 100 years in Jiaodong will remember the Bai clan? He jabbed an accusing finger at Hu Yueling and Su Lan, voice raw. Your Qingyun sect sits aloft and calls itself the upper sect, but have you ever truly cared for the survival of the Yizhou powers like us? Every year we must pay our dues without fail, every grain of tax exacted, and the slightest misstep brings rebuke and punishment. Is that the protection you boast of? His voice trailed into a broken stammer. Then a sudden chill ran through his chest. When he looked down, a pale bone claw had burst forth through his flesh. Turning around, it was the middle-aged woman who had been following Bai Chongshan all along. The respect and apprehension on her face had long vanished, replaced by a near-manic calm. The hand that pierced Bai Chongshan's chest had its fingers slightly spread, and a dense blood light was rapidly condensing in its palm, drawing Bai Chongshan's vital blood and spiritual power as if a great whale was sucking in water. Bai Chongshan widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at the familiar face. The middle-aged woman softly said too many words. Before her voice faded, she clenched her palm fiercely. Bai Chongshan's body crumpled to the ground, as if his skeleton had been drained, collapsing into a withered skin bag, his eyes wide open in shock and confusion until death. The woman brushed her face, revealing the appearance of the gray-robed demon cultivator from before. Looking at the swarming spiritual flies above, she chuckled softly. The sumaru can contain a mustard seed. The mustard seed conceals spiritual puppets. With one fly, 1,000 flies are born. He turned to Chen Yi, his eyes filled with genuine admiration. In my long life, this is the first time I've seen such ingenuity in a person. Seeing the demon cultivator reveal his form, the three women were about to rush forward to subdue him. Wait! Chen Yi raised his hand to stop them, his gaze fixed on the gray-robed demon cultivator, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. This person, while fleeing earlier, had panicked like a lost dog. Yet now, with no way up to the heavens or down to the earth, he appeared calm and composed. Though his figure, attire, and aura were identical to that of the panicking demon cultivator, just moments ago his demeanor and gaze were like two different people. There can be no such logic in this world. There is only one explanation. You are not the person from before. Chen Yi's gaze was like lightning, locking onto the face of the gray-robed demon cultivator. The gray-robed demon cultivator smiled lightly, a smirk forming at the corners of his lips. Young friend, your eyesight is commendable. That waste is indeed my disciple, and it was I who ordered him to take his own life. However, I temporarily changed my mind and decided to make use of this body. Possession. Xiao Mingxin's expression changed drastically. The 100 scales, 1,000 spiders, sword buzzing and vibrating, a layer of eerie green poison gleaming on its edge. The gray-robed demon cultivator chuckled softly, shaking his head. A mere mid-foundation establishment body is not worthy of my possession. He raised his bone-white hand, slowly flipping it in front of him, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. It is merely a wisp of my divine sense attached to him. He then looked back at Chen Yi and said, how about we end this here? Otherwise I might just decide to visit your Wanbao building at any moment. Hearing this, Chen Yi not only showed no fear, but instead chuckled lightly. Senior, you are mistaken here. He met the gaze of the gray-robed demon cultivator confidently. My building is merely a shop. Why would it be worth your attention? However, the Qingyun and Wudu sects are large and prosperous. If you wish to visit, I can guide you. Xiao Mingxin also stepped forward. Indeed, our Wudu sect's main hall has splendid scenery, and we always welcome guests from all sides. The gray-robed demon cultivator did not grow angry, but smiled, instead appraising her with interest. Old Xiao has indeed raised a good daughter. It's just that this poison has penetrated so deeply The tribulation of the inner demon will likely be difficult to overcome. Xiao Mingxin's expression changed as this old demon exposed her vulnerabilities. Who on earth are you? The gray-robed demon cultivator, however, did not answer. Instead, he turned to Hu Yueling and the others. How about you two Qingyun girls let this go? The Bai family will give you this excellent head as well. Those who need to receive rewards should do so, and those who need to cultivate should cultivate. Why must you risk your lives for a slogan that hangs on your lips? Su Lan stepped forward. A mere division of souls dares to spout such words. Do you think we are cowards? Hu Yueling also stepped forward, her eyebrows raised. Are you threatening us? The gray-robed demon chuckled, shaking his finger. Threatening? No, I am merely reminding you. You have been sending messages to your sect for so long, yet you have not received a single response. Do you not find that strange? As soon as the gray-robed demon cultivator finished speaking, Hu Yueling and Su Lan's expressions changed simultaneously. They had indeed sent messages to their sect before attacking the mountain. Logically, half an hour had passed. Even if the Hall of Justice was unable to send someone, there should have at least been a response. Yet there was nothing. It was as if those transmission talismans had flown out of Tianmu Mountain like a cow entering the sea with no further news. Did you meddle with it? She looked up at the gray-robed demon cultivator, her voice chilling. The gray-robed demon cultivator stood with his hands behind his back, his smile unwavering. I am merely borrowing this body to say a few words. I have no time to intercept your Qingyun sect's messages. Hu Yueling, upon hearing this, found her suspicions deepening. If it wasn't this demon cultivator who had meddled, then who was it? She glanced at Su Lan beside her, seeing the same confusion on the latter's face, clearly sharing her thoughts. The gray-robed demon cultivator noticed their expressions and deliberately glanced at the pensive Xiao Mingxin. It seems you all have noticed. The waters here in Izhou are far deeper than you think. Do not try to sow discord. Su Lan shouted sharply, her flying sword humming loudly. The matters within our sect are not for you, a demon, to meddle in. Sow discord. The gray-robed demon cultivator shook his head, his tone indifferent. I am merely stating the facts. Whether you believe it or not has nothing to do with me. He paused, turning his gaze to Chun-Yi, a meaningful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Young friend, now that we have reached this point, how do you feel about my earlier proposal? Let us end this here. You and I each take a step back. You do your business at Wanbao Building, and I will handle my own matters, keeping the waters separated. Chun-Yi was silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. Senior, your calculations are quite shrewd. He stood with his hands behind his back, meeting the gaze of the gray-robed demon cultivator confidently. Oh, the gray-robed demon cultivator raised an eyebrow slightly. If you are certain that the upper sect will turn a blind eye to you, then why make these threats, sow discord, and create divisions here? You are merely afraid that my spiritual flies will trace the connections and uncover your various schemes in Izhou, and be wiped out by the Qingyun upper sect that is on its way. So you are stalling for time. If my guess is correct, your true body is on its way here, right? Otherwise, those Foundation establishment demon cultivators under your command wouldn't be enough for me to smash a few puppets. The smile on the gray-robed demon cultivator's face finally underwent a subtle change at that moment. It was not panic or anger, but a sense of appreciation from being seen through. What a Wanbao Building, what a Chun-Yi. He lightly clapped his hands twice. I have lived for over 300 years and seen countless talented young men, but you were the first to see through my thoughts so quickly. Chun-Yi's expression remained unchanged. From the moment this demon appeared, he knew that this demon would not let his group go. To be precise, he would not let go of him who controlled the spiritual flies. This was anticipated by Chun-Yi and his disciples. Senior, you are merely a wisp of divine sense. Are you truly certain that your true body can arrive here? Upon hearing Chun-Yi's words, the smile on the gray-robed demon cultivator's face finally solidified completely. After a few breaths, he gritted his teeth and spat out 3 words: Dilemma Mountain. In the ancestral land of the Zhang family, in Guangling County, Dragon Beard Mountain. You scoundrel! Accompanied by a cold snort filled with anger, a stream of moonlit white light rushed out from the mountain gate. Just as he was about to head southeast, a massive mountain rock serpent poked its head out from the clouds, its robust body like a moving mountain completely blocking the path ahead. Zhang Daoyu, where are you headed? An old woman with white hair and wrinkled skin emerged from the serpent's head, leaning on a gnarled vine staff, the staff's head set with a dark green serpent pearl, exuding a haunting spiritual pressure. Chushan Daoyu, you are quite the spirited one. Zhang Wenyuan's expression turned ashen, his moon-white robe billowing without wind. I am merely taking a stroll in front of my own door. Must I trouble you? The old woman grinned, revealing a few sparse yellow teeth. Zhang Daoyu is joking. I merely happened to pass by, coincidentally saw Zhang Daoyu heading out, and thought to greet you. Zhang Wenyuan's expression darkened. This line of talk mirrored exactly what Xiao Mingxin had said earlier in the Bai family's territory. Even the use of the word coincidentally was identical. Chu Shan, are you determined to go against my Zhang family? Zhang Wenyuan's voice turned cold, the spiritual light on his moon-white robe, swirling a pressure belonging to a golden core, true person, quietly spreading. The old woman remained unimpressed. Zhang Daoyu, your words are not quite right. When did I ever say I wanted to go against your Zhang family? She paused, lightly tapping her bony fingers on the vine staff. I merely happened to be cooling off near Dragon Beard Mountain, and coincidentally saw Zhang Daoyu in a hurry to leave, so I thought to take a look. If you are visiting a friend, I shall not speak further. If you are going elsewhere. The old woman's murky eyes shifted slightly, her tone carrying a hint of implication. Then I cannot help but follow and take a few more looks. Zhang Wenyuan's face turned iron blue, yet he hesitated to act. He naturally understood that since this old woman appeared at this moment, it meant they had already figured out his background. Those useless people from Zhang Guangling achieving nothing and ruining everything. Fortunately, only people from the Earth Dragon Mountain came, proving that while they were aware of his identity, they did not have conclusive evidence. However, with the strength of this old woman and her accompanying spirit beast, to take action, he would have to show his true abilities. But if he did not take action based on his understanding of his own demonic children, once they encountered life-threatening danger, they would undoubtedly flee to various hidden spots, and at that time all his arrangements would be in vain. This was also the reason why his fragment of soul chose to manifest upon seeing the spirit fly. Now caught in a dilemma, further delay might completely ruin the sect's plans laid out over 300 years. Zhang Wenyuan's complexion alternated between pale and green, and he finally made a decision. Coldly looking at Chu Shan, since you wish to follow, then come. With that, Zhang Wenyuan swung his wide sleeves, and the moon-white escape light shot into the sky, not heading southeast, but straight west. Chu Shan watched Zhang Wenyuan's escape light, and smiled lightly. Poverty for 10,000 years, chaos for 10,000 years, and now it is indeed time for the skies of Yizhou to change. In the Tianmu Mountain. After saying those words, Zhang Wenyuan's fragment of soul already knew he had likely fallen into a plot. Taking a deep breath, he scanned the crowd present, finally resting his gaze on Chun Yi. Over 300 years just for today? That old thing Chu Shan indeed can endure. Chun Yi's expression remained unchanged, but he secretly found it amusing. Earth Dragon Mountain. If that old woman knew that he had inexplicably taken the blame for a Foundation establishment cultivator, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or be angry. But none of that mattered anymore. What was important was that Zhang Wenyuan's main body was held back, and the situation had completely fallen into his hands. If one wants to keep something hidden, one must refrain from doing it oneself. Chun Yi stood with his hands behind his back, calmly gazing at the fragment of soul. Senior has lived for so long, you should understand this principle better than I do. Principle. In the cultivation world, it is survival of the fittest. If principles were useful, why bother with cultivation? The fragment of soul raised a palm, a wisp of dark green phosphorescence appearing at his fingertips. A black banner appeared out of thin air, and the old demon reached out, pulling out a mid-foundation establishment level bone demon. The struggling bone demon swiftly melted upon touching the phosphorescence, turning into a pool of viscous green liquid flowing upwards along the fragment of soul's arm, covering its entire body. Under the gray robe, the body that originally belonged to a Foundation establishment cultivator began to swell violently, the bones popping like frying beans. The gray robe was torn apart, revealing the pale bone armor beneath. The bones of the bone demon actually adhered to him, as if alive, merging with his original body. A monster over 10 feet tall with a hideous face and covered entirely in white bone armor appeared before everyone. The monster twisted its neck and grinned. Although I am merely a fragment of soul, I am not someone a mere Foundation establishment can control with a few broken pieces of scrap metal. As soon as the words left its mouth, the white bone monster's foot stomped down, causing the ground to erupt with spiderweb-like cracks, its form darting like a specter before Chun Yi. Xiao Mingxin had been waiting. From the moment the fragment of soul revealed its true form, her 100 scales, 1,000 spiders sword had been poised for action. The dark green poisonous glow flickered on the sword's edge, tinting her beautiful eyes with an eerie green hue. As soon as the white bone monster moved, her sword struck out. Ding! The white bone monster raised its arm to block the pale bone armor, clashing with the sword edge, sparking a flurry of sparks. A deep sword mark was left on the bone armor, yet it did not sever it. Good sword. The white bone monster grinned, revealing its ghastly white teeth. Unfortunately, the force was a bit lacking. Before the words fell, its other hand shot out like a ghost's claw. Fingers splayed 5 strands of dark green phosphorescence, coalescing into sharp bone spurs, driving straight towards Xiao Mingxin. Xiao Mingxin's expression remained unchanged, the sword momentum abruptly shifting, and the 1,000 scales on the sword exploded into countless thin hair-like poison blades shooting toward the white bone monster. The white bone monster let out a sinister laugh, its bone armor suddenly bristling with spikes protecting it like a hedgehog. The poison blades struck the bone spurs, producing a hissing corrosive sound, yet could not penetrate. Xiao Mingxin had landed beside Chun Yi, her expression grave as she looked at the monster. The White Bone Observatory's corpse bone transformation is indeed well-deserved. With the bone spurs before him removed, the white bone monster said, "The 5 poisons sex 100 scales 1,000 spiders is nothing more than this." Looking at Chun Yi, it continued, "Junior, do you only dare to hide behind a woman?" Upon hearing this, Chun Yi's lips curled up, slightly hide. "With your current strength you do not even have the qualifications to make me move." As the voice fell, 28 starry puppets moved in unison, encircling the skeletal monster in the center. Yet the bone demon remained unfazed, ignoring the imposing puppets and glaring directly at Chun Yi, arrogant. How could a frog at the bottom of a well relying solely on external objects comprehend my true essence of bones? With that he raised his hand and clenched it. The Bai family cultivators, paralyzed by the shifting circumstances, suddenly exploded into countless fragments, which reassembled in the air into pale bone spikes. The bone spikes surrounding the skeletal monster surged violently, expanding outward like a thicket of thorns, absorbing all the bone spikes in the sky and merging with the bone armor on its body. Its form grew again, nearing Tu Zhang with spikes jutting from its body, resembling a moving mountain of bones. Its spiritual pressure had clearly exceeded the limits of Foundation establishment. Xiao Mingxin's pupils shrank suddenly, exclaiming, "The ultimate secret transmission of the Bai Gui sect, 10,000 bones devouring body." Instinctively she reached to activate the 5-colored talisman. "Step back." Chun Yi raised a hand to block her, his gaze fixed on the skeletal monster. "Shen Master, that is a golden core." "I know." Chun Yi interrupted her, waving his sleeve. "Star puppet combat." Boom, boom, boom. Beams of spiritual light shot up from the starry puppets, intertwining in the air, faintly outlining a complex star map. With the 7 stars as the pivot and the 28 constellations as the wheels, a massive formation enveloping a radius of 100 zhang took shape with a thunderous roar. The foundational spiritual formation of Longyuan Pavilion was indeed exquisite, but that was all. Constrained by the limitations of the cultivation world, puppets were merely treated as puppets. But Chun Yi was different. He came from a post-information explosion era and possessed the supreme Tao texts of the Taibai lineage. Upon acquiring this spiritual essence, countless ingenious ideas began to take shape in his mind. The system's role was to manifest Chun Yi's various imaginative concepts. Using spirit puppets as a platform combined with the various unique formations of the Taibai sword sect, he created these 28 types of starry puppets. The skeletal monster gazed at the starry brilliance, a flash of blood light in its eyes. "You also know formation techniques." "I know a little." Chun Yi's expression was calm, his tone indifferent. "Since the senior intends to bully the weak with the strong, I will have to use numbers to outmatch you." "What a clever use of numbers." The skeletal monster laughed loudly, its 2 zhang tall, bone-armored body writhing with countless bone spikes, each tip condensing a wisp of eerie green phosphorescence flickering like ghostly eyes. "Kid, do you really think that with these scrap metals you can set up a formation that can deal with me?" Before the words had finished echoing, the skeletal monster stomped down, creating a pit several zhang deep in the ground, and shot up into the sky like a meteor, directly crashing toward the central pivot of the star map. Chun Yi's expression remained unchanged. The 28 starry puppets swiftly rearranged the star pivot, shining brightly, transforming into 7 gigantic swords of starlight, hovering in the air, their blades aimed directly at the skeletal monster. He waved his hand and lightly commanded, "Kill." The 7 swords descended together, colliding head-on with the skeletal monster amidst a shower of stars. Boom! The eerie green phosphorescence and silver-white starlight exploded in midair, creating visible shockwaves that swept outward. The mountains, stones, and plants within 100 zhang were all reduced to dust by the residual waves. Xiao Mingxin was also forced back several steps by the shockwave, her hair disheveled, yet her eyes were filled with astonishment. The might of that strike was indeed no less than a full-powered attack from an early-stage golden core cultivator. Hu Yueling exerted her utmost effort just to stabilize herself. She had not witnessed the battle between Chun Yi and Xiao Mingxin. Initially she thought that although Chun Yi had extraordinary talent in artifact crafting and was adept at acquiring resources, his personal strength was at most at her level. With Qin Yun as her backing, and having taken Zhou Zhenyuan as her master, she believed that despite some gaps, she would eventually catch up. Yet now while Chun-Yi relied on formations, he already possessed the combat power of a golden core. While she herself did not even qualify to stand beside him, a sense of bitterness arose in her heart. Have I already fallen so far behind? As the dust settled, the starlight faded. The skeletal monster emerged from the haze, its bone armor cracked with spiderweb-like fissures, eerie green phosphorescence seeping from the gaps like flowing blood. Reaching out to touch the cracks, instantly healed as before, and the eerie green phosphorescence reignited. What a 7-kill! It is indeed much more impressive than the pure spiritual energy explosion during the previous formation breach. But if this is all there is, then it ends here. The skeletal monster grinned savagely, bringing both palms together. Boom! In an instant, the entire formation space erupted with a clamor resembling the wailing of spirits and the low chanting of mantras. The bone armor on its body expanded layer by layer like a 1,000-leaf lotus made of bones blooming fiercely. The eerie green phosphorescence surged from between the bone petals, transforming into green flame serpents that danced wildly in the air. Chun-Yi's gaze sharpened, finally losing some of his nonchalance. The cultivation at the Golden Core stage, combined with the secret forbidden techniques of the Baigua sect, indeed exceeded his earlier estimations. With both hands forming seals, the spiritual light between his fingers pulled the starlight from all directions. Chirp! The vermilion bird of the 7 constellations responded as the starlight wove into a gigantic flaming bird with wings of pure gold. Break! Go! Chun-Yi pointed downward. The flaming giant bird spread its wings and let out a long cry, the fierce flames igniting half the sky with an eerie orange hue. The bone lotus collided heat-in with the giant bird. Sizzle! The eerie green phosphorescence and the crimson golden true fire corroded each other, emitting an unbearable sound of erosion. The bone petals quickly charred and cracked in the fierce flames, ultimately turning to ashes and scattering. Yet the eerie green phosphorescence clung to the wings of the flaming giant bird like a curse, leaving behind large patches of dull marks. Meanwhile, the 1,000-leaf bone lotus transformed by the skeletal monster spun rapidly during the collision, with layers of bone petals opening and closing, constantly generating and shooting out new bone blades, an unending barrage, as if it would never cease. Seeing the giant bird struggling, Chun-Yi furrowed his brows and formed seals in his hands again. The azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise simultaneously took shape. The 4 symbols appeared together, surrounding the 1,000-leaf bone lotus tightly in the center. The 4 symbols, great formation. A cold laugh echoed from the 1,000-leaf bone lotus. Kid, do you really think this is a story where gathering them can suppress everything? The bone lotus suddenly contracted, with countless bone petals gathering inward, forming a massive bone cocoon. On its surface, the eerie green phosphorescence surged like a tide, and a chilling aura slowly rose from within. Let me show you what a golden core is. The surface of the bone cocoon cracked with numerous fine lines, and eerie green light burst forth from the fissures, resembling a ghastly green sun rising. Boom! The phantom of the 4 symbols instantly recoiled under the impact as a ghostly green light surged forth like a tidal wave, casting the entire array space into a realm of spirits. A handsome man with white hair and sword-like brows stepped out from the shattered bone cocoon. He raised his hand as if to grasp, and the fragments of the broken bone lotus gathered towards his palm, like fledglings returning to their nest, quickly coalescing into a bone sword of pure white. The sword was over 3 feet long, with a ghostly green blood groove running along the spine and phosphorescent flames flickering like a serpent's tongue. Zhang Wenyuan, Hui Weling, and Su Lan both changed color. Under Qinjian's rule, while Izhou was the most impoverished, they still recognized the names of the heads of top families in each county. The ancestor of the Zhang family in Guangling County, a golden core true person. Such a figure turned out to be a hidden agent of the Bone Temple. Hu Yueling's face turned pale, her mind in chaos. If Zhang Wenyuan was a demonic cultivator, how many of the disciples he had recommended into the sect over the years were clean? Did the sect? Have they noticed? Zhang Wenyuan stood with the sword, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, finally landing on Chun-Yi, a cold smile spreading across his lips. I had given you a chance, but you chose not to take it. So what? Chun-Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you going to kill to silence us? Kill to silence. Zhang Wenyuan chuckled lightly, the bone sword pointing diagonally as the ghostly green phosphorescent flames flickered unpredictably. It's merely about eliminating a few ignorant ants. Before the words fell, his form had already vanished. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Chun-Yi, the bone sword stabbing straight, without any embellishment. Chun-Yi's pupils constricted slightly, yet his feet remained unmoving. Boom! The astral wheel flickered violently, and a 4 spirits heavenly gate crashed down, landing directly in front of Chun-Yi. The bone sword struck the heavenly gate, producing a resounding clang. The ghostly green phosphorescent flames spread along the sword body, but could not erode the door forged from starlight in the slightest. Zhang Wenyuan frowned slightly, retreating hastily. He looked down at the bone sword in his hand, noticing that a tiny chip had appeared at the tip. A 6th-grade magical artifact. Zhang Wenyuan's eyes narrowed as he looked up at the flickering 7 stars above. Using a spirit puppet as a base, this magical artifact is your reliance. The starlight cascading from the heavenly gate. I see you have good eyesight, senior. Although I am merely a Foundation establishment cultivator with the array, I can exert the capabilities of a mid-3rd-grade magical artifact. Looking down at the soul fragment, I must say, senior, without a magical artifact in hand, this temporary borrowed body, how long can this rootless tree thrive? Zhang Wenyuan's expression darkened. Chen Yi's words struck right at his sore spot. This flesh body was merely at the mid-Foundation establishment stage. Even if he forcibly elevated it by means of the 10,000 bones devouring body and borrowed the power of the soul fragment, it was ultimately a castle in the air. Without a magical artifact that resonated with his destiny and no foundational match for his physical body, his golden core cultivation was merely an illusion, like the moon reflected in water or flowers in a mirror. A rootless tree. Zhang Wenyuan sneered, the bone sword crossing his chest, the ghostly green phosphorescent flames flowing slowly along the sword's spine. Even if it is a rootless tree, it is more than enough to sever you. Slash. The giant sword fell, carrying the weight of 1,000 June, fiercely descending towards the heavenly gate where Chen Yi stood. Chen Yi's expression remained unchanged as he raised a finger. The 4 spirits' heavenly gate burst forth with radiance, and the 4 spirit phantoms simultaneously manifested, intertwining and spiraling, transforming into a colossal shield that shimmered in 4 colors, meeting the ghostly green giant sword. Boom. The giant sword struck the 4-colored shield, erupting with a deafening roar. The ghostly green phosphorescent flames and the 4-colored starlight corroded each other, emitting a hissing sound of decay, filling the air with a scorched scent. Zhang Wenyuan's expression darkened, his hands exerting more force, the ghostly green light on the bone sword growing more intense. Break for me, he shouted fiercely, the giant sword pressing down violently. The 4-colored shield trembled violently, clearly unable to withstand the assault. Chen Yi frowned slightly, drawing forth a spell with his hand. At the moment the giant shield shattered, starlight exploded around him. Boom. The giant shield shattered, the bone sword slicing through the 4-colored giant shield, the ghostly green sword light cascading down like a silk ribbon, directly striking the spot where Chen Yi had just stood. The ground exploded, creating a chasm about 10 feet deep, with shattered stones flying and dust rising. However, Chen Yi's figure had vanished in that instant. Zhang Wenyuan's pupils constricted as he suddenly looked up. Amidst the swirling starlight, Chen Yi had already appeared at the other end of the array, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his clothing billowing, utterly unscathed. Spatial displacement, this array has some merit. But you can escape, what about them? Zhang Wenyuan sneered, the bone sword suddenly turning, sweeping directly towards Qiu Mingxin and the other 3. Qiu Mingxin's expression changed drastically, hastily attempting to cross the 100 scales 1,000 spiders sword in front of herself. But she saw a shift before her eyes, and she and the others had already appeared at the foot of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, the starlight coalesced into a celestial canopy enveloping an area of 100 zhang, with the 7 stars nexus hanging high above, showering down silver-white light rain. Chen Yi stood with his hands behind his back in the center of the array, the starlight swirling around him, his garments billowing without wind. Zhang Wenyuan stood holding the sword, the ghostly green phosphorescent flames flickering on the bone sword, casting half-light and half-dark shadows on his handsome face, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. Sending them away, you truly are tender-hearted. Zhang Wenyuan sneered, his bone sword pointing diagonally. You are overthinking it, senior. I merely find them to be a nuisance. Chen Yi calmly stepped forward. The power within him surged like a tide, the pressure of a late Foundation establishment cultivator being released without reservation. Zhang Wenyuan's pupils constricted. A late Foundation establishment after just a year. How is senior, having lived for so long, do you not know that money can make the devil push the grindstone? A hint of a smile appeared on Chen Yi's lips. I may not have much, but I do have a lot of spirit stones. Zhang Wenyuan sensed that Chen Yi's mana was solid, and without any falsehood, and instantly thought of something. Spirit liquid. One of the rare treasures in the cultivation world. Only the 4th-grade spirit veins in the hands of nascent soul forces can produce a drop each year. 1 drop of spirit liquid is worth several years of hard cultivation for a Foundation establishment cultivator. It is an important means of nurturing golden core successors. The cultivation of this young man before him, having been forcibly raised to late foundation establishment with spirit liquid, must have been a considerable expense, perhaps decades of savings poured into him. It is an important means of nurturing golden core successors. The cultivation of this young man before him, having been forcibly raised to late foundation establishment with spirit liquid, must, as long as there was a drop, the system could produce a blueprint. After the blueprint was produced, Zhang Wenyuan's heart surged with tumultuous waves, yet his face remained impassive, only sneering. I see, is it the 5 poisons, or the spirit beasts? Why can't it be Qing Yun? Chun Yi chuckled lightly, gazing at Zhang Wenyuan. Or perhaps the blood god, or the black wind. Zhang Wenyuan's expression stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure, snorting coldly. You crafty little brat. Having lived for over 300 years, how could I be tricked into revealing information by your little tricks, eh? Senior, your eyes changed for just that moment, have already told me the answer. At the very least, I can now confirm that the 5 poisons and spirit beast sects have nothing to do with your plans. Chun Yi smiled slightly, speaking as casually as if in conversation. Zhang Wenyuan's expression was as gloomy as water, the eerie green phosphorescent flames on his bone sword flickering unpredictably. He realized he had indeed underestimated this young man. From tracking with spiritual flies, setting up shadow pearls, to discerning the reality of the split soul, and delaying time for the Dragon Mountain ambush, and now testing with words. His thoughts were meticulous and his actions were seasoned, entirely unlike a foundation establishment cultivator in his 20s. What if you know? Zhang Wenyuan said coldly. You will not leave Tianmu Mountain today. Knowing more is useless. Senior, you should refrain from boasting. Chun Yi chuckled, lightly glancing over him. With your frail body, how long can you hold on? Zhang Wenyuan's expression darkened, yet he remained silent. Chun Yi was not wrong. This body was merely borrowed. Although the bone-devouring technique could temporarily elevate cultivation, it was draining the life force of the body every moment. At most, it would last another incense stick's worth of time before this shell would completely collapse. If this kid could use the formation to teleport, he indeed could do nothing against him. Chun Yi seemed to see through his thoughts, chuckling softly. Rest assured, once I send the others away, I have no intention of employing any tactics of an old man. A golden core level experimental subject is indeed a rare find. With that, he reached out, and the star pivot brightened, a massive silver-white sword slowly rising from the beam of light. The sword was 3 feet and 3 inches long, with a 7-star alignment on the spine, and a pigeon-egg-sized heavenly star stone embedded in the sword guard, inscribed with the words Giant Chu in a calligraphic style, subtly shimmering with starlight. Zhang Wenyuan's pupils constricted. There is more. Were all 7 of these star pivots of 6th grade treasures? His mouth twitched. Even he, a golden core cultivator, did not possess so many 3rd grade treasures. Chun Yi twirled the giant sword, running his hand along the sword's spine. I am the master of Wanbao Tower. If I did not have a few decent treasures on me, wouldn't I be living up to the name of Wanbao? As his words fell, Chun Yi's figure moved. The starlight on the giant Chu sword surged violently, trailing a silver-white tail flame as it slashed directly at Zhang Wenyuan. Zhang Wenyuan's expression changed slightly as he raised his sword to block. Clang! The clash of swords emitted a clear sound of metal striking metal. The eerie green flames and silver-white starlight scattered and exploded around them, creating visible shockwaves. Zhang Wenyuan staggered, slightly retreating half a step. Yet Chun Yi remained unmoved, instead leveraging the momentum to advance again, the giant Chu sword falling like a meteor, faster with each strike, heavier with each blow. Clang! 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 The sword lights intertwined, sparks flying. Zhang Wenyuan blocked 3 strikes in succession, yet was forced to retreat several steps, his expression dark as water. Good swordsmanship. He gritted his teeth, the eerie green flames on the bone sword suddenly surging violently, forcing Chun Yi back half a step. But do not forget, I am a whole realm above you. Before his words fell, Zhang Wenyuan's figure surged upward, the bone sword transforming into countless sword shadows, descending upon Chun Yi like a tempest. 1 realm. In terms of divine sense, yours is merely a wisp of spirit comparable to mine. In terms of magical power, I have the support of formations. Where is the difference between us? Chun Yi sneered, the giant Chu sword horizontally positioned before him, the 7 stars on its spine suddenly glowing as a silver-white light curtain cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping him completely. The myriad sword shadows struck against the light curtain, producing a sound like rain hitting banana leaves. The eerie green flames and silver-white starlight eroded each other, hissing, yet could never penetrate that thin layer of light. Zhang Wenyuan's expression grew increasingly grim, his bone sword's offensive unrelenting, but he felt a tinge of impatience. Chun Yi was not wrong. In terms of divine sense, this split soul of his was merely at the peak of foundation establishment comparable to Chun-Yi in terms of magical power. Chun-Yi had 28 star puppets supporting the formation with an endless and substantial magical power, even not inferior to a true golden core cultivator. In terms of magical treasures, this bone sword he temporarily condensed could hardly be compared to Chun-Yi's obviously 6th grade giant shoe sword. In this ebb and flow, his golden core cultivation actually held no advantage. If Senior only has this bit of skill, I would be greatly disappointed. Chun-Yi's voice came from behind the light curtain. Zhang Wenyuan's eyes flashed with a fierce light, his figure flickering like a ghost. No longer was he the blunt attacker from earlier, but now appeared at times in the east, and at times in the west, making him unpredictable. I have practiced for over 300 years, and have experienced no fewer than 1,000 bouts of combat. Zhang Wenyuan's voice echoed from all directions, sometimes left, sometimes right, elusive and difficult to grasp. Do you think with mere brute force and a few magical treasures you can contend with me? Chun-Yi's gaze sharpened, his divine sense fully extended, trying to pinpoint Zhang Wenyuan's true position. But this old demon's movements were truly strange. He clearly sensed him appearing on the left, yet when he struck with the sword, he only struck a remnant shadow. He clearly locked his divine sense onto him, yet the next moment, he inexplicably lost his target. The greatest difference between a foundation establishment cultivator and a golden core real person has never been the quantity of magical power but the understanding of the Tao. The moment the word Tao left his mouth, Zhang Wenyuan's figure suddenly appeared behind Chun-Yi, the bone sword silently thrusting out, like a long-hidden venomous snake stealthily aiming for Chun-Yi's back heart. Chun-Yi felt a chill run down his spine, his divine sense capturing the danger at the last moment. He had no time to turn around. He stomped his foot hard, propelling himself forward, while the giant Chu sword swung backward. Clang! The swords clashed, sparks flying. Chun-Yi used the force of this strike to glide forward several feet, narrowly avoiding the critical hit, but the back of his clothing was already cut open by the bone sword, revealing a silver-white inner armor beneath. The inner armor bore a shallow white scratch, but had not penetrated. Zhang Wenyuan frowned slightly. 6th grade inner armor. You really value your life. I may not have much, but I have plenty of spirit stones. Chun-Yi turned around, his tone still indifferent, though inwardly he was secretly sweating. If it were not for this silver-scaled inner armor, that strike just now would have seriously injured him, if not killed him. Zhang Wenyuan snorted coldly, his figure once again becoming elusive, leaving behind trails of afterimages in the formation space. Chun-Yi's expression remained unchanged, his eyes slightly closed, his divine sense fully extended, like an invisible net enveloping the entire formation space. The divine sense at the peak of foundation establishment, bolstered by the formation, was no less than the perception range of an early golden core. Every afterimage and every fluctuation of magical power was vividly reflected in his sea of consciousness. Found it. Chun-Yi suddenly opened his eyes, the 7 stars on the giant Chu sword suddenly glowing, and the silver-white starlight surged like a tide, forming a massive sword shadow around the sword, nearly 10 feet long. Slash! Not aimed at the approaching remnant shadow to the left, but a reverse swing, directly cleaving towards the empty space 3 feet behind him. Clang! The bone sword shot out from the void, colliding head-on with the giant Chu. Zhang Wenyuan's figure materialized from the void, a flash of astonishment crossing his face. You, Senior, I truly cannot compare to the combat experience you have amassed over these hundreds of years. Chun-Yi's lips curled into a smile, but you are too arrogant. At the utterance, his form vanished, then reappeared directly before Zhang Wenyuan. A sword descended. A metallic ring rang out as Zhang Wenyuan raised his blade to ward it off and was driven back several paces. Chun-Yi's figure dissolved once more, and his voice came from all around. You knew I had set the formation and yet rashly stepped inside. This is one fault. From Zhang Wenyuan's left, the giant K sword sliced through the void toward his throat. Zhang Wenyuan's face whitened as he hastily braced his bone blade. A sharp clang split the air. Sparks scattered. Zhang Wenyuan convulsed and stumbled back 3 steps, a numb ache blooming in the web of his hand. You knew this array held the might of a golden core, and yet failed to break it before engaging. Instead, you tried to slay me outright. This is a second fault. Chun-Yi's voice rose behind him as the giant K sword bore silver starlight and fell like a meteor from the heavens. Zhang Wenyuan's face grew ashen. He reversed his bone sword to parry. Eerie green phosphor flames collided with the silver starshine, detonating into a searing halo. Knowing this body cannot endure a protracted fight, yet not seeking a single decisive victory, and instead indulging in a contest of knowing this body cannot endure a protracted fight, yet not seeking a single decisive victory, and instead indulging in a contest of pride with me. This is a third fault. Chun Yi's voice rolled through the formation like thunder. Zhang Wenyuan's face was deathly pale. Chun Yi was right. He had committed 3 fatal errors. Not because he lacked strength, but because he was too set in his ways. 3 centuries of cultivation had conditioned him to judge the fight from the vantage of a golden core elder. In his eyes, Chun Yi remained merely a foundation establishment cultivator. No matter the treasures he bore or the strange array he commanded, he was little more than an ant propped up by external aids. That ingrained contempt meant he never truly regarded Chun Yi as an equal from the outset. Senior, shall we go on? Chun Yi stood with his sword-slung silver starlight, cascading about him like a waterfall, lending him the air of a banished immortal. I do not mind lingering a while longer. Zhang Wenyuan remained silent, his gaze flicking venomously to the 28-star puppets arrayed above. In that exchange, he not only failed to slay Chun Yi, but had been driven to the brink of disaster. The vitality of this flesh rapidly ebbed. He could feel his meridians splintering inch by inch. In the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, this shell would collapse utterly, and his lingering soul fragment would have nowhere to cling, dissolving into the void. Regardless of how events unfolded, the situation would be utterly lost today. He had been defeated the moment he stepped into the formation. What a Wanbao Lu, what a Chun Yi. Zhang Wenyuan suddenly laughed. You flatter me. Chun Yi's expression did not change, though the giant K sword in his hand dipped a fraction as its starlight pulsed. If you are willing to relent and disclose Bai Guguan's deployments in Izhou, I can arrange a dignified exit for you. Zhang Wenyuan snorted. He lifted his head, eyes piercing the starry canopy to the southeast, a strange smile curling his lips. Child, you have judged astutely. The people of Dilong Mountain held back my true body while you trapped my fragment here. You have seized every advantage, timing, terrain, and manpower. Did I not know that once I revealed my true form, these centuries of design would be ruined? He paused, then fixed Chun Yi with a steady stare. But have you ever considered, why would I knowingly leave this fragment here to trade blows with you? Chun Yi's pupils narrowed. The smile at Zhang Wenyuan's mouth grew more pronounced. Because you have no idea what we seek. Chun Yi's heart tightened, yet his face remained calm. Oh, then tell me, what is it you want? Zhang Wenyuan spoke no more. He crossed his bone sword before him as green phosphorescence surged into the blade. The pale bone began to melt, congealing into a viscous green ichor that crawled up his arm and seeped over his body. I want. His voice grew distant as if carried from far away. Your life. Before the words fell, Zhang Wenyuan flung his arms wide. His flesh split inch by inch as the eerie green flames burst forth like a dam unleashed. A thunderous roar, and the green blaze shot skyward, instantly coalescing into a skeletal skull. Chun Yi's eyes narrowed. He planted the giant K sword before him, the 7-star formation flaring as silver starshine formed a radiant barrier. The skull ignored the barrier and plunged into Chun Yi's body. He felt no pain, only a rice-grained green skull sigil writhing beneath his skin. A tracking sigil. Chun Yi raised an eyebrow. The Tai Bai inheritance recorded many pursuit techniques, some hidden in the soul, some lodged in the blood, some even bound to causality. This old fiend would not have planted anything ordinary, even at the cost of his fragment's dissolution. Since the system offered no prompt, the mark must be tied to the soul. Chun Yi regarded the formless mass of flesh, then gestured. The system disassembled the remnants. He acquired Zhang Liuan's body, an early golden core vessel afflicted with the 10,000 bones devour. A notice announced he had gained vital energy. Though Chun Yi had shown no change upon being marked, his face darkened when he read the affix. Muttering curses, he snapped. Damn it. After all that work, it's a counterfeit, and I've wasted so many spirit stones. With a wave of his sleeve, the spirit lights within the chests and abdomens of the 28-star puppets extinguished one by one. The suspended celestial canopy withdrew like a tide, revealing the original night sky of Tianmushan. The 3 women swept forward at once. Chief Chun, Hu Yueling's gaze swept him quickly, seeing his robes intact, and his breath, even she relaxed slightly, but still pressed. Are you hurt? Unharmed. Chun Yi shook his head, eyes on the writhing mound of flesh. That old demon self-destructed. Qiu Mingxin stepped forward, frowning. That is all he had. Chun Yi raised his right hand to reveal the green skull sigil. At once Qiu Mingxin's face changed, and she blurted, Huang Quanyin. Hu Yueling and Su Lan likewise went pale. The name was not unfamiliar to them. What is this? Chun Yi frowned at their reaction. Qiu Mingxin drew a steadying breath, tamped down the rising horror in her chest, and spoke in a grave voice. One of Haifeng Gus' 3 soul pursuit secret arts. Once sown, unless the caster personally lifts it, the sigil will remain like a festering rot, forever burned into the body. And what then? Su Lan demanded urgently. The mark emits a unique aura. Within 1,000 li, every disciple of Heifeng Gu can sense your location. Wherever you go, you will be hunted. I recall that old demon hailed from Baigu Guan. How could he possess Heifeng Gus Huang Quan? Indeed, this is a question. Although the yellow spring induction is merely a tracking secret technique, it is still a hidden transmission. Upon hearing this, the two women displayed thoughtful expressions. Chun-Yi, however, gazed towards the direction of the back mountain, revealing a meaningful smile. The white bone temple has begun to collect essence blood, so what else is strange about that? Both women were momentarily stunned, looking at Chun-Yi in surprise. Only Su Lan remained in a state of confusion. Chun-Yi chose not to dwell on this, but instead asked Hu Yueling, has there been any news from your esteemed sect? Hu Yueling shook her head with a grim expression. Chun-Yi's face darkened a bit. Seeing Chun-Yi's troubled expression, Xiao Mingxin immediately spoke up, don't worry, I will contact my father. I believe he has already set out. The southern wilderness is not close. Your father may take some time to arrive. No one knows how many demonic disciples are still hiding in this Yizhou. Chen has been marked like a candle flame in the night with nowhere to hide. Chun-Yi said gravely, if your father doesn't arrive in time, and a demonic golden core comes seeking me, you all may have to accompany me to the grave. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingxin's expression changed slightly, but she still forced herself to remain calm. My father will arrive by tomorrow at the latest. Chun-Yi shook his head. You all should leave, I will stay. At this statement, the three women were all stunned. Master Chun. Xiao Mingxin furrowed her brows tightly. Chun-Yi waved his hand to interrupt, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. The current priority is to convey the situation here. But you... Xiao Mingxin wanted to say more, but was pulled back by Hu Yueling. Friend Xiao is right, Master Chen is correct. The spiritual messages we sent earlier have yet to receive a response. It's still unknown whether we can leave Yizhou. Hu Yueling's expression was grave, her gaze falling on the yellow spring induction on Chun-Yi's wrist. If we get intercepted by a demonic golden core, we won't only be unable to help, instead we will become a burden. She bit her lip. Master Chen's starry array can resist the golden core. Even if it cannot defeat it, escaping will be easier than for us. Xiao Mingxin's expression changed several times before finally turning into a soft sigh. She took out 100 scales, 1,000 spiders talisman and handed it to Chun-Yi. Master Chen, take this talisman for now. Though it was given by my father, you need it more than I do at this moment. Thank you. Chun-Yi did not decline, putting the talisman into his sleeve, and his gaze swept over the three women. There is no time to lose. You all should set off now. Xiao Mingxin looked at him deeply. Master Chen, take care, and do not let yourself die. Rest assured I am quite resilient. Hu Yueling and Su Lan also clasped their fists in salute, their expressions carrying a hint of complexity. The three women leaped into the air, transforming into 3 streaks of light that vanished into the horizon. Zhao Hu then led a group of Jinhua Hall cultivators forward, kneeling on one knee. Master, the Bai family has been completely subdued, and we have captured 143 members of the Bai clan along with over 200 servants. How shall we proceed, Master? Kill. Chun-Yi uttered a single word. Zhao Hu paused slightly, looking at Chun-Yi and seeing his calm expression with no hint of turmoil, he immediately clasped his fists in response. Understood. He stood up and waved his hand. Jinhua Hall heeded the command. Yes. Dozens of cultivators responded in unison. The Bai clan has colluded with demonic forces to feed living blood to demons. The evidence is irrefutable. Zhao Hu's voice was cold and severe, his gaze sweeping over the Bai clan members lined up for execution. According to the rules of Wanbao Tower, anyone involved in this case. He paused, his hand raised as he decisively spoke 2 words: execute. No, Master, save me. We are wronged. The cries, pleas for mercy, and curses instantly rang out, echoing in the night sky of Tianmu Mountain. However, the cultivators of Jinhua Hall were all skilled fighters who had emerged from the mountains, utterly loyal to Chun-Yi, and they executed the orders without hesitation. Sword lights flashed and blood splattered. One head after another rolled to the ground and bodies fell amidst the rubble. Zhao Hu personally wielded his sword, standing before the withered corpse of Bai Chongshan, looking down at the face of the Bai family master, who had not closed his eyes in death. He raised his sword, then lowered it. Let there be a complete corpse, he murmured, turning to handle others. After dealing with these Bai clan members, the Jinhua Hall cultivators began to act methodically according to the plan. Yes, it was indeed a plan. Just as Chun-Yi did not understand the true intentions of the demonic forces. How could the demonic faction foresee his objectives? To eliminate the demons and protect the Dao. Where exactly was this path? The loyal dogs of Qingyun. Did it deserve it? Looking to the south, he murmured, it seems that I have become somewhat of an eyesore now. However, after obtaining that item, it will no longer be a mere eyesore. Did I truly love? She asked herself. She initially thought her feelings for Chun-Yi were pure, but when weighing it against the interests of her sect, she did not hesitate to lean towards one side. Even Xiaomingxin was better than her. In truth, she did not realize that love, this word, is very pure, yet also very vague. It can encompass anything. Hu Yueling's feelings for Chun-Yi fundamentally stemmed from admiration of strength. This does not mean that Hu Yueling is a materialistic woman or anything of the sort. It was just that at the time when her family was annihilated, she, a mere woman, had to support her family filled with fear and helplessness. Chun-Yi just happened to appear at that time, ruthless and far-sighted, crushing enemies with a mere wave of his hand. It was an absolute power she had never witnessed before. This strength granted her a sense of security and admiration. Now Chun-Yi found himself in dire straits, marked by the yellow spring induction, potentially attracting demonic golden cores at any moment. The figure she once looked up to was rapidly losing its luster in her heart. "Hu Shimi, look over there." Su Lan's voice came from beside her, pulling Hu Yueling back from her chaotic thoughts. Only then did she see 7 spiritual boats of 100 feet emerging from the mist, the characters Qing Yun carved on the hull glimmering with a cold light under the moon. At the bow of the leading spiritual boat stood a young man in a green robe, slender in form with sharp eyes, carrying a 3-foot green-edged sword on his back, the sword tassel moving without wind. It was none other than Zhou Zhenyuan. Beside him stood several profound cultivators. Seeing that Hu Yueling was unharmed, Zhou Zhenyuan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Lan chuckled softly. These two girls really know how to assess the situation. Zhou Zhenyuan snorted lightly. Not as good as you all. Lu Qingshan smiled and shook his head. Zhou Shidi. A person who understands the situation is truly a hero. Since the ancestor has spoken, we subordinates should just follow along. Why the need for so much calculation? He Jinan even gave a thumbs up. To dare to go against the ancestor for the sake of a mere outsider, you are truly something. I allow he admire you. Zhou Zhenyuan frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over Lu Qingshan and the others, his tone turning colder. Chun-Yi is just a wild man. In less than 10 years he has achieved such stature. For us Qingyun, this is truly a heartfelt matter, and heaven can testify to it. To not protect such a talent, but instead to push him towards death, I do not agree with the ancestor's action. As soon as this was said, the 2 women on the flying boat who were about to speak were momentarily stunned, their expressions revealing shock. On the other side, a figure in a dark robe stood in the clouds, watching the fleeing light of Xiaomingxin, and then glanced at the Tianmu mountain, which was raising the array again, nodding slightly as he sighed. There is some heroism to that. What a pity. Such a pity. On a cliff in Guangling County, Zhang Wenyuan sensed the disappearance of a fragment of soul from Jiaodong County, looking up at the moon with a deep sigh. What a pity. With this old woman accompanying you, why the sighs? A breeze swept by, revealing the elderly Chu Shan leaning on her cane 100 feet away. Zhang Wenyuan turned back, chuckling lightly. It's a pity that this blood sacrifice has come too soon. With a flick of his hand, a black flag suddenly appeared in his palm. The flag was as dark as ink, and one could vaguely see countless twisted ghost faces swirling and struggling within it, exuding a rich scent of blood and malice. The flagpole was forged from some unknown bone, glistening white as jade, yet faintly revealing dark red patterns, as if blood was slowly flowing within. Chu Shan's pupils constricted slightly, the Xiansha gathering corpse flag. You truly are a fiend from the Whitebone sect. Whitebone sect? That is a thing of the past. It should now be called Tian Mo sect. Corpse demon preaching. Zhang Wenyuan coldly scoffed as the black flag in his hand trembled heavily. In an instant, a wailing of 10,000 ghosts erupted from within the flag, and a visible black malevolent energy surged forth like a tide. Within Longshu Mountain, because of the anger of the ancestor, Zhang Guangling, who was filled with unease, suddenly felt an unbearable itch on his back. He reached back to scratch and looked down to find several strands of black hair lying in his palm, their roots still stained with dark red blood, exuding a faint odor of decay. What is this? His voice trembled as he immediately rolled up his sleeves. He saw that his formerly smooth skin had inexplicably sprouted a dense layer of black hair, feeling like dead moss, both hard and coarse. The muscles beneath the skin seemed to be undergoing some strange transformation, becoming stiff and swollen, as if something was forcing its way out from within. Family master, your face. A member of the Zhang family beside him exclaimed in shock, but the words caught in his throat, turning into a terrified, muffled groan. Zhang Guangling looked up only to see that disciple kneeling on the ground, clutching his neck. His cheekbones jutted, high brow ridges curling outward, and his lips seemed to be stretched apart by something, 2 sharp fangs slowly pushing through his gums, piercing the corners of his lips to reveal his jagged white fangs. Zhang Guangling instinctively reached for the corner of his mouth. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from all directions of Longshu Mountain. All the members of the Zhang family collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads with both hands, their bodies convulsing violently. Their clothes were torn apart by their expanding bodies, revealing the grayish skin beneath, along with the black corpse hair that was crazily sprouting from under their skin. Some attempted to suppress this anomaly with their cultivation, but as soon as the demonic energy in their dantian circulated, it not only failed to ease the symptoms, but instead acted like pouring a bucket of hot oil onto a fire. The black hair grew at a visible speed, quickly enveloping the entire person into a black furball, with only two glowing green eyes flickering within the mass, radiating an indescribable fear. It was not just the Zhang family. All the hidden demonic cultivators within the 7 counties of Izhou were experiencing the same abnormal changes. Wang Qingji watched as Wang Chong wept and pleaded for his help, raising an eyebrow. Is this where it began? Sensing the aura of the Huangquan guide from Jiaodong County, he smiled faintly. Since Brother Zhang is so gracious, then I shall not be polite. With a stretch of his right hand, he grasped the air, and a flag appeared in his palm. The flag was pale white like human skin, with countless twisted soul shadows writhing and wailing within, exuding a chilling, eerie aura. 100 Ghosts Night Walk. Wang Qingji shouted lowly, causing the white bone flag in his hand to tremble violently. The twisted soul shadows on the flag seemed to be infused with some kind of power, releasing sharp shrieks in unison. A strange wave surged forth, spreading outwards like a tide. Wang Chong, who was kneeling on the ground and weeping, suddenly froze, slowly rising with tears still on his face, but his eyes had lost all emotion. His eyes were as hollow as 2 dry wells, with only 2 faintly flickering green ghost fires deep within. Roar! Countless howls erupted from all corners of Izhou, filled with pure primal hunger. In the deep mountains and forests, family estates and sect spirit mountain shadows raced in all directions. Lu Dayton, though merely a common farmer, lived a decent life because of the fertile land in Izhou and under the relatively stable rule of the Zhang family. That night, while he was soundly asleep with his wife, he was startled awake by a chorus of wailing and howling. What's that noise? His wife murmured, rubbing her eyes. Lu Dayton put on his clothes and got up, pushing open the wooden door to step outside, only to freeze on. In the distance, a black mist was surging from the direction of Longshu Mountain, blocking out the stars and moon, as if an unseen giant beast was opening its mouth to swallow the entire land. The mist moved extremely quickly, and in just a few breaths it had already engulfed the old locust tree at the village entrance. Lu Dayton caught a strong stench of decay reminiscent of dead rats from 3 to 5 days ago during summer. He attempted to close the door, but found it impossible to do so. Turning his head, he saw a withered hand, dry as a stick, propped against the door. The hand was covered in black hair, with nails nearly 2 inches long, grayish-white, and sharp, resembling the claws of a wild beast. Help! Lu Dayton could only emit half a syllable before being dragged into the darkness by a tremendous force. From behind him, the sound of his wife's piercing scream echoed, but that scream was abruptly cut off, as if something had strangled it. Only the rapid crunching sound of bones breaking remained, as if someone were chewing roasted beans. Not only the mortal realm, but also the immortal markets were not spared. The lights in the market were still lit. Spirit light pearls hung from the eaves, casting a dim yellow glow over the sparse pedestrians on the bluestone pavement. A loose cultivator squatted in front of a stall, haggling with the stall owner, becoming red-faced over a spirit herb. 5 spirit stones can't go any lower. The stall owner was a thin old man, twisting his beard, appearing indifferent, as if he could take it or leave it. The loose cultivator gritted his teeth, about to speak, when he suddenly heard a piercing scream from afar. Both of them in front of the stall looked up simultaneously. From the east end of the market, several black shadows darted out from the alley. Their movements were unnaturally fast, running on all fours like beasts, yet maintaining a human silhouette. What is that? The loose cultivator didn't finish his sentence before he recognized the faces of those black shadows. They were human. At least they once were human. Their skin appeared a deathly gray, covered with a dense layer of black corpse hair, their eye sockets sunken, with 2 flickering ghost fires dancing within. The corners of their mouths split to their ears, revealing uneven fangs with dark red fragments of flesh caught between their teeth. Corpse transformation. The stall owner suddenly sprang to his feet, knocking over the stall in front of him, scattering spirit herbs everywhere. The scattered cultivators reacted faster, drawing out their magical artifacts. It was an ordinary-looking blue steel sword with a faint spiritual light flickering along the blade. He channeled his magical power, swinging the sword toward the nearest corpse demon. The blade struck the demon's shoulder, producing a sound of metal clashing. The corpse demon staggered, a deep wound visible to the bone opened on its shoulder, yet not a single drop of blood flowed. Dark red rotten flesh spilled from the wound, emitting a nauseating stench. The corpse demon let out a low growl, slapping the blue steel sword with one claw. Crack! The sword shattered in response. The scattered cultivator's pupils constricted. Before he could retreat, the demon's other claw had already pierced through his chest. Warm blood splattered onto the corpse demon's face, and its pair of eerie green flames flickered, as if savoring something delicious. It opened its wide mouth, stretching to the cultivator's neck, and bit down hard. The sound of bones shattering echoed through the marketplace. "Run!" someone shouted, and the marketplace instantly erupted into chaos. The cultivators scattered in all directions, magical artifacts, spirit talismans, and pills strewn across the ground, yet no one stopped to collect them. At that moment, all that filled their minds was a single thought: run. But where could they run? The 4 exits of the marketplace had been blocked by the corpse demons. They surged from all directions like sharks, sensing blood gathering in greater numbers. Someone attempted to escape on a flying artifact. As they ascended halfway, a particularly large corpse demon leaped down, crashing heavily onto the person and the demon, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before the dust settled, the sound of crunching echoed ominously. "Form a line. Form a line." The captain of the marketplace guard, a latest-stage chi refining cultivator, held a formation flag and shouted with all his might, "Everyone gather in the center. Do not go off alone." The remaining cultivators snapped out of their daze, stumbled toward the center of the marketplace. The guard team, barely consisting of 7 or 8 members, managed to erect a spiritual barrier temporarily, holding the corpse demons at bay. The spiritual light on the barrier flickered, dimming with each impact. The captain's face turned ashen as he glanced at the increasingly deep cracks on the formation flag, then at the dark mass of corpse demons outside the barrier, his heart filled with despair. Taoist friend, what should we do?" A young cultivator beside him spoke with a trembling voice, his grip on the magical artifact shaking uncontrollably. The captain did not respond. He did not know how to answer. The cultivation levels of these corpse demons in life were not lower than theirs, and some were even higher. After the transformation, their physical strength had surged, and ordinary magical artifacts could not harm them in the slightest. Worse still, they felt no pain, feared no death, and had no reservations. Crack! A gap opened in the formation flag, and the spiritual barrier shook violently. Crack, crack. The cracks spread like a spiderweb, and the spiritual light on the barrier dimmed further. The captain closed his eyes, gripping the now blunted magical sword tightly. Boom! The last line of defense collapsed completely with a deafening roar. Under Wang Zhang's rule, the 4 counties faced the same fate. Tianyang County. Li Yu stood atop Qingyang Mountain, listening to the intelligence brought by Lin Bin, his expression dark as water. He had considered the methods of the demonic path, but had not anticipated such a fierce attack. Even less had he expected them to dare use the countless lives of the 7 counties of Yizhou as sacrifice. "Send my Wanbao order, all disciples descend the mountain with me to exterminate the demons." With that, Li Yu took the lead and flew out of the mountain. The bells within Qingyang Mountain rang loudly as countless beams of escape light shot into the sky, converging into a river that surged out of the mountain. In Jiaodong County, the Qingyun group naturally witnessed the hellish scene below. "These beasts." Zhou Xingyuan slammed his palm against the ship's railing, the fury in his eyes nearly palpable. The smiles on Lu Qingshan and the others' faces had vanished, completely replaced by unprecedented seriousness. Secretly nurturing demonic path cultivators, while hiding a backup plan within their demonic arts, when activated they all become corpse puppets. He Zingen's face was as solemn as water. "They intend to wash the entire Yizhou in blood. Are you still going to watch idly?" Zhou Xingyuan's tiger-like eyes glared. "Are you going to remain indifferent while millions of lives are slaughtered?" Lu Qingshan's expression stiffened, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. Xiaolon sighed lightly and stepped forward. "There is no need for Brother Zhou to be so agitated. We are not cold-blooded people. However, this matter involves too much. Since the demonic path dares to act so boldly, they must have their reasons. Acting rashly may play into their hands." "Play into their hands." Zhou Xingyuan pointed at the sea of clouds beneath them, his voice trembling slightly. "Look down. See those villages, those marketplaces, and those common people being devoured by corpse demons. This is what you call playing into their hands." Beneath the sea of clouds, flames flickered everywhere, thick smoke billowed. Faintly one could hear the cries and wails carried by the wind, like the mournful lamentations emerging from the depths of hell. Zingen's expression changed several times before he finally stamped his foot. "Enough. I have killed, set fires, and committed many wrongs in my life, but watching 100,000 commoners slaughtered by the demonic path, I cannot bring myself to do that." He turned to Lu Qingshan, saying solemnly, "Brother Lu, if the ancestor seeks to blame me, he will take full responsibility." Lu Qingshan looked deeply at He Jing'an, then at the ashen-faced Zhou Jingyuan, and finally nodded. Fine, since Brother Zhou has said it to this extent, if we remain idle, how will we face the ancestors of Qing Yun in the future? Xiaolan slightly nodded and raised her magical sword. Qing Yun disciples, heed my command, exterminate the demons. On Tianmu Mountain, Chun Yi watched as beams of flowing light suddenly appeared, scattering towards various parts of Yizhou. He sneered, it seems this root is not completely rotten. Then he looked towards the northwest and whispered, the yellow bird has flown, the mantis should reveal itself now. Half a stick of incense later, a crack suddenly opened in the clouds to the north of Tianmu Mountain, and a pale white ribbon shot through the gap, reaching above Tianmu Mountain in an instant. As the white light dispersed, a young-looking cultivator appeared. He wore a moon-white Taoist robe, his features handsome, yet exuding an indescribable chill. It was Wang Qingji. He stood with his hands behind his back in the clouds, looking down at Chun Yi atop the mountain, as if appraising a lamb ready for slaughter, chuckling softly. A foundation establishment worth a county's blood, offering your life is truly valuable, kid. Valuable. Chun Yi looked up at the moon-white figure in the clouds, showing no fear on his face. A county's blood offering. Seems a bit cheaper than I imagined. Cheaper. Wang Qingji chuckled lightly, his eyes glimmering with a ghostly light. A foundation establishment cultivator can be worth that much, you should feel honored. In an instant the world plunged into darkness, and the spiritual energy surged towards the white banner, as if it had gone mad, coalescing at the tip into a pale beam of light that shot straight towards the peak of Tianmu Mountain. Boom! The entire Tianmu Mountain trembled. A layer of faint golden light shield appeared out of nowhere, blocking that pale beam of light from getting through. Chun Yi stood beneath the light shield, his robe rustling in the shockwave, yet his figure remained utterly still. Wang Chengxi's eyes flashed with surprise, a third-tier formation. Do you really think Chun is just waiting to die here? Chun Yi spread his sleeves, and several formation flags fell into various places on Tianmu Mountain, causing the formation's light curtain to glow brilliantly. Interesting, Wang Qingji chuckled lightly. A mere foundation establishment cultivator can set up such a formation. No wonder Zhang Gutta's fragment of soul is scattered in your hands. However, how long can you hold on with just this second-tier spiritual vein? Wang Qingji twisted the white banner in his hand. Beams of light descended with a crash. Boom! Boom boom. Boom boom boom. Chun Yi stood at the center of the formation, watching the faint golden light shield above him gradually dim under the repeated onslaught. He sighed inwardly, it won't last much longer. This second-tier spiritual vein is still too weak. With that thought, Chun Yi no longer cared about the formation and darted towards the back mountain of the Bai family estate. Wang Qingji snorted coldly upon seeing this. The long banner swelled in the wind, transforming into a gigantic white bone banner that blocked out the sun, and he grasped it with both hands, suddenly pressing down. Break for me. Boom. The golden light shield shattered under that pressure like an eggshell, and countless golden fragments scattered like points of spiritual light into the night sky. However, Chun Yi's figure had already vanished from the mountain peak, leaving only a faint trace of fleeing light that disappeared deep into the back mountain. Wang Chengxi's lips curled into a mocking arc. He retracted the white banner and floated down like a ghost, following the aura of the Huangquan Yin into the back mountain. In the back mountain, the Bai family's ancestral hall was silent. Wang Qingji landed on the bluestone square in front of the hall, a smirk of cat mouse amusement on his face. Once caught by the Huangquan, and even if you run to the ends of the earth, I can still find you. Why bother with such futile efforts here, young friend? Chun Yi's voice drifted from deep within the hall. Since you are so confident, why not come in for a chat? Wang Qingji frowned slightly, and his divine sense surged into the hall like mercury. The hall was not large, with 3 courtyards, gray tiles and bricks exuding an air of ancient decay. The main hall enshrined the spirit tablets of the Bai family's ancestors. The incense had long since extinguished, and the candelabra was covered in dust, clearly neglected for a long time. Chun Yi stood in the center of the main hall behind the curtain with his back to the door, gazing leisurely at the spirit tablets covered in dust, as if admiring flowers in his own backyard. Wang Qingji sneered coldly and stepped toward the main entrance of the hall. But his figure suddenly paused, his foot hanging in midair before barely retracting. Chun Yi walked out from behind the curtain, revealing a look of disappointment, shaking his head and sighing, "Your courage, senior, is rather lacking." Wang Qingji laughed coldly. "With such little tricks, do you think you can show off in front of me?" He flicked his fingers, and a beam of spiritual light shot out. A pillar in the hall shattered in response. Amidst the flying wood chips, a starry puppet emerged from the broken pillar, its eyes flashing red, clearly already in attack mode. Chun-Yi's expression darkened as he raised his eyes. How did you see through it? You set up the starry array on Tianmu Mountain to trap and kill Zhang Wenyu's fragment of soul. I've seen that battle scene more than once. Wang Qingji sneered. There are 36 pillars in this hall, not just 28. Moreover, you set up a hidden spirit restriction and concealed the puppets with spiritual wood, but you underestimate the strength of a golden core cultivator's divine sense. As expected, it won't work. Chun-Yi sighed and clapped his hands. The pillars exploded consecutively, and 28 puppets emerged one after another, lining up behind Chun-Yi. Looking at those puppets, Wang Qingji disdainfully said, now that you can't form a great formation, these puppets are just scrap metal. Killing a mere foundation establishment cultivator is no more troublesome than crushing an ant. Why struggle here in vain? He reached out and summoned the white banner into his hand. Why not voluntarily enter my 10,000 souls banner? I promise you will retain your spiritual intelligence. Your good intentions, senior, I appreciate. Chun-Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, glancing over the white banner. However, I have a flaw. I have never liked being arranged for my final affairs. Wang Qingji sneered, the 10,000 souls banner trembling lightly in his hand, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Before his words finished, dozens of pale, ghostly hands suddenly reached out from the banner, their fingers like hooks filled with intense resentment, grasping towards Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi remained indifferent, lightly stepping, his figure drifting back like a falling leaf. At the same time, the 28 starry puppets moved forward in unison, blocking in front of Chun-Yi. Spiritual light shields rose up, creating a silver-white light wall in the main hall. The pale, ghostly hands grasped the light wall, breaking through several layers, yet ultimately failing to shatter it completely. A mantis trying to stop a car. Wang Qingji sneered, shaking the white banner in his hand again. The twisted soul shadows on the banner let out a piercing screech, and the dozens of ghostly hands suddenly closed together, transforming into a gigantic ghostly claw the size of a foot, its fingers like hooks carrying intense death energy, crashing down upon the light wall. Boom! The light wall violently trembled, spiderweb-like cracks appearing on its surface. Several puppets immediately retreated, their high-grade spirit stones glowing with a scorching light. Beams of light comparable to a golden core strike shot out from their mouths, roaring towards the gigantic ghostly claw. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of visible shockwaves erupted. Dust and smoke filled the main hall, the blue brick floor plowed into deep ravines by the residual waves, beams snapping and tiles flying. Yet Wang Qingji's figure disappeared within the explosion's smoke. Chun-Yi's pupils constricted sharply, spreading his divine sense with all his might, yet he sensed no aura. This is bad. He had no time to think further, and with a sudden step his figure darted to the left. Almost at the same moment, he moved, a pale hand reached out from the void behind him, fingers like hooks directly grasping at the spot where he had just stood. Crack! The hand missed, yet it pierced through several starry puppets in front of him. The spiritual light in the puppets' eyes instantly extinguished, crashing to the ground and breaking into various pieces. Wang Qingji's figure materialized from the void, standing beside the wrecked puppet, a mocking smile tugging at his lips. Your reflexes are quite quick. Chun-Yi's expression grew darker. Although his starry puppets could unleash a golden core's attack and could form a golden core formation, they were ultimately creations of the foundation establishment level. In terms of speed and reflexes, they were no different from children in front of a true golden core master. This time Wang Qingji did not give him the chance to form any formation. His golden core combat power, piled up with spirit stones, had no opportunity to be exerted. What? Out of moves. Wang Qingji chuckled lightly. Just a moment ago on Tianmu Mountain, weren't you quite eloquent? Chun-Yi remained silent, holding his giant axe sword horizontally in front of him. Wang Qingji shook his head, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. A foundation establishment cultivator is still a foundation establishment cultivator. Even if you are given golden core level treasures, golden core level formations, and golden core level puppets, you still. A silver light burst forth from Chun-Yi's sleeve, initially just a few inches long, but in an instant it surged to over 10 feet, transforming into a sword-shaped silhouette of pure silver. The silver sword shadow came too swiftly, so fast that even the divine sense of this golden core cultivator could only capture a fleeting afterimage. Swish! The sword shadow grazed his left shoulder, tearing his moon-white robe, revealing a deep wound that exposed bone. The flesh around the wound rotted and darkened at a visible speed. Wisps of black gas crawled upwards along the meridians like living creatures, leaving a web-like pattern of bluish-black on the skin, which even the protective true essence of the golden core cultivator could not isolate. Wang Qingji grunted softly, his right hand forming a blade with his fingers, and without hesitation struck his left shoulder. With a puff, His entire left arm was severed at the shoulder and black blood gushed forth like a fountain splattering onto the ground with a corrosive hissing sound immediately eroding the bluestone surface into fist-sized pits. The severed arm hit the ground, and within a few breaths it had transformed into a puddle of black water, leaving no bones behind. Wang Qingzi's face turned pale, veins popping on his forehead, yet he did not utter another sound of pain. He quickly pressed several acupoints on his shoulder to stop the bleeding, then lifted his head to look at Chun Yi, his eyes devoid of the previous disdain replaced, instead, by a palpable killing intent. The 100 Scales 1,000 Spiders sword talisman personally refined by a golden core perfected cultivator of the 5 Poisons sect. Who is that old monster Chiu to you? None of your business. Chun Yi scoffed. The 100 Scales 1,000 Spiders sword talisman, glowing again, the silver sword shadow reappearing. Go. In a certain place in Jiaodong County, observing the familiar aura soaring into the sky, the robed cultivator's expression darkened. The girl is too outgoing. The ancients do not deceive me. He was none other than Qiu Mingxin's father Qiu Zhengming, the chief elder of the 5 Poisons sect with a golden core perfected cultivation, known for his unparalleled poison skills in the southern frontier. In the past 6 months, he had observed Qiu Mingxin's various oddities closely. After several investigations, he discovered that his daughter had used love poison, which had precisely targeted Chun Yi. This poison seems to have minimal side effects, but poses the greatest obstruction to one's path. Either the desire is fulfilled or the recipient dies, otherwise there will be a barrier on the path. Upon learning this, Qiu Zhengming wished he could strike Chun Yi dead with a single palm. But that was not feasible. At the very least, he could not be the one to kill Chun Yi, nor could he have any connections with him. Otherwise, under the influence of the love poison, Qiu Mingxin would certainly turn against her father. Qiu Zhengming had no choice but to head to Tianyang, hoping to find a solution. After careful observation, he found that although Chun Yi came from a lowly background and had poor qualifications, both his talent and tactics were exceptionally high. More importantly, he was aware that Qiu Mingxin had feelings for him, yet he repeatedly avoided her, clearly showing no intention to climb the social ladder. He was not one to flatter the powerful. If he were to become the son-in-law of Qiu Zhengming, he would barely qualify. The desire to kill him had diminished significantly. However, he never expected that the demonic path would suddenly turn the tables, and that Chun Yi would actually be targeted by a demonic golden core. This stirred up different thoughts in Qiu Zhengming. If Chun Yi were to die at the hands of the demonic path, even if Qiu Mingxin were heartbroken, her hatred would fall upon the demonic scoundrels. At that time, he as a father would have avenged his daughter, thus breaking the love poison's hold. As for Chun Yi himself, a forced melon is not sweet, is it? Moreover, Qiu Mingxin's feelings for Chun Yi were magnified infinitely under the influence of the love poison. If he truly got his wish, it remained uncertain whether she would regret it afterwards. After contemplating, Qiu Zhengming increasingly felt that turning a blind eye was the best strategy. Watching another beam of sword light shoot into the sky, Qiu Zhengming's expression twitched, and he finally turned away, muttering, "It's just a matter of nurturing for a decade, consider it a payment for my life." His figure flickered and continued to dive into the mass of corpses, but his methods grew increasingly violent. Having dodged another strike from the flying talisman, Wang Qingji had already reached over 100 feet away, his gaze filled with resentment as he stared at Chun Yi. The talisman is strong, but it can be used at most 10 times. Once its spirit is exhausted, I will surely extract your soul, sealing it within the soul banner, burning it with ghostly fire day after day, making you unable to live or die. Chun Yi held the talisman and called out loudly, "Senior, we have no grievances in the past, and no enmity in recent days. Why must we fight to the death here? Why not let it go? You take your path, and I will take mine. Let it go." Wang Qingji looked down at the still bleeding stump of his severed arm, his voice filled with resentment. "You severed my arm, and you think a light statement of let it go can be brushed aside. Then what does the senior wish?" Chun Yi crossed the talisman in front of his chest. "My divine sense is indeed limited and cannot deal with you. But with this talisman, if I want to leave, can you still dare to stop me?" After speaking with a flash of escape light, Chun Yi transformed into a long rainbow and shot southward. "You little beast still want to seek help from Qing Yun." Wang Qingji saw through his intentions at a glance, his expression changing drastically. If Chun Yi were to escape into Qing Yun's sect, even with the Yellow Springs guiding him, he could do nothing. The pain of his severed arm aside, that Yellow Springs guide was related to the blood food of an entire county. Wang Qingji could not allow him to escape. With a flash of escape light, he pursued, yet he dared not close the distance. He had personally experienced the power of that talisman. It was crafted by a golden core perfected cultivator, and was enough to severely injure or even kill him, a mid-stage golden core. "Little beast, die for me." Wang Qingji raised his hand, unleashing a pitch-black spiritual light, which transformed into a black chain about 10 feet long, in midair rushing toward Chun Yi's back, like a venomous snake. Chun Yi's divine sense detected the movement behind him. His expression unchanged, he slightly turned the talisman in his hand, and a silver sword shadow struck out, cutting the black chain in two. When he turned around, he found Wang Qingji had stopped just outside the limit of his divine sense. He coldly sneered at Chun Yi. Come, feel free to attack. Chun Yi's expression darkened. This old demon had indeed learned to be clever. Although the talisman was powerful, it required divine sense to guide it, and his divine sense strength was merely at the peak of foundation establishment, limiting the range in which he could lock on accurately. Wang Qingji positioned himself at this distance, able to attack or retreat, clearly understanding that Chun Yi would not easily waste the talisman's spirit. Chun Yi snorted, coldly stowed the talisman, and the escape light surged again as he continued south. Seeing him put away the talisman, Wang Qingji's eyes flickered with a hint of delight, yet he still dared not approach recklessly. The two moved in a front-and-behind manner, shooting across the night sky of Izhou like shooting stars. All the way, Wang Qingji launched continuous attacks, occasionally landing heavy blows that forced Chun Yi to use the talisman in response. After just over 100 miles, the talisman had already been used 7 times. After consuming another strike, Wang Qingji laughed heartily. Only one left, huh? I want to see how you extend your life. Chun Yi's expression remained unchanged, yet his escape light suddenly diverted, no longer heading south, but towards a desolate mountain in the northeast. Wang Qingji's laughter stuttered, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Then he coldly sneered, "Desperate measures, seeking a burial place are you?" Chun Yi ignored the mockery behind him, the escape light plummeting like a meteor, directly entering the depths of the desolate mountain. Wang Qingji was about to pursue, when suddenly a sword light shot out. It was Chun Yi activating the last talisman. He dodged to the side, avoiding the silver sword shadow. Although Chun Yi's figure had vanished from his divine sense range, the marking of the yellow springs remained, and Wang Qingji felt a sense of certainty, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. It's my turn now. With a flash of escape light, he plunged into the desolate mountain. Yet unbeknownst to him, a dry branch had quietly fallen to the ground. A peculiar little beast, entirely silver-white, emerged from the earth, grasping the branch in its mouth, vanishing into the depth of the night, disappearing in the blink of an eye. On the desolate mountain before him stood a naturally formed stone cave, and sensing the aura of the yellow spring chi emanating from within, Wang Qingji let out a cold snort, a dying struggle. With a flash of escape light, he dashed into the cave. Deep within the cave, a starry puppet guarded in front of Chun Yi, who sat cross-legged, holding a blood-red small banner, his head lowered, obscuring his expression. The puppet, upon seeing Wang Qingji, emitted a brilliant light from its chest and abdomen, opening its mouth to unleash a beam of light. Wang Qingji sneered, slightly shifting his body to evade the beam, comparable to a golden core strike, and casually struck out with his palm, a dark handprint enveloped in dense death aura, striking the puppet's chest. With a crack, the puppet shattered, turning into silvery fragments that scattered. Wang Qingji chuckled, his gaze landing on Chun Yi. What's wrong? Too lazy to even escape. Chun Yi, however, seemed not to have heard, still keeping his head down, utterly motionless. Wang Qingji raised an eyebrow, his divine sense surged forth like a tide. The person was correct, the aura was correct, even the yellow spring chi on the back of his hand was unmistakable. But it was too quiet. A Foundation establishment cultivator chased for hundreds of miles with depleted talismans and destroyed puppets should not be this quiet. Wang Qingji snorted softly, feigning mystery. The myriad souls banner unfurled, and countless ghosts and spirits surged forth, their mournful wails echoing through the cave, overwhelming Chun Yi's seated figure like a tide. However, as those ghosts rushed toward him, they seemed to pass through him, as if he were incorporeal, not even ruffling the corners of his clothes. Wang Qingji's expression changed drastically. The ghostly attacks were aimed at the soul, and if they could not attack, it meant he had no soul. Without a soul, it meant he was merely a shell. A splendid escape. The yellow spring chi acted on the flesh. If Chun Yi had abandoned his body and escaped solely with his soul, he might indeed be difficult to track. However, unless he were a nascent soul cultivator, a cultivator's soul could only last half a day after leaving the body, without a corporeal form to tether to, they would ultimately face the fate of soul scattering. Though Chun Yi had severed one of his arms, he had already made it onto Wang Qingji's kill list, but the purpose of this mission was still the yellow spring chi, and Wang Qingji had no intention of pursuing him further. Suppressing the surging anger in his heart, Wang Qingji reached out, intending to draw Chun Yi's body toward him. On the other side, a silver creature holding a withered branch had already dashed several dozen miles. Arriving at a hollow in the mountain, the little beast halted and stretched its body. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an unusual silver hedgehog, which was Chun-Yi's spirit beast Jianwei, Ping'an. Ping'an shook its body, dropping the withered branch to the ground, and Chun-Yi's ethereal figure emerged from the branch, looking down at Ping'an. Well done. The little hedgehog proudly shook its silver spines, producing a rustling sound, then perked up its ears, warily gazing toward the desolate mountain. Chun-Yi did not delay, further instructing in his heart, merge. In an instant, a beam of light and shadow appeared, swiftly condensing, filling, and transforming from ethereal to solid. In the blink of an eye, Chun-Yi's physical body materialized out of thin air. Chun-Yi's soul leaped forward, directly entering it. The body did not come flying. Wang Qingzi's expression turned suspicious. Logically speaking, without a soul anchoring, this body was no different from a lump of rotten meat. Even a qi refining cultivator could easily retrieve it. Yet that body remained utterly motionless. Wang Qingzi's brows furrowed tightly. He urged his power, fingers curled in a grasp. A visible stream of dark energy surged toward Chun-Yi's body like a spiritual serpent. But at that moment, the blood-red small banner suddenly brightened, and the blood light surged forth like a tide from its surface, instantly enveloping the body within. The dark energy collided with the blood light, hissing loudly like boiling water on snow, and in an instant, it was completely dissolved. Wang Qingzi's face changed dramatically. What? As the blood light surged, Chun-Yi's body vanished, replaced by a figure entirely crimson. The figure stood about 12 feet tall, with skin that exhibited a dark red hue, as if cooled lava covered in golden web-like patterns resembling flowing magma on a red-hot iron. With eyes wide open, it exhaled scorching fiery breath from its mouth and nostrils, which coalesced in the air, transforming into two streams of crimson energy. Feeling the overwhelming spiritual pressure, Wang Qingzi's face was filled with disbelief. A corpse puppet. A golden core grade armored corpse. How could this be possible? This corpse puppet's rank was evidently at the golden core level. To refine it, one would need at least the corpse of a golden core cultivator, supplemented with the blood and bones of countless living beings. Chun-Yi, a mere loose cultivator, had a cultivation base of only foundation establishment. Where would he get a golden core body? Moreover, the soul-nourishing corpse-refining artifacts were historically preferred by demonic cultivators due to the easy availability of materials. Yet demonic creatures are difficult to nurture. Without corresponding spirit-controlling restrictions, the first to die would be the feeder. The Southern Sky only had the White Bone sect brave enough to cultivate golden core bone demons at the foundation establishment stage. How could he dare? But the corpse puppet clearly would not grant him time. Upon appearing, its gaze was fixated on his severed arms wound. To the corpse puppet, nourished by the blood and bones of living beings, that aura was a delicacy. How could it resist? Roar! The corpse puppet let out a low growl, its sound reverberating in the cave, causing stones to tumble from the rock walls. It stomped its feet, and its dark red body transformed into a shadow, lunging straight at Wang Qingzi. Wang Qingzi's expression changed drastically. He could no longer ponder how Chun-Yi acquired this golden core corpse. As he retreated, he flipped his wrist, and the myriad souls banner vanished, replaced by a long sword flying out from his sleeve. The sword light slashed forth like a silver thread, accurately striking the corpse puppet's chest. The sound of metal clashing erupted in the cave. Although the corpse puppet was pushed back, the long sword only left a shallow white mark on its dark red skin, not even breaking the surface. Evidently, this magical artifact was of mediocre quality, at least not as good as the Myriad Souls banner. But did Wang Qingzi care? This Myriad Souls banner was superb against ghostly souls, and could also suppress ordinary cultivators. But the corpse puppet didn't even have a damn soul. What good was the Myriad Souls banner's attack against it? The corpse puppet, after missing its strike, swiftly clawed back at Wang Qingzi's face. Wang Qingzi's body turned sharply, yet he was still grazed by the claw's wind across his cheek, a sharp pain flaring up. Beast! He cursed angrily, struck again with the long sword, and the sword light fractured into dozens of fine sword energies, pouring down upon the corpse puppet like a torrential rain. Clanging and sparking flew everywhere. The corpse puppet remained oblivious, arms spread wide, rushing toward Wang Qingzi to embrace him. Wang Qingzi's face turned ashen, inwardly cursing, damn it. The technique he cultivated, focused on the soul, physical combat, was not his forte. Now, with one arm severed, it was even more dire. Although this corpse puppet looked like it had just recently advanced, it was not something he could handle in a short time. And since they dared to use this as a trump card, did they truly have no other arrangements? Even with greed for the yellow spring chi, Wang Qingzi was beginning to contemplate retreat. With a misstep, his figure slipped through under the corpse puppet's armpit. With a flash of escape light, he darted toward the cave entrance. But just as he said, Chun-Yi certainly had his own backup plans. A fleet of spirit boats descended from the clouds surrounding the deserted mountain, with a gigantic character for treasure emblazoned on their silver sails. These were the disciples of Jinhua Hall who had previously assisted Chun-Yi on Tianmu Mountain, but had mysteriously vanished. Zhao, who stood at the bow of the boat watching the escaping light surge forth from the mountain's heart. A cold smile immediately crept onto his rugged face. Set up the formation. 7 spirit boats, shone brightly and beams of spiritual energy, surged into the sky, intertwining in midair. In an instant, a massive confinement array descended from above, enveloping the entire deserted mountain along with a radius of several miles. As Wang Chengxi's escaping light reached the cave entrance, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure hit him, as if he had crashed into an invisible wall. Boom! The escaping light was forced back, and he rolled midair several times before stabilizing his form, his expression darkening to an almost feral grimace. Who are you all? We are the ones here to take your life. A voice drew closer. Wang Chengxi turned to follow the sound. He saw a silver-white sword light falling from the sky, which retracted to reveal a figure in a green robe with a face as beautiful as jade. Wang Chengxi's pupils constricted, sharply staring intently at Chun-Yi, his divine sense sweeping over, repeatedly seeking for flaws, but finding nothing. It was not a case of possessing a similar person, nor was it an illusion created by magic. This was indeed Chun-Yi, both in body and soul. Yet the Huangquan influence on the physical form could not be eradicated. He was certain that the body belonged to Chun-Yi. But what was the situation with this current one? How could one's soul possess 2 bodies in this world? While you have time to be surprised here, you should think about how to deal with that corpse puppet. Before the words fell, a powerful wind approached from behind. Wang Chengxi's expression changed drastically. He had no time to turn around, and suddenly lunged to the side. Despite his quick reaction, the claws of the corpse puppet still swept across his back. Wang Chengxi grunted softly, staggering as he slapped his waist with one hand, causing a white bone shield to fly out, expanding in the wind to block in front of him. Boom! The corpse puppet's fist struck the white bone shield, sending bone shards flying and causing cracks to spread across its surface. Using that force, Wang Chengxi was pushed back several feet, finally creating some distance. He quickly scanned between Chun-Yi and the corpse puppet, then looked up at the vast confinement array above his heart, gradually sinking. With a formation blocking the path ahead, and a golden core corpse puppet entangling him from behind, and an eerily watchful Chun-Yi above, how could such a meticulous layout, such multiple contingencies, be the work of a mere Foundation establishment rogue cultivator? But he had no time to think further. The corpse puppet lunged again. Wang Chengxi fought, while retreating, his sword, chi weaving through the air, but it could only leave shallow marks on the corpse puppet's body, failing to inflict any real damage. Meanwhile, his magical power was rapidly depleting. Roar! The corpse puppet suddenly let out a long howl, the golden patterns on its chest glowing brightly and spreading across its body like a spider web. It shook its arms, unleashing a visible wave of fiery malice that swept outward in all directions. Wang Chengxi was forced back by the wave, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He could not afford to delay any longer. He suddenly hurled his long sword, its light flashing like thunder as it shot forth. Just before contact, Wang Chengxi lightly uttered "explode." This 7th grade magic artifact instantly detonated, with violent spiritual power shooting out in all directions. The corpse puppet was struck heated by this sudden explosion, its massive body flying backward and crashing heavily against the stone wall, creating a pit several feet deep. Cracks finally appeared on its dark red skin, and the golden patterns dimmed slightly. However, Wang Chengxi had no time to check for the results of his attack. With a single hand seal, the Wandering Soul's banner unfolded once more. Countless ghosts and spirits surged forth from the banner, crashing toward the confinement array. Chun-Yi looked at the swarm of spirits, a hint of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. This array was indeed from the Dragon Abyss Pavilion's medicinal garden. Even the likes of the Xian-Yin old demons, nascent soul ghost creatures, could be trapped. How could these wandering souls and wild ghosts possibly shake it? When the ghostly figures crashed into the light wall, they were extinguished silently, like moths to a flame. Seeing that breaking the array was temporarily hopeless, the corpse puppet rose once more, and Wang Chengxi's expression darkened completely. He coldly gazed at Chun-Yi, saying, "You've been after me since the very beginning." Chun-Yi did not answer. He merely stood with his hands behind his back, the green robe fluttering, his gaze calm to the point of indifference. This silence served as the best response. Wang Chengxi suddenly laughed. Good. A mere Foundation establishment cultivator dares to scheme against a golden core. Today I, Wang Chengxi, have truly opened my eyes. But if you think that a single confinement array and an out-of-control corpse puppet can take my life, then you are With a forceful thrust of the long banner into the ground, he rapidly formed hand seals, while chanting living souls are made into guests by the banner, the dead are added as servants under its banner. Today all ghosts weep in unison, calling forth the ghost gate of the underworld. Open. From the wandering soul's banner, countless ghostly figures let out shrill wails, each one exploding one after another. Even the golden core level Ghost King was not spared. A heavy mist of darkness spread out, then instantly collapsed as a massive portal slowly materialized from the void. The door stood 3 meters high, entirely pitch black, covered in ancient inscriptions with cold grayish-white mist seeping through the cracks. The once fearsome corpse puppet seemed to sense a terrifying aura and froze in place, emitting an uneasy low growl from its throat. Boom! The portal cracked open and a pale withered arm reached out from within, stretching towards the corpse. The corpse puppet roared with a thunderous cry, its dark red body struggling violently, clawing 2 deep ravines into the ground. Yet that arm possessed astonishing strength. No matter how it resisted, it was still being dragged inch by inch towards the portal. Ultimately, with a final unwilling roar, it was completely pulled inside. The portal closed, vanishing without a trace. Hundreds of years of accumulated power were lost in a single strike, leaving the wandering soul's banner as nothing but an empty shell. But Wang Qingji felt no regret. Instead, a sinister smile crept onto his lips. Kid, without this corpse puppet, it will just be a matter of time before I break your array. Once I break free, I will surely extract your soul and refine your spirit, ensuring you never find rebirth. He had already discerned some of the array's weaknesses from his previous attacks. This formation indeed had a significant restraining effect on ghostly souls. However, in terms of defensive power, it was only comparable to an ordinary third-grade formation. In contrast, Chun-Yi had exhausted his talismans, and the corpse puppet had been lost. Even if breaking the array required considerable effort, he could only watch helplessly. Chun-Yi clapped his hands and remarked, the Black Wind Valley truly lives up to its reputation, able to forcibly open the ghost gate of the underworld. No wonder the White Bone Shrine holds you in such regard. But I wonder how many times this ghost gate can be opened, senior. He reached out again, summoning several blood banners identical to the previous ones, looking at Wang Qingji with a beaming smile. What? Wang Qingji's laughter abruptly halted, as if his throat had been seized, narrowing his eyes and asking, are you trying to deceive me? Even the lifeless demon lord of the White Bone Shrine cannot raise so many golden armored corpses. Chun-Yi was not angered. He shook the long banner in his hand, a seemingly smile-like expression on his face. Then, shall we give it a try? One of the blood banners trembled. The blood light on the banner surged, and a massive black shadow larger than before sprang out and knelt beside Chun-Yi, fully compliant and devoid of the earlier ferocity exhibited by the golden-armored corpse. Another golden-armored corpse, still fully controllable. Wang Qingji's pupils constricted. Such magical artifacts for soul cultivation and corpse refinement are easy to acquire, but being easy to refine does not guarantee they are effective. Without the corresponding spirit-controlling prohibitions, most refined corpses are ferocious entities that cannot distinguish friend from foe. A slight misstep could lead to a backlash against their master. Thus, in the land of Tian, Nin, only his Black Wind Valley and the White Bone sect possess the complete inheritance of spirit control, able to truly command such ferocious entities. But what right does a Foundation establishment rogue like Chun-Yi have? Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Qingji's mind, ultimately leading him to a chilling conclusion. You are from the White Bone lineage. Chun-Yi's gaze narrowed slightly. His corpse banner indeed contained the prohibitions obtained from Zhang San's White Bone banner. It was not surprising that he was recognized as a person of the White Bone sect due to his unique magical artifact. However, what truly concerned Chun-Yi was that Wang Qingji referred to it as a lineage rather than a sect. This implied that the White Bone sect was no longer an independent force. Coupled with the fact that Zhang Wenyuan had recently employed the secret techniques of the Black Wind Valley, the two factions were gathering essence blood in Ezhou. A clear link had formed in his mind, so the three evil sects are indeed merging. Yet he did not show it on his face, but instead sneered, since you have discerned my details, you should know who wants you dead. Wang Qingji gritted his teeth upon hearing this. So it is true, so it is true. No wonder that fellow initiated the blood sacrifice early, no wonder his avatar died at your hands, no wonder he offered a county's worth of blood food as a reward for me to kill you. So everything was aimed at Wang. Does he, Zhang Wenyuan, truly not fear ruining the grand plans of you old ancestors? Wang Qingji's words had barely finished when Chun-Yi gently shook his head. Do you still believe that Zhang Wenyuan can be the master of the White Bone sect? Wang Qingji's expression changed drastically. What do you mean? A dead man has no need to know so much, Chun-Yi replied flatly, waving his hand. The golden armored corpse sprang into action as if receiving an edict, its dark red body suddenly lunging forward like a shadow towards Wang Qingji. His face turned ashen as he retreated, forming a hand seal with the shattered white bone shield once again blocking in front of him. Bang! At the moment the white bone shield shattered, Wang Qingji was propelled back several zhang by the force, and the sealed acupoint at his severed arm was violently shaken open, causing black blood to surge forth, staining his moon-white robe. He had no time to staunch the bleeding, for the golden armored corpse was already pouncing again. Its dark red fist, infused with scorching fire energy, descended like a meteor towards his face. Wang Qingji gritted his teeth, swiftly raising his remaining right arm, revealing a palm-sized copper mirror in his hand. The mirror's surface was ancient, with intricate cloud patterns etched around the edge, faintly glowing with lightning. Crack! The fist of the golden armored corpse struck the mirror's surface, causing the copper mirror to shatter, yet it managed to block this lethal blow. Wang Qingji was sent flying by the residual forces back, crashing heavily against the barrier of the array, causing him to taste blood as it surged from his throat. He looked down at the shattered copper mirror in his hand, his eyes flashing with pain. This 5-thunder heart protecting mirror was a life-saving object he had seized from a rogue in his early years, capable of blocking a fatal blow 3 times. It had saved his life twice before, but this last time was spent here. The golden armored corpse was relentless, roaring as it lunged once more. Wang Qingji took a deep breath, the panic in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a kind of almost mad resolution. He flipped his right hand, and a black pill the size of a dove's egg appeared in his palm. The surface of the pill was covered with dense golden patterns, exuding a strong scent of blood and decay. This was the blood-burning, barrier-breaking pill. This was a forbidden drug of the blood god lineage, made from the essence blood of golden core cultivators and supplemented with 36 types of deadly poisons. After taking it, one could forcibly enhance their physicality by 1 minor realm within a short time, but the price was the subsequent severing of their meridians, causing a regression in cultivation that would require at least 100 years of hard practice to recover. If he were at his peak, he would never resort to such a thing. But now he had no other choice. Wang Qingji swallowed the pill in one gulp. Boom! A force so violent it was nearly uncontrollable erupted from within him, blood gushing from his severed arm, yet in the next moment, it was covered by a layer of pitch-black substance, condensing into a phantom arm formed from blood energy. Roar! Wang Qingji let out a low growl that was inhuman, the rational light in his eyes quickly fading, replaced by a beast-like ferocity. He charged forward rather than retreating, meeting the golden-armored corpse head-on. Bang! A fist struck the chest of the golden-armored corpse, creating a visible shockwave on its dark red skin, and its chest was actually caved in from the blow. The golden-armored corpse let out a pained howl, its massive form flying backward, crashing heavily against the stone wall, creating a pit over a zhang deep. Wang Qingji did not give it a moment's respite, his figure darting like a specter, raining down punches one after another. Bang! 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 The skin of the golden-armored corpse began to crack extensively, its golden patterns dimming, dark red flesh spilling from the cracks, yet not a single drop of blood flowed out. Chun-Yi stood in the air observing this scene, with slightly raised brows, yet he did not intervene. Wang Qingji let out a thunderous roar, gathering a ball of black energy as dark as ink on his left fist, spinning and compressing like a vortex, eventually forming a fist-sized orb, which he smashed into the head of the golden-armored corpse. Crack! The head of the golden-armored corpse shattered with a sound, dark red fragments flying in all directions, and its massive body crashed to the ground, twitching a few times before going still. Wang Qingji stood amidst the rubble, his chest heaving violently, panting heavily through his mouth and nose. He looked up at Chun-Yi, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "I bet there are no corpse puppets in your banner." "Is that so?" Chun-Yi snorted lightly, not indulging him. The blood banners behind him swirled, and streams of light passed through the barrier of the array, falling into the desolate mountain. 1, 2, 3. More than 10 golden-armored corpse puppets appeared out of thin air, surrounding Wang Qingji completely. The madness faded, and Wang Qingji's gaze instantly cleared. He could still handle 1 golden-armored corpse, but 3 would be enough to encircle and kill him, more than 10. He dared not imagine. At the same time, Chun-Yi's true identity was becoming clear. The Wuxing demon, Lord, the nascent soul ancestor of the White Bone, sect, one of the 3 giants of the demonic path in Tiannan. It is rumored that this person practices the Wuxing White Bone classic, having long since disregarded life and death, behaving unpredictably and capriciously. If the person before him were truly the Wuxing ancestor's split soul, then today's events would make sense. One soul, two bodies, golden core corpse puppets, and a white bone banner, all executed with the methods of a nascent soul ancestor. These were merely trivial. How ridiculous that he thought he was here to hunt a mere ant, unaware that he had been a pawn on someone else's chessboard from the very beginning. Whooshing demon lord, spare me. I, the younger generation, have failed to recognize the mountain of greatness, offending the demon lord, celestial might deserving of death 1,000 times over. Wang Qingji knelt on the ground, his forehead hitting the rubble, blood trickling down from his brow, yet he felt nothing, only trembling in his voice as he pleaded, I beg the demon lord to consider that I too practice in the holy sect, which is not easy, and grant me a way to live. I am willing to offer my true soul as a pledge, serving the demon lord for generations to come. Chun Yi arched an eyebrow and waved his hand. A dozen golden-armored corpses froze in unison, their grins half mockery, as they regarded Wang Qingji. Hehe, you little creature, show some cleverness. Are you certain I would not kill you? Wang Qingji cursed inwardly. You ancient thing could crush me with a single finger. If you truly meant to kill me, why all this elaborate pretense? Though his hatred gnawed at his teeth, his countenance grew ever more obsequious. He bowed his forehead to the ground and spoke with extreme deference. Demon Lord Axe, this junior, dare not presume to judge. I have cultivated for over 300 years and know my life is as worthless as straw. I only wish to offer my remaining body to serve before the demon lord, to work like a hound or beast. Watching Wang Qingji confess himself entirely subservient, Chun Yi inwardly bloomed with satisfaction. He did not know that the corpse control spirit talisman came from the Zhang family of Luoyan Slope. The golden core shell had been taken from a split soul of Zhang Wenyuan. Though it had been forcibly elevated by secret arts, and even a system-made body could only last the span of a single incense stick. Yet when synthesized in quantity to raise the corpse puppet's rank, it was entirely sufficient. Had he lacked those two things, he might never have remembered the dish of fire spirit banner that had long been gathering dust in his storage pouch. There were other matters he wished to inquire about. You willingly offer up the true spirit seed. How generous, Chun Yi said flatly, his tone betraying no emotion. A chill ran through Wang Qingji's heart, but his face grew more servile. To receive the demon lord's favor is a blessing I earned over 3 lifetimes of cultivation. How could I be reluctant? Then offer it. Wang Qingji's body stiffened. He drew a deep breath, pressed his hand to his brow, and a tendril of pale green soul fire drifted from his forehead. In midair it congealed into a rice grain-sized mote of light and floated toward Chun Yi. Chun Yi reached out and caught it. His spiritual sense probed within, and in an instant an invisible link formed between him and Wang Qingji's soul. From that moment on, at the bend of his thought, Wang could rend Wang Qingji's soul as if it were being devoured by 1,000 ants, neither able to live nor to die. If he crushed it outright, Wang's soul would be utterly annihilated without even the chance to reincarnate. Chun Yi toyed with the pale green mote and let out a soft laugh. I will ask you this, of the 3 houses that have merged, who is pulling the strings? Wang Qingji's expression froze. He glanced up at Chun Yi and then quickly bowed his head. Demon Lord, I do not know, he offered. You ask, I will answer. Chun Yi's tone was even as the mote in his hand brightened. Wang's body trembled violently, veins standing out on his forehead, as though he were enduring an ineffable torment. Quickly he blurted it as Shuehe Laozu of the Shueishan cult. 300 years ago, he led his cult to attack Yu State, but was repelled and grievously wounded by the combined efforts of 3 sects. After a century of silence, he reappeared and persuaded the elders, yours and Taiping Laozu of our Black Wind line, to found the present Tun Tian Mo Zone and conspire together. Chun Yi frowned. The name was not unfamiliar. This man was the foremost figure of the demonic path in the south, already at the peak of early nascent soul 3 centuries ago, his blood cult techniques strange and unfathomable. When he led the campaign against Yu State, it was a battle that shook heaven and earth. The 3 sects' vital energies were grievously damaged and have not recovered to this day. Unexpectedly, he had broken through to midstage nascent soul. One must understand that once at the nascent soul realm, even a single substage is a chasm apart. In that remote corner of the south, not a single such figure had appeared in nearly 10,000 years. No wonder he could unify the 3 demonic sects. Chun Yi pressed on. Is their plot connected to Qingyun Dao Xianjinjuan? Wang Qingji bowed his head, his breath hitched. The whooshing demon lord would surely know of Shuehe Laozu's schemes, and would never ask in such a manner. He is certainly not whooshing, Chun Yi thought. But the spirit seed had been surrendered. Life and death now hung on the other's whim, and Wang dared not withhold an answer. Yes, but I do not know the particulars. I only know my clan's elder split soul has lain hidden in the south for 100 years. Zhang Wenyuan and I were operating in Ezhou to provide supplies for him. Chen Yi's heart leapt. Yuan Majuan is actually in Qingnan. Outwardly, he kept his composure and asked what of Bai Ziliang. Not so. Bai Ziliang was merely a fortuitous occurrence. When he appeared in Ezhou, I captured him. We thought his royal identity might prove useful, so we bound him with a soul talisman and sent him to the Elder. The Elder dispatched him to found the Qilinhui. Unexpectedly, that wretch soon turned traitor, and whether by design or accident exposed our movements. Half a year ago, his exposure led Qingyun to investigate Qingnan. In a rage, the Elder triggered the soul talisman and obliterated his soul. Chen Yi's lips twitched. My goodness, it truly is a miracle that you Wang Chengji have lived so long. Under Bai Ziliang's skin lurked a nascent soul specter. So Xianyin's deeds were merely opportunistic, riding the current when chance allowed. Where is that fragment soul now? Chen Yi demanded. I beg mercy, Elder. Sweat beaded coldly on Wang Chengji's brow. I only know the man is in Qingnan and holds a high position, but who specifically I truly do not know. Chen Yi scoffed. The pale green mote flashed. Wang clenched, a hoarse sound, veins popping from his temple, as pain sent him rolling on the ground, yet he could not speak sense. Chen Yi withdrew his spiritual pressure and said indifferently, if you do not know, then so be it. He folded his hands behind his back and fixed his gaze through the prison's light barrier toward the south in the direction of Qingyun's sect. Night lay heavy, and a few streaks of escape light traced the horizon. One last question, Chen, he said, his voice almost cold. Can the corpse plague in Ezhou be resolved? If I unfurl the Wan Hun fan, those little beasts might be able to restore their spirits. Wang began. Chen Yi did not let him finish. His right hand closed like a vice. You. Wang's body went rigid, the single syllable choked out as his soul began to shatter inch by inch. Enough, Chen Yi said. Chen Yi relaxed his grip. The soul mote in his palm fractured silently into motes of pale green light that dissolved into the night wind. Wang Qingji's corpse collapsed with a thunderous sound. His eyes remained wide, his face frozen in a look of incredulous bewilderment. To his last breath, he had not understood why, having already handed over his spirit seed, Chen Yi still killed him. Chen Yi glanced once at the body on the ground, expressionless, then beckoned and drew it into his storage pouch. The escape light converged and lit upon the flagship's deck. Raise first level alert, you. I have other matters to attend. Yes. Zhao Hu saluted and turned to give orders. Chen Yi entered the flagship cabin and set down a soundproofing talisman. He stood by the jade bed and let his spiritual sense fall upon Wang Qingji's corpse. Disassemble. Disassembly successful. He received the crafting schematic for Wang Qingji's body golden core midstage and the material schematic for his essence blood golden core midstage, among other things. Chen Yi paid them no mind and continued to instruct the system, I want a body. A few breaths later, another Chen Yi lay upon the jade bed, but his aura was markedly stronger. His spiritual pressure had clearly reached golden core midstage. Looking at the shell before him, Chen Yi murmured, you are becoming ever more like a demonic cultivator. He addressed the system with mock grievance. System, you have truly made my life miserable. Since that incident with Tanya, he discovered a shortcut for cultivation, soul seizing. Once the soul seizing is successful, the seizer will gain everything of the seized, including their cultivation. Of course, there are limitations. The cultivation world has summarized 3 iron rules regarding this. First, cultivators cannot seize the souls of mortals, for mortals have no sea of consciousness, leaving no place for the divine soul to reside. Second, according to the rules of heaven and earth, regardless of cultivation level, each cultivator can only seize a soul once. If they attempt to seize again, they cannot even enter another sea of consciousness. Third, only high-level cultivators can seize the souls of lower-level cultivators successfully. The sea of consciousness is where a cultivator's mind resides, making it their absolute domain. If the soul-seizing individual cannot attain absolute superiority in soul strength, entering another sea of consciousness would be akin to throwing oneself into a net, and they would be instantly crushed by the other's consciousness. But Chen Yi is different. He has a system. The body synthesized by the system has merely lost its soul, yet it is not dead. Alive without a soul, doesn't that fit perfectly? Did he truly place himself in the vortex for the sake of all living beings? His ancestors have said it before. Those who succeed should benefit the world, while the poor should uphold their own virtue. Chen Yi felt he was quite poor, and this body must be properly utilized. However, now that this body lay before him, he found himself somewhat hesitant. To be fair, this fleshly body is not bad. After he used the system to refine its appearance, its facial features matched his original form perfectly, and it even possesses the rare dual spiritual roots. More importantly, this body has already reached the golden core stage, and its spiritual power is on an entirely different level compared to his current late foundation establishment. The cultivation level is indeed appealing, but the lifespan is a true loss. Wang Qingji lived for 300 years with less than 200 left. Chun Yi at 20 still has 218 years of life according to Foundation establishment lifespan. It's not worth the loss. However, the great upheaval is imminent. If he cannot overcome the Golden Core hurdle soon given Yi Prefecture's geographical location, he may be among the first to perish. But what if he had his subordinates seize the soul? Chun Yi immediately shook his head, dismissing the thought. When it comes to the secrets of the system, he trusts no one. Chun Yi stared at the body lying quietly before him, his fingers gently tapping on his knee. Is there a way to attain Golden Core cultivation without losing lifespan? Suddenly Chun Yi paused in his actions. That's right, the soul division method from Black Wind Valley. Zhang Wenyuan had used it before. After his fragment of soul occupied Zhang Lian's body, he too was at the mid-foundation establishment level. Does this mean that if his fragment of soul occupies Wang Qingzi's body, he could also obtain this Golden Core cultivation? Chun Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to search through Wang Qingzi's storage pouch. This old demon has cultivated for over 300 years and is a direct disciple of Black Wind Valley. The good items in his storage pouch are indeed plentiful. Various spirit stones and elixirs are piled high along with several jade slips stacked in a corner. Chun Yi's divine sense swept over, and shortly after he pulled out a pitch-black jade slip. The slip felt cold to the touch with 4 ancient characters inscribed on its surface. Second soul. Found it. Chun Yi's lips curved into a smile as he probed his divine sense into it. The jade slip contained the secret method of soul division transmitted by Black Wind Valley, elaborating in thousands of words on the principles of soul division and every specific step involved in its execution. Chun Yi read through it word by word, at times frowning and at times relaxing. This soul division method in simple terms involves splitting a cultivator's divine soul into 2, nurturing them with secret techniques so that they become independent while still sharing a common origin. The divided soul can seize others, just like how Zhang Wenyuan occupied Zhang Lian, while also sharing. When the time is ripe, the divided soul can even merge back with the main soul, which would dramatically enhance the power of the divine soul, greatly aiding in breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. However, the drawbacks are quite evident. After division, the main soul will enter a period of weakness lasting from a few months to several years, depending on the ratio of the divided soul. Moreover, each cultivator can only split once in their lifetime, and after the divided soul seizes, it will consume the main Bodhi's soul, seizing quota. This is indeed more cost-effective than direct soul seizing. Chun Yi murmured softly. In direct soul seizing, he would have to pay with his lifespan and lose the Tai-Bai sword art he had cultivated for so long. Using the soul division method, he could retain his fleshly body while having an additional avatar at the mid-Golden Core stage, achieving both without hindrance. As for the period of weakness after division, with the Golden Core cultivation, what more could he ask for? With this thought in mind, Chun Yi began to decompose the body again and made adjustments to its appearance. He raised a finger to his forehead, and a flickering light appeared between his brows as a thread of divine soul was slowly drawn out. That thread started as thin as a hair, but gradually thickened, twisting and spiraling in the air, eventually condensing into a fist-sized ball of greenish-black light, emitting the same aura as his main soul. The soul division was complete. Chun Yi's complexion turned slightly pale, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, and waves of tearing pain surged from his sea of consciousness, as if something had been forcibly carved away. He took a deep breath, suppressing the feeling of weakness, and raised his hand to guide the ball of divided soul towards the body of mid-Golden Core, lying on the jade bed. The divided soul entered the forehead, and the body trembled violently. In the next moment, the tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A flicker of ghostly light flashed in the depths of the pupils, then quickly returned to their normal hue. It worked. 2 distinctly different voices rang out simultaneously. Half a day later, a strange wave surged from the desolate mountains, silently sweeping across the 7 counties of Yi Prefecture. The corpses, which were devouring flesh and blood, all froze in place, the ghostly green flames dancing violently in their eye sockets. What is this? A corpse demon looked down at its hands covered in black fur and stained with blood, letting out a suppressed whimper from its throat. It was not fear of what it had just consumed, but rather fear of how it would cope with its actions after this. Although reason had returned, their bodies were still demonic. Yi Prefecture lies in the heart of the Yu Kingdom. With such a great disturbance, how could the 3 sects not take action? Run. This thought surged into the minds of all the corpse demons at the same moment. Those who had already transformed into fierce creatures now showed no trace of ferocity in their eyes, only pure terror remained. They ran in all directions without hesitation. Watching the corpse demons who once killed indiscriminately now scatter like a frightened herd of beasts, the cultivators who were in the midst of battle were all stunned. What's going on? They ran away. Chase. The leaders of the various factions made quick decisions. We cannot let the tiger return to the mountain. A group of cultivators awakened from their stupor and hurriedly grabbed their magical artifacts to pursue. On the desolate mountain, Shun Yi stood at the bow with the soul banner, his face pale as he gazed at the gradually settling battlefield smoke in the distance. Zhao Hu approached him and whispered, Master Wang Qingji is dead. The crisis of the corpse demon has been resolved, and the situation in the 7 prefectures of Yizhou should stabilize now. Shouldn't we return to Tianyang to regroup before making further plans? Chen Yi scoffed, return. This battle has just begun. For beams of light shot in from various directions, abruptly halting in the air above the desolate mountains. The spiritual light receded, revealing the figures of Zhou Zhenyuan and his 3 companions. Their robes were still stained with the filthy blood of the corpse demon, clearly having come from a fierce battle, too rushed to clean themselves. Chen Yi. Zhou Zhenyuan was the first to speak, scanning Chen Yi with his gaze. Seeing that although his complexion was pale and his breath unsteady, he was not severely harmed, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as you're fine. However, Lu Qingshan and the other 2 did not share the same expression. They had previously disregarded the order of their ancestor to rush to Yizhou, driven by their Dao heart, and felt no guilt about it. Now that the tide of corpses had receded, it was time to settle another account. Xiaolan stared coldly at Chen Yi and said, Chen Yi, do you even realize the calamity you have caused? In the 7 prefectures of Yizhou, 1,000,000 lives were almost buried because of your reckless decisions. Chen Yi was taken aback. Did I not eliminate demons and defend the Dao correctly? Eliminate demons and defend the Dao, eh? Xiaolan sneered. Since when did matters of Yizhou involve a mere merchant like you? Don't think everyone else is a fool. What happened at Yangxin Lake? Who could you possibly deceive? I only ask you, why didn't you inform us at Qingyun in advance? Having been exposed, Chen Yi showed no sign of panic. Instead, he spoke aggrievedly. I merely wanted to ask Daoist Ming for help to vent my frustrations. How could I have known that the Zhang family was actually affiliated with the demonic path? Venting frustrations? Xiaolan laughed coldly. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? If you had no absolute confidence, would you do such a loss-making deal? Chen Yi displayed a look of grievance and clasped his hands, saying, Senior, please see clearly, I truly did not know the Zhang family's background. But Zhang Guangling was simply too arrogant, and in a moment of impulse Enough. Lu Qingshan interrupted him, his gaze like a blade resting on Chen Yi's face. You Chen Yi are a clever man who I want beat around the bush with you. This calamity in Yizhou has caused 1,000,000 lives to suffer, and Wanbao Tower cannot escape its blame. You need to return to Qingyun with us and explain yourself to the sect leader in person. Chen Yi's expression remained unchanged, but a cold smile flickered in his heart. Go to Qingyun. Surely that would be a one-way trip. He raised the Wanhun banner in his hand and said, Senior, you are being too ungrateful to the contributors. Only then did the others notice the black banner in Chen Yi's hand, its surface as dark as ink with countless twisted soul shadows surging within, emitting a strong aura of resentment and malice. Lu Qingshan's pupils constricted. Wanhun banner. Is it a 3rd-grade Wanhun banner? How could you possess such a sinister object? Senior, you are mistaken. This banner is one of the roots of this corpse calamity, though I cannot take the credit for possessing it. Chen Yi held the Wanhun banner horizontally in front of him, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. I lured the demonic path's golden core here, and fought to kill it. This banner is the spoils of battle, and it was precisely with this banner that I resolved this corpse calamity. You killed a golden core. He Jing'an widened his eyes, scanning Chen Yi's pale face back and forth. Just relying on you. Just relying on me. Chen Yi dramatically waved his sleeve, and a dark golden pill the size of a dove's egg flew out, hovering above his palm. The pill was perfectly round, emanating the unique spiritual pressure of a golden core cultivator. The 4 of Lu Qingshan changed color in unison. Golden core. Zhou Zhenyuan exclaimed, staring fixedly at the dark golden pill, his face filled with disbelief. Xiaolan gasped in shock, instinctively taking half a step back. They had indeed considered using Chen Yi's life as bait to lure out a demonic golden core, but when the tide of demons rose, they had led the charge to eliminate the demons. Although they sensed the power of the previous talisman, Chen Yi had intentionally lured Wang Qingji to this desolate mountain and activated the formation to conceal their presence. They naturally could not perceive the battle that occurred here. Moreover, although Chen Yi appeared to be unsteady, he was completely unharmed. They assumed that the talisman had driven back the demonic golden core and did not think deeper. Now, however, Chun-Yi placed the inner core of a golden core master before them, which was indeed quite sensational. It was not unheard of for a Foundation establishment cultivator to slay a golden core in the cultivation world of Tiannan. Yet each instance had been accompanied by the utmost coincidences of timing, location, and harmony, whether through the remnants of ancient formations, residual power, external forces, like heavenly thunder or fire, or striking the final blow when a golden core master was gravely injured and on the verge of death. Chun-Yi had only been Foundation establishment for less than a year, and had been cultivating for merely a few years. How could he possibly slay a golden core? Such bragging was simply absurd. The expressions of the 4 golden core cultivators turned cold. He Jing'an looked at Zhou Xingyuan and said, "Junior brother, Zhou, do you still want to protect him?" Zhou Xingyuan's expression also became extremely awkward as he glared at Chun-Yi with killing intent. "Old demon. Do you really think we're just 3-year-olds? Oh, I dare to possess my junior today. I, Zhou Xinyan, will make sure you suffer 1,000 cuts." Before his words fell, his sword was already drawn from his back. The sword light sliced through the air like a silk ribbon, heading straight for Chun-Yi's face, without any hesitation, delivering a lethal blow. Ding! A clear clang reverberated through the skies. A 7-star broadsword emerged from the void, positioned firmly before Chun-Yi, blocking Zhou Xingyuan's strike. The sword light splashed forth. Zhou Xingyuan's pupils contracted sharply, retreating several feet, in shock, his gaze fixated on the 7-star broadsword that appeared out of nowhere. The sword was long and slender, with 7 spirit pearls embedded along the spine, radiating a cold starlight akin to the giant sword in Chun-Yi's hand, yet possessing a natural and formidable sharpness. What alarmed the 4 golden core masters even more was the one wielding the sword. The person stood beside Chun-Yi, hands clasped behind his back, clad in a moon-white robe. His face bore a striking resemblance to Chun-Yi, but his demeanor exuded a steadiness that came from having experienced many hardships. His aura was deep as the abyss, and the spiritual pressure radiated from him caused Lu Qingshan and the others to feel a suffocating sense of oppression. This was no ordinary golden core who had just entered the realm. The solidified, almost tangible fluctuations of his magical power indicated he was a seasoned powerhouse who had been entrenched in this realm for many years. "Who are you?" Lu Qingshan asked in a deep voice, his right hand already resting on the hilt of his waist-sheathed sword. The middle-aged man in the moon-white robe did not answer, merely casting a sidelong glance at Chun-Yi. "Father." Chun-Yi slightly lowered his head, his voice calm, yet it resonated with everyone present as they heard these 2 words. The expressions of Lu Qingshan and the others changed drastically. "Father." They had investigated Chun-Yi's background, discovering that he was an orphan. His parents had died early, and he rose from a mere loose cultivator to Foundation establishment in just a few short years, making him one of the most legendary loose cultivators in the recent century of the Yu Kingdom's cultivation world. How could his father possibly be a golden core cultivator? Zhou Xingyuan's gaze flitted back and forth between the middle-aged man and Chun-Yi. Anyone who wasn't blind could see there was an undeniable blood relationship between the 2. "Impossible," Xiaolon said coldly. "I have checked his records multiple times at Qingyun. Both his parents were mortals who died at the hands of beasts. There is absolutely no way he could be the child of a golden core cultivator." The middle-aged man finally spoke, glancing at her sideways. "You at Qingyun have always had poor eyesight. It is no wonder you can't find out anything." Xiaolan's face turned ashen, ready to erupt, but was stopped by Lu Qingshan's raised hand. This seasoned golden core cultivator from the Qingyun sect fixed his eagle-like gaze on the middle-aged man, his divine sense repeatedly scanning, trying to uncover some clue from him. "Are you afraid to even reveal your name?" Lu Qingshan said in a deep voice. The middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the 4 of them, as he calmly replied, "Chen Daoxian." This name was quite unfamiliar. There had never been such a figure among the golden core experts of the Yu Kingdom. He Jing'an frowned, saying, "I have never heard of this name." "That's because you are ignorant," Chen Daoxian said, not even glancing at him. With a flick of his hand, the golden core and the soul banner flew towards the 4, saying, "Take these and do what you must. If you Qingyun sect don't wish to intervene in this matter of Ezhou, then don't interfere in the future." Lu Qingshan's expression darkened, his magical powers surging around him. Xiaolon and the others also stepped forward. "Threaten." Chen Daoxian chuckled lightly. "If you need evidence, I will provide it. If you need explanations, I will explain." If that is still not enough, he paused, his gaze cutting like a knife across the 4, "Then draw the line, and my son, and I will follow." After saying this, Chen Daoxian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his moon-white robe billowing without wind, and his spiritual pressure was like a deep abyss, suppressing the 3 of their auras entirely. Zhou Xingyuan observed the situation with a grim expression and sighed lightly as he stepped forward to stand alongside Xiao Lan and the others. Zizhou is Qingjian Zizhou. Although you have resolved this corpse calamity, your path back remains unclear. You should indeed come with us to Qingyun. Chen Daoxian chuckled lightly. What if I do not wish to? Zhou Xingyuan positioned his sword in front of him, the sword's aura fluctuating uncertainly. Then I will have to offend you. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Lan and the others moved in an instant, surrounding Chen Daoxian from all sides. Seniors, please hold your actions. A clear female voice rang from the heavens, and before the voice faded, a blue streak of light had already arrived nearby. The light receded, revealing the figure of Qiumingxin. Her clothes were still stained with the dust of battle, her hair slightly disheveled, clearly having rushed here with all her might, not caring to tidy her appearance. Qiu girl Lu Qingshan frowned slightly. This is an internal matter of our Qingyun sect. Do you, the Five Poisons cult, also wish to interfere? Qiu Mingxin's expression remained unchanged as she landed beside Chun Yi, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Senior Lu, you are overstating it. I have no intention of intervening in Qingyun's internal affairs. However, it is rather disheartening that you would not ask for justification before attempting to take a person. Disheartening. Xiao Lan sneered. This man initiated the conflict, invoking a demonic blood ritual that led to the suffering of millions in Ezhou, and you dare say disheartening? Senior, your words are rather unreasonable. The demonic blood ritual was long planned. Even without Chun Daoshi, Zhang Wenyuan and others would have acted, wouldn't they? Qiumingxin retorted sharply. Senior, let me ask you, if Chun Daoshi hadn't forced out the demonic spies in advance, and they had made full preparations before striking, what kind of scene would Ezhou be in? Xiao Lan's expression faltered. Qiumingxin continued. Moreover, the Wanbao Tower slayed a golden core and took the soul banner to resolve the corpse calamity. Such a merit, even within the rules of the Qingyun sect, should be considered a great achievement. You all do not reward, but punish. What kind of reasoning is this? What kind of reasoning? Naturally, it is the reasoning of my Qingyun sect. Xiao Lan's expression darkened. As an outsider, what qualification do you have to meddle here? Step back. Xiao Lan waved his sleeve, and a surge of immense magical power turned into an invisible wave sweeping towards Qiumingxin. Chen Daoxian coldly snorted, his body moving slightly to block in front of Qiumingxin. With a casual flick of his sleeve, that wave of energy dissipated as if it had never existed. What skill is it to strike at a junior? If there's something to discuss, come at me, Chun. Good. Then I shall meet you first. Xiao Lan's eyes narrowed, and with a swift draw, his sword unsheathed with a sharp sound, its light slicing through the air like a ribbon, splitting into dozens of delicate sword auras that rained down like a storm. Chun Daoxian remained unfazed, raising his hand to make a sweeping gesture in front of him. A palm-sized bronze mirror appeared out of thin air, its surface ancient and worn. Exactly the 5 Thunderheart protecting mirror that Wang Qingji had used. However, at this moment, it was as good as new, with lightning swirling across its surface, emanating a spiritual pressure 3 times stronger than before. The lightning on the mirror flickered, and those dozens of sword auras were reflected back without alteration, but with increased speed and might. Xiao Lan's expression changed drastically. She swiftly turned, and several sword auras grazed her robes, exploding into several deep pits on the mountain wall behind her. Ancient treasure. Xiao Lan blurted out, a hint of gravity flashing in her eyes. Ancient treasures are relics left by ancient cultivators, far surpassing ordinary magical artifacts in power, and can be used without any need for refinement. Each one is incredibly precious. The fact that Chen Daoxian could casually take out one of these speaks to a depth of background that is far beyond an ordinary loose cultivator. Do you wish to continue? Chen Daoxian toyed with the bronze mirror, his tone indifferent. Xiao Lan's face was ashen, yet she did not rashly make a move again. She had personally experienced the power of the 5 Thunderheart protecting mirror reflecting sword auras. Combined with this person's unfathomable cultivation, she had no chance of victory in an unknown fight. But she was not alone. Lu Qingshan and the others surrounded Chun Daoxuan, their auras locking onto him from a distance, the momentum of their combined attack already formed. Even if Chun Daoxian was strong, facing the siege of 4 cultivators of the same level, he had no chance of retreating unscathed. Chen Daoyo, Lu Qingshan said in a deep voice, I will ask you one last time, do you truly not wish to return to Qingyun with us to clarify things? Chun Daoxuan's gaze swept over the 4, a faint smile playing on his lips. Clarification. I have already clarified it. If you do not believe it, that is your concern. As for returning with you, he paused, retracting the lightning from the bronze mirror, his tone suddenly turning cold. You think you are worthy. Wang Chengxi's body indeed only had the cultivation of the mid-golden core stage. The effect of the spiritual liquid for golden core cultivators is far less than for foundation establishment cultivators. But even if the effect is small, as long as the quantity is large enough, the accumulation of magical power requires no effort on his part. Suddenly his surrounding spiritual pressure surged violently, sweeping outward like raging waves, causing Lu Qingshan and the others to change color. In unison, their bodies forced back several steps. Peak Golden Core. Lu Qingshan's pupils constricted sharply, his heart sinking. In the 3 sects of the Yu Kingdom, peak Golden Core cultivators are rare, and all are carefully nurtured nascent soul seeds, holding esteemed positions and seldom moved lightly. This is certainly a level of cultivation not typical for an unknown loose cultivator. The 4 exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of determination. Such a mysterious figure with profound cultivation, if they cannot ascertain his background, he will undoubtedly become a future calamity. Together, Lu Qingshan shouted, and the 4 of them struck simultaneously. Sword-light palm imprints and spells surged forth like a tidal wave, the combined might of 4 golden core cultivators capable of moving mountains and filling seas. In an instant, the spiritual energy within a radius of several miles was drained, transforming into a violent spiritual power storm that swept toward Chun Daoxian. Chun Daoxian's expression remained unchanged, his moon-white robe rustling in the wind, and the 5 thunder heart-guarding mirror in his hand radiated with overwhelming thunderous light. The mirror surface erupted with thunder light, and a thunder pillar as thick as a water barrel surged forth from the mirror, colliding head-on with the attacks of the 4 cultivators. At the moment of impact, it seemed that the world had lost all sound. Immediately after, a visible shockwave radiated from the point of collision, expanding in all directions, shattering mountains and turning vegetation to ash. The 7 spiritual boats above the desolate mountains were tossed about by the shockwave. Zhao, who gripping the boat's railing tightly, his face pale, as he shouted, "Steady." Xiaoming Xian stood beside Chun Yi, and the moment the shockwave struck, she instinctively raised her hand to conjure a spiritual energy shield. But how could the after-effects of a full-force clash between golden core cultivators be something a foundation establishment cultivator, whose powers were nearly exhausted, could withstand? As soon as the shield took form, it was torn apart, and she let out a muffled groan, staggering backward. A hand firmly pressed on her back, a warm stream of magical energy surged into her body, helping her stabilize her form. "Thank you, Master Chen." Xiaoming Xian glanced back at Chun Yi, only to find that he appeared calm to the point of indifference, as if the ongoing golden core battle had nothing to do with him. "There's no need for thanks, Qiu Dao friend." Chun Yi retracted his hand, his gaze still fixed on the center of the battlefield. "You shouldn't have come back, though." Xiaoming Xian bit her lip and remained silent. In the midst of the battlefield, as the smoke and dust had yet to dissipate, a clear and hearty laugh echoed through. "I have learned well from Qinjian's high-level moves. Now it's my turn." Before the words had faded, a dark golden orb the size of a pigeon's egg flew out from his sleeve, hovering above his palm. The orb was perfectly round and covered in fine silver patterns, as if thunder was sealed within it, with faint sparks of electricity dancing among the patterns, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. "Tianlei." Lu Qingshan's pupils constricted sharply, exclaiming in horror. The other 3 also changed their expressions drastically, instinctively retreating several feet, as if facing a great enemy, their gazes fixed on the dark golden orb. The Tianlei, a one-time treasure forged by ancient thunder law cultivators using the power of heavenly thunder, possessed immense power capable of severely injuring or even killing golden core cultivators. The method to create such an item had long been lost to those remaining in the world, were all artifacts unearthed from ancient ruins, each one exceptionally precious, and using one meant one less in existence. The fact that Chun Daoxian possessed such a treasure revealed the depth of his resources. Yet they had no idea that the method to create this item came from the Longyuan inheritance, and the Tianlei diagram was coupled with systematic profundities, which was exactly why Chun Yi dared to confront the demonic golden core. However, the fragment of Zhang Wenyuan's soul had given too much, leaving Chun Yi with no chance to utilize it. Currently, while the fragment possessed peak golden core cultivation, it had only recently taken over, and its various methods were not yet fully assembled. This Tianlei was just perfect for him. Buzz. The Tianlei emitted a low hum, and the silver patterns on its surface suddenly lit up, writhing like a living creature, with fine arcs of electricity leaping out from the orb's surface, crackling loudly in the air. Chun Daoxian cradled the orb with one hand, looking at Xiaolon. "Old hag, take a lightning strike from me." The Tianlei had transformed into a silver-white lightning bolt, crashing toward Xiaolon like a heavenly fall. He had not forgotten how aggressive this woman had been when he first arrived at Qingyun. The lightning came too fast, faster than Xiaolan could even raise her protective true essence, and she was struck hidden. Boom! At the moment of the lightning's explosion, it was as if a silver-white sun rose and the blinding light caused everyone to instinctively close their eyes, leaving only the brutal aura of destruction raging in the air, tearing apart the spiritual energy within several miles. Xiaolan let out a muffled groan, her body flying backward like a kite, with a severed string, a mouthful of blood exploding in the air, transforming into a crimson mist. She crashed heavily against the rocky cliff of the desolate mountain, bouncing to the ground and rolling several times before barely stabilizing herself. Her originally neat robe was now tattered, revealing a protective inner armor that shimmered with spiritual. The inner armor shimmered with silver light, evidently a fine protective treasure, yet it was now covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The spiritual light dimmed to the brink of extinguishment. Xiao Shimi! He Jing'an exclaimed, his figure flashing as he rushed to Xiaolan's side, steadying her with a hand. Xiaolan's face was as pale as paper, a trace of black blood spilling from her lips, her breath almost extinguished. She glanced down at the shattered inner armor on her chest, a flash of fear crossing her eyes. Had it not been for this treasure protecting her, that strike would have been enough to cause her immediate demise. Even so, the remnants of the Tianlai Z still rampaged within her body, silver arcs of electricity coursing through her meridians, bringing searing pain wherever they passed. Cough, cough. Xiaolan coughed violently, another mouthful of black blood spewing forth. What? Such cruel methods! Lu Qingshan and Zhou Xingyuan wore grim expressions, positioning themselves protectively in front of Xiaolan, their gazes fixed on Chun Daoxian, filled with apprehension. One Tianlai Z had severely injured a golden core cultivator. If another were to be unleashed, it was likely that 2 more of them would fall today. Chun Daoxian, Lu Qingshan said in a deep voice, "Are you truly intent on making an enemy of Qing Yun to the bitter end?" To the bitter end. Chun Daoxian's lips curled into a sneer. What is this logic? You are allowed to strike, but I am not permitted to retaliate. What kind of reasoning is this? At the same time, he held up both hands, each palm floating a Tianlai Z, silver lightning dancing and intertwining in his palms, casting shifting shadows across his face. You. Lu Qingshan's face turned ashen, his throat tightening, the words he meant to say swallowed back. One Tianlai Z had severely injured Xiaolan, releasing 2 would surely take down 2 more of their group. He Jing'an supported Xiaolan, the veins on his forehead bulging, yet he dared not step forward. Zhou Xingyuan's gaze flitted between Chun Daoxian and Chun Yi, ultimately transforming into a deep sigh. At this point, there was truly no room left for reconciliation between Qing Yun and the Qin family. Chun Daoxian, today's events will be remembered by Qing Yun. Lu Qingshan took a deep breath, suppressing the surging anger within, casting a glance at the pale-faced Chun Yi, and spoke to Chun Daoxian slowly. I hope you can protect him for a lifetime. Humph. If you cannot, when you threaten the life of the younger generation. Your Qing Yun is truly formidable. A cold snort resounded from the skies as a shadow clad in dark robes stepped out from the void, shielding Chun Yi and Xiao Ming Xine behind him. It was evident that the corners of Chun Yi and his father's lips curved upward slightly. Finally arrived. Father, why did you take so long to come? Xiao Mingxin's eyes were slightly red, her voice carrying a hint of grievance and a touch of joy. This person was none other than the Grand Elder of the 5 Poisons sect, a Golden Core Peak cultivator, and the father of Qiao Mingxin, Qiao Zhengming. I have come late, my dear. Qiao Zhengming turned, gently patting his daughter's shoulder. His gaze swept over Chun Yi and his father, and he let out a quiet sigh. From the moment Qiao Mingxin saw the 4 golden cores of Qing Yun, he as her father had no choice but to reveal himself. The reason for his delayed appearance was all because the emergence of Chun Daoxian was utterly unexpected. Initially, he thought Chun Yi was merely a wandering cultivator. No matter how talented, he was still unworthy of his daughter Qiao Zhengming. Now, with Chun Daoxuan a seemingly equal peak golden core father, he could only say a match made in heaven. If the 2 youngsters truly ended up together, it would indeed be a good match. The 5 Poison sect could potentially gain a peak golden core ally for free. Why not seize the opportunity? Old Qiao, are you also getting involved in this muddy water? Lu Qingshan's expression darkened as his gaze shifted back and forth between Qiao Zhengming and Chun Daoxian. Involvement? Qiao Zhengming's gaze swept over Lu Qingshan and the others, his tone growing colder. My only daughter nearly perished under your Qingjian's watch. If I had not arrived, it would have been a case of sending a white-haired person to mourn a black-haired one. Let me be frank, I was already here before the corpse tide rose in the Battle of Tianmu Mountain. I will remember how you all stood by and watched. Now to turn the tables and accuse me is truly a fine display of hypocrisy. Qiao Zhengming's voice was stern and his words resounded, causing Lu Qingshan and his companions' expressions to alternate between pale and green. How could they not understand that the situation in Izhou required swift action? Yet due to Lord Daoxuan's strict orders, they had to force Chun-Yi to lure out the demonic golden core, ensuring a fatal strike before revealing themselves. Otherwise, having no grievances with Chun-Yi in the past, why should they sit idly by and watch him fall into despair? Yet they did not anticipate that the demonic methods would be so ruthless. Once the corpse tide surged, it was a sacrifice of millions of lives, making their small fishing thoughts seem like child's play. Old Xiaolon, gritting through her injuries, spoke sharply, Izhou belongs to Qingyun. How Qingyun acts is not for the Five Poisons sect to dictate. Qiu Zhengming's tiger-like eyes widened, his expression growing increasingly unfriendly. While Izhou indeed falls under Qingyun's jurisdiction, do not forget that the kingdom of Yu belongs to the three sects. Looking again at Chun Daoxuan, he cupped his hands towards the southwest and said, I will report this matter to our ancestor, requesting him and the true monarch of Ling Beast Mountain to intervene and redefine the ownership of Izhou. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Qingshan and the others' expressions changed drastically. Old Xiu, how dare you? Xiaolon scolded sharply, causing her injuries to flare up, resulting in another round of violent coughing. To redefine the ownership of Izhou, if anyone else were to say it, it would merely be a joke. But Qiu Zhengming was different. He was the chief elder of the Five Poisons sect, a fully realized golden core, and was groomed by the Hunyuan, true monarch of the Five Poisons sect, as a successor. When those words came from his mouth, they carried considerable weight. Lu Qingshan took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent anger in his heart, and said solemnly, Old Xiu, do you truly want to ruin the alliance of our three sects that has lasted for hundreds of years for the sake of a mere outsider? Alliance? Qiu Zhengming scoffed coldly. I only know that the alliance states to support each other and resist external enemies. It does not say to watch the demonic paths blood sacrifice in cold indifference. His gaze swept across the four, his tone becoming increasingly harsh. What you have done today, if it gets out, how will the cultivators of the world view our Yu Kingdom's three sects? Lu Qingshan took a deep breath, suppressing the surging anger in his chest, his gaze shifting back and forth between Qiu Zhengming and Qin Daoxian. A peak golden core like Qin Daoxian had already left them in a state of disarray. Now with the addition of another fully realized golden core like Qiu Zhengming, today's situation was beyond their control. Old Xiu, Lu Qingshan said in a deep voice, Qingyun has taken note of today's events. But remember, the ownership of Izhou is not solely yours to decide. Then let your ancestor discuss it with my... Qiu Zhengming waved his sleeve, a surge of majestic magical power, transforming into an invisible wave, forcing the four back several steps. Now leave. Lu Qingshan's face turned ashen, his lips moved several times, but in the end he said nothing, flicked his sleeve, and first transformed into a streak of light sweeping towards the sky. Xiaolon, supported by He Jing'an, glanced back at Qin Daoxian before leaving. Her gaze was complex, showing reluctance mixed with a hint of unspoken apprehension, ultimately turning into a cold snort as she departed with He Jing'an. Zhou Zhenyuan lingered behind, his gaze resting on Chun-Yi's face for a moment. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Elder Zhou, Chun-Yi called out at that moment. Zhou Zhenyuan paused, turned back to look at Chun-Yi, his eyes carrying a hint of complexity. Chun-Yi cupped his hands in greeting, his tone calm. I will always remember the protection you have offered, Elder. If there is ever a need in the future, Wanbao Tower will certainly do its utmost. Zhou Zhenyuan remained silent for a moment, sighed, and said, no need for that. Just take care of yourself. With that, he vanished into the horizon in a flash of light. In the sky above the barren mountain, Qin Daoxian stood atop the peak, watching as four streaks of light disappeared into the distance. The two thunder seeds in his palm quietly returned to his sleeve, and the imposing spiritual pressure surrounding him receded. Friend Xiu, he turned to Qiu Zhengming, cupping his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. Qiu Zhengming waved his hand dismissively, his gaze falling upon Chun-Yi, sizing him up before snorting. No need for thanks, though I did not come for you. He then turned to his daughter, frowning slightly. Mingxin, are you hurt? Qiu Mingxin shook her head. I am fine, just suffered some backlash from the waves. I will recover in a few days. Glad to hear that. Qiu Zhengming nodded, his gaze shifting between Chun-Yi and Qin Daoxian. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Friend Qin, I have a few words I would like to discuss with you privately. Please go ahead, friend Qiu. Qin Daoxian gestured for him to lead the way, walking towards one side of them. Qiu Zhengming raised his hand to set up a soundproof barrier, looking at Qin Daoxian. I assume you have already figured out my whereabouts, right? Qin Daoxian silently cursed. He knows nothing. Before the battle atop the barren mountain, he hadn't even heard of him. Yet Chun-Yi and his disciple intentionally chose that time to act, aiming to bring Qiu Mingxin on board. Qiu Xingming's arrival was already a part of their plan. With a light sigh he said, the parental affection is something everyone possesses. Wasn't I also forced to reveal myself by that little brat of mine? We seek immortality and inquire about the Tao, yet ultimately we are still human. How can a father not consider his children? Qiu Xingming sighed deeply. Looking at Chun Daoxuan he said, you must have seen the condition of my daughter, right? Chun Daoxian nodded. Hu Yuling's feelings for Chun Yi still had traces to follow. However, Qiu Mingxin's feelings seemed too inexplicable. Just a fight, and she fell in love. Moreover, she loved so deeply that she disregarded her life. This made no sense at all. Thus Chun Yi and his master conducted an investigation. They ultimately confirmed it was emotional poison. One could only say this woman was truly both fierce and reckless. But one cannot deny that without her involvement Chun Yi would truly not dare to confront Qingyun now. Emotional poison? Chen Daoxian asked. Qiu Zhengming nodded. Is there an antidote? Qiu Zhengming shook his head. I teach the 5 poisons. Anger and desire are merely temporary, but this emotional poison is the most troublesome. It appears to have the least side effects, yet it is the hardest to eradicate. If one's wishes cannot be fulfilled, or if the person perishes, this poison will cling to them like a festering sore, entangling them for a lifetime. The lighter consequence is an obstructed path to the Tao. The heavier consequence is being plagued by inner demons. Chun Daoxian furrowed his brows, slightly contemplating for a moment, and said, so you were merely standing by intending to use the hands of the demonic path. He did not finish his words, but the meaning was already clear. Qiu Zhengming's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, as a father one must consider every path for their daughter. And what now? Now that I have revealed myself, why must you ask me? Qiu Zhengming's gaze fell upon Chun Daoxuan's face, his tone almost cold as he asked, I only wish to ask one thing. Does your son wish to marry my daughter? Chun Daoxian remained silent for a moment, a bitter smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Qiu Daoyo, asking me about this is futile. You must ask that little brat himself. The orders of parents and the words of matchmakers. You can't even make this decision. Qiu Zhengming's brow furrowed. Chun Daoxian smiled bitterly. If I said that before this battle I only revealed myself to him, would you believe it? Qiu Zhengming raised an eyebrow, his gaze scanning Chun Daoxuan's face back and forth, trying to find a flaw in that visage which bore a 7-part resemblance to Qin Yi. Does father and son recognizing each other require a specific timing? Chun Daoxuan's tone was flat, yet carried a hint of helplessness. They say that daughters should be raised in luxury, while sons should be raised in poverty. My son has ordinary talent. If I had recognized him early on, showering him with wealth, would he still possess the resilience and character he has today? That makes sense. Qiu Zhengming stroked his chin, his gaze lingering on Chun Yi, who was commanding the cultivators to clean up the aftermath. Your son's temperament and skills are exceptional, not inferior to the true disciples carefully cultivated by those major sects. But my friend isn't it a bit? A father at the peak of Golden Core watching his son struggle among loose cultivators, facing near-death experiences multiple times, even if he harbored intentions of tempering him, Chun Daoxian, as a father, was undeniably a bit harsh. At least Qiu Zhengming believed he did not possess such a heart of iron and stone. Chun Daoxian stood with his hands behind his back, his tone calm. I once walked this path step by step. Now that he has me as his father supporting him from the shadows, his conditions are far better than I was at that time. If he still cannot achieve success, then it indicates he is unworthy of walking this path. Oh, Chen Daoyu also came from a background of loose cultivation. A hint of surprise flashed in Qiu Zhengming's eyes. Chen Daoxian slightly nodded and recounted his prepared background. What mundane sect taking in evil masters, unaware they were to become a furnace cauldron. With the favor of heaven, he turned the tides and stepped onto the path to ascend. What random chance of ascension and entering a sect foundation establishment, treasures, attracting the envious, enduring humiliation for over 10 years, risking life in secret realms to finally establish a foundation. In short, this was the extreme application of the template set by Master Han, reflecting the current state of the southern cultivation world. Because the details were so thorough, it did not seem fabricated, leaving Qiu Zhengming stunned. When he heard about the abandonment by Tianheng's sect after foundation establishment, he was even more indignant. No wonder 100 years ago the 3 factions of Han were destroyed by the demonic path. It turns out the roots were rotten long ago. For you to achieve what you have today is truly not easy. In that case, your son's solitary ventures over the years have indeed inherited your spirit from back then. Chun Daoxian slightly shook his head. It was merely out of necessity. The path of cultivation is after all against the heavens. If one cannot withstand such hardships, how can they discuss longevity? What a truly rebellious way to go. Qiu Zhengming praised, his gaze filled with admiration. What are your plans moving forward? Naturally, preparations for marriage. Chun Daoxian said, my son is the cause left behind when I Chun tempered my heart in the mortal realm, yet unexpectedly, it has become the last crack in my own character. Qiu Zhengming empathized, aren't I the same? The realms of refining qi, establishing foundation, and forming dan are collectively called the process of refining essence into qi. The nascent soul is the realm of refining qi into spirit. Besides the heavenly tribulations, one must also transcend the tribulation of inner demons. 90% of golden cores are basically stuck at this hurdle of inner demons. Qiu Zhengming sighed, his gaze returning to Chun Yi in the distance, speaking with a hint of emotion. Our five poison sect has been established for thousands of years, and there have always been those who have perfected their golden core. Yet only one or two have managed to take that step. I have been trapped in this realm for over 100 years, and the more I cultivate, the more I feel that it is not a lack of magical power or insight, but rather that unexplainable human karma. Chen Daoxian slightly nodded, not responding. Qiu Zhengming continued. I observe that your son, though only at foundation establishment, can stir the winds of Ezhou, provoking even the demonic path's golden core to act personally, and can retaliate even in dire situations. Such means and temperament, his future achievements will undoubtedly not be inferior to yours. If he is willing to marry my daughter, the two families can form a bond of alliance, and our worldly ties will be resolved. Would that not be a win-win situation? Sensing the memories transmitted from his soul fragment, Chun Yi sighed softly. Emotional poison is both a barrier to Qiu Mingxin's path and a barrier for Qiu Zhengming. After Qiu Zhengming had already mentioned his intention to defer, he once again brought up this matter, seemingly discussing, but in fact it was a palace coup. Qiu Zhengming stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze profound, waiting for Chun Daoxian's response. The mountain wind howled, causing their robes to flutter. Chun Daoxian remained silent for a long time, and finally spoke. The matter of marriage ultimately requires asking the child's own wishes. He waved his sleeve and a gap opened in the soundproof barrier. Error, come here. Chun Yi was busy discussing the aftermath with Zhao Hu. Upon hearing the call, he paused for a moment, looked up at the mountain peak, then lowered his head to whisper a few words to Zhao Hu before turning to soar towards the mountain peak. As the escape light landed beside the two, Chun Yi cupped his hands and said, Father Senior Qiu. Qiu Zhengming looked him up and down and directly asked, I ask you, do you wish to marry my daughter? Chun Yi's face immediately broke into a bitter smile as he bowed respectfully. I am deeply honored by your kindness, Senior Qiu. Miss Qiu possesses extraordinary talent and comes from a prestigious family, while I am merely a wandering cultivator unworthy of such grace. Do not try to play tricks with me, old man. Senior Qiu Zhengming interrupted his polite remarks with a wave of his hand, saying, I didn't ask if you are worthy, I asked if you are willing. Chun Yi smiled bitterly, clasping his hands as he said, Senior, please see clearly, I have only known Miss Qiu for a few months, and our understanding of each other is still shallow. Marriage is not something to be taken lightly. Qiu Zhengming was furious, stating, Do you think I wish for this to be a joke? He stepped forward, the overwhelming pressure of his perfected golden core like a mountain crushing down. Chun Yi let out a muffled groan, his figure swayed slightly, but he straightened his back and did not retreat. My daughter has been afflicted by a love poison. Qiu Zhengming's voice turned cold. This poison has only two cures, either you die or you marry her. I had previously chosen to stand by and watch, hoping you would perish in the clutches of the demonic path. Now that I have appeared, I no longer wish to take that path. If you are unwilling to marry, I will not force you, he said, his gaze sharp with each word punctuated, but you must die. Chun Daoxian frowned slightly, moving to stand in front of Chun Yi. Senior Qiu, let's talk this over calmly. Talk it over calmly. Qiu Zhengming sneered, I have only one daughter. If she is afflicted by love poison, it means her path is severed. How can you expect me to discuss this calmly? Chun Yi's expression changed abruptly, his pupils constricting as an appropriate shock and confusion appeared on his face. Love. Poison. He instinctively stepped back half a step, his gaze flitting between Qiu Zhengming and Qiu Mingxin below, swallowing hard, his voice tinged with disbelief. Senior Qiu, are you saying that Miss Qiu is poisoned? Qiu Zhengming let out a cold grunt, his gaze slicing through Chun Yi's face like a knife. Do you truly not know? Chun Yi's face displayed an anxious expression. I have only stepped onto the path of immortality for a few years. How could I know such secrets? May I ask which person inflicted this poison? Senior Qiu, you have helped me greatly. If I have the opportunity, I will surely seek justice for her. Justice? Qiu Zhengming sneered. This poison was inflicted by her own hand. Who do you plan to seek justice from? Chun Yi's expression froze, his shock deepening. She inflicted it herself. How could this be possible? I teach the 5 poisons of the sect: body, anger, desire, love, and path. Xiao Zhengming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. The poison she was afflicted with is the most troublesome love poison among them. This poison is guided by love and mediated by the heart. The poisoned person will develop an inseparable affection for the one they think of. If their wishes are not fulfilled, they will face obstacles on their path, and at worst be tormented by inner demons. Half a year ago she fought with you, and that sparked her desire to win, which was the trigger. Chun Yi's expression changed several times, his lips moved a few times, but ultimately said nothing. The confusion and shock in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a complex silence. Xiao Zhengming observed the changes in his expression, his tone losing its earlier domineering edge, now tinged with a hint of pleading. I know it is hard for you to accept this at once. But it has come to this: you are the only one in the world who can cure this poison. Chun Yi sensed the change in Xiao Zhengming's emotions, and the corner of his mouth subtly lifted slightly. His expression, however, changed repeatedly, as if he were struggling with his thoughts, eventually transforming into a long sigh. Senior Qiu, Chun Yi raised his head, his gaze steady. I am not someone who lacks discernment. Miss Qiu has treated me sincerely, so I shall certainly offer my full support. However, he paused, his tone sincere. Miss Qiu is currently afflicted by love poison, and her thoughts and feelings may not be genuine. If one day the poison is lifted and it turns out to be too late, would I not have harmed her? Xiao Zhengming remained silent for a moment, a complex look flashing in his eyes. You can think of this, so it seems I did not misjudge you. Indeed, this is the terrifying aspect of love poison. It amplifies feelings and desires, causing the poisoned person's emotions for the one they think of to be infinitely magnified. Even if that emotion was originally just a ripple, under the influence of the poison it can become a massive wave. Desiring but not obtaining will lead to obsession, severing their path. Obtaining what one desires only to realize the truth afterward will lead to lifelong regret, even worse than desiring and not obtaining. Xiao Zhengming's voice carried a rare hint of fatigue as he reached this point. Below the nascent soul, he stood at the pinnacle of Tian, and yet in the face of the love poison his daughter had planted herself, he felt more powerless than against any formidable enemy. Do you truly have no feelings for Mingxin? Chun Yi sighed, deeply clasping his hands. I was born in a quagmire and grew up in a sea of blood, accustomed to schemes and calculations, and have also seen my share of life and death battles. My only wish in this life is to walk a few more steps on the path of the Tao. Matters of romantic affection. He shook his head. Are things I have never considered. Chun Yi's direct refusal did not anger Xiao Zhengming. Instead, he nodded in appreciation. He had spent the past few months observing the rising star of the Wanbao building, and he believed he had seen through him clearly. This was a young man with ambition, ruthless methods, and a calculated approach. He could wipe out the entire Yu family over a transaction, yet he could also venture alone to Tianmu Mountain for a promise. He greeted everyone with a smile, yet maintained a distance from all, including his suddenly appeared golden core father, treating him with respect, yet a hint of detachment akin to allies, with a tacit understanding rather than a father-son relationship. Would such a person develop feelings for a woman he has known for less than half a year? Xiao Zhengming did not believe it. However, it was precisely because he did not believe it that he felt at ease. A young man who could be swayed by love cannot go far. Well said. Xiao Zhengming's gaze fell on Chun Yi's face, his tone carrying a hint of approval and emotion. If you had agreed immediately, I would have hesitated. I have heard that your Wanbao building boasts that it buys and sells everything. Xiao Zhengming shifted the topic. Then today, I would like to make a deal with you. Will your Wanbao building accept it? Please go ahead, senior. Chun Yi replied, his expression unchanged, bowing respectfully. Xiao Zhengming's gaze lingered on his face for a moment before he slowly spoke. I do not require you to marry my daughter immediately, nor do I need you to establish any marriage contract. I only need you to spend time with her. Chun Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Indeed. Xiao Zhengming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking calmly. The reason love poison is hard to cure is that it amplifies that slight affection, infinitely causing desires to turn into obsessions. Forming a Tao partner bond is indeed the simplest method, but as you said, it can lead to endless trouble. However, this poison originates from my teachings, so it is not without a solution. If the poisoned person's wishes are gradually satisfied, the toxicity will be gradually suppressed. Thus, the poisoned individual will have the opportunity to break through their heart's barriers and recognize their true heart. At this point, Xiao Zhengming fixed his gaze on Chun Yi, saying, what I need you to do is to stay by her side and interact with her as a fellow cultivator without deliberately distancing yourself and without speaking coldly. As time passes, she will naturally come to understand whether her feelings for you are born from the poison's coercion or genuine affection. Chun Yi remained silent for a moment, and then raised his eyes to ask what if she never understands. Then, that will be her fate. Xiao Zhengming's voice grew slightly heavy, a hint of pain flashing in his gaze. All I can do is this. As for you, he said glancing at Chun Yi, I will not let your efforts go unrewarded. What of Izhou? I shall see that your Wanbao Lu attains a status equal to the Yu royal house. Xiao Zhengming stood with his hands folded behind his back, his gaze sweeping the vast plain below. Izhou has suffered a great calamity. It is plain that the Qingyun sect failed to respond adequately. When I return, I will petition the patriarch to intervene. With fellow Taoist Chun stationed there, he is at the pinnacle of the Golden Core. This matter will be some 7 or 8 tenths secure. When Xiao Zhengming's words fell silent, the mountaintop lapsed into a brief hush. Chun Daoxian regarded the scene calmly, spoke no word, and left the decision entirely to Chun Yi. Chun Yi lowered his lids, thoughts racing. The Yu royal house's present dominance rested upon a delicate balance between the 3 great sects. Unwilling that any one faction should grow too powerful, they sustained a so-called fourth party, a body without a nascent soul seat, but vested with extraordinary privileges to manage mundane affairs as a buffer. If Wanbao Lu were to take firm root, it required precisely such a title, not a vassal of the Qingyun sect, not a pawn of the Wudu sect, but an independent force standing on equal footing with the Yu royal house and acknowledged by the 3 sects. Thus, he could legitimately govern Izhou without being fettered by any single power. Such recognition could not be granted by Lingshou Mountain, and the Qingyun sect would not yield it. Only the Wudu sect, more precisely the current chief elder of the Wudu sect, the man destined to succeed as Hunyuan Jinjuan, could secure it for him. Chun Yi cupped his hands in salute. I am unworthy of such generosity from a senior, yet I accept with humility. Izhou lies in ruins after this calamity. It needs all parties to join hands in reconstruction. My tower's roots are still shallow, but since you favor me, I will spare no effort to stabilize Izhou. Xiao Zhengming smiled, clapped his hands, and withdrew the sound ceiling restriction. Then it is settled. Mingxin, come up. From below, Xiao Mingxin halted a moment at her father's call, then transformed into a streak of azure light and darted to the mountaintop. When she landed, she stole an instinctive glance at Chun Yi, then quickly averted her eyes, a faint, barely perceptible flush coloring her face. Father. Xiao Zhengming looked at his daughter. A flicker of complexity crossed his eyes, but was soon reined in. In a measured tone, he said, Izhou's affairs are settled. I must return to Nanjiang to attend to matters within the sect. He hesitated, then turned his gaze to Chun Yi. Will you accompany me back or remain in Izhou? Xiao Mingxin bit her lip and whispered, daughter wishes to stay in Izhou. Xiao Zhengming was silent for a moment, then nodded. Very well. Izhou needs rebuilding. Your staying here will be of help. He turned to Qin Daoxian. Fellow Taoist Chun, I have pressing affairs in my sect, and cannot tarry. If time allows, I will surely call upon you to sit and discuss the way. Qin Daoxian inclined his head. You are most welcome. Should you come, I will welcome you with open hospitality. Xiao Zhengming nodded again, glanced once more at his daughter, as if to say more, then merely patted her shoulder, and murmured, this is all your father can do. Father. Xiao Mingxin's cheeks flamed crimson. Her voice carried a touch of embarrassed vexation as her eyes flicked between her father and Chun Yi before dropping. It was clear she had not fully grasped Xiao Zhengming's meaning. With a soft sigh, he gathered his escape light into a dark-hued arc that cleaved the sky and vanished beyond the horizon. Several streaks of light fell before Qingyun sect's Tongtian Hall, resolving into the figures of Lu Qingshan and 3 companions. No sooner had they landed than the hall doors opened of their own accord. Come in. An aged voice issued from within the hall, tone indifferent and unreadable. The 4 filed inside. Incense curled through the air. Daoxian Jinjuan sat cross-legged upon a cloud bed, his spiritual radiance restrained. He might have passed for an ordinary spare-limbed elder were it not for eyes deep as an abyss, as though they pierced all worldly illusion. We have failed, having not lived up to the patriarch's trust. Lu Qingshan and the others bowed in unison, shame upon their faces. Daoxian Jinjuan's gaze passed over them and rested finally on Xiaolan. She lay pale and listless, a faint crease formed at his brow. And the heretical golden core. The 4 back stiffened. Lu Qingshan inhaled and said, report to the patriarch. It is dead. Dead. Daoxian Jinjuan's lids rose slightly, his eyes finally stirring. By whose hand? Wanbao Lu, Qin Yi. When Lu Qingshan spoke, that name, his voice carried a complexity he scarcely noticed himself. To be precise, it was his father Qin Daoxian. Daoxian Jinjuan fell silent for a span. His fingertip tapped the edge of the cloud bed, a slow, heavy sound. Once, twice, like a heartbeat striking into the 4 men's chests. Tell me everything in detail. Lu Qingshan dared not withhold anything. He presented the Wanhun fan and Wang Qingji's golden core to the patriarch. And then they began from start to finish to recount what they had witnessed. From Chun Yi slaying Wang Qingji and seizing the Wanhun fan to relieve the corpse calamity, to Chun Daoxuan's sudden arrival wielding ancient treasures to oppose the four, to Qiu Jingming's abrupt intervention and his coercive claim over Yizhou's allegiance. Each incident was narrated in painstaking detail, with no omission. Yet none of them noticed that the patriarch's gaze never left the golden core. So we concluded that this Chun Daoxuan's origins are obscure, but his cultivation has reached the peak of the golden core. In his possession were ancient artifacts such as Tianlei Zi and the Wulei Huxin mirror. One such man suddenly appearing in our Yizhou if not restrained would become a hidden calamity. We entreat the patriarch to issue the order eradicate Wanbao Lu and proclaim the might of Qingyun. They bowed together. Daoxian Jinjuan spoke not a word. Only after a moment did he lift his gaze from the golden core and fix it on the four. I have my own designs regarding this matter. You may leave. Patriarch. He Jingyan shot his head up, urgency in his voice. That Qin Daoxian has insulted Qingyun greatly. If we let this pass, where will our honor remain? Honor. Daoxian Jinjuan's lids lifted in his cloudy old eyes there flicked a keen edge. Are you instructing me on how to act? We would not presume. He Zhengyan trembled forehead touching the floor and held his tongue. Lu Qingshan tugged his sleeve, the four bowed, and withdrew from the hall. As the doors closed and incense curled, the patriarch's gaunt fingers picked up the golden core. A greedy curve tugged at his mouth, a visage at odds with his usual immortal austerity. A golden core of mid-stitch, cultivation stable, the spirit extinguished yet the spiritual force remains. He drew a breath and the golden core dissolved into a stream of dark gold light that entered his mouth. Spiritual radiance surged about him before quickly settling. A water mirror appeared in his hand. Daoxian Jinjuan stroked the smoothing lines from his face and murmured, indeed a most excellent pill. Looking towards the north he chuckled lightly. You are all merely grasshoppers after autumn, let's see how long you can hop around. The state of you is just this vast with three sects both cooperating and competing. Especially in peaceful times. Now that Qingyun has lost its vigilance even without the matter of Qiu Mingxin, the five poisoned sect will not miss such an opportunity. As soon as Qiu Zhengming reported, Hunyuan immediately gathered and Master Yunlong followed suit. The three sects began to argue. Ironically, with the three sects involved, the storm center of Yizhou became calm. Despite the aftermath of the corpse disaster, Yizhou was in dire need of revival. Yet this did not hinder Wanbao Tower's business at all. In fact, with Chun Daoxian as their pillar, Wanbao Tower sold their goods without any reservations. In just 2 months, not only did Tianji City restore the flow of customers before the disaster, but it even reached new heights. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, and a long queue had already formed in front of Tianji City. The cultivators gathered in groups of 3 to 5, whispering among themselves. Have you heard? Wanbao Tower has just received a batch of foundation establishment pills with exquisite quality, reportedly crafted personally by a pill master from Dilong Mountain. Not just pills, I heard they also have a batch of puppets for sale. Although they are not the renowned Xingqiu puppets, their quantity is sufficient, making them perfect for guarding the mountain gate. What you're talking about is old news. A gray-robed cultivator lowered his voice, his eyes gleaming with pride. I have an uncle working at Wanbao Tower. He says their real trump card is those spirit boats. Spirit boats. The kind that appeared on Tianmu Mountain before. Exactly. With the spirit boats, they can form formations in groups reportedly capable of forming up to a third-tier formation. Even Golden Core realms must avoid their sharpness. At this revelation, the surrounding cultivators collectively gasped. A third-tier formation is something even a Golden Core realm would have to think twice about. Not to mention these foundation establishment and Qi refining little fish and shrimps. It seems Wanbao Tower is about to rise. Indeed, I heard that Elder Qiu from the Five Poisons sect personally intervened to take Yizhou from Qingyun and hand it over to Wanbao Tower for management. Management? That's a privilege of the 3 sects. No other force except the royal family has been able to achieve this right. With a Golden Core peak sitting in place and the backing of the Five Poisons sect, why can't they? And haven't you noticed? The goods here are all out of the ordinary. Whatever is available in the market, you can find in Tianji City. Which faction does Tianji City belong to? You don't need me to tell you, do you? Tisk. I heard the Five Poisons sect and the Spirit Beast sect often procure supplies here, with discreet transactions, all funneled through Wanbao Tower. So does this mean Wanbao Tower is aiming to become the second royal family? Keep it down. Such matters are best kept to oneself, as speaking them out might invite trouble. Xiao Mingxin watched the ever-bustling Tianji city, which was clearly on its way to becoming the commercial hub of the state of Yue, and felt deep emotions stirring within her. Miss Qiu. A voice came from behind her. Xiao Mingxin turned around, her gaze landing on the newcomer. Chun Yi was dressed in a dark robe today with a silver belt at his waist, and his hair tied up high. He exuded a demeanor that was less casual than usual and more imposing. Master Chun. Xiao Mingxin nodded slightly, her gaze lingering on his face for a moment before quickly shifting away. Congratulations, Tianji City is now one of the top markets in the state of Yu. It's just a hollow reputation. Chun Yi walked to her side, hands clasped behind his back, looking down at the winding line below. Without Senior Qiu's assistance, Wanbao Tower wouldn't have reached this point. Xiao Mingxin bit her lip, remaining silent. Since the day her father left, the relationship between her and Chun Yi had become subtle. She did not know what her father had discussed with him, but vaguely felt that the way Chun Yi looked at her was different from before. There was less distance and more of something she couldn't quite define. Miss Qiu, Chun Yi suddenly spoke. I have a request. What is it? Chun Yi stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing towards the southern misty horizon, his tone carrying a rare relaxation. I have long heard that the scenery of the southern border under your sect's governance is extraordinary, and that spirit herbs often grow in areas plagued by miasma, with various treasures found among the poisonous insects and snakes. Would Miss Qiu be willing to act as a guide and take me to see for myself? Xiao Mingxin was slightly taken aback, turning to look at him with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Having known each other for months, Chun Yi had always given her the impression of being hurried and burdened with heavy thoughts, as if he was forever pursued from behind and calculating from ahead. Seeing him so leisurely today was indeed a first. Can you afford to leave? She instinctively asked. With Tianji City in dire need of revival, Wanbao Tower's foundation still unstable, and the situation in Yizhou as chaotic as a boiling porridge, it didn't seem like his style to suggest a trip now. Chun Yi chuckled lightly. The sky won't fall. I point to the market under construction down the mountain, with my disciple managing the main hall, and my father watching over me from the shadows. Even if something happens, it won't require my Hansen involvement. Having been in the path for over 10 years, I've only traveled to Yizhou and Tiannan. If I don't take this opportunity to go and have a look, I fear I won't have another chance in the future. Miss Qiu, the southern border is not as peaceful as Yizhou. Miasma and poisonous insects are one thing, but my sect governs 36 caves, each with its own rules. Even the disciples of my sect cannot claim to pass freely everywhere. If you go and inadvertently break any taboos, I may not be able to protect you. Then I won't break. Chun Yi spoke lightly. I'm not going to cause any trouble. I merely wish to see the sights of the southern border and see if there are any business opportunities. Xiao Mingxin glanced at him and suddenly laughed. No matter where you go, never forget about business. Cultivators need resources. Isn't it true that every one of them requires spirit stones? Chun Yi dismissed it with a wave. The reason my Wanbao Tower stands tall is simply because of 5 words. No profit, no early rise. That is indeed the truth. Xiao Mingxin turned to lean on the railing, her gaze falling on the long line in front of the city gate. When do you plan to leave? At this very moment. Xiao Mingxin was slightly taken aback, turning to him with surprise and curiosity in her eyes. Now. Yes, now. Chun Yi said earnestly, the timing is just right. If I delay any longer, I fear I will be entangled in trivial matters again. Currently Qingyuan is restrained by the 2 sects, but who knows if they might become desperate. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. With a fragment of his soul, now how could he place himself in peril? He would rather not remain in Yizhou until the dust settles. It was also a good opportunity to see if he could resolve Xiao Mingxin's poison. Otherwise his heart would always bear a heavy stone. Xiao Mingxin was unaware of this. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. You always thinking on your feet. For cultivators, why must everything be done step by step? Chun Yi turned around, his gaze landing on her face. If Miss Qiu finds it inconvenient, I shall go alone. Who says it's inconvenient? Xiao Mingxin blurted out instinctively, then felt it was somewhat inappropriate, as a flush crept to her face. Yet she still forced herself to say, it's just that the southern border is far. You must let me prepare my belongings. Then go and prepare. Chun Yi replied cheerfully, sending out a message talisman from his sleeve, which transformed into a streak of light, flying towards Qingyang Mountain. Let's meet at the city gate in an hour. Xiao Mingxin watched his departing figure. Her lips moved a few times, but ultimately she said nothing. She stomped her foot and transformed into a streak of azure light rushing towards her residence.